The moon rose high above the city, and it was so quiet that you could hear the rustling of the wings of passing birds. There seemed to be no sign of trouble. However, this feeling was deceptive. Suddenly, the air crackled with electrical discharges and lightning bolts began to crash into the highway. The atmosphere was heating up. If anyone had been outside at this late hour, they would have seen the monsters coming out of a portal in the road. Their fierce eyes were burning with flames. With each passing second, there were more and more of them, and more than a dozen monsters armed with fangs and claws were searching with their eyes as if looking for someone. Their expectations were fulfilled. A moment later, a young man appeared in front of them clutching a weapon. He showed no fear or confusion, and the monsters roared when they saw him. But the ominous sound in the middle of the dark street did not frighten the young man. He only smiled. Despite the seeming danger, he had the most important thing to believe in himself. He was alerted the combined gacha was starting. Luck had been found, and the boy confidently turned his gaze upward, awaiting the next card. Fate had not failed him with the power of luck and Liu Shan's blessing. It was a great combo he couldn't have hoped for. Now it was only a matter of time. The weapon in his hands glinted under his firm hand, and the young man's hitherto calm gaze flared with rage. His eyes shone as brightly as the monsters. Suddenly, he burst out screaming, "Zhang Fei is here!" It was a cry that not only filled his soul with anticipation for the battle, but also caused confusion in the ranks of the monsters. Hearing it from their opponent, the monsters shuddered. They were well aware that even though they were outnumbered, they were unlikely to be able to deal with the enemy. The guy's lion's roar was activated, and the enemy attack was reduced by 30%. Now all the affected aggro targets were redirected to him. The monsters realized that there was nothing more to wait for and rushed into battle. The young man was attacked by several monsters with sharpened swords and axes in their paws. But the guy was not deterred by this. He turned to the Polycyclone Tiger's crushing attack skill and rushed towards the enemies. Under his onslaught, the monsters retreated. The fight was heated, and everyone realized that there would be only one winner. The shriek of another wounded monster could be heard on the bridge every now and then. After only a few minutes, the battle was over. The guy turned to his characteristics. Great, he got 13 units of mana. A growl came from behind him, and the young man was only able to bounce away from the beast at the last second. The blade of the enemy's weapon almost touched his neck. He was wrong to relax so early, but there was no time to feel sorry for himself, so he killed the miraculous survivor with a single blow, and everything went quiet again. This time he stood in the middle of the stone debris of the road and scrutinized the battle site. He gave a satisfied sigh of contented work. A hero from the past, knowledge from the future, and hidden elements. A godlike game where luck is everything. Classrooms turned upside down. The game has begun. As a child, instead of playing with his friends, he preferred to read comic books and novels, diving headfirst into the world of fictional stories. The main characters mesmerized him with their strength of character spirit, and Will he looked at them and also dreamed of one day becoming the same. One day when he passed a friend, he noticed that he was playing a new game. He joined in and it captured his attention, so he became addicted to the game. After the guy showed immense talent in it, he managed to achieve good results as a professional player. This was where his personal tragedy awaited him. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how much effort he put in, Jin Jongdo always came in second place. So it lasted until the cataclysm occurred on February 2nd, 2022. People were forced to get used to the new reality. Now the real world became more like a game than the game itself. Dungeons sprang up all over the city, and all sorts of monsters erupted from there. In protest, there were those who used sword and magic, or mana. The latter received more attention than any celebrity. Everyone dreamed of being in their shoes, and Jin was no exception. As he watched another mana-using player collecting laurels, he believed with all his heart that this was what he was meant to do. Then he swore to himself that he would become a true hero who would save the city by ridding it of monsters. He believed in his own strength with all his heart. So 8 years passed until one day Jin Jongdo finally broke down after receiving confirmation of his worthlessness. That day, his dream was destroyed. In his hand, he clutched the document that confirmed it. Now he knew he had only one talent: communication. He was disillusioned with life and with himself and should have woken up earlier from his fantasy. He's not destined to be a protagonist. He's a worthless fool. With these thoughts, Jin could barely move his feet when he walked home. There was no work for tomorrow and he planned to sleep all day. But that was not to be. When he looked up, he noticed a strange girl standing in front of him. When she saw him on the doorstep, she greeted him politely and said that she was waiting for him. The young man froze in place. At first he thought he'd gotten the wrong door, but then he realized, no, he was in his own home. What was this stranger doing here? The girl introduced herself as an agent from the Winnie Mackin universe. She came to pay her respects and give the young man a gift. Jin rubbed his forehead in confusion. Winnie continued, Mr. Jongdo was too valuable and the second to awaken the third-level communication since the birth of the universe. As she said this, she held out her hand, from which a fireball erupted and headed straight for the young man's forehead. He recoiled in horror. He didn't realize what was happening. The girl whispered that she was giving him new skills. The orb emitted energy beams so strong that they almost knocked Jin off his feet. At this late hour, the few passers-by could see from the street as a blinding light suddenly burst out of the window of one of the apartment buildings, illuminating the entire street. The vision dissipated, and the young man was left in the middle of the room, trying to make sense of what had happened. If it hadn't been for the smoke around him, he would have thought he was dreaming. Suddenly, he received an alert. Tolerance observation skills and integrated infogach skills were successfully added to his characteristics. The young man couldn't believe what was happening. Maybe he was too tired and upset, and now he was seeing hallucinations. There was no other way he could explain what had happened. There was nothing to lose. An information window with his status opened in front of him. He had obtained other skills as well. With these thoughts, Jin selected the Infogachi section. Pressing a section, he turned around. Capsules with predictions of the future began to fall in front of him, but none of them made any sense. They were minor events. He was already desperate when a golden capsule appeared in front of him. Jin sensed that it contained some important information, so he decided to take another chance. He wasn't wrong. It was a rare information. The scrap of paper contained the winning numbers for the lottery to be held in the second week of April this year. A day ago, Jin stood in the middle of the office while his boss, guild leader Choi Chalun, announced they would be competing in the dungeon for mana stones with the other teams. Competition was expected to be fierce, but thanks to the fact that Jin had managed to convince the young seeker, their guild would sign a contract for the newly discovered dungeons. The announcement caused a flurry of excitement among the players and office staff. His colleagues were genuinely happy and congratulated him on a job well done. Only one of them smiled derisively. To him, Jin was just a petty peddler. He had once again gotten his vocation just by hanging out and drinking with someone. These words were heard by the head and ordered to bite his tongue. It was Joe Hackray, and his attitude toward Jin was known to all. He didn't feel guilty about it now either. He thought the young man was a bum. Now everyone was giving him compliments, but he didn't even deserve them, unlike the hunters who risked their lives. But the commander didn't agree with him. Hunting was not the only thing necessary for the guild to function, but he just slammed the door on his way out. Choi walked over to the young man. He was embarrassed by his player's behavior. If he had less skill, he would have kicked him out long ago. But Jin didn't take offense. The commander handed him a wad of money. It was the incentive he had promised for the contract, and the young man gratefully accepted it. Finally, he managed to get it all together. Now his lifelong dream would come true, and he would be the lucky owner of mana. After all, the fee for the awakening was a hefty 300,000 won. Now standing in the middle of the hall and looking into the very center of the all-seeing eye, he felt a shiver in his knees. This day had come. Today would decide his fate. He stood in front of a mechanism that turned ordinary people into mana users, and at the same time determined the predisposition to their unique talents. He turned around and addressed the crowd standing nearby. He and Seyun could have come on their own, and I need such a large support group. But Guild Leader Justice didn't want to hear about what he was talking about. Today was the day when two of their colleagues would become a mana user at once. The argument was interrupted. Miss Yang Seyun was called to the next hall, and the girl bravely stepped forward. Despite her frail appearance, Sister Jin had a strong character. She turned to her brother and waved affectionately, but he dismissed his emotions and took a serious look. In a team, everyone must adhere to the chain of command. Jin felt an unkind look on his face and turned around. It was Joe Hakurai, and he looked as mocking as ever. Why did he come here? The young man had noticed more than once that this guy didn't look at his sister like everyone else, and it bothered him. It was worth watching him and being careful. One of the awakened came out into the hallway with tears in his eyes. Awakening was a lottery. If you had many talents and were suitable for combat, you were in the clear. Jin's faith wavered for a moment. If his talents were useless in scouting the dungeon, it would only be a waste of 300,000 won. The secret room opened and Seyun stepped out. The team stared at the scoreboard with trepidation and anticipation. This girl was loved and everyone was rooting for her fate. Upon seeing the results, the crowd fell silent in amazement. They were truly astonishing. Not even all veterans with 3 years of experience could boast of such a thing. She had 11 talents, and according to the data, the highest number in Korea was 13. Seyun became a new rising star. The recruiters rushed to her, but Choi shielded the girl from them. She was part of his guild, and the others had no moral right to even look at her. Seyun looked around confused. This kind of scrutiny was frightening to her. Jin was about to approach his sister, but an automated voice announced to the entire hall that it was Sir Jungdo's turn. He took a breath and headed into the hall. His sister called out his pet name, Appa. She felt that her brother would get results even better than her own, and she wished it with all her heart. And Jin stepped over the threshold without a second's hesitation. His heart thumped joyfully in the depths of his soul, and he had always known that life had prepared an unusual destiny for him. When he entered the spacious room, he was surprised to see that it looked a little different from what he had imagined. At the end of the room, he saw a ball of fire. It was the notorious Eye of Odin. Jin knew what to do. Right now, he needed to relax completely and put his hands on the crystal ball. So he did. The processing time was 10 minutes, which flew by. He would finally become the mana user he had dreamed of? The screen flashed the results of the awakening, and the members of the Justice Guild awkwardly stomped in place. Only Joe Haekray smirked contemptuously. Meanwhile, Jin stood doomedly by the balloon, ashamed to be back with the team. He had no talent for combat. There was no place for him in the squad. Finally, he pulled himself together and walked out into the common room. He was greeted by his sister. She knew better than anyone how much Jin had pinned his hopes on this awakening. He walked over to the guild leader and gave him a comforting pat on the shoulder. Choi genuinely liked Jin, and seeing him try to hold on to his strength, he felt bad for him. An employee came up to the brother and sister and handed them a mana watch. It contained all the information, so they had to carry it with them at all times. Seyun turned to the young man quietly. It had been a long day. He was probably tired, and he should have gone home early. Jin smiled cheerfully and agreed. He assured everyone around him that life does not end with one failure, but left to himself, he realized what it means to express the end of dreams. His strength was gone. All this happened to him just a few hours ago, and now sitting in front of the information window, Jin was trying to make sense of this cycle of events. He knew that skills could be obtained at first level or in a dungeon, using a rare ability stone, and now he was only sure of one thing. If he had the information gacha skill, he had information about the future in his hands, so the research should continue. After these words, the container with multicolored capsules turned with a new force, mixing events that were to happen in the near future. One try cost 1 mana, but Jin was willing to take the risk. He clenched his fists and called on luck to help him, but disappointment awaited him. All the capsules were useless. If only he had more mana. It was a universal injustice. After all, there were people who had 100 mana in total. There was a clinking sound from behind, and Jin turned around and saw that a new capsule had fallen on the floor. But it was different from the previous ones. It was super rare information. On April 14th, a dungeon would appear in the vicinity of Mount Guanak. It would be a treasure cave, and he knew its exact coordinates and time of appearance. Bingo. That day, without saying a word to anyone, Jin turned on the navigator and set off. It was a long walk, but he was not discouraged. The boy was in such a hurry that he arrived at his destination a little early and looked around in surprise. There was no sign of the cave. He looked at his watch, and it was exactly 5:07 the time the cave appeared. At that very second, a portal opened right beside him, and he shuddered with excitement. Info Gacha had given valuable information. He was now certain of its truth. It was not an unusual dungeon, but a cave of treasure. He searched his memory. Only 2 dungeons with treasure were officially known to exist: Dragon's Lair with treasure in England, and the Treasure Room in the Panda Bamboo Forest in China. They usually disappeared as soon as they were raided, so they weren't given names. But there were times when dungeons were named before they disappeared. First in the history of mankind, there were dungeons that caused a huge catastrophe. When they appeared under cities, they led to the collapse of entire streets. Then dungeons were discovered that contained legendary elements and artifacts. For example, an Excalibur and a Chinese green dragon spear. He swallowed with impatience. Perhaps he too would be able to obtain a legendary weapon that was as good as the one used by the Southeast Asian players. He knew that treasure dungeons usually didn't have monsters, and you could get legendary items if you passed the challenges. Standing in front of the portal, he realized that even if there were monsters inside, he could just take advantage of the benefits gained through the observation skill. And without a second thought, he moved forward, realizing it was a bet on life. If the monsters showed up, he'd kiss his life goodbye. Was his dream worth so much? He knew the answer. Definitely worth it. It was time to go all in. Who'd pass up a chance like this? A while later, the young man stopped in the corridor. He was back at the starting point once again, though he was sure he had been walking ahead without turning around. As he calmed down, he began to think and realized what was happening. It was definitely an illusion that was obscuring his vision. Of course, he had to worry about wasting mana, but he had the skill of observation, and it was time to use it. That decision didn't let him down. After a few seconds, he looked around and noticed the hidden information in the wall, which was permeated with the strongest illusionary magic. It was a hidden door. He rushed towards her. The young man was proud of himself because he could see through the powerful, strongest magic. The rest of his abilities might have been fake, but this skill was excellent. As he got closer, he pushed the door open and it opened easily in front of him. Now, only forward whatever happened to him in the future. When he crossed the threshold, he froze with surprise. It was a tavern where bearded, short men sipped drinks from large mugs. They stared at him with interest. The current contenders looked weak, but if the boy had broken through the strongest illusion, he was talented at something. Jin recognized them immediately. The representatives of the dwarf race stood before him. They greeted him warmly enough and were surprised at his realization. One of them, apparently the most important one, addressed the boy. He congratulated Jin on passing the first test and introduced himself. His name was Giz. Now, in the second test, the young man had to fight him, and if he could win, Giz promised to reward him and let him out of the cave. Seeing Jin's surprised face, he warned. There were 4 others before him who'd been kicked out because they'd failed the test, thinking it would be easy. The young man wondered. He had never heard of their trials. Jin rubbed his forehead in confusion. No, he was facing these creatures for the first time, and he didn't know what to expect. But right now, he was most interested in the battle Giz was talking about. What he meant could be sparring. That remark brought a chuckle from those around him. With a laugh, they explained. The one who came before Jin suddenly attacked Giz with a knife, but quickly calmed down after he got a little beating. After that, the guy had to listen to a whole lecture on the lack of education of their uncivilized world. Their arrogance was getting annoying. Eventually, Giz calmed down a bit. They decided to fight in their own way, primarily to give the aliens an advantage. Jin asked a reasonable question. Why did they bring people here? The dwarves were doing it not because they wanted to, but because of the damned Gias. Gias! The young woman had heard something about it before. It was a magical pact that restricted activity in return for immense power. The conditions in it were always too strict and violations led to the most dire consequences. But Giz was already pushing him toward the next door, and Jean leaned over the threshold and froze. It was an ordinary room, but ordinary for people. There was a huge TV against the wall and a game console for two. I wonder if he's dreaming. Jin couldn't stand it any longer and shrieked in surprise, eliciting a satisfied chuckle from Giz. It was their greatest invention, and they had spent years developing it. It would be strange for a man not to be surprised by such advanced technology. As a second challenge, we're going to do battle on this thing. Jin pondered. The young man considered himself a professional gambler, but what were the odds that he would win a game he had never played before? Seeing the confusion, the dwarf interpreted it in his own way. Let the boy not worry, he would teach him the controls. But Jin, seeing the characters, was surprised again. They were very familiar to him. Giz couldn't stop painting the console. It was a level of technology he wouldn't have found in any other dimension. Jin didn't argue. He saw that the characters were more fantastical, the game had a different background, and yet it was her he wouldn't confuse with any other. It was completely identical to the game he'd lost his entire childhood to, Legends of Legends. The odds of winning were increasing dramatically, and he suggested we start. Giz snorted contemptuously. This boy was too arrogant. He would gladly throw him out of the cave like he had done to so many others before him. Starting the game, he still continued to mutter irritably. People from other dimensions had no patience at all. This one was ready to give up before he started. But Jin took the joystick in his hands and felt like a fish in water. Even though in real life he had no talents, here in the virtual world, he was the first. Glancing back at the dwarves, he smiled at the dwarves they should have surrendered to, but he said nothing aloud. Someone would have to break Giza's pride. And it would be him, Jin. After a few minutes, their foreheads were covered in sweat from the tension. The guy didn't have the strategy, but he had the professional skills. He beat them time after time. Giz had lost all his self-confidence at the beginning of the game and was now completely down. He couldn't win even once against this strange man. Finishing the first round, Jin jumped up from the couch. This should be enough. They could prepare the rewards. After all, he had expected a lot from the dwarf treasure. But Giz, unaccustomed to defeat, argued indignantly. He demanded another round. No, 3 rounds would be better. The boy calmly explained that it wouldn't change the situation. Jin was upset. He had been told that he had to beat Giz, and now he had no desire to waste his time on meaningless games. The head dwarf will speak in a husky voice. If Jin defeats them again, he'll get something better than what they had originally planned to give him. Jin thought for a moment. The offer was attractive. It seemed like they were talking about an English dragon or a Chinese panda, something exceptional just for him. The other dwarves confirmed this promise. They will personally craft the award, and they will make it not only quickly, but of the highest quality. They continued the game, but as Jin had promised, it was pointless. None of the dwarves were able to land a single blow on him. It was time for payback. Giz did not retract his words, but first he decided to take a good look at the young man. Putting his goggles over his eyes, he stared at him. Only 7 mana and poor stats. How did the kid even manage to get into the cave with such talents? But then he cried out in triumph. Giz had found what he was looking for, but he had his doubts. Seeing the confusion reflected on Giz's face for the first time since they had met, Jin became nervous. What did he see in him that was so surprising? But the man would not explain himself. Giz summoned his companion. He had no way to dispel suspicions alone, and Mikhail was famous for his eyesight. He came closer, muttering unhappily. How could a senior dwarf who called himself a great master not do it himself? But Giz interrupted him with irritation. Mikhail looked at the boy and was stunned. Level 3 communication, and Jin questioned what had struck them so. Was this ability really so valuable? The boy had only recently learned about the talent levels when Winnie Makina appeared to him. The girl reported that he was the second to awaken the communication. Giz clutched his head. Never before had he met a representative of such an underdeveloped world. He would have to explain it all on his fingers. So, if there were no talents and skills in the generations, everyone could get the second level. But the third level was on a completely different plane. Its origin spread through the universe, and such a skill was considered the source of all skills. It was extremely rare. He noted that such an ability was a creation of the concept itself, and meeting Jin was a distinct honor for the entire dwarven people. Giz would have done something to correct the guest's low status, but the third level was too volatile. He had to call Michael, who could see the future. With his help, they were able to find out how the young man fights and create a unique weapon suited to him. Jin couldn't believe his luck. The inspection lasted for a long time. Finally, Mikhail took off his glasses. Jin had an interesting fighting technique. It had been a long time since the dwarf had been so creative. After the verdict was pronounced, the dwarves left for the workshop. Jin was ordered to stay behind and wait quietly for their return. But before the boy could be surprised, the door to the room opened again, and Giz, announcing that everything was ready, threw an object into the boy's hands. Jin intercepted it on the fly and opened his palm. It was an ordinary bracelet, not the most modern design. He twirled it around in his hands. Doubt overcame them. The dwarves had come back too quickly, hadn't they pulled out the first artifact they could find? But Giz assured him they could control time. Besides, as the senior representative of his people, who had seen with his own eyes the third level of communication, he decided to make a gift. Jin took the bag from his hands and opened it. Inside were several dozen mana stones. He couldn't have dreamed of such a bounty. Now that all business was done, it was time to say goodbye. Giz was happy to meet such a talented young man and asked him to come and visit. Jin wanted to clarify how to get out of the cave as suddenly received a stunning blow. With his fist right in the head, stars flashed before his eyes. There was no telling how much time passed until he woke up in a familiar clearing. His head was splitting. The pain was so intense it made him roll around on the ground. At last he came to his senses a little, and lifting himself up he looked around. He recognized the Gwangsaskin Mountains. It looked like the boy was back at the starting point. It was like a dream, but the bracelet was still on his arm and the flaming bump on his head added to the reality of what was happening. The boy realized that it was time to appreciate the efforts and skills of those dwarves who had lived for several millennia and had put all their skills into the bracelet. He opened the characteristics and artifacts window. It turned out that the bracelet could take on the appearance of any weapon by infusing it with mana. He had all his statuses increased. The bracelet's options would be perfect for an awakened combat type, but the guy didn't have any combat-related talents. An interesting thought occurred to him. What had he thought of before? After all, he had an info gacha and 5 units of mana left. Now he had 5 moves at his disposal and called on all his luck to help him. He should be lucky enough to get some interesting event. However, after a minute of opening all the capsules, Jin sat doomedly on the ground. He realized that today was clearly not his day. The next morning, he reported to the office for work as usual. However, the open space was unusually quiet and empty. None of his co-workers were present except for the guild leader. Choi explained that he'd let everyone go. It wouldn't hurt for his sister and the others to get their strength up for the upcoming expedition. So today was an unscheduled day off, and Jin was forced to agree with the latest developments. He had completely forgotten that the expedition was only 6 days away. But something was bothering him. Choi had sent everyone on a day off to keep him away from the pressure of Joe Haekre. For perhaps the first time, Jin looked closely at his commanding officer. He was well aware that if it had been any other guild, he would have been kicked out by the team the instant he pulled out the mana user form. Choi interrupted his musings. He asked if Jin was still going to join the upcoming expedition. After all, even though he lacked talent, he still needed to obtain his first skill. There were times when people became an active part of a combat unit. Jin vigorously assured him that he would definitely participate in the dungeon sweep, which was the main reason why he was in the guild. He came closer to the commander and he noticed a strange bracelet glinting on his arm. Jin, however, only joked away his questions. No one can know he was in the treasure dungeon yet, but now he has a chance to test the king of all weapons and he won't miss it. At the appointed time, the entire Justice Guild gathered near the portal. Jin, clad in armor, was also among them. Choi addressed him. He asked to check with the analyzer and see if the information matched the information provided. The young man confirmed it was a Drang dungeon of the destructive type. It was time for the team to start and so badly delayed by Joe Haekre's absence. But now everyone was assembled. The briefing began. The goal was to collect mana stones and help team lead Genie and Seiyun level up. Therefore, they had to be the first to destroy the monsters. Joe Haekre approached the genie silently. How did he have the courage after receiving a useless talent to show up for work without feeling ashamed? Did he really think that someone like him would succeed in this dungeon? His upgrade only confirmed the uselessness of being on the team. But after everything that had happened to him, Jin had regained his self-confidence and was not hurt by the envious hunter's words. Time would tell who could do what. The battle squad lined up in front of the head. The team had 6 members, which was definitely too much for the Drang dungeon. Joe Haekre was appointed captain of the squad. He had the most combat experience. Everyone had to follow his orders no matter what. The briefing was over and the team moved into the portal. The last thing they heard was the head's words that each of them would return safely. The monster was waiting for them at the entrance to the dungeon. It was the lizard, and Joe ordered everyone to back off and stay out of his way. He'd deal with it himself. In a leap, he drew his sword and with a single blow, knocked the monster to the ground. He grunted and didn't get up. The team whistled in surprise. Haekre may have been a brute, but he was certainly capable and clearly demonstrated what a ranked fighter is all about. Meanwhile, the captain turned back to Seiyun. The lizard was still giving signs of life, and the girl could finish it off as a training exercise. He ordered the genie to collect the mana stones, putting him on the lowest rung. And when he objected, he reminded him that the hierarchy only worked after his approval. The boy didn't argue and didn't get in the way. He didn't understand why he was so annoyed with the impudent man, but he was ready to do his bidding. The clearing of the dungeon continued with new monsters attacking them, and everything repeated over and over again. Joe Hackray dealt with them, and then beckoned to Seiyun. Eventually, the girl couldn't take it anymore. She had already killed 2 monsters, and it was only fair to let the genie prove himself. But the commander interrupted her. She seems to have misunderstood something. The point of this expedition wasn't honesty, it was everyone doing their part. She had a lot more talent, so she deserved a better chance for the sake of their guild's future. And Seiyun was confused and silent. His words were good, but something was still bothering her. Seeing that he'd confused her, Joe grinned. Had she forgotten choice words? He was the only person who could make decisions during the expedition. Seiyun was completely confused. The team members whispered indignantly. Joe was being defiant, and they decided to report him as soon as they got out of the dungeon. Jin alone was silent. He thought about the strangeness of the behavior. Despite all his shortcomings, Joe Hackray had shown clear respect for their guild leader. But what exactly was he trying to do? Did he not realize that he was provoking the team and they would immediately report him? His musings were interrupted by the commander's voice. He had destroyed all the monsters and was now ordering them to head to the boss room. As the team walked through the corridors, they stopped in front of tall doors behind which they could hear the roar of the monster. Frost ran down their skin. Without even looking inside the room, you could easily imagine the size of the monster by the sounds coming from inside. It roared with fury. The boss was clearly different from the other monsters, and the team froze, seized by the sudden fear. But even here, Joe Hackray was not confused and rushed into battle without fear. And here his skill had an indelible effect on the others. He sprang at the boss with a single blow, and he collapsed to the ground with a roar. The team began to murmur out loud. They had come here to help the newcomers level up. The captain should give them more opportunities, especially Jin. However, Hackray only smirked. He didn't give a damn. He couldn't let any of the crew get out of this place alive anyway. Jin was the first to realize what was happening and rushed to his comrade, urging him to be careful. But it was too late. Joe's sword had pierced through him. His gaze expressed neither sympathy nor regret. On the contrary, the commander was glad that at last he no longer had to restrain himself. After only a few moments, only Jin and Seiyun were left alive from the team. The boy was covering his sister with himself from the mad commander. However, Hackray was in no hurry to dispatch them. He was in ecstasy, saying that it was coming. He was clearly waiting for something and enjoying the experience. Jin resorted to the observation skill and shrieked in anger. In Joe's characterization, he saw the corpse robbery. This was who was responsible for the fighters' deaths in the past dungeon. The commander was not confused by the revelation. What a clue that snot-nosed Time Lord turned out to be. But he was still too late. Tonight, he and his sister would fall by his hand. He didn't want to force things, but Seiyun's awakening left him no choice. The girl was too strong. Her talents should have been nipped in the bud. How strong he would be now that her powers had been transferred to him. Joe even grimaced with anticipation. It had been so hard for him to restrain himself until now, though the irritation was slipping through. Now in many days he could breathe freely. He had no particular hatred for Jin. He wasn't worth feeling that strongly about, just another loser in the wrong place at the wrong time. As an apology for his teasing, Hackray promised to send them to the other world in one blow, quickly and painlessly. Saying that, he threw himself at the boys. However, he was in for a surprise. The bracelet on John's arm glowed, and a sword appeared in his hand, which he easily blocked the commander's attack. Joe raised his eyebrows in surprise. He hadn't used his full strength, but his blow should have crushed both the sword and its wielder. His gaze slid to Jin's weapon. He realized that the sword in front of him was no ordinary sword. Seiyun couldn't stay away any longer. The girl jumped up and swung her sword straight at Hackray. However, Joe didn't have an A grade for nothing. He easily repelled the attack. Let the girl wait her turn. He'll take her after he's done with his brother. The guy ran up to Seiyun and helped her to her feet. The blow was so strong that she could barely stand on her feet. Hackray came closer and closer to them. Jin wondered what he should do in this situation. The difference in their skills was so obvious that he couldn't find a way to win no matter how hard he tried. He turned on the observation skill trying to find a weak spot in the enemy's armor. And in passing, he saw that his sister had gained a new ability. Absolute Shield. He rushed over to Seiyun and ordered her to use mana as if she were using a magic shield. The girl didn't understand what was required of her, but she obeyed. Concentrating, she tried to fulfill her brother's request as best she could. She trusted Jin, and if he said she could do it, she could. A moment later, they were covered by an energy bubble that even Joe couldn't get through. Could it be that she had been able to use the shield on her first expedition? It was incredible for a rookie. Now Hackray would have to find a gap, and he began to strike the shield with force. Seiyun struggled to keep up with his pressure. The commander, seeing the incredible efforts of the girl, cheered up even more. It was even more interesting that way. A prey that runs away and resists. Jin turned to his sister. She just needed to hold on a little longer. If he defeats the boss, they can escape from the dungeon. Those are the conditions of the cleanup. After hearing his words, Joe Hackray finally lost his temper. So, this is what they wanted, but it's not going to happen. And he lunged at the shield with ferocity. Seiyun couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the floor exhausted, but Jin didn't even turn around. He swung his sword high above his head and plunged it into the monster's body. It was over, but they remained in the dungeon. The boy looked around confused. Joe stepped closer and smirked. It looked like their ingenious plan hadn't worked. As a newbie, the guy didn't know that even after defeating a boss, players don't immediately leave the dungeon. It could take from 10 minutes to half an hour to open the portal. Jean seemed completely broken by this discovery, but his words said otherwise. Joe was just an arrogant fool, and he was the only one who had miscalculated. After all, the young man's main goal was actually to level up, and now he could turn to the info gacha and summon any available fighter to help him. And his luck didn't fail him. After the first spin, he was holding the strongest possible diamond card. Now, Joe Hackray would be the victim. The roles were reversed. Seeing Jin fill with light, Joe was stunned. What the hell was that? Not even a skill. He was just using the mana flow as a physical force. Before this rookie can do anything, he has to be stopped. So he drew his sword and lunged straight at Jin. But this time, the guy easily deflected the attack. Hackray flew to the side with force, and only at the last moment was he able to stay on his feet. It had been a long time since he had faced an opponent of such strength. The guy didn't expect himself to be such a pushover. When he opened the characteristics, he saw that a new character, General Lubu of the Chinese army, had been uploaded after the lottery. The celestial halberd had been his weapon and now reached Jin. The boy was confused. He didn't even know how to hold it properly, let alone how to use it. But swinging it, he found that his body handled it perfectly as if he had practiced with this weapon for years. It was a binding gacha. Joe's mocking voice reached him. Despite his equipment, he remains nothing but a loser. Never will he be able to surpass the limitations of his mind. As proof, Hackray threw himself into battle. Never would the pitiful Jin frighten him or defeat him. The boy calmly watched as the enraged enemy approached him. The blade of the blade almost touched the young man's chest, and the former commander exulted. Even a C-class fighter wouldn't be able to dodge at that distance. He was almost dead. But when it was only a little while before the blow, Jin easily deflected the blow. In the next instant, a sharp blade pierced Joe's body, and he fell to the ground breathless. There was silence in the dungeon, which helped the guy to comprehend what had happened. Even a rank A fighter was not his equal, so what level was he himself? If there was such a huge gap of strength between them, then could the young man belong to the SS rank? There were only 9 such fighters in the world. But now it was more important than that. He rushed to Seiyun, who was still unconscious on the ground, and tried to bring her to her senses. However, nothing helped, and she still didn't open her eyes. An unfamiliar voice was heard. It sounded like she was using too much internal energy. Jin recoiled in surprise and stared at the stranger. He shrugged his shoulders in bewilderment. Why the young man was so surprised, he himself had called him to the current era. The boy wondered if it was the legendary Lubu Nim, and he smiled happily when he saw that he was recognized. Jin could just call him Fengxian. Looking at Seiyun, he thought for a moment. The wounds didn't look serious. It would be enough to inject some internal energy into the gate of the vital point, and she would come to her senses. A few minutes later, the girl struggled to get up and sat on the ground. She had difficulty moving and needed immediate help, and that was the main thing. Jin turned to the character and thanked him, but the man only waved him off. He was even more grateful that the guy had gotten him out of a boring place. But now time was running out, and it was time for him to leave. As a game character, he was focused on the time he could be in this world. His summoning was thanks to a divine object, and he pointed to the Aleberu glistening on the floor. He had a good time, if only briefly. Now he hoped that next time the young man would call on him as well, especially since he had a hunch that they would meet much sooner than Jin had thought. Alone in the cave, Jin slumped his shoulders. He cursed himself for not being quick enough to save his team from Haikray's brutality. At this time, Choi was waiting impatiently for them at the portal entrance. The team was obviously delayed even though they had already received confirmation that the dungeon had been cleared. Jin appeared in the passage carrying his sister in his arms. Seiyun had lost consciousness again and her strength was running out. The guild leader froze in place. He had too much experience not to realize what had happened, so the first thing he did was to secure medical attention for the Dienvushka, and the questions could wait. Finally, they were alone together. Jean didn't know how to start the conversation. The news he brought was too important and unpleasant. Back at the office, he told me more about what happened. He had footage from a dungeon camera that one of the members of the squad had. Choi clenched his fists after looking through them. How could he not see that Hackray was an assassin was all his fault? He'd been blinded by his rank and taken him on a raid. Jin did his best to support the commander. This trickster too carefully hid his identity was not worth blaming himself, but he couldn't shake off the guilt himself. The guild leader began to ask about what had happened. Jin was confused and silent. He trusted his leader, but he wasn't ready to share his secrets. So, mentally apologizing to him, he began his story. The lizard warrior they had encountered had mutated into a dungeon. This news shocked Choi. The mutation was dangerous to mankind. It was rare, but there were times when monsters used one of the skills of those who entered the dungeon. After the Great Catastrophe, the cases of mutation had dropped to almost 0. But even if the boss gained skills, it would be difficult for him to destroy an A-ranked Hackray. Jin explained, The monster launched a stealth attack behind Joe while he was busy fighting him and Seon. That's when the traitor was injured beyond life expectancy. He needed to think about what had happened, so Choi let Jin go. He needed to rest after what had happened, and they agreed to discuss the details next time. He sighed with relief and went to check on his sister, but she was still unconscious and gaining strength. She didn't need him now. When he was finally home, he collapsed on the couch, feeling incredibly tired. He was tired from the strain and the mana he'd spent. But before he could rest, he had to scrutinize something he hadn't gotten to before, and he opened the characteristics window. What he saw made him get up from the couch. Categories were appearing in the information field. Now he had a chance to get a guaranteed gacha. Eager to test his hunches, he impatiently selected a menu and froze. The mana cards he'd seen before flashed before him. Jin reviewed each of them carefully, but here was the problem. The cost of these characters was too great for him. There were only 3 cards left. The real value of this ability was the ability to load a unique skill or talent for different situations, when he wanted to. Now, in order to use it, Jin had to meet low-level but known mana users. So he continued to go through the cards. Finally, one of them had a Vini Makina on it, and its value was up to 1,000 mana. It was worth raising my stats a level and trying my luck with the binding gacha. Since he didn't have enough mana, he had to rely on his luck. The tank spun, releasing one by one the capsules of information. Well, no matter how hard Gene tried, today was not his day, and within minutes he was gritting his teeth with hopelessness and bad luck. What he still had was information from the last capsule. The area across from his house was supposed to open at the beginning of the first night. He waited for it and was ready, especially since he had full mana. He chose a binding gacha and waited impatiently for his card. At last, one card separated from the rest and fell into his hands. Jin picked it up with trepidation and impatience. However, when he touched his hand, it slipped out of his palm and fell to the ground with a clatter as if it were stone. The boy looked away in confusion. It fell to Liu Shan, the man who destroyed the Han dynasty. It was he who became the last emperor of the capital. Could he be considered a paragon of incompetence? His musings were interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. Aren't his thoughts rather disrespectful? Jin turned around and froze. Could it be that Liu Shan himself was in front of him? He was the only one in the whole world, the second emperor of the Han dynasty. Jin stood in the middle of the dark street not knowing what to do. Liu Shan, noticing his disappointed look, explained that dignity was not determined by strength. Let him look at his talents and see second-level luck. And that didn't mean he was just lucky in his time he had survived being surrounded by an army of Kokoa. As the son of Liu Bei, he was a prince of the empire and an emperor, a man who always got food and shelter in other countries even after his country fell. Of course, such a skill couldn't help Jin in the dungeons to deal with monsters, but Liu Shan could become indispensable when using an infogachi. Jin checked his skill and was pleased with the golden capsule. The chance of such an outcome was so slim that he rushed to hug his new character. The information in the capsule was interesting. In 3 months, a new portal was to open, and a skillful stone was promised as a reward for the cleanup. Jin trembled with impatience, but Liu Shan had gotten his attention. There were many questions to ask him, but before that, the character thanked the young man for rescuing him. After all, he was actually not the real Liu Shan who existed in the real universe. In front of Jin was only a projection of that great warrior. It was created by compiling the information in this universe. Listening to this, Jin couldn't recover from his amazement. Liu Shan continued. He carried not only the original's abilities, but also all the information about his personality. He was now an individual who thought and spoke like the original, and Jin with the communication skill was literally his creator. This statement finally shocked the young man. The reincarnation of the personality he was involved in. He remembered Winnie Makina talking about communication as a gift of the universe, so he could call on any character, and they would do anything to help him. The next day in the morning, Jin went to the office. Choi was depressed and decided that the Justice Guild would be disbanded in the future. It was about rumors. It was rumored that the guild had suffered a lot of losses in a short period of time. Because of that, it was simply impossible to recruit new mono users. Choi bowed in front of the remaining team members. It was all his fault. Everyone was depressed and upset. The guild leader was truly respected. A little while later, Jin and Choi were alone. After a moment of silence, the guild leader asked if Jia was going to remain a user, and he nodded affirmatively. Choi had expected this answer and handed him the admission to the South Korean User Association Academy. If he and Seon wanted to, they could join the academy. There was something else. They found Hakurai's Mano a Mano watch. It turned out that he was a member of the Karma Guild, a multinational team with countless members. The guild members did not name their leader and did not hesitate before committing evil for the sake of his well-being. They were true fanatics. Choi warned me. Jin should have been as careful as possible. There was no telling what they would do after losing one of their powerful forces. It was time to say goodbye. Choi wished the young man to achieve his goals. He was glad that such a boy had been part of the guild in his time. The young man responded with a firm handshake. He was grateful to the guild leader for everything he had taught him. This man deserved the best. That night, Jin decided to try his luck at the info gacha once again. But this time, even Liu Shan's presence didn't help him. All the capsules were empty. The young man was well aware that he had no guarantee of winning. But the excitement was so great that it completely overwhelmed him, and every failure brought cries of despair. But he kept going. His intuition told him that luck would be on his side. The diamond card fell into his hands, and it was what he had been waiting for days. A few days later, Jin headed to the academy. As he stopped at the entrance to the grounds, he thought proudly as he continued toward his goal. Remembering how he drew the diamond card, he checked his stats. His stats were incredibly high for level 2, thanks to the effect of the King of Weapons. He remembered that this time he got one of the 12 Knights of Charlie Magne, but he found out about it when he got home and found information about his new character. However, Seiun walked towards him and his thoughts had to be interrupted. She looked much better and was clearly on the mend. He was glad to see her in good health, but he was tense, expecting his sister to start questioning him, and he didn't want to reveal the secret yet. She had every right to be suspicious of him, and as she approached, he tried to make excuses. But the girl came close to him and laughed happily. Jean breathed a sigh of relief. His sister knew for sure he had secrets, but she pretended like she didn't notice. She'd always acted more mature than him. To get into the dungeon, user had to complete a mandatory training for a month, and those who were not in the guild received it at the academy. Applicants preferred the individualized training that the guild could provide rather than academy training, where several people were learning at the same time. There was another reason users avoided the academy. It was an admission test that not everyone could pass. Jin and Seiun stopped near the podium where instructor Kim Sung-tae was already standing. He was explaining the principle of testing. At first glance, the exam did not seem difficult. It was only necessary to hit the sandbag and score more than 30 points. There were a lot of people willing to take the test. In reality, however, it was a little more complicated. The instructor, knowing from experience the eagerness of the newcomers, did not lose his cool. He anticipated the first cries of disappointment. One of the users with a strong body and big muscles jumped up, and with all his might without doubting an easy victory hit the target. But the numbers on the monitor disappointed him. He only scored 27 points. The guy roared with resentment. This car was obviously broken, and the test was a cheat. Without answering, the instructor jumped up to the trainer and without looking, seemed only to touch it lightly. The machine staggered from the force of the impact. Everyone stared at the screen. Kim Sung-tae scored 88 points, and the newcomer, amazed at his strength, walked away from the podium with his head down. Then the test continued in the usual mode. The candidates one by one went through the exercise. Every now and then one heard either an enthusiastic roar or a sigh. Finally, it was Seiun's turn, and she rushed to the machine without preparation. She swung around and kicked the bag with all her might, and froze in front of the screen. The scoreboard showed 67 points, and Jin shrieked with joy. His little sister had not failed and had rubbed everyone's nose in it. Finally, it was his turn. He reflected. 30% of the applicants had been cleared for training, but he himself, with his mediocre talents, could hardly expect to pass the test. But he also knew that he had an incredible boosting item that increased all his stats tenfold, a bracelet, specially created by the dwarves. And swinging around, he hit the simulator with all his might while feeling that a talent had been activated, and all the stats had increased by 100%. The impact was so strong that the bag flew straight into the wall. Even the instructor, who had seen various candidates in his life, stood there with his mouth hanging open. The scoreboard above the mechanism lit up. Jin managed to score 91 points, even higher than Kim Sung-tae himself. There were whispers all around. Jin himself did not expect such strength from himself and stood confused and satisfied. He had passed the test and now a month of training awaited him. He met his eyes with his sister. She looked at him steadily as if to say that she knew his secrets. And Jin's joy faded a little. He'd given himself away by miscalculating his strength. Choi fought off the headhunters. Everyone was trying to get the saint into their guild, but the commander was stubbornly silent, not giving away her location for any money. The training included monster and dungeon theory, weapon training, emergency response, and joint tactical training. The last day of the academy was dedicated to the graduation test, where each student could demonstrate their skills and abilities. Excitement was in the air. Seiun thought about the upcoming exam. She had to work her ass off to pass it. Her brother, on the other hand, didn't show the slightest bit of excitement. Suddenly, the girl was accosted and a guy blocked the way and handed her his card. He was a representative of the Eastern Guild and asked for a moment, but instead of answering, Seiun abruptly tore out of her seat and hid behind the corner of one of the buildings. The academy didn't share personal information, so how could they know? As she was about to leave, she turned around and came face to face with another stranger. Like the previous one, he held out his business card with the contacts of the Rams Guild. The girl ran away and managed to get into the building, but the headhunters were stopped by a guard. They had no right to be on the academy grounds. She looked over and saw Jin eating lunch and sat down next to him. Seiun was tired of the attention and was glad that school would be over soon. Her brother decided to calm her down a bit. She would get special treatment wherever she joined. Maybe it was worth considering the terms of a few guilds. But in this matter, the usually meek Seiun was being unprecedentedly stubborn. It was her life and she would only do what she wanted to do. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a boy running up to the table and putting his arm around Jin's shoulders. His eyes shone with joy. He was glad to see his friends. Without waiting for an invitation, he threw a tray full of food onto their table with a clatter. The boy was extremely excited about the upcoming tests. He even lost his appetite. It was Kang Heshik, Jin's tireless comrade. He suggested a friendly sparring session in Virtual Mana, and not wanting to listen to excuses persuaded his friend. Virtual Mana was a device created through magical engineering. It created a copy of the body in virtual space. This allowed people to duel without physical loss as if they were characters in the game. Jin knew that his stats were increasing under such circumstances and didn't want to show off his strength yet. Seyun, on the other hand, didn't mind fighting Hashiki. Seeing her preparations, the guy even jumped up from his seat with excitement. She had always refused before. He had heard about her abilities and wanted to see for himself. Once in the virtual reality, Heshik immediately rushed into the fight and in the same instant was thrown back by a strong blow to the chest. Seyun wasn't a saint for nothing, the boy growled. Did she really mean to maim him? But the girl just clapped her eyes innocently. It was impossible because the world was virtual. If she was so determined, he would have to take this fight seriously. With those words, he sprang from his seat and took a swing at Seyun, but his fist met no resistance. The girl jumped easily and swung at him, hitting him right in the neck. The blow was so painful that Heshik howled. Now he had finally lost his patience. She had beaten him enough, now it was his turn. He turned around, but he was in for a nasty surprise. The girl was not where he expected her to be. Her movements were too quick and agile. He didn't have time to react. Another blow landed on him. The boy flew off to the side and would have fallen to the ground, but Jin came to his aid in time to join them. He caught his friend gently. The winner was determined, and the boys, some with disappointment and some with a victory cry, continued practicing. They didn't know they were being watched. It was instructor Kim Sung-tae. He had high hopes for Jin. The instructor was reminded of another similar incident of unprecedented strength last year. That student had a lot of talent but refused the offers of all the guilds, and soon became the 9th user of SS-Rank. This year, the academy didn't have time to change the testing devices. If the device was accurate, Jin Jongdo could only guess how much he would have scored. The day of the final academic test had arrived. The students stood in front of the portal. Their task was to sweep the E-rank dungeon. For the safety of the users, A and B rank instructors were also sent to the dungeon. They were in charge of the newcomers and supervised their talents. Seyun looked at the portal and felt slightly dizzy, her breathing quickening. The merciless Hakre, who was trying to take their lives, was back in front of her eyes. Suddenly, she felt the touch of someone's hand and flinched, but it was only Jin who came over to cheer Seyun up and wish her luck with the cleanup. The girl could hardly hide her excitement and smiled cheerfully. She too thought that a dungeon of this rank would not be too difficult for her. A command sounded and the users moved into the portal. Jin and Heshik waited for their turn to follow the girl. They both knew her talents and strength well. Their expectations were fulfilled. Not 10 minutes later, Seyun reappeared in the clearing. The operation had been quick and successful. She breathed a sigh of relief, but they didn't get a chance to talk. They had only exchanged a few words when the order came for the second group to get ready. The boys came closer to the portal. Jin affectionately patted Seyun on the head, promising her to go out for some goodies right after the sweep to celebrate the victory. The girl bowed her head sadly. The trial was starting. The leader of Team B was Kim Sung-tae himself. He couldn't wait to see Jin in battle, and the boy was clearly eager to fight. In a few seconds, the team was in the dungeon, and with weapons at the ready, they were looking around for enemies. The instructor noted Jin's high reaction time. The boy immediately assumed the position of group leader. They had secured the penetration. Now, according to the theory, it was necessary to enter the square formation. Sung-tae stood back and remarked on the exceptionality of Jongdo's student. It was a pity, but his enthusiasm and ability were not supported by any special talents. Jin's warning shout was heard as he prepared to attack. The orc appeared ahead, ready to tear apart anyone who dared to cross his den. The monster sprinted towards the users. Heshik appeared in its path with his shield in his hands. He knew he could block the enemy. Seeing how difficult it was for his comrade to withstand the onslaught of such a monster, Jin called out to the sub-tank for help. Now the two of them were holding off the orc. Jin jumped up high and swung his weapon and stabbed it into the monster's chest. The monster fell to the ground with a wheeze. The first fight was over. Jin felt guilty. He had miscalculated Heshik's strength and risked his life by urging him to restrain the orc. But his friend reassured him. Everything had ended perfectly. They didn't have to explain for long, however. The stomping of many feet came from the corridor and several orcs appeared, their eyes burned with the fury of vengeance. This time, without waiting for a command, Heshik was the first to rush into battle. He picked up the first monster with his shield and threw it over himself, knocking it to the ground. A howl was heard. The orc was wheezing and stunned, unable to move, and it was too late. The users had surrounded him and finished him off. After a moment, everything went quiet. The instructor, seeing how easily yesterday's students handled it, sighed in relief. He was worried for nothing. With such success, his intervention would not be needed. The instructors were on duty near the portal, monitoring the state of the dungeon and the team. Suddenly, one of them cried out in surprise. The other ran up to help him. When he saw the information, he gritted his teeth and grabbed his colleague by the scruff of the neck. What kind of seeker had he dug up this dungeon from? But he mumbled something incomprehensible. The dungeon merchant was from the Karma Guild, but he still managed to shake out the information. Just hearing that name made the inspector's eyes widen in horror. When they saw the clash between the instructors, their colleagues rushed to their aid. However, the commander's face was so fierce that no one dared to come closer. His anger poured out and he threw the traitor to the ground with all his might. Ignoring the muffled groans, he explained to the others. It seemed they had been tricked. Seyun was startled when she heard this and was hesitant to say a question. If the special mana seeker had cheated the analysis, then what was the real rank of this dungeon? Meanwhile, the unsuspecting team moved on. They found themselves in front of tall doors. This was their final destination, the boss's room. There was only a little bit left and the exam would be over. The whole group piled on the door trying to open it. Finally, it creaked open and gave way. When Jin saw the gap, he was surprised to bounce out of the passage. He felt a shiver of terror run through his body. His gut was telling him of danger. But there was no time to hesitate. The team, chatting merrily, fearlessly went inside and the young man had to follow them. But the chatter died down immediately. The users stared in horror at the creature they were about to defeat in battle. It was of incredible size and clearly not of their level. Even the experienced instructor froze. When he saw the monster, he realized that they were in a non-E rank dungeon. They had to get out of here as soon as possible. But it was too late. The boss, as if sensing that his prey was trying to slip away, lunged at the students in a rage. The ground shook beneath him. It was a rank A monster. At that time, information about the dungeon reached the authorities. The guards cordoned off the portal and specialists were sent to the place for further investigation. However, there was no way to interrogate the perpetrator. The seeker was still unconscious from the impact. Special Agent Seo Songi of the S-Class User Association ordered his arrest as soon as he regained consciousness. She had a score to settle with Karma. But right now, the dungeon had to be occupied. Inside were the newcomers who were about to face A-rank monsters. Their chances of survival were slim. Of course, the strongest B-rank instructor was with him, but he couldn't do it on his own, and Seo understood that very well. The team was practically doomed. It was a Type A dungeon. Its boss was comparable in strength to an S-rank type boss. It could be even more powerful. A rank B user couldn't defeat it. Suddenly, a timid cough was heard from behind. Seo turned around and saw Seyun's pleading eyes. Was there really no way to save the people inside? Unfortunately, as long as the people were in the dungeon, they had no way of interfering with the outcome of the battle, at least as long as one of the group was still alive. At this time, the main monster caught up with one of the users, and the user, mesmerized by its fury and power, froze in fear like a rabbit in front of a boa constrictor. Even though Sungtae realized the danger, he didn't lose his cool. He used a mesmerizing tangle that could stop the boss, even for a short while. Holding the monster back with his last strength, he ordered the team to strike as many effective blows as they could. It was their only chance for salvation. However, the users could not even move in the face of fear. They looked at the monster in horror and waited for their fate. And the boss, as if feeding on the energy of fear, began to tear off the energy shackles. Seeing this, Kim was covered in sweat. Not even a miracle could save them now. However, he was an experienced and resilient warrior. Therefore, even when he saw his skill destroyed, he didn't give up. He summoned all his inner strength to hold the monster back. It was all in vain. His teeth chattered in fear. The boss, having assessed who was giving him the most resistance, walked leisurely toward him. But suddenly a lightning bolt flashed between them, and Jin drew his sword and struck the monster in a leap. Now Kim had a few moments to save himself. This lunge was so unexpected that the instructor froze in place. He hadn't expected such strength and courage from the newcomer, no matter what his abilities were. Meanwhile, Jin had other things on his mind. Standing in front of his boss a few minutes ago, he realized that he had no right to hide his powers from the others. Now he would need all his luck to stay alive and save others. And he turned to the guaranteed Gacha. Liu Shan immediately appeared in front of him. The character's eyes widened when he saw where he was. Why had Jin summoned him? He didn't know how to fight, but there was no time to explain. The guy chose a binding gacha and cards flashed around him. The info gacha was available during Liu Shan's download, so it should work now. The cards flashed around and Jin froze, clenching his fists in excitement. Too much depended on his luck now. Not just the outcome of the battle, but his very life. The character, realizing what was required of him, smiled in relief. So Jin only wanted to use his goodwill. Well, he would help him with that. Suddenly, the cave was illuminated with a dazzling light, and the young man shrieked victoriously. It was her diamond map, just what was needed now for salvation, and without wasting time, he gave the boss a crushing blow that sent him flying far away and crashing into the column with a roar. Turning around, Jean met the instructor's perplexed gaze and shrugged with a chuckle. He just got a little lucky. He was right. This time, the great hero of German legends, Siegfried of level 99, was fighting for him, known for his strength in fighting dragons. It was time to finish with the boss and get out of here. The monster had come to his senses and was even on his feet, though he swayed. Jin looked at him in surprise and resorted to the observation skill. The boss was too strong to repel his attack. One should know who one would have to deal with. The young man took a closer look and cried out in horror. In front of him stood an 82nd level Orc Lord. That meant one of the strongest S-rank monsters. Jin, who was now behind Siegfried, was not a weakling either. His eyes shone with rage as bright as his boss's, and he lunged for the attack. The bewilderment that flashed in the monster's eyes only increased Jin's inner confidence. The monster in front of him was only S-rank now. Let's see how he could handle the SS rank. The boss roared with anger and swung his sword with all his might, but the boy bounced back and the blade crashed to the floor with a clang. Their swords crossed, and Jin, to the monster's surprise and indignation, easily withstood its onslaught without retreating a single step. This was a foe the boss had never faced before. With a roar, he jumped aside, swung his axe, and again struck the boy with a series of blows. The cave was filled with sparks and the clinking of loose metal. Jin deftly bought all the blows with a mocking laugh. Was this really all the boss was capable of? The game had been fun, but it was time to call it a day. And the guy, enraptured by the fight and not noticing the dumbfounded looks of his teammates, swung his sword again. He plunged his blade straight into his opponent's chest, and the boss, blinded by the fury of such staunch resistance, missed the blow and was wounded. There was an incredible rumble. The multi-ton monster lost its balance and fell to the stone floor. There was a wheezing sound, and then everything went silent. Realizing that everything was over, Chick was the first to run up to Jin, followed by the rest of the team. Everyone laughed with relief and thanked the guy and the instructor for the rescue. Jin was happy to be with his companions and relaxed, forgetting about caution. The monster's paw flashed from behind him. Heschik was the first to notice the danger and rushed to his friend's aid. He put himself in Jin's place and immediately received a very serious wound. There was a cry of pain, and the next second the guy flew sideways and hit the wall and fell silent. It all happened so fast that the team froze in amazement. Recovering first, Jin shouted furiously, "How dare this pathetic monster hurt his friend?" He couldn't get away with it now. He drew his sword and jumped high, right at the level of the monster's chest. A blow with a force greater than anything he had ever seen before followed, but the orc stood his ground. It was as if the boss was now covered in armor and Jin hesitantly turned to the instructor. But the man had never encountered such powers. However, he had a hunch. He suspected that this was one of the rare situations where a monster used a new skill to survive. In front of them was a true mutation. Monsters had not shown such abilities for a long time, and humanity was closely monitoring all cases. Suddenly, the boss raised his head and made a strange sound. It was a battle cry that shackled the people's movements, as if they were invisible fetters. Jin raised his weapon again, overpowering himself. He saw the orc coming at him and prepared to defend himself. He saw that the orc was moving straight at him and prepared to defend himself. A huge fist came down on the young man, and he only managed to put his sword up at the last moment. Now they were like sparring partners testing each other's strength. Siegfried was next to Jin and explained. It seemed that the monster's acquired skill was nothing but dragon blood awakening. He had one himself. It was a technique that rendered enemy attacks useless and also healed all of the user's wounds if he was on the verge. It also boosted all stats. Hearing this, Jim shrieked indignantly. That was cheating. And just at that moment, taking advantage of the guy's distraction, the monster struck. The guy flew off to the side, but he recovered quickly. The mishaps didn't end there. Siegfried announced that the time he could stay in this world was up. His silhouette vanished into thin air, and Jin felt the unprecedented weight of the sword and yelped. His movements were no longer as quick and agile as they had been a moment ago. The Orc Lord, sensing his powerlessness, roared happily. The young man's mana was depleted, which meant he couldn't turn to the binding Gacha, and the others could not help. Seeing the monster leisurely approaching him, Jin nervously tried to think of how he could get out alive from such a difficult situation. The orc's huge paw was already very close. The young man sighed sorrowfully. Would his journey end so ignominiously? His life flashed before his eyes. He remembered that he had only recently achieved his goal of becoming the mono user he had always dreamed of being. He also promised Sayun that he would definitely come back. No, this cave would not be his end. The young man gripped his sword tightly and summoned his inner strength. The weapon yielded and no longer seemed so heavy. He swung and lunged at the Orc Lord. He looked at him in surprise, unable to understand how this little bugger dared to continue fighting back. The blade of the sword glowed with blue flames. The king of all weapons had succeeded in recreating the weapons of the ancients, and now Jin was making the most of it. He was holding not just a weapon, but the dragon slayer Balmung, and the blade seemed to feel the dragon's blood in his enemy's veins. When faced with dragon blood, the young man's stats increased hundreds of times, and he easily defeated the monster as if he was playing a game, this time for good. When all was quiet, the boy looked at his shining bracelet with delight. It turned out that the king of all weapons also provided the ability to heal, and besides, Jin was pleased with the news that some of his target's abilities remained in the user's body, which meant that his characteristics had increased significantly. Now he was the lucky owner of the Dragon Blood Awakening skill. A whole bunch of bonuses were open to him. It was like getting a second life. The guy turned back to the team with a happy smile. It was time to think of next steps. But instead he came across grim, amazed faces. Heschik neatly approached him. Envious of his comrade, the young man breathed a sigh of relief. But his question came as a shock. Was Jin going to destroy them all too? And seeing his comrade's astonished face, Haeshik explained. He was a high-level user hiding his identity. Wouldn't he now want to get rid of the witnesses? Jin shouted furiously. What a strange fantasy. Of course he wasn't going to eliminate them. Even before entering the cave, he had considered himself a level 2 player. Haeshik relaxed. What if his friend says so? But where did he get such power from? The instructor listened attentively to his comrade's conversation. The service representatives at the portal were getting more and more nervous. The team was not returning. If this continued, the monsters would make a breakthrough within 30 days. They had hoped for Sungtae, but they should have considered a system of forced dungeon closure, although they realized that it would doom the users to death. Suddenly, there was a shout from one of the guards. The portal showed signs of life, for the first time in a very long time. Without much expectation of a positive outcome, everyone got into combat positions and prepared their weapons, waiting for the monsters to attack. Time seemed to slow down, but the first person appeared from the portal. It was Sungtae, and after him, one by one, the other users came out. And despite their injuries, they were all alive. The instructor, ignoring the frozen faces of those around him, calmly announced, "The dungeon has been cleared and the testing can be considered successfully completed." Seo Sanga had a lot of questions piling up. How could the newcomers be able to clear the A-rank dungeon? But suddenly her gaze fell on the orc's axe and she fell silent in astonishment. It was love at first sight. She rushed closer. There were less than 10 of them in Korea. Where did such a rare item come from? Suddenly, the voice of the executive director of the academy was heard. He congratulated the instructor on his victory and reminded him that all the trophies belonged to the academy. Songi frowned. Just a moment ago, he was still hiding in the bushes, but now he was already trying to claim the spoils for himself. Expected behavior. The headmaster reached for his axe, but his hand was stopped by Jin. It was his trophy from his victory over the Orc Lord, and he had no plans to share it. And hearing the principal's indignation, he smiled affectionately at him. He would not allow himself to be spoken to disrespectfully. Anyway, Jin was the one who defeated the orc. The headmaster protested, but the young man didn't stop. He wasn't a subordinate of the academy, just a customer. It was worth complaining about what had happened here today. The instructor, seeing that the headmaster had no plans to back down, intervened in the argument. He confirmed that it was Jin who had defeated the orc lord single-handedly. It didn't make any sense. In a normal situation, a student wouldn't be able to do that. But there was no logic in the dungeons. That's what they learned in their first class at the academy. And now the director should have taken care of the victims first, not the trophies. And besides, they wanted explanations and compensation for moral damage. Seeing the frowning faces of the users, the director lost his importance. Drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. He whimpered, reminding that everything had been resolved successfully. Songi watched him and covered her face with her hands. Did she look as petty in other people's eyes as well? What a shame. She had to take matters into her own hands. So she started giving orders. The emergency had been resolved. The students were to be sent to the hospital for a thorough examination. The director, seeing everyone obeying her orders unquestioningly, became furious. He was the ultimate authority, and everyone had to obey him first. Already in the hospital, Sungtae told Songi what really happened. Although Jin had defeated the Orc Lord, he had resorted to mutation to heal and strengthen himself. But even that didn't stop Jongdo. He was able to destroy such a strong opponent with a single sword stroke. Songhee listened and could not believe her ears. The instructor had a hunch. He noticed that Jin had a spear when he entered the dungeon, but in battle, the weapon had changed to a two-handed, unusual sword. When Jin destroyed the Orc Lord, the gem in the sword's hilt shone, and then the weapon vanished as if vaporized. Sungtae suspected that Jongdo's student was using a mana-absorbing artifact. That alone explained his unusual strength. Songhee thought for a moment. The student's skill was creating artifacts. The instructor confirmed this speculation. The world knew of only one such case of a blacksmith of SS rank in America. Hearing this, Songhee jumped up, throwing away the coffee cup. Since that was the case, they had an important matter to attend to. She grabbed Sungtae and dragged him towards the exit without any explanation. Jin, meanwhile, while waiting for the results of the tests, decided to check his characteristics. He had only risen 2 levels on this expedition. But in the real world, there was no such thing as a quick boost. In order to develop productively, he needed to clear as many dungeons of his level as possible. He was just contemplating whether to contact the info Gacha again when there was a knock at the door. It was Songhee, and she needed to speak to him urgently. She inquired about his health. Then it was time to formally introduce herself and explain the situation. The girl was the team leader of the task force. The seller of the academy was duped by a con artist. The whereabouts of the finder who made the deal with him were still unknown, but the investigation continued. They thought he was connected to the Karma Guild, but so far no connection has been found. It's likely the case will be dropped and the victims will be compensated. Jin wondered why this particular guild was being tested. SEO explained. There were differences between Karma and the Academy that couldn't be ignored. Hearing this, the young man breathed a sigh of relief. He had suspected that the guild was avenging him for Joe Haecrae, and he was glad to hear that he was not to blame for the situation. Of course, Karma wasn't hunting ordinary Academy students. The most likely target was instructor Sungtae. His father was the headmaster of the Academy. Jin even jumped out of bed. So this instructor was from a rich family. In any case, the incident was 100% the fault of the educational institution. And Sungtae bowed and explained, the academy's general manager will now resign and the students will be compensated as an apology. Jin felt embarrassed. After all, as users they should always be prepared to face unforeseen circumstances. It was Sanga's turn. She walked up to Jin and with a chest full of air she blurted out, did the young man want to join them and work for the country and the government? But Jin refused to let her speak any further. It wasn't his plan to act on someone else's orders. He had his own plans. He had already had the unfortunate experience of being obliged to serve in the army, and it turned out to be terrible. To serve the country for 3 years meant for him to be a slave of the country, but Sangi was quick to dissuade him. It was the other way around. This position came with many privileges, like being exempted from paying the awakening confirmation. In addition, users in this position had free access to all the facilities the country managed and to all the dungeons. In exchange, the young man will have to clean out the dungeons 4 times a month, and 70% of the spoils would go to the country's treasury. But Jin stood his ground. He couldn't join the group because he himself didn't know what information he would get in the info gotch once again. He didn't want to be tied down. That Sangha decided to approach him from a different angle. She only asked the young man to undertake one very important expedition. Due to the fact that the number of dungeons was rapidly increasing around the world, the need for a large number of users to mop up was constantly growing. All Jin had to do was 30% of the stones he found. The boy hesitated. He had a hard time looking for dungeons. This offer sounded tempting. And the association dungeons will be more stable. Then it settled. He accepted the offer and was ready to sign the contract right away. Sangi even clapped her hands with joy. Now the association would find a suitable dungeon and contact him. At that time, the contract could also be signed. Sungtae reminded him that Jin had finished training and could appear at the academy at will, but he asked him to be sure to come to the graduation ceremony. Suddenly, Sangi raised her voice again. Smiling shyly, she expressed her desire to buy Jin's axe. She laughingly asked for a discount for herself. Later, when the right dungeon was picked up, Jin came to the office to sign the documents. SEO didn't part with his new weapon for a second. It was too bulky for her, but Seo didn't care. Jin looked at her happy face and was glad the trophy had such a good owner. After signing the documents, they went to see the building of the association, and the first was the training center, which the young man had already heard about. The users around them were putting out their best and were engrossed in the class. However, each one of them welcomed the timid, and looking at her, their eyes lit up with fire. Jin, on the other hand, was clearly not sympathetic. They didn't show aggression, but their eyes glowed with suspicion. What is this guy doing next to the brilliant Seo? Han Sangshik approached them. He had heard a lot about Jin and his victory over the Orc Lord, so he decided to meet him in person, Seo explained. The young man had come to settle some business with the association and she had decided to show him around. He was an important guest, and she had to be courteous to him. Han nodded approvingly and turned to Jin. He wondered if he wanted to fight him in the virtual world. The duel was the quickest way to get to know each other. However, the young man immediately recognized him and refused to spar. Han was trying to show his strength by defeating him, and he didn't want to get involved. Sangshik snorted. And he dares to call himself a man. A warrior refuses to fight. Or maybe he's just afraid to show himself. There was laughter all around. The taunts of those around him pissed Jin off. He grinned back at them and turned around, agreeing to the duel. Let Han take it out on himself now. They could work together in the future, so the guy could embarrass himself not knowing what Jin was capable of. But now he's going to show him. The young man sat down in his chair and put on his virtual reality goggles. Han could defeat him in real life, but it was different when it came to dueling in virtual mana. They found themselves in the training room, weapons glinting in their hands. Han's posture was relaxed and his look mocking. He was sure he could easily blow his opponent away. Jin felt his stats double, as he always did when he entered the virtual world. Han grinned at his preparations. He was being rude to him, but there was just no other way to get him to fight. And Jin looked at him and shuddered. He was reminded of Joe Huckray. Han really just wanted to show his strength in front of the team leader. After all, everyone had been talking about Jin lately. It made him angry. But in a second, the fight was over. The young man easily disposed of his enemy and silently got up from his chair. He was getting tired of the constant fighting within the team. As he left the building, he wrinkled his nose in frustration. To think the young man had fallen for Khan's provocation so easily. He still had so much to learn. He still had over 20 mana left to use the binding gacha. It was worth trying his luck again. Maybe he would get a rare card. Suddenly, he saw the form and breathed a sigh of relief. Jonas of the Thunder Kingdom appeared before him, and the young man raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. He'd never heard of such a thing. The character was clearly from another world, which meant he could upload someone from outside his reality. Jin could upload fantasy heroes such as the Grand Mage or the Swordmaster. These were people from other worlds. They might have known where the dungeons came from. He took a breath and exhaled and started another gacha. This time he was expecting something special, but fate had decided to laugh at him. Jin sighed sorrowfully. Suddenly a familiar voice was heard from behind, Liu Shan, and Jin flinched. Why did he appear here? He was spinning a binder, not a guaranteed one. Suddenly, a terrible guess appeared in his mind. He spent a full 6 mana and once again knocked out Liu Shan, who was already in his album. This was too much, and listening to the character's disgruntled mutterings, he sighed sorrowfully. There was no one else in the world as unlucky as poor Jin. But suddenly the alert changed his mood. Reloading the character made him 1 level stronger, and Jin was also gaining the Gacha combo skill. That was something new. This time it wasn't him who got the boost, but Liu Shan. The Gacha had never been realized like this before. Liu Shan didn't understand why the master was guessing. Jin got it the second time because he was lucky, and he himself was the favorite of fortune. Jin wondered, of course, second-level luck shouldn't be common, but it wasn't too little given the scale of the real universe. And suddenly everything fell into place in his infographics. He was always pulling information from the future that was relevant to him, and all of his characters were from Earth. Now that everything was in place, Liu Shan said goodbye, hoping to see each other more often. But Jin warned him to only show up after his invitation. Jin rushed to check his stats and was amazed. All of his stats had also doubled. Liu Shan was right. He really needed to be called out more often. Now it was possible to use the combo gacha once more. The young man pressed the button, and the whirlwind around him seized him and spun him around. There was no getting used to it. This time the combo box allowed him to choose 2 cards from the album to use, so now he could combine multiple characters. It was worth a try right now. He opened the album and drew 2 cards. Luckily, the first combo didn't require any mana, which he didn't have much of. Jin really wanted to try the skill right now. He barely restrained himself from pressing the start button. After all, he could need it in a critical situation. Combo Gacha didn't combo all characters, but only helped narrow down the range of possible cards. He could only get characters from 1 series of kingdoms. Jin let out a victory cry. Now he had it all figured out, and he couldn't believe his luck. On the day of the expedition, he arrived at the site a little earlier than scheduled. It was a 1-man rank dungeon, but Jin was in no hurry to enter. He wanted to check it out for himself first, especially given his past experience. So he chose the skill of observation and looked through the portal. Well, it was right this time. He even saw the hidden information. The monocom was buried along with the stones under the boss room. Jin shrieked. Wow, the observation skill could even do that. He smiled. Knowing what monsters would appear in the dungeon was a huge strategic advantage. What to speak of the bounty revealed? There was no need to delay any longer. He stepped boldly and confidently into the portal. His skills were definitely enough to handle the monsters inside. But just by taking a step, he was already forced to draw his weapon. In this dungeon, monsters greeted him at the entrance. He hadn't gotten used to the darkness yet when he saw a mob of goblins coming at him. They didn't seem dangerous, but there were plenty of them. It's going to take a lot of work. But Jin was worried for nothing. In just a few minutes, he was swinging his axe towards the last monster. He was now that strong opponent. None of the monsters instilled fear in him anymore. They were all basically just experience points. And watching the last of the orcs run away, he felt happy. Suddenly, however, the dungeon was filled with a roar. The young man turned around and saw that the hobgoblin boss was standing in front of him. He had come to avenge his servants. Jin snatched up his spear, pointing it at the enemy's chest, and in a second it was over. The guy was surprised his stats were comparable to ranked users. Well, it was time to get his bonus, which had to be somewhere nearby. He took out his axe and began to chisel the stone floor. A little more and he'd be on his way. In a minute, the rainbow stones appeared from under the rocks and shone in the cave like a bunch of lanterns, playing with the glare on the walls. Picking them up, he headed into the portal. The association officer was stunned to see him. It wasn't even 2 hours before Jin entered and the dungeon was already cleared. Jin would like to go to a new dungeon since he wasn't even tired, but the association didn't have any. The staff member suggested using the services of AIT Manit. He had heard that people from different guilds were gathering into different teams for expeditions, because a lot of dungeons had appeared recently. Jin was thrilled. He decided to call them right away to reserve a seat, especially since they didn't even care about the rank of the users. But there was a setback. At the other end of the line, an impassive voice replied that they had already hired a team. Jin gritted his teeth in anger and hung up. The place was occupied, so we should be done with the cleanup for the day. In the meantime, we could get on with counting the rewards. He handed the mana officer the stones and trophies. According to the contract, the trophies confiscated from the monsters besides the mana stones belonged to him, so he took them without looking at the outstretched hands of an employee. The man smiled wryly. That was right. Jin was not only a master hunter, but also a real lucky man. After the expedition, Jin decided to work on his physical condition. Of course, having skills was good, but not enough. It was necessary to develop strength and agility, so he spent his days in the training room practicing blows on special machines, and his skills grew day by day. This time, walking into the locker room, his gaze stopped on the news. The crowd of users were listening intently and everyone looked worried. Today at 12 noon in Jeonji province, there was a dungeon breach. Luckily, there were no civilian casualties, but 1 user died. There were whispers all around. How could there be casualties among the people when there should have been an evacuation? Looks like the system screwed up this time. Hearing where the rift occurred, Jin froze. Hearth City in Jeonji province. He had only recently been there. But if the dungeon was broken during the day, Then the mana drain must have peaked before the breakthrough, then why didn't he feel anything? Even he could detect it. His eyes widened with sudden suspicion. Could it be that that dungeon from the ad had a direct connection to everything that was going on? But here Jin jerked himself away. No, impossible. What kind of crazy person would publish a post about recruiting for a dungeon that was on the verge of breaking through? In the evening, Jin decided to try his luck, but he didn't have much mana. He planned to spin until he had 10 mana left and then draw a character card. The info gacha whirled around. The guy turned around and winked at Liu Shan and said that everything depended on the Emperor's luck, and the latter assured that Jin could count on him. The capsules came one after another, but they were all empty. The guy wasted mana, but he never learned anything. But surprisingly, he didn't lose his cool. Liu Shan was surprised to see a smile on the young man's face. He already knew that luck didn't always help. Or maybe he was so unlucky that he had nullified Liu Shan's luck. Suddenly, the info gacha spun once more, and an unusual capsule fell out at Jin's feet. He'd never seen one like it before. It was obviously carrying something interesting. The sight of her was so ominous that the guy tensed up. Jin was alerted that he was for the first time in possession of critical information. In addition, the info gacha was strengthened as a reward. Now he could spin it many times for only 5 mana. Finally, the capsule opened and Jin breathlessly read the message. In 4 days, there should be an artificial breakthrough in the underground in Seoul. Someone was deliberately planning to break into the dungeon, and these intruders aren't going to wait 30 days to get into the real world. A terrible guess flashed through his mind. It meant that the dungeon that had been breached this afternoon was the beginning of a terrible operation. The fact that he didn't feel the breach while he was nearby, and the fact that no evacuation had been announced, all of which indicated that someone destroyed the dungeon on purpose. Jin fidgeted. What to do now? The young man realized that if he tried to stop the breakthrough with his own forces, there was a high probability that he would be destroyed. But if he tries to spread the word, everyone will want to know his source, and then he'll either be turned into a lunatic or an information machine. So first, he needs to become strong enough to defend himself now, and then he should hint about the breakthrough to the Seosanga team leader. Suddenly, he saw a window on the screen with the name Critical Information. There was nothing to lose, and he clicked it and found himself in a whirlwind of another lottery. Another capsule fell into his hands. The text was no less frightening. If history changed, he would not be able to receive information about the future. Now the young man must prevent the destruction created by the dungeon breach. There wasn't much time left but 101 hours. It reminded him of the first time he met Winnie and got his skill. Before that, he wasn't sure why she'd shown up and he'd gotten her favor. But now, looking up at the sky, everything fell into place. Through it, the universe could communicate with the real world, and it was trying to prevent change. Events began to unfold the very next day. One of the countless portals began to show unprecedented activity. Suddenly, the energy it emitted changed significantly. The portal seemed to burst into flames, and a moment later, monsters began to emerge through it, heading towards the city. The user association called an emergency meeting. 2 entire dungeons were destroyed in one day, and both of them were listed as unofficial. The president of the user association summarized. At the time of the breach, there were no users in the area until the destruction was complete. Seo decided to answer. As they had been instructed, they had interviewed everyone in the area at the time of the incident, but none had felt any signs of destruction. That meant one thing. The dungeon that still had time left had suddenly exploded, and the Sangatim lid calmly confirmed it. Everyone in the room started talking at once. Now there was a high probability that this would happen more and more often. But had the pattern of the dungeon changed? CEO responded by offering to look at one of the files. 2 breathless users were found nearby the breaches. Both had suffered sword wounds. These atrocities occurred in suspicious proximity to the dungeon breaches. It would be wrong to ignore them. So what were the Sanga's conclusions? The girl reminded them that there were several ways to provoke a breakup. Their field team decided that this version was the most likely. Finally, the meeting was over. SEO felt devastated. The identity of the suspect and motive were still unknown. There wasn't much they could do now. Increase patrols and keep the civilians under control. It was hard for her to return home without success. It was also worth increasing the quests in the dungeons. Suddenly she stopped, remembering Gin. It was worth giving all those dungeons to him. He had proven himself to be a great fighter, even if he didn't know the full extent of his talent yet. But his greatest asset was something else. She could trust him, and such people in her circle could be counted on the fingers of one hand. Finally came the graduation ceremony at the academy. Jin attended it as promised. It was important for him to get the certificate. Despite the joyful expression on his face, Jin's insides were shaking. He had 101 hours left to prevent the damage from the dungeon breach. A young man was called out. It was Instructor Sungtae. He was looking forward to seeing Jin's future as a user. The 2 strong men cemented their mutual sympathy and respect for each other's abilities with a firm handshake, and each went his own way. But no sooner had Jin taken a few steps than he heard his sister's voice. She caught up with him, her eyes expressing delight. Seiyun congratulated her brother on graduating. Then she shoved something into his hand, embarrassed. When he opened his hand, he saw that it was a pouch and looked at the girl in bewilderment. She made a talisman with her own hands and prayed over it a lot. Now she was sure something good would happen. Jin had warmly promised to keep it safe. Seyun wanted to offer her brother to do dungeons together, but she was interrupted. Seyun wanted to offer her brother to join her in clearing dungeons together, but she was interrupted. But Jin apologized apologetically, citing busyness. He would definitely join them next time, but now he had to run away. At the entrance, the guy turned around and saw his sister and best friend ready to get into each other's hair. He thought they could help him without any questions, but there was no way he could put unprepared users at risk. This time, he would have to block the dungeon breakthrough himself. 2 days later, the guy was running around the city. This time, the information was without coordinates. Checking every dungeon was a tedious endeavor. He was lucky, though, because public transportation around the dungeon was limited. He could have found the dungeon anywhere there were no civilians. Opening the map, he summarized. There were now 3 dungeons in Kanawa, a Class A dungeon and a Class E destruction dungeon, with a wolf lair. The easiest way to stop the breach was to go to the dungeon and mop it up. However, all of them were already reserved by other guilds. The D-Class dungeon was the property of the association, so for the time being, entry for him everywhere was off limits. Jin hesitated for a moment. This dungeon is a Class A annihilating type of dungeon. It was the one that posed the greatest threat to civilians and all of humanity. A huge number of dangerous monsters could come out of it in a limited time. Even not all experienced users would be able to deal with them. What if the dungeon burst in the middle of a big city? The mere thought sent a chill down Jin's spine. He was distracted from his gloomy thoughts by Sanga's call. He picked up the phone, and when he heard the team leader's suggestion, he almost jumped on the spot. The girl asked for help with her quest. They could go to the dungeon in the Kanawe. SEO checked the information. There was one dungeon of the D-type in the city, but she doubted the boy would be interested in it. Jin assured her he wanted to go there. The atmosphere around him had been extremely tense lately, and if he delayed the cleanup, the densely populated city could be in big trouble. Seo was glad to hear the enthusiasm in the boy's voice. She thought he would find this task boring, so she immediately set a time to meet him. After promising to send a member of the staff tomorrow morning, they wished each other a good day and disconnected. Jin couldn't contain his joyful exclamation. Finally, luck was on his side. Everything was working out in the best possible way. However, it was worth hastening his disposition. There were only 29 hours left. Jin's next morning began with monsters that attacked him immediately upon entering the dungeon. But just as Seo had warned him, their level was weak for him. After a few minutes, he had already dealt with the last monster. The scoreboard with the countdown was still running. Of course, it couldn't have been that easy. He could now deduce that it was either an A class or an S class. It's hard to imagine the damage that would have been done if there had been a flash. Suddenly, his pupils dilated. Of course, this dungeon was a Class A dungeon, and now he knew where to look for the breakthrough. Tonight, everything would be solved. Jin was right. Already long before the supposed breach, a new portal had appeared in the city. So far, it was small and seemed to carry no danger. As evening descended on the city, Jin came to the bridge. There were only 10 minutes left before the outbreak. He looked around to see if it was too quiet. Suddenly, he heard the rustle of wheels behind him. He hesitated as he saw an unfamiliar car pull up right in front of the portal. It was obviously a man in a uniform and dark glasses stepped out of the car. For the first second, Jin was relieved that the uniform indicated a state-owned user. He was about to approach them, but suddenly there was an energy blast, and the guy could barely stand on his feet. His scream attracted the strangers. Things were getting too confusing, and Jin went straight to the special staff to clarify the situation, but they teleported away. The young man gritted his teeth in anger. To think, how could he have fallen for their ruse? They had disguised themselves as national users and led him in. But there was a good thing. Thanks to the skill of observation, he not only memorized his face well, but also knew his name abilities and skills. And they were impressive. Now it was time to get back to the essentials. Jin approached the portal, which had changed color and was glowing. He had to intervene immediately, but he needed help. So he called out to Liu Shan. Now more than ever, Jin was counting on his luck. The guy needed reinforcements in the form of a strong character. He turned to the combo Gacha. Jin had saved a special combination for a rainy day of Liu Bu Fengxian and Liu Shan. It was the best thing he could do right now. As he waited for the result, he made a request to his faithful assistant. Let Liu Shan think now of the strongest warrior he had ever known. But suddenly he saw light coming out of his pants pocket. He slipped his hand in and felt something soft. It was definitely Seyun's amulet, her holy blessing. The cards flashed around and the boy froze in anticipation. He noticed that there were far fewer of them. They used to number in the millions, now they number in the thousands. Now, with not only Liu Shan's luck but also his sister's blessing, his chances of success increased. Suddenly, one card separated from the rest. It was a diamond card that promised the fulfillment of his desired combination. It fell just in time. The portal was just starting to show signs of life. And after a moment, monsters began to emerge through it. They were innumerable, and they were armed in addition to sharp teeth and claws. When they saw that they were met by a young man, they grinned and roared viciously. Recognizing him as a dangerous enemy, the monsters surrounded him, preparing to attack. Jin watched calmly, but as soon as the monsters approached, he took in a chestful of air and shouted with all his might. General Zhang Fei has arrived. His shout became a lion's roar that reduced the enemy's strength by 30%. The monsters, not expecting such resistance, stopped in bewilderment. Jin, who now had an old, experienced warrior at his back, felt a surge of strength. There were hundreds of enemies in front of him, but he felt no trepidation. The kobolds rushed at him and he raised his spear. His single-handed combat skills reduced his health consumption while taking out a large number of enemies. The monsters were flying around like skittles, but that wasn't enough for Jin, so he turned to a cyclone of bullets from the destroying tiger. His blows crushed the first time he struck. It was easy, for the king of all weapons had perfectly recreated the ancient spear. The howls and snorts of wounded wolves could be heard from everywhere. Jin tried all the new techniques that were previously unavailable to him. The guy was not only doing pinpoint damage, but also clearing the entire area. He felt jubilant. With such skills, he could handle an army of millions. But still, assessing the situation, it was worth hurrying. The kobolds were getting fewer in number compared to the first wave, but they were still there. Moreover, the monster boss hadn't even shown up yet. It was necessary to reduce their ranks as soon as possible. Jin rushed into another attack with unprecedented fierceness, scattering the monsters in different directions. The task was complicated by the fact that the archers came to the aid of the monsters, and now the young man had to defend himself from arrows flying at him by dozens. Finally, he felt a little tired. It seemed like the fight had been going on forever, and the young man had to work harder and harder with his spear. When he stopped for a second to catch his breath, one of the kobolds attacked him from behind, as if expecting it. Jin dodged at the last moment. As the battle progressed, his concentration deteriorated significantly, and his ability to assess the situation was almost non-existent. The young man still had so much to learn, but someday he would surely reach a high level by his own strength, not by exertion. Jin felt the energy of the portal change. It looked like he was in for an interesting fight. Besides, his character was running out of time. He was alone. But the guy didn't plan to give up. He decided to drag the second combination and called out to Liu Shan. The young man needed his luck now more than ever. The new enemies were already surrounding him. Their muffled growls came closer and closer. But Jin's main focus was on the maps. This time the gacha was to be a momentous one. For now, he swung at a rare card and set the number to 9 pieces at once. The monsters, as if sensing that their opponent was about to gain new strength and destroy them, sprang into action. Their eyes glowed with rage. Jin didn't even turn around at the sound of the approaching enemies. He was dealt a gold card. Too bad it wasn't a diamond card, but he was in no position to choose now. In just a moment, the royal sword of Claran appeared in his hands, and behind his back stood a great and brave holder. With such a helper, Jin would definitely win the victory. The weapon was one of 3 swords used by Arthur, King of Britain. Ironically, he was defeated with the same weapon, and the traitor was his own son. At last, what the young man had waited so long for happened. Abyssal, the boss of the kobolds, emerged from the portal, blazing with rage. Jin used his observation skill and shuddered. The monster was of incredible size, and its level was the same as the character behind it. This time, victory would not be so easy. The boss roared, and his loyal servants were the first to attack. He clearly wanted to exhaust the enemy and then easily kill him. Jin prepared for battle. He waited until the monsters came closer and slammed his sword into the ground. A wave of energy traveled across the bridge and a howl was heard. Jin froze in bewilderment. What had happened? Breathless kobolds lay in a pile before him. None of them had managed to survive the power of the Clarent. The sword had incredible power, but now he had to wait to use it again. Suddenly there was a rumbling sound behind him, and the genie had forgotten all about his boss. His reaction didn't fail him this time, and he managed to jump back a second before the blade of Abyssal's sword slammed into the spot he was standing on. Jin rushed forward and their swords crossed. The boss's eyes flashed with bewilderment. He didn't expect to face such a strong opponent. The battle continued. Their forces were equal, but the young man was exhausted from fighting the kobolds. He realized that he would not be able to stand for long without losing his characteristics. There was another problem. Abyssal wouldn't give him a second's respite, which meant the young man wouldn't be able to fight him the moment the character reset. And the mana was running out. We had to hurry up and destroy the boss before the guy's sword reset. And not stopping swinging his sword, attacking and defending, the young man realized that it was time to act decisively. He jumped up to the monster and swung. His movements were so fast that Abyssal didn't have time to defend himself and took wound after wound. He was out of breath, but there was no time to rest. Finally, he felt that the time for a decisive blow had come. Jin rushed forward, but the boss had expected it and made a deceptive lunge. The sword went deep into Jin's chest. There was a victory cry from the boss. He stood over his defeated victim while the boy fell to the ground, clutching the wound. The monster had already swung to deliver the final decisive blow, but to his surprise, the young man rose to his feet. His eyes glowed with a demonic light. The guy used the Dragon Blood Awakening skill and breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that it would cost him his life, but now he realized that he was worried for nothing. The boss, seeing that his victim was not only not defeated, but ready to attack again, roared and rushed to attack. There was no limit to his rage, but Jin calmly waited for the monster to approach, swung his sword and sliced it in half with a single blow. It was over. Jin had won. At this time, Seo Sangi clutched her weapon tightly and ran across the bridge with all her might. She felt the momentum and realized that it was coming from the dungeon rift. One thought pulsed through her mind. If only there was someone out there who could buy time. But when she came running and saw the battlefield, she realized she'd been worried for nothing. Jin managed alone, though he looked very tired. He could barely stand on his feet. He had 311 monsters to his credit. It was unbelievable. Staggering, he asked the teamster to take care of the rest, and after taking a few steps, he fell to the ground. The boy was in a deep faint. Sangi ordered him to be transported to the hospital. After making sure that Jin was all right, she went on with the monsters. But the look of surprise never left her face. The next day, Jin checked his characteristics as soon as he regained consciousness and whistled. The next day, Jin checked his stats as soon as he came to and whistled. Another skill was added to his skills. He now possessed a total of 10 unusual and powerful skills, although it was hard for many people to obtain even one. For a second, he couldn't even take a breath. Joy, big and hot, squeezed his chest and he even clenched his fists. Suddenly, he couldn't stand to jump up and down on the bed. If it wasn't just the effects of the dragon's blood awakening, then he was the happiest man alive. Once he calmed down, he could think more rationally. His strength was increasing every day. His musings were interrupted. Seo Sangha came to see Jin. Timlid was excited. She was glad to see him doing well. He realized that she had been up all night dealing with last night's incident. Suddenly, Seo bowed. Jin had stopped the dungeon flash and thus saved countless lives. The girl wanted to thank him. She had questions. There were cameras on the bridge, but the department was unable to identify the perpetrators. Was Jin able to get a look at them? The boy shook his head negatively. Just now it was men and they were using teleportation. He knew their identities, but he wasn't ready to give them away. Seo apologized for the next question. For what reason did Jin himself end up exactly on the bridge? He had made it minute by minute as if expecting a breakthrough nearby. The young man realized that it would be difficult to deceive such a smart girl, but nevertheless, he smiled nonchalantly. It was his destiny. That day he was going to take over the dungeon in Kanawa, and on his way back he accidentally stumbled into a portal. Surveillance cameras could confirm that. The guy grinned to himself. They wouldn't have seen it on the cameras. To prepare for the situation, he stayed out of sight of the video surveillance all day. But he had questions piling up as well. Was the user association sure that the Karma Guild was behind the breakouts? When Seo heard that, she was stunned. There was no proof yet, but she considered them the prime suspects. The two previous outbreaks were just experiments. Yesterday's incident was considered a full-blown terrorist attack. Patrols were stepped up to prevent casualties. The association was looking for evidence. She wanted to ask about the monsters he defeated. The loot was stored at the association. It would be hard for him to sell it all by himself. Why not have an auction? After all, monster carcasses were used everywhere and they were so valuable that they were instantly bought up as soon as they appeared at auction. Jim jumped up from his seat, his heart overflowing with gratitude. Seo interrupted him, however. It was nothing compared to what he had done for them. She had to go. Left alone, Jean stretched blissfully on the bed. There was a lot of money waiting for him. But then he heard Winnie's familiar voice. She was glad to see him in good health. Jin jumped up from his seat in surprise and looked around. He wondered if he had dreamed it. The room was empty and only the wind was coming in through the open window. Looking around, the guy didn't pay any attention to the portal that opened right above him in the ceiling of the hospital room. Winnie Malkin appeared through him and sank quietly to the floor. The girl was as calm as usual, unlike Jean, who was staring at the phenomenon. Winnie greeted him and explained that she had come to give him an award. She could grant him any wish he wanted, but he had to think it over carefully. The boy trembled with anticipation. The universe itself had decided that he was worthy of praise. May his mana increase to 1,000 or not be absorbed when using a skill. The girl calmly listened to the stream of desires but had to reject them all. It was impossible, but she understood what he was hoping for. The reason was the gacha. In that case, she was willing to let him take some, but not mana. A ticket that Jin had never seen before appeared in her hands. Now the young man could use it once on the binding gacha, but next time he would have to pay for it on his own. 1.1 gacha ticket. When Jean heard that, he was stunned. The offer that had seemed like a stroke of luck a second ago had suddenly turned into nonsense. He even jumped out of bed in indignation. It was illogical because he had dragged the gacha just to increase his stats. Winnie waited for the boy to calm down. She placed her hands on his shoulders reassuringly. As experience had shown, the lad's luck in the binding gacha was pretty good, and now his opportunities had only expanded. After all, if he cancels 10 points of his stats, he can roll it 10 times. Although he will lose a point of his stats, of course. Wouldn't the 10th spin be a rare or higher ranked card? It was as if Jean was under hypnosis, following her deft hands and listening to every word. Winnie continued. He drew 3 diamond cards in 30 moves. Can anyone deny that the boy was born an extremely lucky man? She turned around. In the girl's hands was that coveted diamond card. Jin could catch the opportunity right now and his power would increase rapidly. Her voice was mesmerizing and the boy finally nodded affirmatively. Winnie even clapped her hands. That made the young man think she had her commission, but Jin did not succeed in questioning her. At the first question, she said goodbye and disappeared. Seyoon's voice came from outside the door. She went into the room and looked at her brother anxiously. She'd gotten a call from the association that he'd been injured, but Jin assured her it was just fatigue. Seyoon sighed in relief. The young man decided that now was the best time. Coughing, he asked her a question. Would she like to work with him on the team? Of course, her talents were already legendary and Seyoon could join any major guild. But the girl interrupted him halfway through. Of course she had agreed. Too much had happened to Jin lately. To clear his head, he went out for some fresh air, but there was only one thought running through his mind. Finally, he made up his mind and selected first purchase from the menu. Fanfare played all around. Jin received 1 free extra ticket each with his ticket purchase. It was really worth the attention. He was now getting 20 tickets for 10 performance points. The main thing was not to get addicted to gambling. He rolled the gacha again and again. His tickets doubled. How could he resist playing? It was beyond his strength and Jin started the round again. Luck was clearly on his side that evening. 5 minutes later, he was holding the 30 winning tickets of the gacha binder and almost jumping with delight. He looked around to make sure there was no one around and started up the info gacha. But on the 17th spin, his good mood faded. And on the 28th, he experienced the full horror of a depressed state of total bad luck. How could he not have gotten something worthwhile in the middle? Finally, on the 29th spin, things moved forward. His character Liu Shan had gained 2 levels. When Jin saw him, he froze at first. Then he rushed over to hug himself. He only had 1 spin left, and without the help of the lucky Liu Shan, he felt like the last of the losers. Now he had the last of the 30 tickets left. In combination with the strong luck combination, he was sure to get something above the rare level. The cards flashed again and Jin mentally called for the diamond card, but one of them separated and began to fall into the young man's hands. No, today was not his day. That night, the young man realized 2 things. First, he should have stayed away from the casino because he was a gambler. Second, his luck was not good. The next morning, Jin, with dark circles under his eyes, could hardly move his legs. He felt broken and miserable from sleeplessness and nervousness. CEO, seeing his condition, asked him once again how he was feeling. After all, he had only recently gotten out of the hospital. Maybe he should have rested a couple more days at home. They met to sort out the trophies after defeating the monsters in the breach. There were a lot of other interesting things in the vault, like equipment and weapons. However, Jin was immediately attracted to the gloves that magnified mana. It was very rare to find such an item, and the boy was delighted. He immediately put them on his hands, feeling the strong aura. He turned around and told CEO that he wouldn't sell it, and the girl clucked unhappily. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was the guild representative whose property was the dungeon where the breakthrough occurred, and this man had come to meet Jin in person, so they had no choice but to leave the vault in a hurry and go to meet the guest. One of the lamps in the hallway illuminated the face of a stranger with a predatory smile. He had come to assess Jin's abilities and decide what to do with him next. Meanwhile, the guys were rushing to meet him. SEO explained that they just wanted him to join their guild or claim the loot. But don't let Jin worry. Songi promised that she would take care of his rights even at the cost of her honor, and the young man looked at her with gratitude. When they entered the office, they were almost nose to nose with the uninvited guest. He held out his hand and introduced himself as Kim Sangso from the K&M Guild. Tim Lid, as befitting an elder, identified herself and pointed to Jin, who was the user who had bothered with the breakout situation. The man smiled. They would like the user association to provide evidence, such as a video from a surveillance camera that captured the moment. But CEO shook her head negatively. It was beyond her authority. There was always the risk of leaking personal information if the material was passed on to a third party. Jin immediately recognized the man and thought hard. He must avoid being exposed at all costs. Otherwise, the situation would get worse. But Kim understood the refusal in his own way. He thought the user association didn't want to reveal their employees' classified information. Then maybe they'll spar. And if he finds proof that Jin's abilities can stop breakthrough promises that no one here will ever hear another word from him again. The young man frowned. The guild scout wanted to fight him to find out about his abilities. Eager to verify his suspicions, he used the observation skill. His fears were confirmed. He saw that what he was looking at was actually Chung Dong-chak, who for some reason had decided to use a different name. The boy decided to consult and with a smile asked for a few minutes alone with CEO. The alien was not happy about this request, but he had to agree. When they were alone, Jin got right down to business. He needed a soundproof room for a private conversation, and CEO, seeing his serious face, agreed. Jin walked into her office and looked at the girl carefully. She waited patiently, not assuming the young man was scanning her skills. He couldn't trust anyone. But after a moment, he exhaled a sigh of relief. CEO had a talent for being consistently faithful and keeping promises. Now he knew she wouldn't lie to him if she knew the truth. It was her responsibility to protect all confidential user information, and to earn her trust, he listed all her skills: technique axe, taijutsu charge, trust honor. Through observation, he knew everything about her. It allowed them to know the background of other users, including their real names, talents, and even their preferences. SEO listened with her mouth open in amazement. Finally, she wondered why he was telling her all this, and Jin explained. The man they had just been talking to was pretending to be someone else. His real name was Seon Donchak, and he was one of those mysterious people who were present during the dungeon breakthrough and were also hiding just like today. Of course, Jin wasn't going to reveal his abilities, but he couldn't react while the terrorist was standing right in front of him. Songgi nodded understandingly. Jin continued. To prove he was a terrorist, he would have to report his skills to the organization, but he certainly couldn't do that. And to his surprise, Seo fully supported this decision. Her gaze became sad and full of pain. She was ashamed to even say it, but still. Recently, she herself had begun to suspect that there was a spy in the organization. Just think of the last meeting. No specific instructions were given despite the force majeure situation. The time of the breakthrough coincided with the absence of organized patrols. In any case, under no circumstances could Jin tell the organization about himself. If his skill is revealed, the young man is in great danger. Jin thought for a moment. Then he should just prove that this man is a terrorist in another way. A smile flashed in his eyes despite the seriousness of the conversation. They returned to the room with the uninvited guest in a completely different mood. Jin felt energized again. Now he knew how to do the right thing. The guild representative, hearing that Jin was willing to demonstrate his skills, smiled, and they decided not to keep anything from him. It would be an excellent choice. Since Sangso-san had to wait so long, Jin decided to demonstrate his skills right here. He opened the characteristics and selected the guaranteed gacha. Tonight he'll resort to one of the gold cards he received last night, the Jane of Truth. Her abilities were very different from the usual characters. Her skill was special, and now that the guild member had agreed to participate in the experiment, all the conditions had been met. It was ready to begin. Opening the truth room, he turned to the team leader. Could she repeat the following phrase after him? I am a man, and the girl, not quite knowing what was going on, agreed. But as soon as she tried to say a word that wasn't true, her mouth gagged, and she could only mumble. Jaina was covering it with her invisible hand. Having demonstrated clearly what he wanted, Jin turned to the imposter with a grin. Now it was his turn. Let him say his name again, for example. The imaginary Kim Sung-so, not trusting the tricks, opened his mouth, but the same thing happened to him as to Seo a few minutes earlier. He couldn't utter a sound. Looking at his confused face, Jin chuckled. Sangso-san's request for a duel was extremely rude. Could his request be compared to this? The guy took a serious look and explained. The man won't be able to say another word of lies. He clarified that Seong Dongchak understood him. Hearing this, the man turned green. His eyes filled with rage. He couldn't really say the wrong thing, but he could just smash that puppy into the wall with one punch. And Seong lunged at Jin. But before he could take a few steps, Seo rushed in front of him. She tried to hit him, unaware of the alien's abilities, but it was in vain. With his acceleration skills, it wasn't difficult for him to slip past even an S-rank user. A knife gleamed in Seong's hands. He wanted to destroy Jin. However, it was not in Sangha's character to give up, especially since the guy using observation parried the speed skill. In the next minute, the girl struck a blow. It was so strong that Seong, who hadn't expected such an attack, flew aside, scattering the furniture with his body. Jin and Seo even wondered if he was still alive. As Songgi came closer, she breathed a sigh of relief. The man was unconscious but breathing. As expected, he was wearing a disguise mask. After tying him up tightly, Seo summarized. She would now hand the spy over to the security service, where he would undergo confinement and interrogation. Jin smiled slyly. He turned to the gacha and promised to help them in this matter. Something told him he could get more information out of Seong. The info gacha spun, and a second later, a capsule fell at Jin's feet. The information in it said that Seong Dongchak had taken Kim Sang-so's life 2 days ago. He was also a man of the Karma Guild. But Seo, even after hearing the accusation, was more surprised that Jin had another unusual skill for extracting information. There was a regular meeting in Karma. The chairman announced that they had lost contact with Seong Dongchak, whom they had sent to the association. It looked like he had fallen into a trap, and turning to one of the guild members asked, had the organization tried to contact them? But he shook his head negatively. You could be sure about Dongchak himself. He wasn't the kind of person who spoke out easily, but the stubborn nature of the Sangha was also well known. There was one outstanding question. What to do with the daredevil who stopped the breakthrough? After all, Seong had been sent to gather information about him. So far, the only thing they knew was his name and rank, and the fact that the guy was able to stop the breakout single-handedly, which meant he had real talent. Besides, it looks like he was the student who was involved in the academy incident. But how could an E-ranked user defeat a ranked boss? Although that time he was accidentally caught in the middle of the action. Karma wasn't after him, but Kim Sung-tae. Seong Dongchak reported that during the breakthrough, someone was waiting at the site as if they knew what was going to happen. So there was a possibility of information leakage. Then the focus should have been more on protecting and finding the spy than the guy. Maybe everything that happened to him was just a coincidence. One of the guild members disagreed with him, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was abruptly cut off. The meeting was over and the masked men teleported away. When he was left in the middle of the empty hall, he reached angrily for the mask to tear it off, to leave this Jin alone who had put him out of favor. His eyes burned with rage and his palms clenched into fists. No, he could never forgive Jin Jongdo. He would take revenge with or without karma. The next day, Jin decided to go to CO's office and check on the status of the interrogation. The girl was cheerful, but she looked tired. The spy remained stubbornly silent. She smiled affectionately at Jean. She tried to use a harsher method to force a confession, but unfortunately she wasn't allowed to. Either way, she didn't lose faith. If they could get proof, they could get rid of the roots of the Karma Guild in South Korea. There was something else she had to tell Jean about his loot. His drop was valued so highly that it was taxed quite a bit. And since that was the case, there was only one way out. Why didn't Jin try to increase his user level since he had the skills to do so? Then a tax break would open up for him. When Jin heard this proposal, he shrieked with joy. He was willing to go through the whole ordeal right now. Without delay, a CO immediately led him to the test room. This was the place where all users from A rank to C rank were taking their tests. Jin has already managed to clear the rank dungeon, so he will be able to take the final rank test in virtual mana during the duel with the examiner. This was great news for the young man. In virtual reality, he had the opportunity to get the missing abilities, but suddenly their conversation was interrupted. The shadow of a huge man fell upon them. A thunderous voice cheerfully exclaimed, "Who we have here is not the timid Seo Sangha herself, the pride of the organization." Ignoring the girl's irritated reply, he continued. It had been a long time since they had seen each other, since one talented student forgot the way to her old teacher. When Seo heard those accusations, she exploded. If he wanted to see her so badly, he could have visited her for once, but he just looked away resentfully. They didn't come for an attitude adjustment. An important guest of the organization wanted to take a promotion test, and she was here to accompany him. After hearing this, the teacher shook the young man's hand. He had already heard about his adventures in the dungeon and was very happy to meet him. His name was Yang Chulson. CO, seeing that the teacher had turned from anger to mercy, asked him to call the examiner of the B rank test. It was the highest level available now. Yang raised his eyebrows. I wonder if the Sangha itself evaluates someone so highly, an examiner will not be needed. He would test him on his own. Despite his students bickering, the teacher only snorted. He was a ranked examiner and was bored out of his mind. Such experts were very rare. Jin had the last word anyway, so he turned to the boy and squared his shoulders in a manly manner. Let him say what he thought about it. And the young man did not fail. He was honored to have the opportunity to fight him. Yang grinned. He liked the boy's self-confidence. It was time to start the test. Once in the game, Jin experienced the usual pleasant sensation. His talent for the game was activated, and his stats increased by 100%. The access was completed, and the spear was in his hands. He deftly twirled it in his hands and decided to check his stats in virtual reality as well. But here came his opponent. It was time to focus on the battle at hand. After all, Yang was at a level he had never faced before. He held a huge hammer in his hands and his face glowed with pleasure. He looked at Jin and hummed with satisfaction. The boy chose the spear. That's good. However, he should have used a club. It would have been more manly, and with those words, Teacher Cholson swung around and hit the ground with all his might. Sand rose up and covered Jin's eyes. A huge depression formed around the point of impact, and cracks spread across the ground like spider webs. Ian turned to Jin. He was giving the guy the advantage and would allow him to attack him first with all available force. There was no need to repeat twice. With his spear point out, Jin rushed at his opponent with all the speed he could muster. He clutched his hammer tightly and watched him calmly. And when the young man was so close that he was ready to strike, Yang swung. The air whistled with the weight of his weapon. However, the guy who was carefully watching every movement of the enemy in time noticed this maneuver and quickly bounced aside without getting injured. Cholson even laughed with pleasure as he rested the hammer comfortably on his shoulder. His posture was relaxed and he was clearly showing that the fight was over. Jin, who had just set up for a difficult fight, stared at him in bewilderment, and Yang explained even a rank would not be able to react and repel the blow correctly. With that skill, he easily passed the test. Looks like the guy was trained by a grand master. And Jin, recalling the characters, confirmed that they were great warriors. Young's eyes sparkled merrily. They could end it right now, but it wouldn't be a loss to them. He suggested a duel and Jin gladly agreed. There was no indulgence this time, so the teacher abruptly turned around and rushed into the attack, swinging the hammer with great speed. But Jin didn't waste any time either. He turned to the Green Dragon's maneuver, his movements became even faster, and his spearhead shone. Easily dodging the blows, Yang still couldn't help but recognize the strength and skill of this young man. He noted that his speed and agility had increased. Now the teacher had to fend off his blows, and sometimes it was not easy even for his rank. Jin clearly had a bright future ahead of him. The young man himself was not so optimistic. He realized that if the fight was not in the game, he would not even be able to approach Yang, let alone fight. But such thoughts no longer made him despondent now. On the contrary, he was sure that one day he would surely reach the same level, but already out of the game. He was doing his best. The spear flashed so fast that the untrained eye could hardly catch its movements. Even Yang was beginning to run out of breath. The teacher felt perplexed. It seemed that Jin's strength was incomparable to his physical abilities. It was as if he had suddenly gained tremendous strength. When Jin heard this remark, he was so startled that he dropped his hand for a second and opened up, which was enough for Yang. The teacher didn't hesitate to strike him. It was so painful that Jin cried out and rolled on the ground. His spear was shattered and he was barely breathing. The fact that his opponent was lying on the ground didn't seem to confuse or stop the teacher from jumping up and swinging at Jin. The boy couldn't take his eyes off him. As if in slow motion, he saw the hammer seem to come down on his head. He squeezed his eyes shut, expecting pain, but time passed and nothing happened. Suddenly, he heard Yang's cheerful laughter. The teacher was standing next to him, helping him up. He thought it might be too long, so he decided to add some mind games. Answering Jin's mute question, the teacher explained. He guessed the skill of the game because there were other users with similar talent besides the boy. But unlike Jin, who was able to stop the dungeon breakout on his own, those guys were useless in real battle. Once in the real world, Jin Jongdo was given a B rank. He gratefully accepted it and thanked his teacher and Seo and left the room. Songgi asked how he was holding up in the battle, and the teacher smiled. It had been a long time since he had encountered someone as interesting as this guy. Looking at his back, Yang thought about it. He thought that with such skills as this young man had, they would meet again sooner or later. Cholson said goodbye and started to leave, but Seo grabbed his arm. He had been upset recently that she hadn't visited him. It had been a long time since they had last seen each other. Why don't he fight her to test his apprentice's skills? She clutched her axe and warned him that she would attack. After leaving the association building, Jin headed home happily. But when he got a good distance away, he heard a scream and turned around. No, he just heard it. Seyun was also walking towards him and waved at him when she saw his brother. They hadn't seen each other for a long time and missed each other. But before they could exchange a few words, their conversation was interrupted by Heshchik. He saw them from afar and shouted a greeting. Seyun furrowed her eyebrows. There he was again. The guy didn't pay any attention to her upset look. He was happy that his friend had accepted him as part of his family and now they could work together. When Seyun heard that, she finally lost her temper. It turned out that she wasn't the only one who had offered to clean up the dungeon. She was looking forward to spending time together. They immediately decided to go to the dungeon that Heshik had gotten for them. It was in Hwaseong. The boys needed practice to level up. A ranky dungeon was too easy for them. Jin estimated that the cleanup would take no more than 10 minutes, but their main goal was something else, and they had achieved it. Seeing how deftly Seyun and Heshik dealt with their enemies, the young man was pleased with their combat experience. With their talents, they would quickly gain new ranks. Not long ago, he had thought Seyun was only good as a support person, but now she had revealed herself to be an excellent combat-type monk. After a light fight, the way was cleared, and in front of them were the doors leading to the boss's room. Before going in, Jin gave some final instructions. He will try his best to only observe without interfering in what is happening, so the two of them will have to try to destroy the main monster. Convinced of their abilities, he was confident that they could both easily defeat the boss. And Heshchik optimistically assured Jin that he could do it easily. Then it was time to go in, and Jin swung the doors open with interest, peering ahead to see the enemy they were about to fight. The boss was indeed already waiting for them, smiling carnivorously. His eyes burned with such demonic fire that it was clear he was determined to fight to the last man. Immediately, not a second monster rushed at the unexpected guests, and the Heshchik, defending himself with his shield, prepared to attack. His heart pounded louder and louder. With a loud screech, the boss struck with his clawed paw. However, Heshchik stood up to block his blows. The monster was so engrossed that he forgot to cover his back. Seyun immediately took advantage of this advantage. She jumped up and kicked the enemy silently, giving him a devastating kick. The events unfolded so rapidly that the boss didn't have time to make a sound as he rolled on the ground. The girl landed softly beside him and looked back at her brother. She expected him to give her new orders, but seeing that the boys were doing quite well, he gave them full carte blanche. They were free to do as they pleased. After a little while, the new team stood in front of the portal and warmed up. It was a great fight. Even Heshchik and Seyun hadn't expected it to be so easy. To the bewilderment of the boys, Jin began to say goodbye. He didn't plan to return to the organization, but he had some things to do right now. Once he was alone, he looked around. There was no one around, so this was a great place to spend the gacha here. Liu Shan was nearby, and without delay, he launched the binding gacha in hopes of knocking out some interesting character. The cards flashed around him. Turning to Liu Shan, he asked him to recall the time when he had asked him to summon the strongest general. At that time, he thought of General Zhao Zilong. The reason he called on Fei in that gacha on the bridge was not because Lu Shan thought of him during the spin as the greatest general he knew. Now Jin realized that it was because he was on a bridge that he associated with another character. It was suggestive. All the linking combinations he loaded with the gachi must have been influenced by his locations and their history. That was already more interesting. Suddenly, out of the myriad of cards, one of them broke away from the vortex and began to fall directly into Jin's hands. The diamond summoning card he had been waiting for. But something was going wrong. He looked around, but there was no change until he saw the new character. The one smiled happily. The scenery was nostalgic for him. Although Jin experienced some disappointment at the low stats of the interesting individual, he still smiled and introduced himself to him. He winked conspiratorially. Jin was lucky they were in Havasana, certainly if he wanted the treasure hidden here centuries ago. Once upon a time, the king had this place built for him. It inspired him so much that he added formations and secret places everywhere, and one of them was a treasure. They needed to find the second block on the right side of the main gate and the seventh block from the bottom. Jin followed his instructions, whispering, counting the stones. Chan continued, "We should have used this block as a center to find the 600 on the right side and push it with all our strength." John was already regretting getting involved. Those huge numbers didn't seem to make sense. But the character explained. It was the Emperor's birth year. At last, Jin reached the stone he wanted and pressed it hard. It clicked into place and sank into the wall. Suddenly, a portal appeared next to the guy. He expected to see a bag of stones or even a chest, but it was a whole dungeon with treasures. And before he could get to them, the young man had to pass the dungeon test. Jin rolled his eyes. If Chan had left them to his followers, why would it be so complicated? Once inside, they found themselves in a classic 6th century Chinese castle. Jin looked around with interest until he noticed the tall doors at the end of the hall. Chan explained. If he could pass the academic and martial arts test, if he could defend the gate. There were no further instructions. The character only mumbled that Jin should call him if he got the reward, and then vanished into thin air, leaving the bewildered boy alone. Checking his skills, Jin saw a new search skill. Usually users turn to it to search for dungeons. It made life much easier. The statue at the gate hissed as a huge club struck the floor. The silence was interrupted by a thunderous voice. Let the testing of academic skills begin. The first was a mystery. The single moonbeam shone over all the rivers that on this earth are not of this world, like yin and yang, Jin wondered. But only for a moment. The answer came to his mind almost immediately. It was King Zhongzhou. If the question was from Yongyak Eon, then the answer was obvious. The statue parted its lips again. That's right. Now it was the turn to test the martial art. The stone monster's eyes lit up with fire. When Jin saw this, he prepared for the fight with his weapon clenched tightly in his hands. He didn't realize who he was dealing with, so he used the observation skill. It was a level 40 Goblin King, which meant his stats should have been roughly equal to Jin's. But while the guy was thinking about how to fight, the monster lunged at him and suddenly deftly delivered a painful blow. Jin clenched his teeth in anger. They had a difference in levels, and the young man's skills weren't working as they should. He tried his best to fend off the blows that came one after another. However, it was time to show off his skills as well. Using the green dragon skill, Jin rushed into the attack and managed to wound the enemy. Jin wasted no time in throwing another punch while he rubbed the bruised spot. It was so strong that the Goblin King fell backwards, barely able to keep his feet. The monster roared. The man was obviously foolish to dare to engage in close combat with a spear. But suddenly he saw that the weapon in Jin's hands had changed shape and a sword had appeared. In the next second, the young man made a sudden leap and swung his sword. His movements became light and agile. The monster could no longer keep up with him. He didn't even feel Jin knock the club out of his powerful grasp. There was a deafening thud as the weapon rolled to the ground. The boy's blade was at the monster's throat, and he gritted his teeth and raised his hands obediently. He admitted that he had lost, and the boy passed the martial arts test. The wall behind Jin began to crumble with a rumbling sound, and a passage appeared in it. It was the secret room with the treasure. Without thinking, the boy rushed in. He had to stop on the threshold to let his eyes adjust to the darkness. At last he could see the table on which something lay. But it wasn't treasure. As Jin got closer, he suddenly remembered that Chan, before teleporting, had asked him to summon him as soon as the young man reached the reward. The time had come. Opening his characterization window, Jin sighed happily. Even though Chan had a diamond card with his current mana level, the guy could summon it. And the character immediately appeared. He smiled approvingly when he saw that Jin had passed the test, and offered to take Ma Shua Han Tong from the table first. The boy reached out and picked up a small book. It gave the opportunity to learn a new skill. Chan explained. 6 of his children were taken by smallpox. He was looking for a way to put people out of their misery by creating this book. Now Jin had obtained the tolerance skill. His gloves glowed with an increase in mana. But that wasn't all. The 2 skills were combined, and now the young man was completely immune to all diseases and poisons. It was an incredibly useful ability. Now Jin had a chance to avoid dying in the dungeons from unknown causes. The next book was Abang Kang Kang Yek Go. It was about the geographical Korea that Jung had made by traveling or referring to the texts of other scholarly men. With it, Jin was gaining the skill of navigation and detection, and just like the former, they combined into one ability. The boy was ready to jump for joy. A dungeon map opened up beside him, showing all the rifts in the vicinity. He could turn the notifications on or off. This time, the guy couldn't help himself and jumped with happiness. It was a jackpot. He wouldn't have to get into any more trouble while searching dungeons. There was one last artifact left, and Jin reached for it. It dissolved right before his eyes, changing its appearance to suit the user's needs. Now the inventory table opened in front of him, and the guy even jumped with surprise. It was exactly the same as in his computer game. To check how it worked, he took a stone from the destroyed wall and placed it in one of the virtual cells, and it immediately appeared in it. When he got out, Jin slammed his eyes shut as if he were dreaming. He couldn't believe his luck. Chong smiled victoriously. He hoped that he had helped the young man a little. Jin thanked him heartily. He felt remorse for not immediately recognizing the possibilities this character could offer him. When Chan withdrew, the guy decided to summarize and opened the characterization window. Absolute immunity inventory and dungeon map. Cool skills. But if he more or less understood how the other skills worked, then how to use the map was still worth figuring out. Opening it, he took a closer look. He recognized his location immediately, so the circles around them were dungeons. He had to find out by experience. He followed the virtual map and headed for the nearest portal. It wasn't long before he came upon a ribboned entrance to the dungeon. Too bad it was already occupied. But the young man realized that the dots on the map indicated not only the location but also the rank of the dungeon. But it would be a shame if the dungeon he was looking for was already occupied by a guild. Jin decided he should have opened the notification tab. Now, by turning on the sound, the guy will get a beep when a new dungeon appears, and all the Jongi in the neighborhood will be his. Meanwhile, Jin with Sayun and Heshik continued training. After defeating another monster boss, the guys received a poisonous blood ball as a reward. Jin picked it up and gripped it tightly in his hand. It was just what he needed. Of course, he was now completely immune, but who knows what else he could use. His friends watching him in battle couldn't hide their admiration. He could not only easily cope with clearing an E-rank dungeon, but even a D-rank dungeon. Heshik asked about the plans of the others and offered to celebrate the end of the training at his house. He had his own training room. Looking at the surprised faces of his comrades, he explained. He was embarrassed to say it, but the brother he lived with was making good money. He wanted to meet Sayun. Jin thought for a while and said that was a great idea. He would love to meet his friend's family. And Hershchik clapped his hands happily. The first surprise awaited them at the exit from the dungeon, where a limousine was waiting for them. But even when they got out of the car, Hershchik didn't stop surprising them. Jin stared up at the skyscraper whose roof was hidden behind the clouds. Did his friend really have an apartment here? But Heshik explained it was entirely his home. Going up the elevator, the boys were silent. But Sayun and Jin looked around at this luxury and wondered who Heshik's brother had to work to earn such money. A pleasant young man met them on the doorstep and introduced himself. His name was Kong Haijun. When Jin heard that name, he was startled to recognize him. So Heshik's brother was one of the 8 SS class hunters. His name was in the headlines and known to every user. Hearing this, Jin turned to Heshik in a frenzy and, trying to speak as quietly as possible, gritted his teeth angrily. Why hadn't his friend warned him beforehand? But the man shrugged lightly. His brother had always said that publicizing his status could make people uncomfortable, but Kong Hai didn't take his eyes off Jin either. Finally, he decided to clarify. He had a feeling that they had met before. He walked over and scrutinized his face. Finally, a hunch visited him and the young man jumped in his seat with joy. Well, of course, Jin was a professional light travel player. Without noticing the perplexed looks, he jumped up to Jin and grabbed his hand. It turned out that Kang Hae was his fan and had been following his playing career closely. There was no trace of Kang Hae's seriousness left. He motioned for everyone to go into the living room. He rushed to set the table. Once they were seated, the boy started to reminisce. His favorite episode was the 3rd game of the spring finale season, when Jin one-shotted an enemy on the verge of defeat by finding his weaknesses. Heshik, who had no idea about Jin's past, was perplexed. The young man had to explain that he had once been an unknown player at a young age. Hearing the last sentence, Kang Hee even jumped up in indignation. An unknown player. Unlike the others, Jin made sumptuous, aggressive performances. He was so touched by it that he became the first member of his fan club. Sayun couldn't take it anymore. After all, she was the one who created the club. But suddenly the girl's gaze fell on the wall clock and she flinched. It was already so late. She had to leave. She was already late. Heshik volunteered to lead her. Jin and Kang Hae were left alone. Suddenly the latter bowed. He wanted to show his gratitude for saving his brother's life. Jin awkwardly tried to explain that he hadn't done anything special. At the same time, he decided to look at Kang Hae's stats. He had never encountered a CC level before. But suddenly his communication skill recognized his opponent's talent, and a forced reset began. The guy felt a strong inner tension. When it was over, he gingerly opened his eyes and met Winnie's gaze and shuddered. Malkina was indeed standing in front of him, smiling. The girl explained. She had to stop time to be able to talk to him. Jin turned around and saw Kang Hee sitting motionless on the sofa. She was glad she'd gotten there at just the right moment. If she'd been a minute late, Jin's body would have been torn apart. Because of the third level of communication right now, Jin was at the stage of strongly increasing his level of play from second to third. His talents were growing right now, but everyone's abilities were fixed at birth, and the fact that they were changing could mean that his destiny was now undergoing drastic changes. And it wasn't the kind of thing a human body could easily withstand. So when he came to hand him the talisman, a pendant glittered in her hands. Not only would it take the burden of overload for a while, but it would also give a small increase in luck. It was also impossible to steal because of the spell inside. Now she should have left this dimension. But after a while, she promised to find a safer way to go through the process of increasing levels. The girl disappeared and the clock started again. Kanki continued his speech from where he had left off without noticing anything. But Jin couldn't catch a word. He finally got his act together and suggested that the boy try being a professional player. He could feel something special among people of his level, but Kangi liked watching other people's walkthroughs more. Even now, it was troublesome for him when he was forced to roleplay. Leaving the hospitable brothers, Jin decided to try his luck. This time, the catch was not bad 2 gold cards. The necklace was indeed lucky. After all, he was the angel of the White Nightingale. This character's support skills could come in handy when he was in a dangerous situation. The guy didn't have enough mana to trigger the binding gacha, but there was an opportunity to spend a level of his abilities, which he did. The cards flashed and Jin clenched his fists. The pendant was on him and Liu Shan was beside him. The double luck was going to help him pick something interesting. However, the outcome was unexpected. Liu Shan's level increased to the 3rd level and the guy felt disappointed. He had simply forgotten that his abilities were also increasing. Now the turn came for the free info gacha. This time, the result was richer. A familiar capsule fell at his feet and Jin squirmed inwardly. It opened, and as he read the information, the young man shrieked in horror. This was just crazy. What to do now? Just one thing. And without a moment's hesitation, he sprang from his seat and raced as fast as he could through the park where he was spinning gachis. He had to hurry or it would all be over. Seo was in danger. At this time, Sangha received the latest news and cried out in horror. Someone had sneaked into the controlled area and destroyed Xiongdongchak. There were no leads, all the camera footage was deleted. Someone on the inside did it. The phone rang and she was told it was patrol time. The Class A dungeon awaited her, and without thinking long, she threw on her jacket and rushed out. The conversation would have to be postponed until she got back. It was exactly midnight when she arrived at the site. Need to finish up here quickly and get back to finding the spies in the corporation. That was paramount. Walking through the forest towards the portal, the girl suddenly stopped. She felt an extremely dense mana. Had there really been a dungeon breakthrough? But as she got closer, she realized it was a trap. There were strangers waiting for her who knew she was going to patrol the area. Seo immediately tried to contact headquarters relaying information where she was, and that there had been a dungeon breakthrough. She requested immediate support. But even if it was a trap, she had to take care of the monsters. If she didn't stop the breakthrough now, the monsters would scatter in the neighborhood. Running closer, she pounced on the first aliens. Their numbers kept increasing. More and more monsters were coming out of the portal. They were werewolves, a hard enough target for her. But there was no time to hesitate. The first of them snarled at the girl and attacked. And Sanghi, though she shuddered inwardly when she saw the sharp claws and teeth, did not retreat but bravely fought. Her axe gave her courage. As she fought back and attacked, she realized that the advantage was on the side of the enemies because they were much more numerous and attacked several at a time. Often the girl dodged only at the last moment, because while dealing with one monster, she was attacked by the next one from the back. Seo was spinning in place in the middle of the clearing when she was surrounded on all sides. This was a decisive battle. Either she would destroy the monsters or they would destroy her. She didn't wait like a trapped mousetrap and was the first to attack. Her eyes, always so calm, were on fire. She was scarier than a werewolf. After a minute, almost all of the monsters were slaughtered, and their boss came into the clearing. Seo was waiting just for him. This was the final part of her battle. He was taller and stronger than the others, and his mouth was drooling. He looked as if he were anticipating the taste of a new victim, but the girl was no longer frightened. The boss lunged at her, but Seo was on her guard. She deftly jumped up and made a turn in the air and landed softly on the ground. The monster collapsed beside her. He was badly injured and was living his last moments. Sanghi was breathing heavily. It had been close, but she had made it this time. The monsters had been defeated. But then clapping sounded behind her and a mocking voice remarked on the fine show. The girl lived up to her title of Guardian of the Association. Sanghi turned around and saw the masked men. They surrounded her stealthily and a negative aura was coming from them. Seo guessed who was in front of her, Karma. But those who heard the accusations only laughed merrily. They were amused that Seo had called them by the guild's name and blamed Karma for everything. No, they were just a group of anti-fans who wanted to destroy Seo Sangha. With those words, one of the group pulled out a knife from his sleeve. As if reading the girl's thoughts, he continued mockingly, "I guess she's hoping to stall for time and wait for reinforcements." Naive. And taking a walkie-talkie out of his pocket, he explained that there were people in the association who hated the Sangha Seo as much as they did, and there were plenty of them. This was the outcome she'd been expecting ever since she'd started acting like a guardian of justice. The girl should have been more careful when she was pinned down, but he couldn't finish. When he heard a rustle, he turned around and saw a shadow. Jin appeared out of nowhere and with a swing of his sword, interrupted him for good. Then he turned to the others. The masked bandits, at first frozen in surprise, rushed at him, wanting revenge for their teammate. However, Jin quickly oriented himself and used his dancing flower sword skill to flutter over his enemies, wounding and destroying them one by one. Finally, he was near Seo and asked about her condition, but she just waved him away. She was more interested in how Jin had gotten here. Now it was Jin's turn not to answer. He was here to help, and the interrogation could be arranged later. And Songi had to agree. The young man looked around furtively. Now he seemed to understand exactly what had happened here. Seo had stopped the breakthrough on her own. Now it was time to make an escape. It wasn't easy. There were many attackers and it seemed like most of them were SS class. They seemed to be determined and wanted to destroy Seo. Jin didn't hesitate, he needed help. After all, the leader was tired from the previous fight. So he turned to one of his characters, daughter Zhuge Hemi. Jin simply had no choice but to load up Jonihye who had fallen off the guarantor. But even with it, he wouldn't have an easy time dealing with a mob of bandits. Songi felt guilty and apologized to Jin. If she had known that this was going to happen, she would have warned him. But the boy with a cheerful tone of voice remarked that he would have liked to hear a better word of thanks instead of an apology. He was sure they could handle it. Meanwhile, the masked men were also confused by the sudden appearance of their victims' reinforcements. It must have been a high-ranking spy. However, their negotiations among themselves were rudely cut off. Another masked man stealthily approached them from behind. It was obvious that he was a leader. Looking around, he summarized. This guy easily dealt with the 4 members of the B-class group. Apparently, he had a C-class and had followed a plan. He gave a slight nod to his men and they rushed to the attack. Jin was the first to notice this, and he shouted a warning to Seo to be ready. He readied his sword to meet the attackers. They moved with incredible speed and their eyes burned with frenzied fire. But suddenly, he heard a familiar whistle. When he looked back, he realized that the back rows of bandits had launched arrows, and they were coming at Jin and Songi with great speed. The boy turned around and covered the team leader with his body, prepared to be mortally wounded. The boy turned around and covered his body with his team leaders, prepared to be mortally wounded. The only casualty was the masked man who had attacked Jin. He was lying on the ground with dozens of arrows sticking out of his body. Above him stood their leader. The young man gritted his teeth when he saw what had happened. These people had no pity even for their own comrade. But those who heard those words only laughed. Rather than a useless existence, wouldn't it be better to be useful to the cause? They were honored to lose their lives for the glory of his name. Jin realized he was facing fanatics, and it was useless to talk to them. Their minds were clouded, so he drew his sword. This time it was his turn to attack, and the young man rushed straight at the crowd of masked men waving his blade. He was going to clear the way. Turning around, he shouted to Seo. If they moved in the same direction, they could find an escape route. She had to follow him. Jin, busy trying to find a way to escape, didn't notice the masked man sneaking up behind him, ready to strike a fatal blow. But Songi was on the alert. There was a stomping of feet and he realized that the bandits were coming at them from the rear again. They were clearly not going to let them go so easily. They had to defend themselves. He waited for them to get closer and then suddenly did a backflip, suddenly finding himself behind them. They lost sight of him and stopped in bewilderment. Seo looked at Jin incredulously, his movements light as if he were floating in the air. He only smiled at him, as if he had just seen the way to freedom. But before they could take a few steps, they were surrounded again. Jin gritted his teeth in anger, but it was only an illusion that they had not escaped their grasp. The voice of the bandit leader was heard. He advised us to forget about hope and get out of this place alive, and with those words his hand reached for his sword. Jin looked back and stared at the man who had spoken. He was the one who gave the orders here, so he had to get rid of him first. Turning to Seo, he whispered that he planned to take care of the bandit commander, and she should be more careful, and the girl assured him that she could handle it. Easily getting off the ground, Jin used the blitz skill, and as if floating in the air, he drew his sword and pointed it straight at the chest of the leader of the bandit group. He skillfully fought it off, but still felt the young man's strength. He turned to his team and ordered them to destroy Jin. The boss tried to attack, but the young man using the character skill moved so fast that the enemy's blade only cleaved the air but did not touch the opponent. Finally, Jin felt the time had come. He turned to the sword dance skill and scattered the bandits who had come to his aid like skittles and struck the enemy. However, the young man was disappointed here. The boss easily repelled the blade as Jin's strength was running out, and he was no longer as agile as before. The masked man grinned. Did the guy really think that he would be able to destroy him and save Sanghaseo in time? Instead of answering, Jin rushed back into the attack, and just in time. The girl received a treacherous blow in the back and her weapon fell to the ground. One of the enemies had already drawn his sword to pierce her. The guy swung around and threw the masked man off. He helped Tim lead up off the ground. His voice sounded frustrated. He couldn't defeat their commander. And Junhee was running out of time. He had to hurry up and think of something immediately. Jin thought about it. He looked around and scrutinized the ranks of enemies who were glaring angrily through the slits of the mask. They too were in contemplation. Their enemies were much stronger. Maybe we should have attacked them all together, but the leader calmed them down. They were in no hurry. Whatever this guy's plan is now, all they need to do is put a good squeeze on him until he runs out of abilities and powers. Suddenly, the Genin's gaze became clearer and he smiled happily. There was only one possibility left. So he clicked on Liu Shan's download. The character immediately appeared in front of him but looked away. Immediately began to complain the guy had a clear talent for getting into trouble and adventures. Now that he got to Jin's place, he didn't have a day without fun. But the young man shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps Liu Shan had done something wrong in his past life. In any case, he needed a favor now. Jin needed the help of the strongest general Liu Shan could think of. He hesitated, but Jin hurried him on, and he turned to the binding Gacha. The cards flashed before him. His target was Stan Fei in combination with Liu Shan. Now they needed someone to protect them while they were running away from a large group of enemies. And clutching Seiyun's talisman tightly in his palm, he froze in anticipation. A second later, one of the cards separated from the others, and the boy reached out his hand to it in hope. Only a miracle could save them, but he'd gotten out of trouble before. Watching what was happening, the masked men froze. They didn't understand what Jin was doing, but they didn't like it. Turning to his soldiers, the leader exclaimed that he had a bad feeling about this. Have everyone stand back and start attacking the guy from afar. And the archers lined up in a row and fired the first arrows at their target. Dozens of sharp stingers flew toward the Sangha. The girl watched their flight as if mesmerized. Clutching the gun tightly, she realized that there was nowhere to run. This time, it was definitely over. She could only try to dodge so that her vital organs would not be affected. But to her surprise, a spear appeared and deftly deflected all the arrows. She shrieked in amazement and turned around. Jin was standing right next to her, his new weapon gleaming in his hands. But Seo didn't have the strength to be surprised anymore. But the masked men appreciated his maneuver. They didn't understand how he managed to repel all the shells. They had never encountered such speed before. It wasn't just a spear. The Lord of all weapons of the perfect had created an ancient weapon, and the steel tip shone with strength and power. Now behind Jin's back was the strongest character, Jin Zhengdo, who had raised his level and mana to almost the maximum level in numerous battles. Jin could rely on him to protect him, especially since his characteristics also increased when he protected other people. The masked men stomped around in confusion, cheering each other on. There was nothing to be afraid of after all, they were outnumbered. They rushed into battle again and Jin waited. Now he was confident in his abilities. They would be able to not only escape from here, but come out of this battle victorious. When the enemies got closer, he decided that the best defense would be an attack, and rushed towards them with all his legs, putting out the tip of his spear. His eyes now glowed with the same demonic fire as the bandit's eyes, and he easily jumped up to deliver several crushing blows. The masked men scattered in different directions. There was a groan from the wounded, but Jin didn't even turn toward them. His attention was drawn to the new enemies. They surrounded him in a tight ring, laughing maliciously. Now he was in their hands. This time, the guy didn't wait for the attack. He turned to the skill of rotating Dragon Spear and his weapon magnetized the attackers to the place. Seeing their pathetic attempts to escape, Jin made an elusive movement, and now they were thrown in different directions. Panic broke out in the ranks. Jin was enjoying what was happening. He could feel the power growing inside him, and finally it burst out in a powerful energy stream that knocked everything in its path. When the air cleared after the explosion, the leader of the group of masked men looked around in bewilderment with his eyes flapping. How could this boy be capable of such a thing? The bodies of his team members lay everywhere. Somewhere the moaning of the wounded could be heard. Only one thing was certain. They had been defeated utterly and irrevocably. The commander looked around in panic. Where had the most important enemy disappeared to? He was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the sound of rapidly approaching footsteps was heard from behind. He didn't even have time to turn around before Jin swung his spear into the air and threw several of the surviving bandits to the ground. Now he had only a few men left in his squad, but even those, for the first time, openly murmured. How could they fight against a man of such strength? When he heard those words, the commander turned around in a frenzy and kicked the nearest bandit with all his might. Their mission was more important than a couple of lives. A pentagram glowed in his palm, aimed at Jin. Without turning around, he ordered the others to destroy the Sanghi. That was their mission, and everyone had to remember that he was watching their every move. They could die, but they must accomplish the task. When Seo heard these words, she clutched her weapon tightly in her hands and prepared for a fierce fight. She decided to give up her life, but suddenly Jin appeared in front of her. Apologizing, he grabbed her tightly by the waist and threw her over his shoulder and fled, swapping his spear for a sword as he went. The masked men rushed after him. One of the enemies almost caught up with them and jumped in an attempt to stop Jin. One of the enemies was almost upon them and jumped in an attempt to stop Jin. The guy realized that the attack was aimed at Seo, and a crazy plan came to his mind. Taking her in his arms, he apologized again. The girl sensed something wrong. Not yet knowing what awaited her, Seo felt a chill run down her spine and her pupils dilated with a fear she hadn't experienced even in battle. Her worst fears had come true. A second later, Jin tossed her high into the sky, and she heard him promise her he'd be sure to catch her. All his attention focused on his enemies. He clutched his sword tightly and turned to his opponents. They were in for a real jolt. His movements became swift. The masked men were still staring at Seo as she flew into the sky when the first blow struck. Jin swept across the clearing, leaving the wounded behind him. Now he put aside his sword and tried to determine where Songi would fall. So far, it could not be seen even in the sky, so high he had thrown it. But then the girl showed herself. She flew with great speed and Jin felt the tension in his body. In a moment, she was in his arms again. The girl was on the ground, swaying from the horror of the experience. Jin rushed to her aid, but she steadfastly pushed his arm away. It was all right. The maneuver was not the most pleasant, but Seo knew it was necessary. Besides, Jin had dealt with all the remaining enemies. Seo looked around the battlefield and whistled. Wow, she didn't even realize he could do that. And Jin grinned, thinking that the masked men were certainly capable, but not quite him, the young man explained. Not knowing what the right thing to do was, he decided to knock out the man who looked like the leader of the masked men. Now it was his turn to ask questions. Did the Sangha find out anything about the Karma Guild from Song Dong-hak? But the girl only shook her head sadly. She was sorry, but someone from the association got to the spy early and destroyed him, apparently to guarantee closure. Jin suddenly stopped talking abruptly. He saw that his mission to save Sangha was not yet over. Her life was still in danger. Wanting to distract and reassure her, he smiled. He could handle a spy on his own, as Seo remembered he had all the tools to do so. Upon reaching the Sangha Association, the first thing she did was to call an emergency meeting, attended by the entire top brass of the organization. Everyone was surprised and displeased by her liberty. What could have happened that Seo distracted everyone from their work at such a difficult time? After waiting for all questions to subside, the team leader announced that during her patrol she had been attacked by a group of 200 individuals. Everyone jumped up from their seats when they heard that. Who could have thought of that, and why didn't the girl immediately report what had happened and call for help? Songi calmly continued. The bandits had artificially created a gap and blocked her radio signal so she couldn't request reinforcements. When she thought she was about to give up her life, Jin joined the battle and saved her. That's why she wished the young man was there too. But the attack on her wasn't the only reason for the meeting. There was another important detail she wanted to discuss. The real reason the girl called this meeting was the need to find a spy among the ruling part of the association. The effect of the statement was equivalent to the explosion of a bomb. Everyone at once expressed their indignation at the audacity of such accusations. SEO waited until everyone had quieted down. For this, she asked to do only two things, and if someone thought he could not fulfill the conditions, he could refuse. There was a murmur among those present, but SEO wasn't deterred by that. Finding the spy was too important to matter at stake, and so she was ready to take responsibility for whatever happened next. However, the association director called for silence from everyone. Now he understood why Seo had called the meeting, so let her tell them exactly what they need to do. First, everyone had to swear that they wouldn't talk about what was going to happen here, and these conditions were supported by everyone. Jaina, who was present with Jin at the meeting, had put everyone under a vow of silence. Now the sworn could not speak even if they wanted to. Songi wanted everyone's permission to use Jin's skills on them, which of course did not carry mental or physical harm to those present. There was a murmur again, but Teacher Seo slammed his fist on the table. This was no place for cowards, and if Sangha said it wasn't dangerous, it was. He even jumped up from his seat, wanting to protect his favorite student as usual. If this experiment caused any harm, he was ready to take responsibility. The director of the association also supported the team leader's idea. He was interested and agreed to see what would happen next. Jin and Songi breathed out a sigh of relief. The hardest part was over. Now the conditions for using the truth skill were met, and Jin opened the truth room. The girl thanked everyone for their trust and explained that she only had one request left. Now everyone present must say, "I am not a spy." The people present were visibly relaxed and were expecting something more difficult to accomplish. Everyone said a phrase until it finally came to Cheng Ki-seo. He was asked to hurry up and say a phrase so they could finish with this baloney. However, the man could not do so. Jaina clenched his mouth tightly. Seeing the hiccup, Sangha jumped up to Cheng Ki. He still didn't say a word. Maybe because he couldn't say them because of the truth room effect. So the spy who sent people to the Sangha's soul was the head of the information department, Cheng Ki-seo. But even after hearing these accusations, the man didn't say a word. He stared at one point without blinking and his gaze clouded over. The other members of the meeting gathered around. No one could believe what was happening. Suddenly, the traitor clutched a pen that was actually a sharpened blade and lunged at Seo. Out of his mouth came a phrase already familiar to the girl, in his name. As luck would have it, the teacher was next to her, whose reaction allowed her to quickly disarm the traitor. He was on the floor before he could even gasp. Yan Cholson even roared with anger as the pathetic spy dared to attack his favorite disciple. And with those words, he grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and shook him once more. Wonjin breathed a sigh of relief that the task of rescuing Seo had been accomplished. He had managed to figure it all out, and he felt universally tired. If it wasn't for the association ring Seo had given him, things would have been much more difficult. Even the Lord of all Weapons couldn't restore his mana. He thanked Jaina for her help. It was hard to imagine that with such imbue skills, she was a golden rarity. But the one brushed it off. They'd just gotten lucky. She couldn't control the skill once activated. CO used the room true as her own skill, so everyone could use it to their advantage. She could not prematurely end the action once activated. If someone decided to take advantage of the moment, she wouldn't be able to help the genie in any way. It made her angry. It was how she had parted with her life at one time. Her friend had called her a witch during the skill activation, and Jaina couldn't say anything against it. The young man wondered if he should be more careful about the truth room next time. It could do him more harm than good. Meanwhile, the Karma Guild was also having an emergency meeting. The news that Songi had survived shocked everyone, but what was even more surprising was another thing. She not only survived but stopped the rift and defeated the mercenary squad. Most likely their plans were disrupted by some unforeseen factor. All indications were that she was rescued right after the rift was cleared, and it looks like it was just one person. Unbelievable. One of the guild members was present during the battle and saw him with his own eyes, but was too far away to identify him. He was fluent in spear and sword skills and became much stronger in an instant. It was described as an S-rank hunter. It must have been Kong Hai-chun. But everyone knows that this guy wasn't in any organization and worked alone. No doubt only high-ranking members knew the plan. Someone suggested that his appearance was just a coincidence. But this remark aroused the anger of the chairman of the meeting. No one dared to doubt him. In any case, there was no turning back what had been done. Now it was more interesting what Sang-hee planned to do next. What were the chances of her catching one of the mercenaries? The commander shook his head. He could say with certainty that the blood seal had been activated in the battle and all the mercenaries had lost their minds. It was also known that CO had gathered all the high-ranking members of the association for an emergency meeting, so they would soon find out what was going on. Karma lost an entire squad of warriors because of one unforeseen C-rank hunter. The Sangha survived. Now the association will be on guard. Suddenly, one of the guild members looked around. He didn't see Vaughn anywhere. Apparently, this failure had motivated him to create something new and powerful. And they were right. The masked man named Vaughn stared at Jin's picture with rage, then crumpled it up violently and swore he would destroy it. At this time, Jin himself was summoned to the principal's office. He didn't beat around the bush. He guessed that the boy had used the truth room at the meeting. Jin thought for a moment. It seems that in the association, everyone had a role to play depending on their predispositions, so there was nothing surprising in these suspicions. The director, however, continued. Thanks to the young man, the Sangha had kept alive and moreover managed to find the spy. With these words, he rose from the table. The man bowed in gratitude, making Jin and Seo uncomfortable. The young man waved his hands, urging him to stop. The headmaster followed his gesture and noticed a ring on the young man's finger. Jin was even more confused. He had forgotten to return the artifact and quickly pulled it off his finger. However, the man stopped him with a gesture. It was all right. Jin could keep it as the association's appreciation of the lad's merit. They shook hands. Left alone, Jin thought about it. He couldn't believe that such unexpected luck had fallen on his head. He couldn't even dream of such a thing. The young man took another look at the ring. Not only had he managed to get such a useful item, but there was a reward for the task. And indeed, as soon as he got home, Winnie Malkin was already waiting for him on the couch, quietly sipping tea. When she saw him, she waved her hand in greeting. Jean didn't fail to ironically point out that they hadn't seen each other for a whole day, and the girl sighed. She wasn't happy that they were seeing each other so often. But it wasn't about Jin himself at all. It was just that materializing in his world was taking a lot of energy from her, and lately she'd been feeling tired all the time. The true universe acted as an observer, and Winnie only appeared to people in extreme cases. But Jean got into trouble every so often. And the young man finally decided to ask, why did the true universe give him rewards for solving the problems he learned about in the information window? But the girl bowed her head and refused to answer. Perhaps in the future, when he had more influence, she would be able to satisfy his curiosity. Well, Jean understood and didn't take offense, but Winnie could tell us more about how he could increase his influence. And the girl explained. There were many ways, but she recommended to keep raising the level. Reaching a certain level would also increase your influence. Jin pondered, meaning he just had to level up and sooner or later he would increase his influence. It was simple, but there was still one more question. He turned to Vinny. What about the reward he'd promised earlier? Maybe he could say he wanted it again like last time. Then he wanted something that didn't require currency to use. The purchase system gave advantages but took away a lot of features. Of course, he liked that every 10th card was guaranteed to have at least a gold rarity, but he still wanted something without serious restrictions. The girl nodded her head accordingly. She understood and promised to take his wishes into consideration when giving out the reward. Jin thanked her happily, but before he did, he didn't want to see what she was going to offer him for his heroic deed. Winnie was sure he'd like it. She folded her arms in which Jin's familiar fireball appeared, so his reward this time would be, and Winnie launched a beam of light into the ceiling. They looked up and watched as two characters appeared in front of them at once. It was a double summoning. Jin even opened his mouth in surprise and hesitated to ask, "Really? But the girl herself answered his silent question. Right skill allowed to summon 2 personalities at the same time. The boy couldn't believe his happiness and asked again, so now he could swing the heavenly halberd in one hand and hold the sword in the other. But immediately interrupted himself. After all, if he could summon 2 personalities, he only had 1 body left in that case. What characteristics did he get? Winnie explained. He was getting the highest characteristics of the summoned individuals. In addition, the boy received all of their talents. For example, if characters had skill in several weapons at once, Jin would get the highest skill from them. The young man was trying to digest the information he'd received, so he could now have as many talents as he wanted, and he could have the highest characteristics as well. What if he gets the talent of ingenuity and adds Lu Shan's luck on top? Then he could create a weapon with incredible quality. Still, it was too good he couldn't believe his luck. Could it be that Winnie was really going to give him such skills? The girl decided to temper his fervor a bit. She didn't advise Jin to use this skill too often, remembering the high mana consumption. After all, if he summons 2 personalities using double summoning, then after summoning the second personality, the skill's duration will be greatly reduced. The young man understood. Of course, a strong skill had corresponding limitations. Couldn't Winnie give him something imbo? But the girl just laughed. The limitations were the balance of energy in the universe and its conversion. It was the best she had to offer at the moment. Jin didn't hesitate for a second. Sure, the skill would use a huge amount of mana, but the benefits outweighed. He was fine with it. He agreed. The girl smiled happily. A glowing orb appeared in her hands, and she poked the young man's chest with all her might. He fell to the floor from the impact. Looking around, Winnie smiled, satisfied. Jin got the double summoning skill. It was a little painful for him, but he was strong. She reminded him that the true universe was always watching over him, and leaving the boy to recover, she vanished into thin air. Jin spent a lot of time with Hishik's older brother. He had finally decided to try his hand at games and was making great progress. This time he won again, and Jin foolishly reminded him how he'd been so proud of himself for calling himself a bad player. Kang shrugged his shoulders in embarrassment. Suddenly something rumbled behind him. It was the sound of a gate that had caught Jin's attention long ago, but he didn't dare ask what it was. A blue light shimmered inside the portal and the sound became unbearably strong. Kang explained. His friend had put this thing here even though it was stressing him out. The energy radiating from the gate was getting stronger, and Jin even covered his head with his hands. It felt like it was going to explode. At last the girl's pale head showed and Kang said her name irritably. McDowell. The girl's name was mockingly answered. Let him rejoice. She's honored his miserable home with a visit. Now let him hurry up and bring her something to eat. Suddenly her gaze fell on the unfamiliar young man, and she fell silent half-heartedly. Jin was silent too, rubbing his head in confusion. Kang jumped on her. He'd asked his friend Ellie to give him 100 times advance warning about his visas, but she brushed him off like an annoying insect. Seeing that it was useless to say anything to her, Kang remembered his duties as a host and introduced his friend Jin as his little brother's savior. The boy was completely embarrassed by this presentation under the girl's critical gaze. Kang turned to him. He must have heard of her before. It was an American cisgender hunter, Ellie McDowell. She was the one who developed the Awakening, and also introduced the rank system to the world community. She was also the richest person in the world and also the first awakened. The girl smirked as she listened to her friend. Jin couldn't get over his surprise. Of course he had heard of her, but he had no idea she was so young. She, in turn, had heard of him. The young man extended his hand for a handshake, and Ellie reached out to shake it, but suddenly froze wide-eyed. Her gaze strayed to the boy's bracelet. Did he really get this bracelet from the treasure dungeon? Her voice even trailed off when she asked that question. Jin raised his eyebrows in surprise. Moreover, she knew that such a reward was given for completely clearing the dungeon. After hearing this, Kang couldn't hold back a gasp of surprise. Seeing such awareness, Jin couldn't resist using surveillance. But in order to get to the girl's skills, he had to undo a few protective effects. She had a dozen protective artifacts, but the research went well and the guy saw her talents. There were 17 of them, a lot even for a genius like her. Jin frowned. Still, how did she know about the origin of the bracelet? But here, Kang intervened in the conversation. He asked not to be angry with the girl. The thing is, she could analyze any object in the world and figure out what it was made of and how it was made. But even Ellie wasn't omnipotent. There were 2 items in the world that she could not study: the green dragon crescent blade and the Excalibur. Today, she encountered another. So Kang had a request. He wanted to ask Jin for a favor, but warned that he could always refuse without any consequences in their relationship. Since the young man had cleared the treasure dungeon on his own, he was aware of the existence of creatures from other worlds, like dwarves. There was a theory that these creatures might know the reason for the dungeons on Earth. They were gathering information regarding this theory. Jin was interested in the last message, what they had learned. Kang explained that they had been close when the creatures had been banned. According to the information I received, someone went to another world and made a deal to provide land as payment, and asked for the destruction of humanity. Jin shuddered. Did they really think that this traitor was the leader of the Karma Guild? And Kang had confirmed that guess. He was their prime suspect, but they had no direct evidence. Jin grimaced as if in pain. To think that there was such a crazy guild on Earth and had so many followers. So the monsters from the emerging dungeons were just ordinary scouting parties sent from other worlds. He remembered the stories of other hunters who had repeatedly described encountering monsters whose intelligence was clearly above average. It was becoming quite clear that very soon mankind would face far more intelligent and powerful creatures. But would it be able to withstand? And it was only a matter of time before we met the inhabitants of other worlds. What to do? Were they so different from the people in the treasure dungeons? Kang confirmed this hunch. Some were mercenaries with an order to destroy humans. Others lived peacefully in their dungeons and were allies. Finally, Jin asked the most important question of all. Why did these guys decide to share such important and secret information with him? Heshchik's brother had already opened his mouth, but Ellie confidently pushed him away and spoke up. They needed Jin's help. He hadn't figured it out yet. After all, the artifacts from the treasure dungeon were weapons that went beyond the imagination of mankind. And since this guy possessed one of them, it was clear that he possessed an incredible talent recognized even by the beings of another world. So he could not only be a C-ranked warrior, but even surpass it. Kang entered the conversation. They would want Jin to continue improving his skills, even though they were currently dealing with monsters themselves. After all, they could be attacked by monsters of a completely different level in the near future, or maybe creatures from other worlds. And then they couldn't do it without help. And Jin, with his incredible talents, could help in the fight for humanity's life. Ellie added smugly that the young man could feel free to ask her for help. She promised to help to the best of her ability. Kang walked over to Jin and whispered in his ear. Despite her bad temper, Ellie was a good person, but the girl heard his protests and stomped her feet. The young man thought for a moment and took a step toward the girl and held out his hand. He was honored to have such a comrade as the famous Ellie McDowell. And she stepped toward him for a second and shook his hand firmly in return. She too was glad to have such an intelligent and strong friend. At that time, darkness had already fallen over the cities. The inhabitants continued to go about their daily lives, unaware that a portal had opened in the sky. As if through a window, terrifying creatures were staring into him. They were innumerable, and their eyes glittered with fierce rage. They hated humans. One of them, apparently the leader, smiled carnivorously. The human's time was steadily coming to an end. He waited happily for their time to pass. The portal that opened in the sky was clearly visible to Winnie, but there was nothing she could do. She was only a helper and an observer in this world. The fight in the dungeon proved to be no small matter. The monster was so strong that it broke Heshiki's shield. The monster was so strong that he managed to break Heshiki's shield. But even her strength wasn't enough. That's when Jin entered the battle. When his sister was about to be hit, he pushed her back with all his might and took her place. The next moment, the monster's tentacles slashed at his body. The equipment had saved him from serious injury, but in some places it had shattered into splinters. This resistance infuriated the saint. She clenched her teeth and struck the monster with such a crushing blow that the walls of the dungeon shook. Jin was on his back. Thanking Seiyun with a nod of his head, he pulled out his spear and finished the monster. It was finally over. Now one could exhale. The sweep was not easy and took a full 3 hours. The team felt incredibly tired, and the losses were considerable. Now we will have to buy more equipment. But in general, the mood of the guys was high. Luckily, no one was seriously hurt, and the things were just things. Suddenly, Heshchik stopped joking. Jin looked regretfully at his torn suit. It was no good. He had to be ready for battle at any minute. There were entire shopping centers with stores for users. It was possible to buy something for novice hunters and experienced warriors. The boys walked along the shopping aisles and looked around in amazement. Of course they knew they existed, but it was much more vivid than they had imagined. Seiyun immediately bid them farewell, going shopping alone. Heshik suggested that Jin start shopping at the armory, and the guy was about to agree, but suddenly some outraged shouting distracted his attention. He turned around to see what was going on. The shout grew louder and clearer. It was easy to make out the words. The young man turned around. He didn't like scandals, but this time something drew him in. One of the buyers was indignant as he looked at his purchases. It was all garbage. What a scam. They tried to calm him down, but he wouldn't shut up. Jin felt a pleasant tickle inside. Despite such an anti-advertisement, he had a strong urge to look into the lottery shop. But Heshik smirked. It was a store where you could find good items at fairly low prices. But as expected in a lottery, most of the items were garbage. Jin was about to give up knowing that his luck was giving a break, but suddenly a thought flashed through his mind that if he used his research skill, that way he would be sure to find something worthwhile, and after saying goodbye to Heshchik, he headed to the lottery shop in anticipation. He was greeted at the door by a cordial salesman. Jin realized how hard it was to find something useful among the junk. One item caught his eye. But it wasn't valuable either. Jin sighed. If he checked every item, his mana would run out quickly. Suddenly, he heard someone quietly calling for help. He carefully looked out of his row. The voice came from the side, and it was hardly human. It was so thin and quiet. At last he found the right shelf and ran his eyes over the shelves. Ready to pass, the young man heard the voice again. Someone was urging him to take the ring in his hand. Finally finding the source, Jin leaned closer. He explained to the mysterious stranger that he had heard his call and had come. But how could he save him? The longing in his voice was replaced by jubilation. A creature similar to a fairy from children's fairy tales appeared in front of him. It was tiny and had wings behind its back. The creature introduced herself. Her name was Ixia, and she was one of the 13 pieces of armor created by the Golden Dragon Lord Sia. Jin shuddered. She was one of those animate objects he had read about in fantasy. Had he been lucky enough to meet one of them thanks to his communication skill? She called him great, but why? And Ixia explained that the boy was a gift of the gods of the world, that is, a dragon. This explanation completely confused the young man. Suddenly, the creature burst into tears. She was so glad to have met such a great dragon. As for decades, she had lost all hope of getting out of here. Jin was embarrassed to disappoint her, but it was worth explaining right away. He was just an ordinary man. I didn't even know dragons existed. Hearing that, Ixia's rare tears turned into a flood. How could this mean he would leave her here and she would have to wait decades again? The young man felt sad. Since he wasn't a dragon, he couldn't use the ring. But it wasn't quite like that. All he needed to do was communicate with her. But now it was in sealed form, so it was of little use. It would be difficult, if not impossible, for a normal person to break the seal. But Jin had already dispelled his doubts and smiled happily. Let Ixia not be upset. He promises to break her seal and set her free. The creature's lips quivered with excitement, and suddenly she rushed to hug the young man with her small arms. Ixia was happy. How could she repay him? Suddenly her eyes brightened. He had come here for the outfit, hadn't he? And Jin confirmed it. She could be a consultant because she knew where the best stuff was kept. Just 20 minutes later, Jin was standing at the cash register with a drawer full of weapons and artifacts. He was grateful to the little fairy for her instincts and searching skills. When Seyun and Heshik saw his purchases, they were astonished. Jin was the only team captain in the world who bought equipment for his charges. The young man smiled. He had done nothing so much as just picking up everything he needed, but he felt tired from overusing the observation skill. They said goodbye at the entrance to the mall. The young man had his own things to do, and no matter how happy he was to spend time with his friends, it was time to do them. As soon as they were out of sight, he summoned Ixia again, and she immediately appeared before him. What he should have paid attention to before breaking the seal. Here he was forced to distract himself. The alert window lit up. The dungeon map had detected a new portal, and it was just a few blocks away, which meant that the portal appeared in the center of the city. He turned to Ixia. "I'll have to take care of her business later," and rushed off at full speed toward his goal. In a few minutes, the young man was at his destination and stopped in front of the unfinished building with surprise. The place for the dungeon had been chosen strangely. He went inside and almost immediately came across a portal. With his observation, he saw that it was a B-rank dungeon called the Prison of the Dead. Interesting that his stats should have been increased for the first 2 hours, so it should have been dealt with sooner. But he had spent a lot of mana searching for weapons and needed to check his stats. And here he got a surprise. He had become much stronger and could be considered an A-ranker. But before going into the dungeon, he decided to deal with Ixia's seals as he had promised her, and the unusual creature shrieked with happiness. She once again warned that this task was not easy for an ordinary man. The one who could handle it could be equal in power to the might of a great magician. Turning to observe, the young man immediately discovered the seal of Sage Ixia. The process of breaking the first seal had begun. So far, everything was going smoothly and there was nothing complicated. Minutes later, the first seal was broken and Jin immediately discovered the second. He wondered, would his skills be enough if there were many seals? The second seal was successfully broken and he was ready to triumph, but a third seal was discovered. He felt that his strength was running out. Jin tried his best, but he could not break the third seal. There were special conditions that had to be met. He sighed disappointedly. The young man was ashamed that he couldn't fulfill his promise. However, Ixia was glowing with excitement. She didn't think anyone could break 2 seals at once. Jin looked at her features that were now available to him and opened his mouth in surprise. He hadn't expected her to have such abilities, and given that she was constantly evolving, she would become even stronger over time, especially since she had the skill of intuition. Too bad he couldn't use it himself. It was her own talent, like a sixth sense or an inner voice. She used it, for example, when picking out his outfit at the store. Jin had to check the ammunition before going down into the dungeon. It looked good, but he would check the quality in battle. Jin stood in front of the portal with his spear clutched in his hand. His mood was great, and his nerves tickled with the anticipation of battle. Suddenly, Ixia called out to him. She had a bad feeling. Let him prepare for battle immediately after entering the dungeon. And Jin promised to keep his eyes open. Immediately, he boldly took a step forward. In a moment, the young man, squinting from the lack of light, found himself in a dark cave and was able to assess the talents of his new character. Before he could make a move, a monster came rushing at him from nowhere. Its fierce grin did not bode well for Jin, but he was ready. He swung his spear at the monster and was the first to deliver a devastating blow. The monster wheezed and jerked to a halt. Jin breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could catch his breath, he heard Ixia's warning voice. A dozen new monsters appeared ahead. They were the same level as the first attacker. Therefore, Jin was no longer worried and prepared to meet them with dignity. And besides, it was a great chance to try out his new skill. With these thoughts, he clenched his spear and struck the roaring tiger. The weapon in his hands glowed and the air around him shook with energy waves. The monsters, sensing their enemy's power, tried to flee, but in vain. In a second, it was all over. Jin looked at the remains of the charred monsters and marveled. That's a lot of power, destroying so many monsters with a single blow. Ixia distracted him from these thoughts. Stammering and worried, she still couldn't help but ask, would the young man mind if she ate the leftovers? Jin didn't mind, and within a minute there was no trace of the monsters in the cave. Ixia was moved to tears. It felt good to eat for the first time in a long time. The scale of her developmental progress after a hearty lunch was filled to 1%. Not bad. When he removed the third seal from her, Ixia might be even more useful. Jin grinned. If so, he would feed her to her heart's content now, and they headed deeper into the cave. The boss was still ahead of them, and they had to find his room. On the way, he often had to use his spear. The monsters were more disgusting this time than ever before, and they were especially disgusting. So he took special pleasure in destroying them. Just imagine if these creatures got to Earth. What suffering they could cause to humans. Another monster flashed by, and Jin was already in the habit of striking, but this time it wasn't enough to do any damage. Could it be that he was running out of strength? He had to use his sword as well, and jumping closer, he attacked the stubborn enemy once more. This time the monster could not resist and collapsed dead. But more monsters appeared ahead. There were more and more of them. Jin was clear that he would be exhausted if he destroyed them one by one, so he let them come closer. Now he took in a full chest of air and roared. It was a tiger roar skill that reduced the strength of the enemy's attack by 10%. Seeing that the monster squad was disoriented, he took advantage of the green dragon's maneuver and rushed at them. The walls of the cave shook again. The impact of the spear was now so powerful that the monsters scattered like skittles hit by a ball. For a second, the dark corridor was illuminated by a blinding flash. Jin looked around at the defeated enemies and realized that combining skills made him much stronger. Ixia, on the other hand, rushed off to eat. After a few minutes, they came to the wrought iron doors. This was the boss's room, their final destination. They had to prepare thoroughly for the meeting, and while Ixia was drooling thinking about the upcoming booty, Jin was going through the character cards. He needed help in this battle, and Liu Shan appeared in front of the young man. He greeted his master cheerfully. It had been a long time since they had seen each other. I wondered if Jin had settled down to a life of leisure. But suddenly the Joker faltered when he met Ixia's gaze. The little fairy screamed in terror and hid behind her master. Who was that in front of her? Could it be a ghost? Liu Shan finally remembered his upbringing and etiquette and bowed ceremoniously to her. He should have introduced himself earlier. He was an emperor from the Shu dynasty. Seeing Liu Shan's nose puffed up as he talked about his origins and watching Yixia's delight, the young man hummed, the boast of an emperor who destroyed his empire. Seeing Jin's mocking face, Liu Shan decided to quickly change the subject. He was summoned to use his luck in the lottery. So let the young man begin. When Ixia heard about the lottery, she got excited. She wanted to help too, and Jin let her participate. Concentrating, she waved her hand and Jin pressed the button. The cards flashed before their eyes, and finally one separated from the others and began to fall into their hands. The boy shouted with joy. The card was gold. Ixia smiled haughtily. Her intuition had never failed her. Liu Shan puffed up his face. He knew it was all due to his luck. Jin ignored the bickering and looked at the characteristics of the new character and whistled. It was an 80th level Jin Changdu. He had more than 10 talents and was willing to give his life to win. Now they could go to the boss. Especially since they had just arrived at the door. When he opened the door, he immediately felt the suffocating negative aura that enveloped him like a fog. The main monster was already waiting for them and blazing with rage. The boy didn't wait for an attack in close combat. He drew his bow and took aim. As with other weapons, his hands acted as if they knew what to do. The monster, seeing the danger, roared and lunged at Jin in a frenzy. The distance between them was rapidly shrinking, and the boy fired an arrow. It whistled and flew straight into the monster's chest. The tip exploded as it hit its target. The boss had no chance of survival. The arrow pierced through his opponent's body and into the wall behind him. The monster collapsed to the floor with a terrifying thud and fell silent. Jin's characteristics increased by 1 level. The young man smiled. Apparently, he had summoned a hero too strong for such a dungeon. He left the dungeon with a light heart. Already outside the portal, he stopped. Ixia was satisfied with a hearty lunch. His cell phone rang in his pocket. It was Sayun, and she was inviting him to come over for a visit. Her father was determined this time, and there would be no turning away. Jin felt his knees shake. After changing into his suit, he headed to a familiar address. Hyungnim was like his own father. He helped him get back on his feet and got him a job at the guild. As he walked down the street, he chatted with Ixia about his past, but suddenly a nagging feeling made him stop and look around. Something appeared to him. He scrutinized the faces of the people passing by and listened to his inner voice. But his intuition was silent. Maybe he was just imagining things. Well, maybe he was just imagining things after leaving the dungeon. And Ixia didn't notice anything. Jin continued on his way without suspicion. He didn't turn around, or he would have seen some guy staring back at him, his eyes burning with hatred. He was obviously up to no good. Hyungnim didn't greet him kindly. When he saw Jin on the doorstep, he folded his arms across his chest and didn't even get up from the couch to greet him. In an attempt to placate him, the young man approached and held out the gifts. He should have met him much earlier and felt guilty and justified in his accusations, but young Nim didn't want to settle down, so he was able to become a hunter and gather a team and didn't even write him about it, even though he took Sayun with him. Jin smiled even wider. He wanted to see him first. But his team was so busy that they didn't even have time to sleep. After 5 minutes, Youngnim finally relaxed and spoke more condescendingly. Jin told him how talented his daughter was, and he agreed. By the way, if Sayun was such a treasure, then why hadn't Jin met her yet? When he heard that, the young man coughed in surprise. He jumped up indignantly. Jin had known the girl since they were kids, and they had always been together. He loved her, but he never treated her anything but a little sister. When Hyung-nim heard that, he shouted in rage. Was Jin so conceited that his daughter wasn't good enough for him to consider her as a woman? His wife and daughter, seeing that the man was on a rampage, decided to act decisively. Seyun was to take Jin out for a walk while her mother calmed her father down. Already outside, the girl apologized for her father's behavior. Jin, sensing her embarrassment, reassured Seyun that he should have visited them sooner. He had a present, by the way, and he handed her a necklace. He thought it would suit her, plus the pendant increased perception by 2 whole points. The girl gratefully clutched her gift in her hands and promised to treasure it. Her eyes shone so brightly that the boy felt embarrassed. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a quiet voice. They turned around and saw a stranger whose face was hidden by a mask. She was addressing Seyun. She was the saint. The boys sensed the threat in the voice of the intruder. They immediately jumped away from her and froze, waiting for an attack. She had approached them so stealthily. Jin was sure that they were facing a high-level hunter and used the research skill to find out her characteristics. And this time, his intuition didn't fail him. The mysterious girl had a high level and a list of talents. She grinned. The boy didn't seem to know anything about them, but they had heard about his abilities. Seyun looked around and was horrified to realize that they were surrounded by men with guns in their hands. They wanted to take her away with them, but no one was willing to explain where they were going or why. She tried to contact the association but failed. Suddenly, Jin grabbed her hand forcefully. This way he received a blessing and increased his luck. He immediately turned to the linking lottery and did not fail. He got the gold card the first time. He needed it now more than ever. The masked strangers immediately felt his internal energy rise and decided not to wait any longer. Their commander-in-chief ordered an attack, but Jin was ready. Behind him stood the strongest warrior from Finn McCool's 92nd level service. His strength was enough to handle his enemies. But before he decided to elaborate, turning to the attackers, he asked which guild they belonged to. Karma didn't want to get behind him and his sister, but those only grinned. It wasn't worth comparing them to fanatics. However, Jin noticed that they were all doing the same thing, so he prepared for battle. The girl who was the head drew her sword. They needed the saint's help, and if the young man didn't want blood to spill, he should lower his weapon. Jin, whose skills had been enhanced by the saint's blessing, clenched his teeth stubbornly. It looked like there would be no peaceful solution, and he rushed to the attack. His new abilities allowed him to ignore the resistance of his opponent's magic. He clutched his spear tighter in his hands and prepared to face his opponents. However, there were more of them, and as soon as the young man lost his guard for a second and opened himself up, one of the attackers immediately jumped at him with a knife in his hands. It seemed that the outcome of the battle was predetermined, but Jin's reaction was especially fast today, and he easily repulsed the attack with his spear, piercing the attacker through and through. Now the masked men were not so sure of victory. They realized that they had unexpectedly met a very strong opponent whose strength and agility exceeded theirs. They tried to surround him, assuming it was the only way to deal with the furious guy. But he was able to deflect the blows even from the back, which was incredible. It seemed like he was just a monster gaining distance with red and yellow beams of energy that seemed to follow him around. But as soon as they got close, he immediately attacked them with 2 blades. All their tricks were useless in front of a power and talent of this level. No matter how hard the squad leader tried, she couldn't find his weaknesses, and the saint standing nearby prayed for him, strengthening the young man's potential. Jean turned around and noticed that not a single person had walked through the park. They must have been very strong to have made the jam. He listened. Where's the man who was in control of the situation? Suddenly his intuition pointed to a place nearby, and Jin turned around and threw his spear. The head of the squad, seeing that her man maintaining the barrier all this time had been discovered, shouted a warning. But it was too late. Jin already knew. The spear whistled and struck exactly where the young man was aiming. There was an explosion and a bright flash that blinded everyone for a second. The squad leader watched stunned as their barrier collapsed. Things were not going according to plan. It was urgent to neutralize their main rival, Jin. Meanwhile, the boy took advantage of the commotion he'd caused and grabbed Seyun and ran through the park. They had to get away before the enemies came to their senses. After an hour of exhausting running, the boys still decided to stop and catch their breath. Jean looked back. In all this time, they still hadn't made it out of the park. What kind of guild was it that spent an inordinate amount of resources to capture Seyun and put up barriers of such strength? Why would they want the girl? Suddenly, a jubilant voice sounded in the darkness. Found it. and the boy and the girl looked up and saw a stranger sitting on a lamppost with the agility of a monkey. The next second, he jumped to the ground and Jin drew his weapon ready to defend his sister. If they wanted Kiriki so badly, they should invite her officially. But the new enemy shook his head uncomprehendingly. Seiyun. He had no idea who this guy was talking about. After all, his main target was Jin Jongdo himself. With these words, he moved his hand only slightly, and the young man felt as if he were in an energy cage. Now he couldn't take a step. When Seiyun saw this, she shouted to him to warn him and created an impenetrable shield around him to shield him from the effects of the stranger's magic. And in time, just at that moment, a huge hand molded from beams of energy forcefully threw the young man away. But the shield protected him from injury, and Seiyun caught him gently. Jin turned to the exploration skill. He sensed a strong, dark energy. This time, it was definitely one of the Karma Guild members in front of him. His attention was drawn to the pendant on the stranger's chest. It was a mythical artifact that hid some of the characteristics of its owner, even for his skill. Meanwhile, it glowed on the attacker's chest, and Jin saw his abilities increase significantly. But the masked man also realized that he had been discovered. This boy seemed to have some kind of scouting skill. Jin felt a chill at what he saw. The enemy's aura was scarier than anything he had seen before. The masked man, sensing the enemy's strength, decided to probe it and aimed an energy arm at him. Jin needed a powerful combination, or they wouldn't get out. Suddenly, Seiyun reappeared behind his back. Using the rest of her strength, she put up another barrier. Her strength was astonishing. Even Jin couldn't get used to it. She held back the stranger's blow, and without turning around, she shouted at Jin to run. But the boy, though familiar with her strength, was stunned for a second. The new alert brought him out of his stupor. Receiving another blessing, his luck increased significantly, and he turned to the combined gacha. The cards flashed in front of him, and while Seiyun dodged their enemy's hand to divert his attention, Jin counted down the seconds. Finally, one golden card separated from the rest and fell into the guy's hands. The attacker stopped when he felt Jin's strength increase dramatically. Leaving Seiyun alone, he turned around and saw a bow in the young man's hands with an arrow pointing straight at his chest. Jin froze before pulling down the bowstring. The arrow flashed and exploded when it hit its target, but the enemy was unharmed. A thoughtful voice could be heard. It sounded like the guy was a rank C archer. However, he still couldn't break through the protective barrier. But Jin, with Xiaohu Yuan behind him, did not plan to give up. His hand reached for a new arrow. A new strike carried a charge of ice power, but even this arrow did not do much damage when it hit the shield. It did, however, cover him in ice. Did the young man think it would help him? But instead of answering, he drew the bowstring once more with a fiery arrow. Despite his opponent's taunts, he was confident. A ball of fire shone on the tip. He decided to use the Saint's Blessing skill. Without turning around, he thanked Seiyun, who was praying for him. When the enemy saw these preparations, he realized that he was in trouble. He saw the boy release the divine archer's arrow and watched it approach. The moment the arrow met the barrier, there was a deafening explosion. Jin watched carefully. This blow should have at least hit the enemy. But when the smoke cleared, he saw that the masked man was unharmed. Only his eyes burned with more fury. His voice was filled with anger. How dare that wicked man make him use the artifact again? He would pay for this with his life. Jin felt himself losing control of himself. His skill had run out again. Seiyun fell to the ground exhaustedly. The situation seemed hopeless. Suddenly, however, the masked man received a strong blow from the back. It was the head of the squad that had attacked the boys earlier. This time, she protected them. The girl turned around. Through the noise of the battle, she wondered what kind of enemy stood before her. His black aura was knocking her off her feet, and Jin explained that it was an assassin who had attacked their lives. When the squad leader heard this, she'd lost her temper. She threw herself at the masked man. They were the first to come for the saint, and she would leave with them. Jin breathed a sigh of relief. He only needed a few minutes to pick a new combination, and he would be able to come to the rescue. What he needed now was a binding lottery and luck. But this time, he didn't get a gold card. But Liu Shan's level increased by 4 levels. Why now when he needed outside help? He hung his head in doom. His mana had run out, and the masked man was pressing down hard on the head of the squad. There seemed to be no end to his power. The girl defended herself with the last of her strength, unable to attack on her own. She turned around and asked how long it would take Jin to help. Jin helplessly fell to his knees. Of course, he couldn't keep pulling out diamond cards. After spending all the tickets from Vinny, he only got standard cards. The young man saw that the outcome of the battle was clear. The forces were clearly unequal. At this rate, both he and Seiyun would remain in this park forever. Only a miracle could save them. He had no more choice. Rising, he grabbed the pendant. Winnie had warned him that the human body couldn't handle a talent upgrade. It sounded lousy, but there was no other way out. With that thought, Jin ripped off his pendant, and the links of the chain scattered on the sidewalk. He looked around in horror. A tornado was starting around him, and he was the epicenter of it. A portal opened in the sky above him, and a beam of light shot toward him. The young man's eyes darkened with the pain that came over him. It was beyond him, and he screamed. It was not even the energy of the earth, but of the universe itself. And an ordinary man must be able to withstand this blow. His body arched and his screaming stopped. There was no more strength even for him. Seiyun looked on in horror. At last it was quiet, and Jin could barely stand on his feet, as if he'd been through purgatory. He shook his head, trying to regain consciousness. His sister couldn't move either. However, it went easier than he expected. Jin heard that his level had been raised and the process of increasing talents had been started. Another round of torment. At this time, the fight continued. The masked man shook his head. The masked man shook his head. Apparently, he was furious and had forgotten his target because of the black blood he had taken. He looked back and saw that something strange was happening to Jin. His internal energy must have gotten out of control. It was good for him now. Gathering all his power into a fist, he turned the energy on the young man, wanting to destroy him. This was his climax, and he would gladly send the bastard to the next world. His strike almost reached its target, but at that moment, Seiyun stood between his power and Jin. She put the shield back between them and the masked man. And suddenly, when her strength was already at its limit, Jin stepped up and took over the job. He held the masked man's strength with his palm. It was the dragon blood that restored his physical state. He calmly turned back to his sister. He was fine now and she could rest. His talent level was raised and the achievement was recognized as one of the rarest phenomena in the history of the universe. He was rewarded with the prize of a black card. The personalities summoned by the black cards were of a higher rank than those summoned by the diamond cards. Now Jin could summon mythic level personalities. But the young man no longer needed outside help. He calmly watched the cards fall at his feet but made no attempt to pick them up. The masked man flinched. He felt the young man's aura change. It was now unstable but very strong. He had to report this to his guild immediately. When she heard that the enemy was about to flee, the squad leader rushed forward and struck with her sword. The sword slipped through the shield and did little damage. A dark orb glowed in his hands and he pointed it at the girl. Her time was up, now she would disappear. And he threw it with all his might. There was an explosion. The head of the squad flew off and fell to the ground wounded. But then the masked man's gaze fell on Jin. The boy stood clutching his bow tightly and ready to release an arrow. He smiled mockingly, expecting a punch. He was wrong. The guy hadn't gotten stronger, only stupider. It was naive to think he could beat him with that stick. Here, however, his taunts were cut short. The arrow this time easily pierced through the shield, which shattered and wounded him. When he was hit so hard, he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. When he saw Jin coming toward him, he looked up at him angrily. How could he overcome such a barrier? But the boy only shrugged his shoulders. He launched the most ordinary arrow. Now he could shoot even a monkey with his eyes closed. The masked man no longer had a chance to stand against Jin, and pointing his weapon at the enemy, the guy ordered to lay out who he was and what he wanted. He grinned again as he recovered a little from the blow. The young man probably wants to know why he wears that heavy mask on his face all the time. Well, then let him think it over. If they didn't know each other, he wouldn't wear it. Jin looked at his rival in a daze. Taking advantage of his confusion, the masked man teleported away and vanished into thin air. The young man looked around to see where he'd gone. Suddenly, he saw a flash of light nearby. It was his enemy and he was trying to escape. But Jin couldn't let him get away and tell Karma about his powers. Once he was away from his pursuers, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was safe now, and it was time to go to the guild meeting. But before he could take a few steps, he heard a familiar whistle. The masked man turned around in terror. But that was impossible at that distance. But before he could even finish his thought, the ground fell away from under his horn. He was stunned by the blast and rolled to the ground, stunned by the blast wave. He began to crawl away from the place where the arrow had hit him, but suddenly he heard slow footsteps behind him. It was Jin who was coming after him. The masked man's eyes darkened. How could he track where he had moved to? He had a monstrous level of mana perception if he could do it so easily. And seeing Jin taking aim again, aiming the arrow at him, he thought that this young man would definitely get in his way. He must take him with him to the next world. When he turned around, he went straight for Jin. If he was so interested in who was hidden under the mask, let him try to take it off. His eyes shone with fanatical fire. But no sooner had he even gotten close to Jin than an arrow pierced him through and the stranger flew to the ground. The mask fell from his face. Jin looked at his face and realized he didn't know the guy. Ixia was huddled against him. The amulet glimmering on his enemy's chest had a terrifying aura. The young man snatched it from the chest of his defeated opponent. It was a mythical artifact and it would be foolish to leave it behind. But suddenly everything went black in his eyes, and losing consciousness, Jin fell flat to the ground from his height. He had no more strength left. A deep faint swallowed his consciousness. He no longer heard the rapidly approaching footsteps. A familiar voice called for help. Then someone gently placed him on a stretcher and carried him away from the battlefield. In his half-awake state, he saw the alert info. His lottery skill had changed. Now he could choose which information to receive, and he would receive black cards. The young man opened his eyes abruptly and got up, but his head hurt so badly that he had to lie down again. Ixia was beside him. He looked around carefully. She explained that he was brought here by the masked girl. Seiyun had been watching over him the whole time. It was only a couple minutes ago that she was called outside. Jin gradually reconstructed what had happened. The power of the black cards was unbelievable. That guy in the monkey mask was of rank C, but he couldn't do anything about it. If you compared the characters to each other, the heroes with diamond cards weren't that good. In the future, he could summon much stronger personalities. The maximum level of diamond cards was 90, whereas Lee Sung-gae, who was summoned by the black card, already possessed a level 178. His musings were interrupted. Seyoon and an unfamiliar girl entered the room. She was unmasked this time, but he recognized her by her voice. It was the squad leader. This time she had a less belligerent attitude. She apologized and introduced herself as Ryu Sai-rin, a member of the Korean Big Bear Martial Arts Association. You could tell she was uncomfortable. Jin, on the other hand, was thinking. So she was enlightened. But he knew they lived away from society. Why would they want Seyoon? Suddenly, Ryu Sei abruptly turned to Sister Jin and bowed to the floor. She had cured Jeondonim as she had promised to Madame Saint. Now let her save their mistress. They helped Jin up and cleaned up, and together they followed the girl. Jin still had little understanding of what was going on. Finally, Ryusi led them into a spacious room, and the boys froze at the sight. There was a bed in front of them with a stranger on it. She was young and beautiful, but the lack of life signs indicated a coma. Ryu Sai explained, "This is their young mistress, the heir of the Great Bear Clan." The girl held out the statue to Seyoon, and seeing Seyoon's bewilderment, she explained. She didn't know the details herself, but before she fell into a deep sleep, the mistress punished them. The problems from the clan would be solved if they found Seyoon and gave this statue to her. They hoped that the saint would figure out what to do with it. Jin, scrutinizing the statue in his sister's hands, couldn't figure out where he had met her before. However, her aura was definitely familiar to him. He resorted to the skill research and saw that the stone had full recovery properties. It gave the user the strongest healing skill. So that's why they need Seyoon. The prerequisite for using the statue is to have the sanctity skill. The stone in the girl's hands shone as if to confirm her guess. Jin decided to elaborate. The young lady had been sick for a long time and had asked to find Seyoon when she was bedridden, but Ryu Sei shook her head negatively. The mistress was known for her excellent health, but one day she collapsed unconscious. The girl was a priestess, i.e. she was able to predict the future. But before she finally lost touch with reality, she saw the beginning of the monster's invasion of the land. She didn't have much time left, and she called an emergency meeting to announce the need to unite with the rest of the hunters to prevent a takeover of Earth. The board members were strongly opposed to her proposal, and they wanted to fight only with their own forces, thinking that the hunters from the outside would be a burden to them. During the meeting, someone attacked the young lady, causing her to fall into a coma. Ryuzi had no proof, but she thought it was someone from the opposition. Now she asked me to save her. If the girl woke up, they could join the hunters and fight back against the monsters. For the time of the attack had not been set. Seyoon spoke up. She had figured out how to use the stone skill and wanted to proceed. As a saint, she was willing to do anything to save the girl's life. Seyoon approached the bed and held out her hands to the young mistress. The bed lit up with a soft glow, and in a few moments the girl stirred. Her breathing became deep and calm, and her cheeks pinked. The magic had worked and her condition had stabilized. It was obvious to the naked eye. Suddenly, Seyoon cried out. She felt, and the fading glow confirmed that hunch. As hard as she tried, her strength wasn't enough to continue. Jean rushed to the rescue, choosing Nightingale. She was already in his deck, so she showed up without a combined lottery. This person possessed the nurse's aid skill and immediately enveloped Suin in care. She was increasing the healing power of the allies in the immediate radius. And the girl, not being able to see her at once with surprise and relief, felt a surge of strength that was so necessary for her. The light from her hands shone with renewed vigor. It seemed to envelop the young mistress and illuminated the whole room. The people present even had to close their eyes for a moment. Suddenly, the glow faded and the clan heiress sat up on the bed rubbing her eyes. Ryusei was startled out of her thoughts. She jumped up to her mistress, unable to hide her joy. She smiled affectionately at her loyal companion. She was pleased by the girl's sincerity. Madame was not surprised to see the strangers. She thanked Seyoon for her help and didn't forget to thank Jin as well. She had obviously expected to meet them here. The boy was uncomfortable, but he asked. They say she predicted a massive monster invasion of their world. I wondered if she could elaborate. The girl looked at the calendar. Oh, it had been so long. It's a long way from the attack. And the boy thought that he probably didn't have much time left to prepare. But the answer threw him off balance. The mistress marked the countdown and told him it was time. And immediately the young man began to receive notifications of new dungeons. Breaking news bulletins came out one after another. Many rifts appeared simultaneously around the world, and no reason for it had ever been established. The TV programs invited all the new world-famous professors and experienced hunters to investigate. Jin listened to them with a shrug. He himself was still recovering his health and couldn't do anything to help. In the meantime, it was worth gathering as much information as possible, so he turned to the information lottery. It was time to test the updated version. He was sure he could find out something about the monster invasion. Liu Shan and his luck were with him. He spun the roulette wheel. His nerves were fraying as if for the first time. Finally, a familiar capsule fell to the floor. It said he was to destroy Diatheron. Fortunately, the message didn't have a time limit, so there was no need to destroy it right now. Why then did he feel so anxious? At this time, hunters were rubbing their hands together in the USA territory. A lot of rank C dungeons appeared around. A great chance to level up and get rich. Two of them stood near the portal in joyful anticipation. They were ready to enter it, but suddenly a noise came from inside. They stopped. Monsters began to emerge from the rift one by one. They were innumerable, their ranks growing larger by the second. The hunters froze in terror. Suddenly, as if on cue, the monsters raised their bows and fired hundreds of arrows. One of the hunters even cried out before he was silenced forever. There was a similar scene in Paris, France. There, a band of hunters was suddenly attacked by goblins, and despite pleas for mercy, they were completely exterminated. In Japan, users in a dungeon encountered werewolves of unprecedented strength. The leader died immediately, and it was a deliverance for him. The others were not so lucky. The phones in the offices of the Protectors Association did not stop ringing for a second. There were reports of intelligent monsters and heavy losses among the hunters. Eventually, the director of the association decided to declare a state of emergency. They had to warn the guilds of the danger. Now entering the dungeons that appeared after 9 p.m. was strictly forbidden. Those who disobey will be severely punished. Before he left, he detained Songi. They were to study the intelligent monsters and draw up an instruction. And the girl nodded briefly in agreement. She needed to gather high-ranked hunters and create teams to mop up the dungeons. It was not an easy task, and Sangi thought hard. High-ranking hunters had their own roaches. Whether they could get along in teams like this? She needed a strong hunter she could trust. Only one person came to mind, Jean. There was no time to look for a more suitable candidate, so she called him right away, and the guy picked up the phone right away. He was glad because he was going to learn more about the dungeons himself, and the reward of 10 billion won was too much for him. He was even speechless for a moment. Seo regarded this hiccup in her own way. Of course, the young man deserved much more than that, but this was the most they could offer him right now. Jean came to his senses and yelled into the phone that he agreed. That was more than enough, so where did he need to go? And after hearing the address, he rushed out of the apartment. As he approached the appointed place, the young man stopped in bewilderment. He thought he would be alone, but there was a whole team of hunters he didn't know. Seo waved her hand in greeting when she saw him. Since everyone was gathered, she began the briefing. This was a rank A dungeon-type mission. Under normal circumstances, everyone in the crowd would have easily dealt with something like this, but there were no guarantees now. So she advised caution. The A-ranked hunters present looked at Jin with a sneer. It looked like a newcomer had joined their ranks, but Seo quickly warned them off. Rank was never an indication of skill, and Jin was a personal testament to Songi. She furrowed her brow and waited for further questions, but none came. In that case, everyone should get ready. They were entering the dungeon, and the girl clutched her axe and stepped through the portal first. The others followed her. In a second, they were in the dungeon. It was an unfamiliar sight. Normally, the hunter would be in a dark, damp, gloomy cave. This time, it was as if they were in a fortress. To Jin's surprise, there was not one but 3 doors in front of him. He'd never seen anything like this before in his short experience of sweeps. The other hunters reacted more calmly. They were lucky because in such dungeons it was not easy to guess the contents of a building. SEO suggested splitting into 3 teams of 2. Knowing each other's fighting style, it would be better if there were users from the same guild in the group. One of the hunters jokingly offered to switch partners, but his captain stopped the flow of mirth. He hoped the boy would be more serious in battle. Songi continued. In that case, she would team up with Jin. The rest of us can split into teams of our own choosing. A moment later, the hunters were lined up in front of their door. They waited only for the order to enter, and she waved to begin exploring the dungeon. Jin had no idea what awaited the other participants, but he and the girl pushed open the door and squinted against the bright sun. The picture was unusual. They went out into the mysterious forest. Birds were chirping all around. SEO explained that these dungeons were very different from the others and could be considered separate worlds. They used some such dungeons as warehouses, although they were actually gates for monsters. However, the exact cause of the phenomenon was unknown. In dungeon-type quest, monsters didn't want to destroy the hunter, rather prepare them for battle with others. It reminded Jin of treasure dungeons. The people of those places were also eager to help the hunters get weapons to resist the invasion. SEO noticed that the key here was to be ready for anything. And as if to confirm her words, heavy footsteps and the sound of breaking branches could be heard behind them. A second later, the monsters appeared in the clearing. They resembled gorillas in some ways, although they were much larger. Clearly not of high intelligence, they were still strong and aggressive. Songi cautiously shouted to Jin to prepare for battle. Despite the purpose of the dungeon, the monsters here were no friendlier than the others. Suddenly there was a roar. Jin used his research skill and saw that in front of them stood the Kumka, a small tribe that lived deep in the forest and liked to fight. They were conversing and the girl quirked her eyebrows. They were talking to each other and the girl's eyebrows furrowed at the thought. However, even without understanding a word, it was clear from their appearance that they were not happy about the strangers and were preparing for a brutal battle. But then Jin interrupted their battle cry. In a language they could understand, he questioned. What did they mean by saying they would get what they wanted? Seo stared at him. Did the young man understand their language? And he grinned awkwardly and made excuses. Perhaps it was because of his communication skills. The leader of the monsters turned to Jin. He understood their language, so it would be easier for them to fight. The humans came here to gain power, and they would help them do it. Jin saw a notification window with a mission. They needed to defeat the Kamka tribe to collect the souls of the sun and moon and destroy the tribe's soul shackles. Now Jin and Seo knew how to proceed and were satisfied. After all, they had come to fight. The boy didn't wait for the attack and rushed into battle first. The monsters put up their shields ready to attack. Jin gripped his spear tighter and pointed it at the apparent leader of the group. As he collided, he flew back to the road. Without taking a breath, the young man jumped up and used the green dragon skill to strike. This time, the blow was more serious. He was able to lift the monster on the shield into the air. The boss roared with rage. Okay, the man had fast and hard punches, but he himself was much tougher, and the monster rushed forward to attack. But Yijin didn't plan on giving up. Since the beast was successfully blocking the spear, it was worth it to see how it would deal with the double sword. The battle resumed with double fierceness. The young man's movements became faster and faster as he flashed like flashes of lightning, appearing in one place and another. At the moment when the boss lost his vigilance, the guy finally found a weak spot in the shield and struck. The sword pierced through the armor and into the monster's body. Wounded, he thundered to the ground, growling and cursing his shield, which he had relied on too much. Jin smiled victoriously. He bent down and picked up the shield. Since the boss didn't need it anymore, the guy would take it as a trophy. He looked at Seo and rushed over to help her. Though the girl clearly didn't need any help, waving the Orc Lord's axe, she deftly dealt with the other monsters, throwing them aside in packs. Jin called out to Ixia in the meantime. She appeared in front of him, but her appearance made him wary. She was too stingy with her words today, and she was hiding something. Jin opened a non-characteristic and his eyes widened. Ixia's development progress reached 51%. She hid her awkwardness and explained. The last time she couldn't handle her hunger, she ate that guy in the mask. And seeing the horror on the gentleman's face, she hastened to explain. She felt a strange aura from him. He wasn't human, he had demonic energy in him. The young man remembered that Ryu Shin had said something like that, so there really were demons involved. Ixia, cheerful from the confession, began to devour the remains of her enemies with a clear conscience. Jin's attention was drawn to something shining in the grass nearby. The boy examined it. It was a magical sun and moon soulstone. It crystallized the energy in the bodies of the Kamka tribe. So they just needed to destroy everyone from the tribe to collect souls and complete the task. And leaving Ixia behind, he moved on. A few minutes later, a new alert appeared on Jin's map. They were approaching their destination. He made a sign with his hand and gestured to Seo to do the same. The young man, knowing the boy's incredible dungeon skills, obeyed without complaint. In front of them lay the village of Kamka. Sanghi was surprised at how quickly he managed the search. He might well have become an expert in this type of dungeon. When they looked out from their hiding place, they saw an obelisk in the middle of the square. It appeared to be the shackles of the souls that had to be destroyed. Sanghi was in agreement. But despite the few monsters, she was wary of the traps in the vicinity. Jin, on the other hand, suggested destroying the obelisk right from here. And seeing how dumbfounded the girl was by his words, he decided to show clearly what he meant. He stood on the edge of the cliff and took careful aim. When his eye recognized the target and the distance to it, he sprinted and threw the spear with all his might. The spear whistled through the air as it gained speed. A moment later, there was a deafening crack of a shattered obelisk and the roar of monsters. They scattered, not realizing what was happening, thinking that there were many enemies. After evaluating his throw, Jin gave a satisfied sigh. Not bad. He had destroyed the soul shackles in one throw, but what was the next step? Immediately, he received a new alert. Due to the successful completion of the mission, they were moving to a new location. The guys immediately teleported to another location. In a moment, they were inside the fortress again. The other teams had not yet returned, but Jin's attention was immediately drawn to the magical spheres. On them were groups of hunters who had gone through the other doors. Apparently, having finished their part of the mission, they had gotten the opportunity to watch the others. Jin applied an observation skill. It was the Kamka tribe's altar. Applying magic on the altar was capable of affecting the dimension inside the crystal ball. It was too complicated for the young man to understand, but luckily he had an acquaintance who could help him understand. And he summoned the identity of Young Ya Kong. He immediately began to explain, let the guy try to channel his energy into the altar, and then do the same with the crystal balls. When he saw that the spheres shone, he praised the young man with pleasure. Now he could influence the events that took place inside the sphere. And yet they missed something. Apparently some kind of catalyst was needed to make the changes. Hearing this, Jin reached into his pocket and had an idea. He pulled out a stone he'd picked up in the grass. The artifact activated the talents of communication and play, and the information was simplified for the user's perception. He turned to Sangha and shouted that he had figured out how to use the altar, and the girl marveled once again at his talents and ability to navigate quickly. Jin explained the altar affected allies and enemies depending on the number of stones. If you put enough of them in, you could intervene on your own. Now Jin wanted to try and activate the altar and help one of the team. After all, from what they saw in the sphere, the guys couldn't make it through on their own. One of the players was fighting the monster, or rather he was trying his best to resist because his life depended on it, but he was struggling with difficulty. Suddenly something changed in him. He felt an unprecedented surge of strength and threw the attacker away from him with surprising ease. The monster flew aside. Sanghi and Jin shrieked with joy. Their plan had worked. Now they could save the others from imminent doom. After all, the monsters were stronger than the users. Suddenly, the young man pointed to one of the spheres. The hunters in it were surrounded on all sides by monsters. He wanted to help them, but Co stopped him. She didn't think the usual buffs or debuffs would help users in this situation. Let her prepare the altar and she would go to their aid herself. A moment later, the girl was lying on the sacrificial stone, clutching her axe tightly. Her resolve was unshakable, but still the trembling in her body did not stop. She trusted Jin for a reason, however. The teleportation was quick and painless, and already in the next he saw how the team leader was on the battlefield. The boy breathed a sigh of relief. They had managed to ease the pressure on one of the teams, but there was still another, and the users in that one needed help too. Jin looked closely at what was going on behind one of the doors and was surprised. He saw the same stones on the shield of one of the monsters. The hunters, unaware that they were being watched, prepared for battle. They planned to block the monster's attack and create a gap in its defense to do damage. The battle began and the user faced the monster. His strength was clearly insufficient, but he did not retreat a single step. Now it was his partner's turn. He waited for the right moment and lunged at the monster. His sword flashed and the blade struck the monster's body. He bounced back, smiling victoriously. However, his triumph did not last long. The enemy continued his attack as if nothing had happened. The hunter's blow didn't even leave a scratch on his body. It pissed the user off. He didn't think of giving up. He sprinted at the monster, striking it with blow after blow. His sword flashed like a flash of lightning. He moved so fast that the clumsy monster had no chance of catching him. Finally, the monster roared at the persistence of his enemy. The man bored him like a mosquito can bore a mosquito. He carried no danger, but his jabs were distracting. Jin watched the battle and clenched his fists. He had already applied all the buffs and debuffs, but it still wasn't enough. If only he could get to them. But for that, he needed at least 10 more stones. Where could the guy get them now? Suddenly, a vague memory flashed through his mind. That's right. The monsters had the same stones on their shields. Jin had brought one of them with him as a trophy from the battlefield. He rushed to the shield and dragged it over to the altar. And it worked. The stones shone brightly, giving off their energy. The young man stared at the sphere in awe. It was obvious that the battlefield was being fought over. The hunters could barely stand on their feet, but all their efforts were in vain. The users were bickering amongst themselves. The one holding the monster with the shield yelled at his partner. After all, they had agreed that he would stab the monster in the heart. The one insulted by the tone and doubts about his strength and agility clenched his teeth in anger. He was the rising star of his guild, and his body was filled with power. No rank a monster could defeat his rank sea hunter. And with these words, feeling his rage boiling over, he once again lunged at the enemy. However, at this moment, the monster sensed the danger in him and went on the offensive. It threw away one of the hunters with force and turned to the second hunter. Raising his shield, he was going to swat those annoying people with a single blow. The user saw his end and froze in horror, unable to move. Suddenly, something flashed between him and the monster. It was Jin. With his spear, he used the maneuver of the green dragon plus the attack of the ferocious tiger. The young man managed to successfully combine skills and his weapon lit up with a flame of raging energy. The air around him seemed to electrify and Jin struck. The monster was unable to stand on its feet and collapsed to the ground. The shield flew off to the other side and the guy landed softly beside it. The fight was over. The hunters watched him with horror and admiration. How had he managed to defeat such a powerful beast with a single blow? After all, he was only a rank B. The commander of this small squad was the first to come to his senses and almost clapped his hands. Jin was not a member of any guild as far as he could remember. He was ready to offer him a place with the best conditions. The young man was flattered by the offer but declined. Someday he planned to start his own guild. They chatted merrily with each other, unaware of the jealousy tearing at his partner. He was tired of talking and admiring Jin. The task was completed and they teleported back to the dungeon. Jin was worried about Senka. After all, despite her strength, the situation on the battlefield was difficult. But running up to the spheres, he was relieved to see that the specialist team wasn't in much trouble. However, it would have been faster if he had helped them. And throwing once again the magical stones on the altar, Jin set off to help the rest of the team. The hunters once again marveled at his talents. It would be great to recruit him into the guild. After a few minutes, the other users joined them. Sangi was pleased with the outcome of the battles. None of her hunters had been hurt. She asked if anyone had any comments and then turned to Jin. What their next move would be. And the young man did not expect that the girl would give him the reins of power and amazement could not utter a word. He turned to the others and saw that they seemed to be waiting for something special from him. But the young man didn't know what to do next. Maybe he should have explored the altar. However, no sooner had he taken a step than a strong glow blinded them. The floor trembled. The floor trembled. Something terrible was coming, and Co ordered everyone to prepare for battle. But when all was quiet, they realized the sound was coming from the boss's room. There was a strong enemy waiting for them behind the door. They were exhausted from the previous battles. So Co suggested that we make camp and put off the battle with the main monster until tomorrow. Jin looked at another altar as he heard everyone agreeing to this decision. He could check its characteristics. And opening the window, the young man saw that they could use the stones to increase or decrease the level of the boss. He shared his discovery with Sangha and she was happy to hear it. She turned to the other hunters. Everyone here wanted a better reward, even if it did involve a certain amount of risk. But their main goal was to gather information, so they should have avoided any unnecessary trouble. All were in agreement, so it was finally decided to postpone the battle until tomorrow. In this case, it was only necessary to decide on the order of the guard. The day had been exhausting, and the hunters, having had a chance to rest, immediately went to sleep. Jin was the only one who couldn't sleep. He was not used to sleeping in dungeons. He pulled himself up and looked around. The sound of sniffling was everywhere. He didn't want to disturb anyone, so he decided to practice with his spear somewhere out of the way. Something was wrong. There was no guard in sight. Looking around, Jin realized that only one man was missing. A terrible thought flashed through his mind. He jumped up from his seat and rushed to the boss's door. His suspicions were confirmed. One of the hunters was standing at the altar and was clearly trying to open the door. Jin shouted throughout the dungeons, waking up the other users. He pretended not to hear anything and continued his manipulations. The young man had explained quite plainly how to use the altar with the stones, and now he could prove that this upstart wasn't the only cool one here. Of course, he was nervous at first, but after lowering the difficulty of the boss, he realized he could easily handle him alone. Let them watch, and he'll show them his true strength. Despite calls to stop, the hunter stepped across the threshold and was immediately struck by iron spheres, and a terrible hand began to pull him into the room. The boss himself showed up on the doorstep. He respected the hunter's willingness to face a challenge to gain power. But in this case, it was not bravery, but recklessness. Seeing that his comrade was being attacked, the second hunter rushed to his aid with his shield. How dare this monster injure his partner? There was rage in his eyes. However, despite its strength and willingness to resist, just one blow from the monster was enough to send the user flying off to the side. Songi rushed to help. They were left with no choice but to defeat the boss now without waiting for the morning. However, she was also unsuccessful. She didn't even have time to put down her axe before the monster entangled her weapon with chains and knocked it out of her hands. Seo lost her balance and fell to the floor. It took her a few minutes to recover. She hadn't faced such an opponent in a long time. The other mono users froze in horror. This boss had easily dealt with 2 ranked hunters in just a few seconds. He was monstrously strong. Jin thought for a moment. Apparently Kim So-ha, using the altar instead of lowering the difficulty, made the boss stronger. This statement caused the people around him to be horrified. What are they to do now? They will die at the hands of such a strong opponent. But the young man, armed with the luck of Liu Shan and Ixia and taking out the talisman, was ready. And with this strong support, Jin launched the binding Gacha. Now all he could do was hope for a miracle, and it came as he had hoped. The boss watched his manipulations with interest and wariness as the whirlwind swirled around the young man. Excellent. He could sense the warrior spirit in him. In a moment, the boy was ready for battle. He could feel the power filling his body, and his eyes now shone with holy fire. Behind him, a summoned Liu Bu appeared with an increased level this time. He seemed to be happy to see him, and was looking forward to the battle. As a reward, Jin unlocked the skill of a black card with a red hair. It was a stallion that had seen many battles. The young man deftly jumped into the saddle. His characteristics were enhanced when he was on horseback, and his riding ability was strengthened. Even the boss froze in front of this magnificent sight. He respected the worthy opponent by feeling his powerful aura, and was looking forward to meeting him. Jin didn't need to be invited twice. With spear in hand, he steered the stallion straight at the monster and aimed the point at its chest at speed. After receiving such a crushing blow, the monster flew into the wall and fell to the floor, wheezing. Jin hummed contentedly, enjoying his strength. The other hunters, oblivious to the danger, watched the battle in amazement. Where did the guy get a horse from? Could it be that he had summoning skills? Songi was glad that she had a strong user on her team, and at the same time, she was anxious. She realized that the reward would not be enough for the guy. It took a few minutes for the boss to get up. Though stunned, he was still staggering. But there was a glow of admiration in his eyes. That was a great punch. The young man was strong, but it wasn't over. He had not won the final victory. Let his attack show his spirit once more and free them at last from their imprisonment. Jin, seeing that the monster was ready for battle, pointed his horse straight at him. As he ran, he drew his spear and the gun lord reproduced the relic perfectly. Now he was holding a Fang Tian Hua Ji and his characteristics had been upgraded. He swung around to hit the monster again, but it bounced back smartly. His eyes shone with rage. He planned to destroy his enemies one by one. And first he decided to get rid of the horse that gave Jin too much advantage. Pulling out his metal-spiked balls, he deftly struck the animal's hooves, expecting it to fall. But the horse only stomped on his weapon. Without slowing down for a second, the stallion lowered his head and went for the ram. The astonished monster had no time to orient himself, and was thrown back by a strong blow of his head. He flew sideways but managed to keep his balance. Jin and his horse were ready to attack again. Their power was disproportionately greater than the boss himself. The young man barely moved his heels and the horse sprang into action. This time the beast could not avoid the blow, and Jin's spear gave it a deep wound. However, this was not the end of it. The young man saw the monster's wounded paw grow even stronger right before his eyes. The boss roared with rage. No, he hadn't lost yet. And jumping up high, he angrily ordered Jin to continue the fight and show him his fighting spirit again. The boy gripped his spear even tighter, since the boss himself had asked him to, and directing his horse, he attacked again, but this time he put up a wall of cursed spirits. This skill allowed him to lower his opponent's defense and stamina, and then deliver the fatal blow. It was all over this time. The boss was defeated. Jin lunged forward, and at the tip of his spear hung the nearly lifeless boss. There was bewilderment in his eyes. This opponent was no match for him. Flinging it to the ground, Jin stopped. The monster growled muffledly one last time and reached out a paw towards the young man and sighed. The boy was worthy of the power he had received. The young man saw that his list of characteristics had been updated with a new skill called Kaumki's Battle Spirit. His stamina had also increased by 20 points. Not bad. But he still had one question left and approached his defeated opponent. The monster lifted itself up from the last of its strength. The winner was free to get whatever he wanted. Jin didn't forget for a second about another task and leaned in. Did the boss know who Tartaron was? When he heard the name, the monster looked up in amazement. It was a great task. His own power was nothing compared to Tartaron's. He was the ruler of Kusaito and the patron saint of all dead, unconquered souls. In the real world, the hunters breathed a sigh of relief, happily breathing in the fresh air. SEO announced the completion of the mission and thanked those present for their help. One of the rescued hunters approached Jin. He separately wanted to thank the young man and apologize from the guild, but he just waved his hand nonchalantly. The main thing was that all could not do without casualties. He really hoped that the injured user would recover soon. Jin felt no resentment toward him. Left alone, Sangi smiled at the young man. She realized that he was tired and still wanted to ask him to come to the association tomorrow to renew his mono clock. Also, his reward for the quest should have been reconsidered since the dungeon rank was higher than stated. Besides, he deserved to be promoted to A rank. The young man should have rested. She promised to have everything ready by tomorrow. SEO laughed happily, seeing how excited he was. Suddenly, her gaze changed and grew dull. She turned to the injured hunter. He should write a letter of apology when he got out of the hospital. The next day morning, Jin hurried to the association. In spite of the hard fight, he could not sleep a wink all night with joyful anticipation. His colleagues greeted him with congratulations. He successfully passed the exam and was promoted to rank A. His monoclock was updated accordingly. The young man was happy but also embarrassed. He looked at the crowd behind him and hoped that next time the event would be more private. Headhunters were trying to break through the cordon of guards and get Jin. There were shouts and offers to work in their guilds from all sides. Left alone, he stretched out on the couch in relief and sighed. Peace at last. Ixia was beside him and congratulated him on a job well done. A sudden thought jolted him out of his half-sleep. He'd been so busy lately that he'd forgotten to check his performance. Opening the start window, he sighed. With such characteristics, he could well have passed for a rank, but the summoned personalities often left him at the worst possible time. He regained the green dragon maneuver skill with less mono when using it. He also took the steel chain and the body of the Kumka chief with him from the dungeon. And he also learned of a new dungeon coming tomorrow, and it was time to prepare for the event. Jin felt a pleasant inner thrill of anticipation. Karma was holding another meeting after the meeting with the genie. They had been having bad luck now. The chairman had decided that they would use the last blood jade. Now a monkey man who was the only one who could create jade was missing from their team. A guild member was sent to look for him, but there were no results. This time they had a new mission where they had to face monsters whose strength was unknown. They had to go to Tokyo. Jin stood in the middle of the beautiful forest in Convoy Chorwan. After looking around and studying the area, he nodded satisfied. This would be the place. A moment later, his hunch was confirmed. Behind him, a new portal opened, the complexity of which he could not appreciate. But he was rewarded with a skill stone. He knew that the doppelgangers that dwelled in the dungeon were monsters that copied their opponent's abilities. But there was little information about them. He turned to Ixia. Had she encountered them before? She explained that monsters could copy skills, but they couldn't copy equipment. Once in the dungeon, he immediately got into a fighting stance. Ixia pointed at Jin's reflection, and indeed Jin saw a frightening copy of himself right under his feet. Immediately, a spearful copy of his weapon struck him from the ground, and the young man only barely managed to bounce back from the unexpected blow. Now he was ready. It didn't matter if the enemy showed up in front of him or below. Jin didn't wait for another attack, but thrust his spear into the ground. In response, the doppelganger appeared before him and smiled broadly. He welcomed the enemy into his lair. Let him stay here, for he will stay here forever. The copy of the young man laughed. Onu had managed to scan all the information about the genie, and now they were equal to each other, not only in strength, but also in their way of thinking. Before he could finish, Jin rushed forward and jumped up, aiming his spear at him. The lunge was unexpected, and he almost succeeded in injuring his opponent. And yet, at the last moment, he managed to block the attack. A fierce battle ensued. Jin clenched his teeth. Nothing, he would finish off this copy in a blink of an eye. But the doppelganger only grinned. Let him try. He continued to deflect the young man's blows with ease. He completely copied all his movements. The fight didn't stop for a second. Jin tried to attack with tricks, but they didn't work. It was like fighting his own shadow. He had to change tactics, and turning to the green dragon skill, he once again launched an offensive attack. This time, he managed to at least hurt the enemy. The man jumped back and, unable to cope with the pain of the wound, cried out. His face contorted with bewilderment and then rage. This time, it didn't go according to plan. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hit his opponent. It felt like he wasn't reading everything about his opponent, but the other way around. Jin didn't waste a moment and used the Tiger Roar skill. The deafening sound spread throughout the dungeon, sweeping away everything in its path. The walls shook. A powerful sound wave knocked Doppelganger off his feet and threw him far to the side. Stunned, he could not get up for the first time and only rubbed his bruised head. Jin calmly approached his opponent lying on the dungeon floor. He still didn't seem to understand anything, but he could check right now with his observation skill. The man grinned angrily. He could have guessed it himself. And using the skill, he looked at the young man and saw communication in the list of talents. Jin hummed victoriously. He knew the doppelganger wouldn't be able to copy all his abilities, and his opponent jumped to his feet in a rage. How dare he speak to him like that? The young man looked at Ixia, perplexed. He didn't understand why he had infuriated his rival, but she explained that it was a matter of pride. It was the first time he'd ever been defeated. When the monster heard the two of them calmly discussing him, he became furious. He attacked Jin, but the young man just calmly watched him approach. All he had to do was wait for his opponent and make just one strike to knock the weapon out of the doppelganger's hands. The fight was over in a second. The sharp end of the spear struck the beast and it bared its teeth. Let Jin fight unarmed, but he smiled. Why be proud if the battle is so dangerous? He pressed his spear even harder against the monster's neck as if playing cat and mouse with it. He was too talkative for the monster. However, the one begged for mercy. He wasn't here by choice. Hearing this, Jin stared at his opponent dazedly. What did that mean? I wonder if he was forced into this dungeon. And the monster promised to tell him everything? But in return, he asked for his life. Jin thought hard. After all, this was his only chance to learn more about the monster invasion of Earth, and he put his weapon away, inviting the monster to talk. However, Ixia, who had been watching the doppelganger closely, cried out warningly. She was sure he was lying for his own gain. And the young man belatedly realized that she was right. He grinned happily, glad that he had managed to outwit the enemy. Behind him stood Liu Shan's double. The light illuminated the dark cave, and Jin covered his eyes to keep from going blind as cards fluttered around the monster, and the young man realized with horror that it was a binding gacha. The monster laughed joyously, but only a second later he was in for a disappointment that Jin himself had experienced once before. He was dealt an ordinary card. The young man, looking at the stunned face of his enemy even for a second, felt sorry for him for having to copy his own luck. Well, his plan was ruined. The beast could not expect any more mercy, so Jin walked towards it and plunged the tip of his spear straight into its chest. His level immediately increased. But the alerts started coming one after another, 10 levels in all. The guy was so excited that when his foot hit the skill stone, he didn't immediately realize what it was. At this time, a new portal appeared on one of the city streets, and two men dressed in guard uniforms wondered aloud at his accurate prediction. He always knew where the next dungeon would appear, and this time it was impossible to even determine his rank, perhaps SS. Well, it was time to get started. The portal glowed with flames. They didn't know exactly what kind of monster would come out of this dungeon, so it was time to get to their feet, but they hadn't even taken a few steps. It's too late. Out of the dungeon came a monster of a power never before seen by man. He reached out his hand toward the fleeing men, and they fell down dead. His mouth twisted in a grin. It was they who dared to disturb him. Just when he had decided to rest before invading the human world, they ruined all his plans. But after taking his anger out on the victims, he calmed down. There was nothing to be done, and walking to the cliff, he gazed out to sea. It was the perfect place for his business. Finally, even the semblance of a smile touched his horrible face. Here he could turn around and have some fun before he destroyed the world for good. There was a slight movement in the sky and the monster looked up. There were ships floating in the air right above him. It was his fleet and he was its admiral. In a minute, dozens of dilapidated ships lined up in front of him, which he surveyed with pride. Now he had transportation, all he had to do was recruit a crew. And stretching out his hand to the ocean, he ordered the warrior to rise up and be swallowed by the sea. The water bubbled at his words, and skeletons began to emerge from the depths. There were more and more of them, and the leader ordered them to climb aboard. The skeletons followed the command, and numerous footsteps clattered on the decks. The monstrous admiral sighed. He'd spent a lot of effort if he knew what awaited him. He would have asked for the blessing of Geas himself. It was all the fault of the damn contract. He turned around and prepared to vent his anger on one of his subordinates, but suddenly a bright flicker in the sky distracted his attention. Someone was following him. There was panic in the Korean Information Bureau. The monsters were increasing rapidly. There was no way to contact the unit on Dokdo Island. The commander-in-chief was informed that a Japanese naval detachment had been spotted in Korean waters. They moved forward in an attempt to keep the monsters off their country's shores. Japan's military had gotten in touch offering help that would allow them to learn more about the new monsters and get their hands on their remains. There were ulterior motives. Japan was still eager to regain Takeshima, and Korea was well aware of that. While the internal battles were going on, the admiral watched them from the shore. His eyes lit up with fire. Here came his first opponent, and with his chest full of air, he began to blow into the sea. It made the whole space covered with a thick fog. The Japanese naval forces began to advance on the navigators. Suddenly, dozens of unidentified ships appeared right in front of them. A collision with them was inevitable. The first volleys were heard, and the lights of exploding shells flashed everywhere. The admiral watched the battle with a sense of excitement. He will take all the people's food, money, treasure, and even their lives. So let these wretched creatures see the greatness of the ruler of the Kusanto archipelago and his army. An ominous laughter sounded over the sea where the ships were sinking. This terrible sound was the last for many sailors. Those who survived could never forget it. Jin walking down the corridors of the association, he could barely keep up with Songhi. What happened? He had 40 absences from the bureau. But the girl remained silent. They had an emergency, but they will inform the young man on the spot. Going into the office, Seo announced that she had brought Jin. Everyone present turned to look at him. The boy looked around carefully. In addition to the association's director, there was Heshchik's older brother in the office waving at him. The other man was only vaguely familiar to him. And he introduced himself. It was Jin Go-soo, the Korean defense minister, who had heard rumors of Jin's exploits. Everyone around him said he was a capable guy. The young man fell silent in surprise. This kind of company couldn't have just come together. It seemed that something really out of the ordinary had happened in the country. Following the invitation, Jin sat down on one of the couches and the director got right down to business, suggesting that those present take a close look at the screen. A terrifying image appeared on the monitor, a monster in front of a creepy flotilla. The director explained that unknown monsters had appeared in the Tokto archipelago. Jin almost shrieked in surprise. It was Archelic di Tartaron. The association had decided that this monster had come from a rupture on the island and had to be destroyed. Initially, an airstrike was planned, but it was necessary to find out the status of the Japanese troops. In order to avoid conflict, it was decided to use the help of hunters. Kang Hee raised his voice. He couldn't ignore such a threat, so the association could count on him. Jin, too, was not far behind, assuring everyone that he would join. The Bureau planned to attack the enemy from both sides by putting Kang Hexic and Jin at the head of the Bureau, but the director only shrugged his shoulders. His candidacy was elected unanimously. They evacuated the population and were already starting the operation in an hour. It was necessary to go to the port of Kanyin as soon as possible. Jin asked for more time. He would prepare and he would immediately follow up. His demand was accepted in the end. He was put before the fact. However, Jin's next question was very unusual. He asked if there were any Kuzni nearby. And Heshchik's brother froze in amazement. He wondered if he had just heard. When Jin got the answer, he got on his way. Half an hour later, he was at Ellie's blacksmith shop and looked around. He hadn't realized there was such a room in the basement of the house. Chong Yang was with him and was also happily looking around. The young man told him that he was going to forge swords and needed his help. It was time to get started. When it became clear what kind of work Jin Chong had planned, he smiled in amazement. It was the paired blades of the 12 Joseon Great Warlord General Lee Sun-sin. Jin nodded. As soon as he heard that they would be fighting on the sea, it immediately hit him. Who else was the first thing that came to mind when talking about sea battles? He decided to definitely create Lee Sung-sin's paired blades to summon him into battle. Then the victory would definitely be theirs no matter who opposed them. Under Chong's strict supervision, the young man's hands began to work. He only smacked his tongue at the excellent material imbued with ki energy. Jin wiped his forehead with his hand. No, for this job, they needed not only hands but also luck, and turning to the double summoning, he chose Emperor Liu Shan. The crucial moment had arrived. The steel under the boy's hands was red hot. One chance to make a mistake. And concentrating, he struck the red-hot sword. Chan counted the blows and at one point abruptly stopped Jin. That's enough. Now it was time to dip the weapon in water to harden it. The young man followed the advice and the water bubbled with the heat of the swords. In a few minutes it was over, and two sharply honed blades gleamed in Jin's hands. His eyes lit up with pleasure, but Chan cut him off abruptly. That wasn't all. Now the young man had to engrave something on the blade. The dragon's paired swords contained a powerful spirit. Once sworn to protect the lands and seas of his homeland, he carried that oath through the centuries. With his side vision, Jin saw a new alert. He had successfully forged a legendary artifact. His swords lit up with a blue glow. Everything was now ready for battle. His characters shouted with glee. They did it. The guy became the first person to create a legendary item and will be given a reward. And while Jin was busy preparing, the naval battle with Tartaron continued. The air army was called in to assist the naval forces. The pilots were following the navigators. The fog around was so dense that they could not detect the target, so the decision was made to reduce altitude. It was a mistake. Unable to see in front of him, the pilots did not know that the Sea Devil himself was watching him intently. His gaze could easily penetrate the densest fog. His ugly face twisted into a sinister smile. Did the wretched men think he couldn't get them in the sky? That was too confident. No one was allowed to cross the skies while the king was alive, and he unleashed his fury on the planes. The sky lit up with a flash of energy. The pilots tried to eject, but it was too late. Tartaron watched the planes explode with a satisfied sigh. That would be a lesson to them. The only option was the sea. Now it was time to see if their metal troughs or his ghost ships were stronger. Let the battle begin. The military has noticed the growing threat from the monsters and has decided to begin suppressive fire. When it comes to a confrontation, the hunters will come out in force. Kang, as one of the squad leaders, accepted the order and the flotilla set course for Tokto. After a few minutes, they entered the fog and could no longer see anything. The navigators began to panic. The radars stopped working and communications between the ships were cut off. In such conditions, they could easily confuse their own ship with an enemy ship. The captain immediately ordered us to slow down and keep our distance. However, realizing the danger, the decision was made to shoot at anything that moved. Suddenly, one of the navigators shouted at the top of his voice. He noticed an unidentified ship on the horizon and did not know what to do. He could only see the outline in the fog. However, the commander did not hesitate. It was definitely the enemy, and he ordered to open fire. The guns flashed in the dense fog and muffled volleys were heard. Grabbing the binoculars, the commander tried to get a good look at his target. When he saw that she was hit, he shouted with joy. The ship was sinking, but suddenly his joy was cut short. Large drops of sweat broke out on his forehead, and he whispered as if in a sentence. It was Japan's ship, and its strike could bring the country into a state of war. The captain froze in place as if stunned by the event, and did not immediately pay attention to shout. The enemy ship was coming toward them at full speed. Tartaron, who had been watching the battle closely, cheered when he realized that his trick had succeeded. How could one fall into such a simple trap? The men had had enough fun, it was time for him to take their lives. And he pointed his frigate straight at the enemy ship, and within moments, he rammed them. There was a clang of iron. The men who had not expected such a blow tumbled to the deck, but the warriors immediately jumped to their feet and prepared for battle. The undead clanked their teeth in fury and came close to them, realizing that they were in for a melee. Through the howling wind came the creaky voice of Tartaron. He gave the order to prepare for battle in advance. Prisoners were not part of his plans. When the people saw so many monsters, they were terrified and backed away. A ship with the Elder Heshchik on deck was rushing to the scene of the battle. He saw that his allies were being boarded and ordered them to sail to the rescue as quickly as possible. However, this proved impossible. As soon as the enemy noticed their movement, they found themselves under enemy fire. First, they had to get out of the fog. Kang gritted his teeth as he watched the humans fight the monsters, whose numbers were increasing by the minute. If they could get any closer, it was hard for him to watch the military fighting the undead with their last strength. The last cries of the wounded could be heard through the fog. Their admiral only grinned. It was time to sink the flimsy vessels of men, and then divide the squadron and shoot each ship one by one. His eyes grew brighter and brighter with sinister fire. He knew he was invulnerable in the water, and their sacrifices only made him stronger. He was interrupted from these pleasant reflections by the supervisor. He had been keeping a close watch on the sea and had spotted an unidentified dinghy. It was fast approaching. Tartaron was not alarmed. He had already won. The lifeboat would not turn the tide of battle. He ordered the sentinel to keep watch on the other ships. That was a major blunder on the part of the Devil Admiral. He didn't realize that Jin was in the dinghy clutching his new swords, and he hoped he wasn't too late. Ordering the dinghy to come as close to the ship as possible, the young man jumped onto the deck in one deft leap, causing the sailors to shriek in horror. Who the hell was that? But the young man quickly reassured them by identifying himself. He had been delayed by unforeseen circumstances, but now, as squad leader, he was taking command. His gaze went from the usual soft and calm to sharp and commanding. The team froze in place. The men were ready to obey his orders when they saw the power. The boy's aura was so strong that everyone could feel it, and that the young man would lead them to victory. They didn't see that behind him stood an experienced sea warrior. He drew air into his lungs in relief. How he had missed the water. The barbarians who trespassed on his native seas would be punished, and the sword gleamed in his hand. He will not allow them to enter the land either alive or dead. It was Admiral Lee Sun-shin himself, summoned by Jin. And everyone knew his promises were steel. Jin was preparing for the battle, but he glanced at his characteristics and whistled in surprise. His talents had merged with those of the character. Now, during battle, the attack power, armor, and mobility of his ships were increased, and damage was halved. The scouting skills of his opponents were disabled. A leadership skill was also activated that increased the trust of allies and strengthened their abilities, as well as reducing the chance of disobedience. Everything was ready for battle, and Jin looked around the sea. He should have attacked them immediately. However, Ixia intervened. She thought it was a trap. The guy thought about it. Apparently, after getting the 3rd level, she had learned to anticipate the intentions of her opponents. She was worth listening to. But it was not in the Admiral's character to fight like this. He insisted on attacking without prevarication. In naval combat, the stronger ship won. If Jin wanted to win, he had to believe in his ship. Lee Sun-si was burning with righteous anger, and his aura was transmitted to the ship, and it glowed like a Christmas tree. At that moment, the enemy ship's sentries also noticed movement. An enemy vessel was rapidly approaching them. Tartaron shuddered when he heard it. He felt defeated for the first time. When he looked closer, he saw a dragon ship heading straight for them. So the humans had taste after all. Well, it is decided then they will seize the ship and add to their fleet, making it a ghost ship, and turning to his crew, he ordered them to attack. Before they could even get close, however, the human ship flashed. A huge projectile whistled through the air and headed straight for the ghost ship. A second later, terrible screams rang out on the deck. The monsters that were on the flaming deck howled in pain and threw themselves into the sea. The next second, there was a deafening crack of breaking wood. The dragon went for the ram. Tartaron howled as if in pain. His ship was destroyed. Once Jin had dealt with the enemy, he immediately reported that he had sunk the enemy ship and asked to report on the whereabouts of the rest of the enemies. Several troops responded to his call. Kang reported that he had been attacked, but now the enemy was hidden in the fog. Suddenly, there was a shout from the captain of the 5th squad. The enemy was coming at them head-on, but their radars were down and they couldn't tell their location. Jin focused his energy on his allies. Time passed, but his mind remained calm. Suddenly, the young man's eyes opened wide. Now he knew where they were and rushed into the cabin, giving orders as he ran. The 5th squadron was to increase the distance with the enemy ship and then start firing the main caliber guns. They were also moving in to help them. There was still nothing to be seen. But Jean was at the helm now, and the ship sailed smoothly and quickly through the waves without obstacles in its path. In just a few minutes, they could clearly see the 5th squadron in front of them. They were in trouble, not realizing that there were as many as 2 enemy vessels in the vicinity. Without a second's hesitation, he ordered the crew to prepare for a collision and steered the ship right between the enemies. There was a terrible cracking sound. It was the dragon ship that collided with the ghost ships, managing to snag them at the same time. Panic broke out on the deck of the opponents. But that wasn't enough for a complete defeat. The enemy, though wounded, was still alive. Jin did not hesitate to fire on the ships. The 2 sides of the dragon fired simultaneous volleys. The ships were so close that each shell hit its target. The young man steered his ship closer. His thunderous voice rang out on deck. All hunters aboard were ordered to board the left ship and get rid of the remaining enemies. The order didn't need to be repeated twice. Seeing the monsters' cruelty to their comrades, the hunters were just waiting for revenge. Jin drew his swords and jumped onto the deck of the second ship. He could handle these on his own. He was immediately surrounded by monsters. The young man's eyes lit up with fire, and he spoke the admiral's words before the battle. "O heaven, hear the oath of my blade, which makes rivers and mountains tremble." He leapt to his feet, let his swords rip through his enemies, destroying them all in their path, and his blades flashed through the air, leaving nothing but death rattle behind them. Realizing that victory was not so easy for him this time, Tartaron lost his temper. He was the master of all the seas. Everything in the water belonged to him. No one was his equal, and no one dared stand in his way. Well, it was time to show his true power, and his ship changed its image. Now it was not just a ghost ship, but a white dragon as powerful as Jin's dragon. The hunters froze in terror. The ship was several dozen times larger than their own and was moving very fast. The collision was only minutes away. Tartaron had already realized who posed a special danger to him, and had steered his ship towards Jin's vessel. There was no way he could lose a sea battle. As the monster ship cut through the water, it gained momentum, and the water boiled around the edges of its side. The target was close. It would crush the wretched men beneath it. Jin watched it approach. If it were a turtle ship, he would have no trouble sinking it. But it wouldn't be so easy to deal with such a huge thing. There was only one way to win. And rushing into the control room, he ordered to change course after each hit and keep a high tempo no matter what happened. Besides, he had to keep track of all radar readings or there was a good chance of getting lost. He took care of the rest. A moment later, the enemy ship caught up with them and began lapping them. They were racing at full sail, but Tartaron only smiled. He knew it was useless to run. Nor did the men abandon their pathetic attempts to hide in the fog, but he planned to follow them until they gave out, even if he had to follow them to the end of the world. His goal was near and he was rubbing his hands together when the ship hit a reef and snapped. In his excitement, he had not noticed that they had sailed between the mountains, and now his ship, with its enormous size, could not maneuver as nimbly as the enemies. It couldn't be. They lured him to Tartaron himself by swimming through a fog they simply couldn't see through. How could this have happened? Meanwhile, Jean was using his own navigator and smiling. He didn't need radar or clear weather to see where he was going. He had his bearings. There were many reefs in this world where he could have led Tartaron, but the young man had chosen this particular place for special reasons. His eyes glittered ominously. Suddenly, the rival dragon ship creaked and came to a stop. They were caught on the bottom and rocks and were trapped. The admiral of the ghost ships gritted his teeth. Because of those mountains, the current in this strait was especially strong, so he'd planned this from the beginning. Now he would destroy it no matter what it cost him. Meanwhile, the men watched the enemy try to escape from the trap. They had almost succeeded and everyone was nervous. After waiting for the ghost ship to start moving again, the young man took out his swords and pointed them into the sea and used the skill of changing the current. The water surged and huge waves appeared on the surface, and the wind changed the current. Tartaron shuddered. What had that boy come up with again? Admiral Lee Soon-si turned around to Jin. His time was running out, and the young man bowed in gratitude. He was honored to fight such a warrior. Ixia became worried. What were they going to do now? They could strike one last blow while the skill was active, but the summoning time was coming to an end. But Jin was smiling. Indeed, he could not do it alone, but he still had his gacha and his fickle luck. Maybe another hero would lend him a helping hand, and the inner instinct did not fail the guy this time. After a moment, the choice of the combination detected the black card's calling ticket, and Jin reached for it. Ixia shrieked in surprise. The young man smiled contentedly. It was the reward for the world's first man-made artifact. Double summoning. Mortar and Tristan fell to him. But none of the Western heroes were more famous than the Knights of the Round Table. Maybe a person connected to the legend could help him. And he reached for the binding gacha again. Luck was on his side today. The deck lit up for a moment with a blinding light, drawing the attention of his enemies. Tartaron immediately realized that something extraordinary was happening on the dragon ship. He felt an incredible flow of mana that knocked him off his feet with its power. At this time, Jin himself was barely able to stand on his feet, clutching the legendary sword in his hands. The Lord of Weapons had perfectly reproduced the relic. Excalibur was unlocked. This sword was capable of defeating any monster with a single blow, and only one hero summoned with a black card was worthy of wielding it, King Arthur. When Tartaron saw what kind of opponent was now confronting him, he realized he had to escape, but his ship could not even move despite all his attempts. In despair, he clutched his head he might abandon ship. No, it was his pride. The Lord of the Seas could not abandon his ship under any circumstances. Realizing he was cornered, the monster roared. Damn that boy! How dare he stand up to him? And with anger, he put his hands out in front of him. Ominous mana enveloped his ship, forming a shield in front of him. Let him attack and destroy it if he can. His voice again filled with majesty as long as the ship was with him. Tartaron, no one could stand against him. His ship moved at last. Seeing that the monster wouldn't calm down, Jin shifted his eyebrows. Well, he wanted it for himself. He stood at the stern of his ship and pointed it straight at the enemy. The young man swung his Excalibur and cut the air and the sea with it. And in a moment, the energy beam from the sword reached Tartaron himself, and he was engulfed in flames. His legendary ship was chopped into 2 straight pieces and was going down. The monster himself was in agony, unable to save himself or his fleet. Seeing that the enemy was finally defeated, the genie sighed with relief. He felt universal fatigue. A little more and he would have fallen to the deck unconscious. Suddenly he heard a new alert. His level had risen by several units at once. Interesting, because after killing hordes of kobolds, he had only raised 1 level. Was it because of Kaumka's fighting spirit? He was torn from his musings by the Ixia indicating that the ship's summoning time was about to end, and the young man shuddered. In a second, the deck was gone from under his feet and he was in the water. As he struggled desperately, he grudgingly asked if she could have warned him sooner. He still managed to cling to some debris and soaked to the skin as he watched the hunters on the neighboring ship shouting enthusiastically in victory. Suddenly, an object caught his attention. It was as if a hat with a feather was flying towards him from the sky. Where had it come from, and who had lost it? Reaching out, he grasped it and took a closer look. Wasn't that Leech's hat? So he applied the research skill and shuddered. It was Tartaron's triangle. All that's left of a powerful and famous monster. It had great features, but a guy couldn't walk around with a hat like that on his head. However, the solution came naturally. It turned out that the thing was capable of taking the shape of any headdress or neck accessory of the user's choice. Jean shrieked happily and wondered what he would turn her into when suddenly a voice came from behind him. It was Winnie, and she was curious as to what his choice would be. A little while later, the boy swam to the nearest ship and climbed on deck. The men were so happy to have won that they did not even notice his absence. Winnie was nearby, and in her hands glittered a familiar pendant. The girl was surprised that Jean hadn't noticed it was missing with such a formidable opponent. Since his talent level of the game had risen to level 3, then he had to return the pendant. But Winnie shook her head negatively. It would be useful to the genie in the future, so the girl insisted that he keep it with him at all times. With those words, she handed the pendant to the young man. If she wasn't mistaken, Jean had not yet been rewarded for summoning the black card. The young man confirmed this with interest, waiting for it to continue. Winnie had always surprised him. Theoretically, the reward for summoning a black card was no different from the reward for a diamond card. But due to the extremely important task, she would give out a special reward. She held out her hand and pointed to a glowing wheel that appeared in the air behind her. Jin gaped in surprise but said nothing. Winnie continued. The young man had a chance to get a new talent, and with the right luck, he could even get a 3rd level talent. But there could only be one attempt, and the talent received would depend on the panel arrow pointed to. But Jean raised his hands in protest. He was grateful. But why was the 3rd level panel so small? And he pointed his finger accusingly at it. What kind of luck does it take for the arrow to point at it? The girl smiled. He must himself realize how big the difference between level 1 and level 3 talents was. But if Jin wasn't happy with that option, then she could give him the standard reward. And Jin quickly shook his head. No, he was picking the wheel. When Jin stopped in front of him, he said thoughtfully, the reward will depend solely on his luck, so he couldn't do it alone. And without a second thought, he summoned his faithful assistants, Liu Shan and Yixia, who had a light hand and intuition, and had saved him from trouble many times. He turned to them and explained that they had to gather all their luck to get the third-level talent, and they clenched their fists and announced that they were ready. Jean nodded briefly and turned to the wheel and spun it as hard as he could. It spun with great speed, and the young man watched the sections and arrows with awe. Finally, the drum made its last revolution and began to stop slowly. The arrow passed section by section. Now it approached the third level. Jin even held his breath. One more second and his fate would be sealed. Come on. Luck didn't fail this time. And suddenly there was a final click. The arrow froze on the third level section, and the young man gleefully squealed and danced in place, unable to contain his delight. He was given an extra reward for hitting a negligible percentage and rushed to check his characterization window, and immediately squealed. His joy was replaced by bewilderment and anger. What the hell? Why did the talent he won end up in Liu Shan's characteristics? This was already too much. He couldn't stand the disappointment. He grabbed his character and started shaking him. He didn't understand what was going on and explained that he had nothing to do with it. Then he turned to Winnie with irritation. Why did his talent end up in Liu Shan's characterization? But the girl remained as calm as usual. She suggested that the genie go to the characterization window again and test its properties again. And the genie did not calm down yet and rushed to do it. After a second, the guy ignoring Liu Shan's unhappy sniffling made sure that the talent was added to his characteristics. But there was also something incomprehensible. Why did not only he get the talent, but also Liu Shan? Could this be the extra reward for the negligible percentage in Winnie's lottery? Well, leadership worked well when it came to group battles. Now the talent was even better when combined with good luck. Winnie planned to give his pendant another stabilizer, and reaching for it, she made the pendant glow, absorbing the energy. Now people could only see 3 of his talents. The rest was hidden under a protective dome and only available to the owner of the pendant. The bosun's voice came from the mouthpiece. He informed everyone that the ship would soon be in port. The deed was done and the men were returning home in victory. This time in the dungeon, they were met by monsters in animal form. Huge boars with fierce eyes and the fangs that bared their fangs, running straight at them. Heshchik calmly smiled and put up his shield. Let them watch carefully, now the boy will show the result of his exhausting daily training. A second later, the boar rammed into Heshkirk at full speed. The impact was so strong that a stone wall would have been shattered by such a blow. But the boy easily withstood it. Jin and Seyun even cried out in surprise. Their friend was indeed demonstrating incredible physical strength and great skill with weapons. Looking at him, the young man thought for a moment. In the time they hadn't seen each other, the hedgehog had raised 20 levels, and his efforts hadn't been in vain. He was torn from his thoughts, however, by the sound of approaching monsters. 2 more boars were coming toward them, and their eyes did not bode well. Heshik stopped them again with his shield, but this time the forces were clearly unequal, and gasping for breath, he called for help from Jin and Seyun. He couldn't do it without them. However, the young man had become completely lazy and turned to Liu Shan's call. He didn't want to fight on his own. He immediately appeared in front of him. His level 3 leadership was activated, and the air shimmered, filling with his mana. Liu Shan stretched out his hand towards the monsters, defeating Heshik. Now the bond between him and his allies was strengthened, and his friend and sister were given extra strength for further battle. The characteristics of the allies were raised, and Heshik did not realize what was happening and shuddered. What was going on? He only felt a sudden surge of strength. Seyun rushed to his aid and threw the monster away with a single blow, knocking it to the wall. The girl was delighted, and her body felt much lighter. Jin watched his comrades fight victoriously and couldn't contain his excitement. The result was obvious. Vinny's gift was working perfectly. Liu Shan also glowed with joy. Now no one can stop him. Let them serve the next opponent at least 100, he will defeat everyone. But there was no time to relax. A stomping sound was heard in the dungeon, and new monsters attacked them. But now Heshchik could easily deal with them, scattering them to the sides. Seyun didn't lag behind. She took down several monsters with a single blow, and all that could be heard around her were their wheezes and howls of terror. However, there was no stopping the girl now. A new jump and a couple more monsters were neutralized. This fight was over with an undeniable victory. Jin watched his sister with admiration. They didn't call her a saint for nothing. She destroyed the undead with a single blow. Today, the dungeon cleanup would be over quickly. It was possible, however, that this effect was due to the synergy of his new talent and the dragon's paired blades, and he clutched his swords gratefully. Watching his companions, the young man noticed that they had already increased their levels, but it wasn't unreasonable to double-check it, so he put a research skill on them. He shrieked in surprise. Seyun, who was killing the remaining monsters, was already level 27. If that was the case, then Heshiku's skills should have increased as well. He turned around to look for his comrade, and his surprise grew even more. Heshchik's level had risen to level 47 in just a few hours. Not believing what was happening, Jin opened his characterization window. He saw that thanks to Kamka's spirit, he and the group were ignoring the experience penalties. Seeing Jin's strange agitation, Seyun and Heshik stopped in bewilderment. Finally, the boy decided to clarify what was going on with his friend. Without explaining, Jin clarified whether they had checked their characteristics long ago, and they shrugged. It was hard to tell at once what was wrong with them. But the young man grinned again. Everything was fine, just let them try not to be too surprised when they checked. For now, he had to finish off the remaining opponents. After quickly dealing with them, they moved to the boss room and immediately ran into a huge monster that was gaping at them with its scary maw. Heshchik rushed towards it and covered himself with his sword, deflecting several of its blows. The monster fell to the ground with a thud. At the same second, Sayun jumped up and with one blow, killed the monster completely. Jin watched their work with satisfaction. It was well done. But then he received an alert. He had reached the limit of development and the current class didn't qualify. Maybe the lottery could tell him how to solve this problem. Receiving a new message from the map, Jin went in search of a new dungeon without a second thought and quickly found a new rift on the navigator. The young man applied the skill of research. It was a classic class trial for one person, but the number of monsters was not specified. Jin hesitated for a moment. Apparently this was the upgrade dungeon. Only after passing this dungeon could he further increase his class. He glanced at his watch and it was 11:30 in the morning. He thought it had been a long time since he had worn a mechanical wristwatch. He had no idea how long he would have to spend in this dungeon, so in the morning, he decided that it would be better to leave his electronic watch at home. He approached the portal and reached out his hand, feeling a thrill. His heart was jumping out of his chest as if anticipating something unusual. When he took one step, he suddenly lost his balance. When he looked around, he realized that he was flying around the sky in clouds. The young man screamed in terror. He was gaining more and more speed and the air whistled in his ears. Jin couldn't even hear himself scream. He crashed headlong into something soft. He felt very dizzy and the blood was pounding in his temples. But before he knew it, he shrieked again. It turned out that he had a neighbor, unnoticed before. It was a bird of enormous size that silently eyed him curiously. Not knowing what to expect, Jin grabbed his sword, but the unnamed guest did not move. Finally, the bird spoke. It understood his desire to point his weapon at a suspicious creature in an unknown place, but there was nothing to fear. Jin hesitated for a moment and then heard Ixia's voice. She thought the creature was telling the truth. It was not to be feared. Ta stretched out his wing. His name was Fast Runner Grandel, and he was assigned to give the genie a briefing before he began the test. The young man looked around to see what this place was all about. There were islands floating in the air. Grandel explained that they were above the heavens and flew to the holy ridge of De La Par, where the trial was to take place. Those who had reached the limit of their abilities and met all the requirements could participate. They were gathered to find out who was worthy of an upgrade. He extended his wing again and the red ruby was in Jin's hands. The young man still had questions about what the ordeal itself was about. However, they had already arrived. Grandel pointed him to one of the islands floating by, and as discouraged as Jin was by everything that was happening, he too was frozen by the beauty. As he approached the edge of the cloud to enjoy the view, he suddenly received a treacherous kick in the back and rolled downward, hearing only Grandel's wishes of good luck. Jin was once again in the sky and he was falling again. Even though he had recently experienced something similar, he was not comforted by it. The young man felt a sucking sensation in his throat. A twig snapped and the boy tumbled to the ground. He looked up at the rock that had protected him from injury during the fall. Could it be that this magical crystal had placed a protective barrier on him? But there was no other explanation for his fairy tale rescue from imminent doom. Suddenly, he heard a volley and looked up to see a sparkling salute in the sky. Jin froze in bewilderment. However, immediately he received a notification that the test was starting. All users who have completed their tasks will be awarded a special title. This will also have a huge impact on the user's further development, but only one hunter would be honored with it. Jin's eyes narrowed, so he was in for a battle royal. It was even more interesting and he was ready. He drew his weapon, ready to defend himself, and ran across the field. The grass was so tall that he could hardly wade through it. So the journey did not take as long as he had expected. Yet soon the mountain he was looking for came into view. The map pointed to a certain spot. Jin once again thought gratefully of the dungeon map that showed him his location. The others would go to the nearest hills. In that case, it would be proper to position ourselves at the foot of the mountain and await their arrival. With no landmarks like the boys, they would need more time. Too bad he had to hide. It's all down to system-limited characteristics. Under normal circumstances, they'd normally triple. Ixia distracted him from his sad thoughts. Ixia was still alert as usual, and she suddenly gave him a worried look and called out to Jin. She could feel someone approaching from the woods, though there was no sign of it yet. Jin looked back. He had expected an attack, but from a different direction. The young man shrugged his shoulders as he looked into the thicket, but Ixia angrily interrupted him to trust her intuition. And she was right. A huge wolf appeared in the clearing. Jin sighed. It was only the animal that had scared Ixia so badly. But the next moment, the wolf leaped at him with a growl, nearly knocking him over with its powerful body. The monster landed nearby and growled threateningly. The monster landed nearby and growled menacingly. The young man, not expecting such behavior, quickly applied the skill of research and saw that in front of him was not just a wolf, but a creature with talents and skills. Jin gritted his teeth in anger. He realized that he had been too naive, but who knew that the beast here could also be part of the test? And then the wolf spoke. The young man had pretty good intuition for a human. The rest of the contestants would have just waved goodbye when they saw a beast like him. And yet she won't help the genie. If the guy had just let himself be bitten, it would have been easier, but now there's no mercy. The young man who had already regained consciousness whistled derisively. I wonder if this wolf has ever heard of a dog's day. He drew his short blade and prepared to fend off the attack. The wolf was wasting his eloquence. His fierce snarl no longer confused him. Now they would see how fast Jin could take him down. When he heard that, the monster grinned and rushed straight at Jin. His movements were so swift that no ordinary hunter could keep up with them. However, Jin was ready. He executed a double lunge of dragon and tiger, and his eyes and weapon glowed with an inner mana that stopped the beast in its leap. Then the guy concentrated and jumped using acceleration, and somersaulted over the wolf so fast that he didn't realize where his opponent had gone. Jin grabbed his spear and pointed it at the monster's head. He turned around quickly and saw something flash before his eyes. There was a rumbling sound and a bright flash illuminated the forest for a moment. Tree branches from the powerful blast wave sprinkled noisily from the trees. The wolf was not weak either and managed to intercept the spear between his teeth. For a second, the rivals stood frozen in that ridiculous pose, like a master and a dog playing with a stick. The monster howled. What kind of power did this strange man possess? If so, it would just break his weapon, and its jaws clenched even tighter in an attempt to bite through the spear. However, his teeth cracked under the sturdy metal. Jin himself was a cause for concern. His gloves, ordinary at first glance, glowed. Clenching his fists, the young man prepared to fight. Following the wolf's gaze, he asked him not to hold a grudge. After all, having many weapons was also a skill. The wolf did not wait for him to finish, but roared again and galloped toward the young man. The wolf's jaws were open, indicating serious intentions. Jin bounced off of him with an elusive movement, and the beast lost its balance, shifting awkwardly in an attempt to stop. But his misadventures did not end there. While he was still in the air, he felt a sharp blow to his side that made his eyes darken. The pain was so unbearable that he whimpered like a wounded puppy. Even when he was almost unconscious, Jin didn't leave him alone. When he saw him coming, the wolf rose to his feet. Once again, the man was stronger. In an imperceptible movement, the boy jumped over the beast and found himself on its back, with his arms tightly around its neck. With his other hand, Jin drew his short blade, and realizing that he had lost, the wolf cried out, asking not for mercy but to finish him off. The battle had gone on too long. However, there was no blow. Instead, the young man put his sword back into its scabbard. He would not finish him off, nor did the wolf plan to destroy him from the start. And responding to the animal's surprised look, he clarified. He was aiming at the guy's shoulder during the attack, not at his neck. And the animal confirmed it. He didn't destroy living things unnecessarily so as not to upset the balance. But Jin had a request. Wolf had the crystal and the blue stones. Let him have them. And the wolf opened his mouth and spat out the stones on the ground, but his gaze was perplexed. Was the man who had treated him so nobly just a thief? But the boy just waved his head. It was nothing compared to life. He noticed that every creature in the forest was dropping blue stones for what they were used for. The beast eagerly responded to the question. He had been told that this stone was property. Seeing that Jin didn't understand, explained. It was a kind of currency. It was used in abandoned stores that appeared on the island. They could be used to buy items or useful effects. The young man rejoiced. Now it would be easier for him to understand what was going on. He was grateful for the wolf's candor, but he shrugged. It was no big deal. He pointed at the red ruby with his eyes anyway. Let the young man take this crystal as well and use it to leave the dungeon. And seeing that Jin was about to leave, he stopped him, but this time not for a battle. The beast offered to join forces. Of course, in the future, he would give the boy the victory. In the alert window that opened, Jin saw that the creature recognized him as strong and wanted to follow him. Ixia didn't think he was lying either. Then there was nothing to think about, and the boy agreed to the proposal. The hierarchy was established, and the Tinya Forest Guardian bound himself to the hunter Jin Chong. Now his muzzle appeared to be smiling. He asked to love and pity him. For the rest of the ordeal, the beast would do whatever the guy ordered. In that case, the young man had the first order, and he couldn't help himself. He fell on the wolf and stroked its furry belly, but it growled, trying to get out of the man's hands. While this already friendly struggle was going on, neither of them noticed that in the dark thicket of the forest, hiding behind a tree, a man was watching them closely. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar. Parts of the island began to fall away and fall into the void of the sky. Jin jumped to his feet. What was that, an earthquake? The wolf explained that over time, some parts of the island would break off on their own, so they should have moved toward the center. He was watching one of the hunters climbing up the steep mountainside. They should have followed his example. The wolf eagerly responded by offering to attack the enemy, but Jin slowed him down. If they went right now, they would give away their location. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound that was familiar to every hunter who had fought many battles. It was an arrow launched with force. One of the armored knights ducked down, and it only lightly hit his armor without harming him. He himself remained unharmed. He turned his head in different directions in horror, where the arrow had come from and where the shooter was hiding. He must have been somewhere nearby. Jin and Tinya, watching from afar, hummed in satisfaction. The young man was right. Someone was on the other side of the forest. It wasn't a difficult task. Why attack a foolish knight who openly climbs a mountain when you can go after an archer who gave himself away by taking the bait? Now all we had to do was catch up with him. It wouldn't be difficult. And the young man and the wolf rushed into the forest without a second thought. At the same time, the girl in the tree looked off into the distance. Her bow indicated that the arrow was hers, but the hunter's armor was stronger than she had thought. However, no matter how strong it would only delay the inevitable. And the girl released another arrow that was speeding towards the knight. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound behind her, and she looked back in horror to see a huge wolf flying straight at her. Its fearsome claws glinted in the sun. She jumped down from the branch and flipped in the air, aiming her bow at the wolf. She felt so sorry for herself. How could she let her guard down so low that she didn't hear the enemy approaching? What a brazen beast, but now her arrows would quickly put it to rest. But no sooner had she fired the arrow than she noticed movement at her side. It was Jin who, covering his new comrade, swung his spear at the girl. But as he lowered it, he met no resistance. The archer was too fast, and in a moment, having oriented herself, she changed the trajectory of her fall. And yet that made her fall very painful. Once on the ground, she pulled herself up to a horizontal position, but her head was buzzing. Jin immediately put the point of the spear to her chest. If she cared about her life, she should give up the loot she had. But the archer just slammed her eyes shut. Her gaze clouded over and her long lashes lowered to her cheeks. May Mr. Hunter have mercy on her, and if he would only let her go. But subterfuge didn't work on the guy, and without letting her speak, he ordered her to empty her pockets, or else he'd send her for food. Tinya nearby growled. The expression on the girl's face changed instantly. She tisked, expressing her displeasure. A bloody ruby was clutched in her hands, but she was clearly not planning to give it back. As soon as the young man reached out his hand to take the stone from her, the pixie vanished into thin air before their eyes. It was teleportation. Jin clenched his fists in anger. He should have seen this coming, for he knew that elves were always too cunning. But now he would not be spared. Suddenly, a noise was heard in the sky. Red-hot spheres with spikes flew straight towards the injured knight. A moment later, one of them hit him in the back. This time, his armor could not protect him from injury. The blow was so great and swift that the orb passed through the hunter. A desperate cry was heard from the poor knight. Jin and Tinya saw him still thrashing around the mountain trying to escape even though he was wounded. But the shells caught up with him again and again, and soon he fell silent. The wolf even felt a little sorry for him, but Jin wasn't distracted by the extraneous situation. This was their chance. They had to take down all the shooters while they were busy with the knight. A while later, Jin placed a bag full of blue stones on his palm. Let Tinya marvel at how many property stones they had gotten. The wolf, on the other hand, had other things on his mind. It was almost dark, and he offered to find a place to sleep. Jin, however, was only getting frustrated. Wouldn't it be easier to ambush them in the dark? The beast recalled. The young man was strong, but a hunter stalking prey falls before he can catch his prey. Let him consider rest a stepping stone to victory. He had one place in mind, and the young man followed the wolf. They soon came to a small cave that was hidden behind bushes. The boy crouched down and peered into it. The passage was a little small. The boy could squeeze through without a problem. But Tinya was much bigger than him. But the wolf had thought of everything, and right in front of the young man's eyes, his body became transparent and rose into the air. Jin was watching with all his eyes. In just a few moments, the outline of the beast became blurred. It took on a human form. A woman's naked body was clearly visible against the dark sky. The transformation was complete, and a young girl with an unusual headdress stood in front of Jin. Only the fangs peeking out from under her lip reminded him of a wolf. Jin even recoiled in surprise. It would have been all right. He was not new to all sorts of transformations or teleportation, but one fact confused him. The girl was unclothed. Tinya turned to him without paying attention. How he liked her new appearance. Now she could easily crawl into the cave. But seeing that Jin cannot look at her, she was surprised. The young man was so panicked she was always naked. Does not wolves in his world wear clothes? But the guy wasn't listening. He opened the window where his stuff was kept, and after a second, he held out his shirt to her. Never mind. Let her cover up first. Standing back and listening to the girl sniffle as she tried to pull on her human clothes, he sighed. Her polymorphism had completely slipped his mind. But all in all, the night went well, and in the morning the wolf jumped out of the cave, stretching sweetly. He had gotten a good night's sleep and felt a surge of energy. An interesting day awaited them. Jin had rested well too, though he was not used to sleeping on the stone floor unlike the beast. They were safe and could rest without being watched. As he was about to leave, Jin suddenly stopped, attracted by some red marks on the earth, and the wolf sitting next to him sniffed at what it was. The young man explained. He wanted to know where the other participants would go, so he had spilled some paint on the main trails the night before. Now they could see the tracks. All they had to do was find out where they led, and he opened the navigation map and saw that there was a river ahead. That's where they were headed. Standing on the shore, Tinya stopped abruptly. She smelled water in the distance and several people. Jin rejoiced. Now they could take them by surprise. Carefully, they came to the water and hid in the tall bushes, peering out carefully. It was quiet as if no one was around. The young man moved forward. He had to be quiet, and if they saw the enemy, they would attack him at once. But suddenly a wolf caught his attention by pointing in his direction. Jin followed his gaze and shuddered in surprise. It was clear why the hunters had gathered here. Between the trees, the store showed itself. The dilapidated building stood on the riverbank in the open. Apparently, the rest of the participants were lurking somewhere nearby. Here you can find items that could turn the tide of the game. But there were a lot of willing participants, and no one dared to go first for fear of being attacked. Suddenly, the boy shuddered. He heard a rustle nearby, his nerves were on edge, and he immediately grabbed his spear. The situation was heating up. He froze and listened, but the sound didn't come again. Jin relaxed. He must have heard it. In such circumstances, auditory hallucinations were acceptable. But Tinya beside him trembled. His fur stood up and a snarl erupted from his mouth. The ground beneath their feet shook. The island continued to crumble. Suddenly, a creature, apparently one of the contestants, rushed forward. It was moving at an incredible speed and was quickly approaching the store. His running served as a trigger for the others. In a moment, the other participants joined the race. Now there were at least 5 of them. But the calm didn't last long. As expected, some hunters remained in ambush and fired a dozen arrows at their rivals running up to the store. Shouts, explosions, and the sound of fighting could be heard from everywhere. The wolf even dug its claws into the ground with impatience. Why were they staying back and not getting into the fight? But Jin stopped him. Tinya needed to forget about the store, it was too dangerous. But the wolf was stubborn. That meant the contestants would take possession of a powerful weapon. Then Jin suggested dealing with the shooters. They were the main obstacle on the way to the store. Of course, the young man was not going to stay away. He patted the wolf's back reassuringly. The boy's mind was just about to mature a plan, and Tinya obeyed. Since the man was so confident in his abilities, she would help. Quickly recognizing one of the attackers, Jin and the wolf rushed into the fight. Tinya was the first to go, easily evading the projectiles fired by the hunter's staff. He was distracted for a second by this dexterity and lost his guard. And then he got hit in the back by Jin. One less opponent. But I shouldn't have relaxed. Arrows whistled around them. They were spotted quickly. Jin had to use all his dexterity to avoid injury. He jumped high, using his spear as a support. As he straightened, his gaze met the fierce stare of another hunter standing nearby in a threatening pose. They could see no end to the edge. The new opponent wore a mask, so his voice sounded muffled. The young man would not be able to dodge arrows forever, and raising his crossbow, the hunter began to shoot at Jin. He realized that he could not stand for long and rushed to meet the enemy. His spear flashed in his hands and the arrows crashed into him, breaking with a crack and falling at the boy's feet. The hunter saw this and shouted furiously. He hadn't encountered such agility before, but he didn't plan to give up either, and so a new volley of arrows struck Jin. At that moment, a huge shadow covered the archer, and he saw a wolf of enormous size coming at him. Its snarl and fearsome grin distracted him from shooting. As if expecting it, Jin swung around and threw the spear, which flew at the hunter's chest with a whistling sound and great speed. It happened so fast that he didn't have time to orient himself. The spear pinned him firmly to the tree behind him, making it impossible for him to move. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like this was the last hunter. Now he had to figure out what to do in these conditions. He turned around and looked what was happening outside the store. There was a fierce battle going on between the remaining members of the ordeal. The clanking of weapons could be heard. It was too risky to go there now, especially since the guy was more than sure that they weren't the only ones left in the ambush. The wolf looked perplexed at his master. Then what was his plan? And Jin smiled. It would all become clear in a moment. A spear glinted in his hand. As he looked into the distance, he suddenly sprinted and threw his spear forward with all his might. It flew a good distance and was pointed toward the store. A second later, the dilapidated building crumbled with a rumble, and the hunters stopped in surprise, forgetting their fights. Jin sighed in satisfaction when he saw that the goal had been achieved. If he couldn't have the artifact store, he couldn't have any of his rivals. The hunters would surely see them and rush after them. And the boy and the wolf ran away, hiding in the thicket of the forest. As soon as the smoke cleared, the hunters looked at each other as if waking up from a deep sleep and remembered why they were here. The fight continued with renewed vigor. After 10 minutes of continuous running, Jin decided to take a break and look around. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. He wondered if he had imagined it. No, there really was another store just a few steps in front of them. How could he have gotten here? They listened around. There was not a soul around. It was awkward what those guys were fighting for. Turning back to Tinya, the young man was ordered to stay on guard, and he decided to go inside and look around. He opened the door and squeezed his eyes shut, giving his eyes time to adjust to the darkness. The store was empty except for a magic circle in the middle of the room and an altar. The young man had seen a similar altar in the Kamka dungeon, and coming closer to the stone slab, he opened a sack of blue cores taken from the defeated hunters. Tinya stood with her back to the store, listening to every rustle in the bushes. So far, everything was quiet and unthreatening, but suddenly the earth shook again. It was another earthquake. But why so often? They used to be equally spaced. Suddenly, the door of the store opened again and Jin came out. The wolf immediately reported that something was going on around him. He didn't like it. The young man smiled reassuringly. He knew what was happening was his doing, and realizing that he was about to be bombarded with questions, he moved resolutely into the thicket. He would go to the river, and on the way he would tell Tinya everything in detail, and she followed him without complaint, already knowing that the man had special knowledge. They were now roughly near the center of the island, so they weren't risking anything even with the accelerated destruction of this land. This way, they had a unique chance to get in a great position to eliminate the other contestants running to the safe zone. And if they took the space by the river now, they could easily get rid of the remaining enemies. Tinya whistled when she heard this cunning plan. It was clever. Suddenly, another volley rang out in the sky and they saw sparks of fireworks. The sparks formed the number 8, which meant that there were 8 participants left. Jin raised his eyebrows. Events were moving too fast. Then he saw at least 7 people by the river. A strange premonition came over him. Something was wrong. He turned to the tinier. They had to hurry, and the wolf rushed after the man without further question. They were almost at the river. Once on the shore, they saw a horrible sight. The defeated hunters were lying on the ground. A huge monster was sitting next to them, eating its prey. It was Troll Lord Jinchu with level 99. He was stronger than Jin. Could it be that enhanced characteristics were a feature of trolls? Besides, he reeked of a dangerous aura. The monster saw them and rose. Another human is a bore, but we'll have to deal with him. He even wondered what it tasted like. The young man didn't wait for the attack and lunged at the monster first. His eyes lit up with rage. He felt sorry for the dead. Already approaching the monster, he used a double lunge of dragon and tiger, and his spear lit up with a glow. The orc still stood, mockingly relaxed. Jin had no other choice but to win. He also activated the Dalarf armor skill, but a setback awaited him that knocked him off balance. Some sort of sphere flashed in the orc leader's hands, and Jin realized that his dual choice of dragon and tiger had been blocked, as were the rest of his skills. He still struck the monster, but the spear only grazed its tough, dense hide. It was less than a mosquito bite to a man. The young man was close, and now the monster swung his huge spiked mace at him, and it began to fall on the boy's head with a terrifying whistle. Tinya watched the battle closely, and at the moment when it seemed that Jin had no chance left, she called out to her man, and then fearlessly rushed to his aid. There was almost no time. The mace was about to split the young man's skull into pieces, and the wolf was in a hurry. Jin, who couldn't get out of his daze, suddenly felt a blow in his side and flew a long distance away and rolled on the ground. The stunned man was not thinking straight. In the same second, the terrible weapon came down with force on his loyal, brave, and strong comrade, and the beast screamed in incredible pain. Tinya's shriek brought the boy out of his hypnosis, and he jumped to his feet with fury. He saw that Tinya was lying defeated on the ground, her paws twitching only occasionally. In a furious rage, he turned to the orc leader. He would not live now. With or without skills, he would avenge his friend, no matter the cost. The blows came at the monster at an incredible speed. Although they didn't do much damage, it was getting harder and harder for the monster to fight back. He continued to mock. That's all the bug was capable of. Then he would squash him like a pesky fly. He even felt sorry for the little man. Pity was the only thing he deserved. And Jin, realizing that the monster was right in a way, clenched his teeth in anger. What should he do? But then Jin's eyes went black. He missed the heavy kick that the monster leader had given him. The young man clenched his will into a fist to stay conscious, and it allowed him not to miss another blow that could have been his last. As Jin jumped back, he saw that he had the perfect moment. The monster completely relaxed and opened up. Only a second was enough for the young man. He tried to jab with his spear, but the orc leader easily intercepted the blow and grabbed his weapon and drove the blade away from him with the guy hanging on the other end. Seeing that Jin had no plans to let go of his weapon, he twirled it around his head and everything around it flashed in the young man's eyes. But he continued to hold on tight. In the next instant, the monster let go of the spear, and the spear flew away under the weight of Jin's weight. The boy hit the ground with a muffled groan. Jin watched from the sidelines as the monster slowly approached him. He was only strong enough to open the inventory window. Without looking, he fumbled for a large stone and realized it was what he was looking for, a large red ruby that had been given to him at the entrance to this competition. The monster grinned mockingly through his teeth. Was he really going to surrender? What a shame. Wouldn't he be ashamed to face his comrades after such a defeat? But Jin had already come to his senses and was even able to stand up. Why should he be ashamed if he was going to defeat the monster? And with a tight squeeze of his hand, he heard the crunch of glass. The crystal was shattered and he had added map view and returns. Now he was absorbing the essence of a fast Grandel runner and could feel the power returning. All talents and characteristics returned to him. In addition, the skill supersonic speed was added, which allowed him to move through space. The monster smiled mockingly when he saw that the boy had cheered up. So the human was going to keep fighting, which was even more interesting. And with unexpected ease for such a heavy body, the orc began to run fast, swinging his mace deftly over his head. But Jin watched him calmly. Now he could combine old and new skills, and the joy of anticipation lit up in his eyes. The monster was so close he could feel the air moving. With a terrifying blow, the orc leader brought his heavy weapon down on the spot where Jin stood. There was a rumble of thunder and a column of dust. The next moment, however, the monster was called out in a mocking tone from behind him, and he turned awkwardly at the voice. A young man stood behind him, healthy and unharmed. The monster clenched his teeth in anger. What a surprise, and he didn't realize he was facing a real mage. He'd never tasted a magician before. He liked their battle more and more every minute, and with those words he swung his mace again and lunged straight at Jin. His eyes glittered. A strong aura shone around the young man, which grew brighter and more powerful with each step of the monster. The boy turned to maneuver the mountain dragon. He rushed towards the monster, and his movements were so fast that he soon looked like a glowing orb that was speeding towards the orc ramming it. He didn't even realize what had happened. He felt a jolt in his chest, and then, losing the last of his strength, he realized that the young man had punched him through. He developed a speed that could not be achieved with his current characteristics. As a reward, the skill Divine Speed was unlocked. Jin was surprised to realize his new capabilities when he heard a rustle behind him. He turned around and saw Tinya struggling to get to her feet. He jumped up to the wolf and gingerly touched it. If everything was all right, the beast assured him that he felt fine. His body had recovered quickly. Jin felt with renewed vigor the horror they had experienced in this battle. He had one important question: why Tinya had sacrificed herself. She looked at him perplexed and knew that the man was very strong, but even he would not be able to defeat the Troll Lord alone. The beast's eyes widened in horror, and Jin saw a reflection in them that sent a chill down his spine. Tinya growled warningly, "Man, run!" But Jin continued to stand there like a stumbling block. The same monster who had managed to catch up with them, despite his severe injuries, was already swinging behind him. The next second, the guy was hit with a blow so strong that he couldn't even scream. His eyes went black and his ears rattled. He flew far to the side, tumbling on the ground. It seemed to be the end of the brave hunter. What could have saved him? Finally, there was a rumble. Jin flew into the rock and fell unconscious, punching a hole in it. The rocks were still falling down the slope from the impact. Tinya turned around in horror at the orc. This could not be. No regeneration could heal such a deep wound. What kind of power was this? The one in response smugly hummed. The beast had a discerning eye. If not for his partner's time manipulation skill, the orc's life would truly be over. But thanks to it, the monster was able to roll back the time of his body to a point where it was still intact, and he had some kind of rock in his chest. The wolf took a closer look. What mad skill his partner possessed. But the orc leader was no longer willing to talk to him. He headed straight for Jin. Even that monster had to take back his words and admit at last that the boy was a real warrior. A carnivorous smile appeared on his lips. Yes, this man was strong enough to eat him. So his plans had changed. He had thought of something different. The monster planned to tear him apart. He came closer and swung his baton again, as if for the last time. And the wolf called louder and louder for his man. But then the unexpected happened. The baton that was coming down to crush the head of the unruly Jean was suddenly stopped by his strong arm. It seemed to have a life of its own, as the young man himself was still unconscious. Head bowed on his chest. The monster was unable to free his weapon. The guy's eyes opened and glowed with a sly light. His performance was enhanced by overcoming the speed of light, so no one could tear him apart. He jumped to his feet and snatched the baton from his opponent's hands and launched it deep into the forest. The orc leader looked at her silently in confusion. There was a blow and something crunched violently. It was the monster's arm clutching the weapon tightly a moment ago that twisted and broke at the elbow and shoulder. Jean was just kneading his fingers. What was the monster's threat? Let it try to tear him apart now. The guy felt his stats triple. The orc leader felt his strength and backed away. And then he felt a searing pain. Something pierced him. He didn't even notice the boy's movements. As he fell to the ground and struggled to get back to his feet, the young man was already striking the next blow. He jumped high with his spear in front of him. In the next second, the monster received a terrifying blow in its back and fell to the ground with a cry of pain. But he was still alive. The next blows came one after another. Jin hammered him relentlessly, eliciting more shrieks. The orc couldn't even turn around to deflect the blows. The guy was frantic. He would make this monster leader regret for using time management. Catching up with them was his big mistake. Finally, the monster could not even move. It lay on the ground in a pitiful state and begged the young man for one thing: to kill it and not leave it to suffer. And the boy, already knowing his meanness, decided not to let him live this time. The sharp tip of his spear shone with a bright light, and the young man swung. Then he struck one last blow, and the orc leader finally fell silent with a wheeze. Jin sighed in relief. He had caused him a lot of trouble. Soft footsteps came from behind. The wolf silently approached from behind and looked at the defeated enemy. It looked like this time it really was the end. Jin turned around. Tinya was still chained to one place a moment ago by the orc's skill and could move again. But the beast sighed. Indeed, the ability to move had returned. But no more would he be able to help the boy in battle. The beast was giving up. Before parting, however, he had something to give to the boy. A ruby gleamed in its teeth. Jin snatched the stone from his mouth and started cursing. He didn't want to hear about anything. If the wolf was tired, he could just sit back and watch the battle. Better yet, let him stay put and rest, while Jin goes to deal with the remaining hunters alone. Shouldn't take long. And before the wolf knew it, he had jumped up and in a moment had disappeared into the thicket. His movements were so quick and light that the wolf didn't hear a single rustle. Another salute flashed over the island and the number 6 appeared in the sky. The remaining contestants raised their heads. There were only 6 of them left here. A hunter hid on one of the island's stretches. He carefully assessed the situation and decided to proceed cautiously for the time being. Maybe he'd catch a glimpse of someone. There was a rustle behind him, and he turned around and recoiled at the same time. And for good reason. Jin's sword passed through the air exactly where he stood. But there was a steep cliff behind him, and there was nowhere to run. The point of Jin's spear was immediately at his throat, and the stranger's eyes glittered dangerously. Jin held out his free hand. The unfamiliar hunter himself must have realized that it was useless to fight him, and in a stern voice he ordered him to surrender. The man sighed doomfully and reached into his pocket. A ruby appeared in his hand, and he held it out sadly to Jin. He would never forget the shame and grace of the contestant. And having lost the main artifact, the hunter teleported off the island as a dropout. The young man hid his loot and looked around. How many more contestants were left? But suddenly his pupils dilated like those of a wild beast that sensed danger. He knew where to expect an attack without turning around, and froze before the attack. Meanwhile, another participant watching him from a tall tree noticed with amazement that he had been exposed. But that's impossible. He had concealed his presence. He realized he'd run into an opponent too strong for him to handle. He had to run, so he kept his eyes on his enemy and jerked to the side. He would wait for a more opportune moment to attack the boy, and at the same moment Jin was behind him with his spear over the hunter's head. He had no time to realize what had happened. Not even a leaf moved from the young man's movement before he received a deafening blow and fell from the branch to the ground. He lay stunned, unable to get to his feet after falling from a height. He was dizzy and his mouth tasted of steel. The Jin was already gone. When he heard the thud of a body falling, another hunter wandering nearby stopped and listened. His hands clutched his spear frantically and his eyes searched the thicket. Suddenly he noticed some movement and a shadow approached him with terrifying speed. The contestant screamed in fear, "Don't come any closer." Jin swung his spear and slashed the hunter with the hilt of his spear. He tumbled to the ground and fell to the ground with a groan. Jin's instincts were correct. He jumped back, and in a second he saw that several arrows had hit the place where he was standing, and another participant of the trial was nearby. Without thinking, the young man followed the voice of his intuition, and in just a few jumps he saw the elf archer who had shot at him a moment ago. By Jin's reckoning, she was the last huntress to be dealt with. He knocked the bow out of her hands with his spear. The girl herself was knocked aside by the blow. Not expecting such a turn, she didn't have time to regroup and hit her back against a tree, yelping and falling to the ground. That was her defeat. Jin stood in front of her ready to continue the attack. The girl raised her hands in surrender, the ruby glittering in her hands. She prepared to give it up as a sign of her surrender. However, the young man roughly snatched the stone from her hands and asked, who gave her permission to retreat? She didn't think she could get rid of him that easily. His eyes darkened with anger and a sinister smile played on his lips. Let him understand he had a personal vendetta against the representatives of her people. And ignoring the tears, he continued. If anyone was to blame for the outcome, it was one of her fellow elves who had behaved inappropriately with him. A moment later, fireworks erupted in the sky and the sky lit up with the number 2. Tina, who had been sensitive to the sounds, breathed a sigh of relief. Jin managed again. A moment later, the young man quietly came out of the forest and came closer to the wolf. The beast looked at the man for the first time during their acquaintance. What kind of unthinkable power allowed him to commit such madness? But Jin only smiled enigmatically as he remembered that his characteristics had been tripled. It was time to part ways. Thanks to the human, Tina was able to take second place without too much trouble. And Gina had something to thank her for, too. They agreed that they would meet upstairs where the boy could finally say his name, and each of them clutched his ruby tighter. The wolf teleported first. Left alone, the young man paused for a moment to admire the fireworks that were going off in the sky in his honor. He had passed the class test and won first place. It was an achievement for which he would be given an additional award. And Jin smiled dreamily. He couldn't believe he had finally won. He also remembered that he had always come in second place when he was a player. No matter how hard he tried, his destiny was always to watch the winner's joy from afar. Now he moved to the hall with the reward. His heart was filled with joy and happiness. He even squeezed his eyes shut with pleasure. This is how the winners feel. A moment later, still to the sound of fireworks, Jin teleported away, leaving behind the difficult battles, having learned new skills and overcome before his abilities. The next place he found himself in was a huge castle, the entrance to which was guarded by knights in armor. The young man stumbled uncertainly. Here, however, a familiar voice called out to him. It was the familiar Grandel, and he cheered. Jin had indeed won. The feathered man couldn't contain his feelings. He ran up to the boy and held him tightly against him. Jin was the first contestant from his family to win the challenge, but he just fought back. He wasn't interested in Grandel's ambition. He was more interested in the benefits of having passed the tests, so he was entitled to some kind of reward, and the bird assured him that he would. After all, only the winners were honored to be in this place. In addition, the Grandel also received a reward, which pleased him even more. He pointed solemnly to the castle doors. Let Jin rejoice as much as he did. The young man gazed intently into the distance. What awaited him beyond those gates? Grandel went on as if nothing had happened without noticing the boy's pensive look. Behind those doors, the boy's reward awaited him, so why did he linger on the threshold? But when the young man put aside his doubts and stepped straight to the door, Ptah stopped him. He should have familiarized himself with the rules before he received his treasure. There was a time limit in this room. He must memorize it well. Whatever happened, the young man must return before the bird's dream. Jean stared at him, perplexed at the bird's dream of what it meant, and the bird laughed carelessly. He had just mistaken the time by habit for the Delarf. In human language, that meant 10 o'clock at night. Jin glanced at his watch, which meant he still had 3 hours and 20 minutes to spare. Standing on the doorstep, Grandel gave another warning. He had to be back no later than 10 o'clock in the evening, or preferably a few minutes before. What would happen if Jin was late? And the bird replied that he would have to pass a test that would give him great power, but it was beyond him. Now it was clear, and they said their goodbyes. Jin pushed the door open boldly, peering into the darkness of the room. Suddenly, his eyes were dazzled by the light. He froze in place. The lights were on, and he had to wait a while for his eyes to adjust to the light and see again. After a moment, he looked around, perplexed. He found himself in a round, windowless room, but surprisingly, it was completely empty. Jean felt bitter disappointment, and where was his reward? This room was empty. He was about to leave to confront Grandel. But suddenly, there was a light rustle of wings near one of the walls, and a shining bird or a vision flew across the room. It was followed by the others. In a minute, Jin was standing in the center of the maelstrom of birds, gingerly looking around. Now there were dozens of them. The young man did not know what to do, and waited to see what would happen next. Suddenly, one of them lightly touched his back, and the young man recoiled and received a notification. +1 level to his characteristics. He laughed happily. One by one, the birds began to touch him. The soaring Delarf's energy was now overflowing, and his stats were increasing. They would soon pass 200. Jean felt joy and contentment. If he had only known what awaited him in this hall, he would have gone in much sooner without wasting time bickering with the bird. Now he understood why there was a time limit. It wouldn't be fair to give that much to one person. And the gain started to drop and finally almost stopped. This chance doesn't come often, so Jin didn't want to leave now. He looked at his stats. The increase was already +21 levels. There were almost no birds left. Each of them had done their part and scattered into the air, but suddenly another one appeared near the ceiling and Jin froze in anticipation. It was the perfect timing. He had just 10 minutes left. Enough time to upgrade and get out 5 minutes in advance like the bird had asked. He looked at the door. It was only a few steps away. So he could afford one more level of performance and he could leave. But suddenly everything changed. The steel bars rattled and closed the gate to the outside. There was no way for Jean to get out now, but what had gone wrong? It was still a full 5 minutes until 10 p.m. Jean's face covered with sweat when he saw the new alert. It was an emergency. Its complexity was too high for his current level. The wall at the side rattled and a secret door opened, and a monster emerged from it. The young man clutched his head. Grandel had not deceived him. Was it his watch that was the problem? But how could he hardly ever wear it? Although stop when he did wear it. The boy started to remember. The last time was at a dungeon cleanup with Heshchik and Sayun. Then he had agreed to farm Dunja with the guys and decided to take the watch. But no, they couldn't break. Then the hedgehog invited him to his house, and there he met Kana with a level 3 talent in Vinny. Then she stopped time briefly to talk to Jean. That's right, that was the reason they were behind. And he didn't realize to double check them. Winnie had stopped time during his talent upgrade, and the clock was late. Today, that mistake could cost him his life. He looked around and panicked. Jean shouted, turning to Grandel. It wasn't the guy's fault, it was all Vinny's fault. He didn't think he'd have to use him so soon, but it couldn't be helped. He reached for the black card summoning ticket he'd gotten for breaking the speed limit in the previous trial. Help was at hand now. The monsters were getting bigger and bigger, and they were slowly approaching, enclosing the boy in a circle. It seemed his fate was already sealed, and nothing could save him. Suddenly, one of the monstrous birds swung sharply and brought down a terrifying sledgehammer on the young man. It sliced through the air with a whistling sound and was aimed at Jin's head. But the guy was already supported and his strength was enough to stop the hammer on the fly with one hand. It was heavy, but no more than that. It was the hardest blow he'd ever suffered. I doubt anyone on Earth could have blocked him so easily, but there was an unearthly being behind him. It was a hero summoned using the black card Hercules with a level 299 and a mana of level 327. It was impressive, but what was most interesting was that Jin could now use this person's skills and talents as his own. That meant he had incredible strength and resilience. So the young man turned around and easily grasped the hammer of the monstrous bird and easily threw it aside like a speck of dust. The monster flew over and caught his companion and they crashed into the wall. The impact was so strong that the ceiling collapsed in this place, but the monsters got up. Jin put a research skill on them, so they were battle golems. He knew that the fastest way to defeat all of them was to find the cores and break them. But the nuclei moved through the monsters' bodies at a tremendous speed, and without research, it was hard to know where they were at any given time. This skill required a lot of mana, especially since the guy simply did not have time to look at them because the golems were constantly attacking him. The case was crappy. He was a complete zero in magic. And unfortunately, out of all the personalities he got, just Hercules, who also had no magical skills. The boy backed up trying to buy time, but the golems again surrounded him from all sides and swung at him, continuing their attack. The situation seemed hopeless. Suddenly, Jin's eyes lit up with joy. He had an idea. Well, he had no other choice. Did they think their bodies couldn't be destroyed by anything? In the young man's hands glittered the steel club of Hercules' weapon that the king of all weapons had reproduced. Jin intended to prove to the monsters that they were vulnerable. He swung and hit one of the golems, and it shattered into pieces like a plaster statue. It was not for nothing that in the real world there was a proverb, "You don't have to be smart to be strong." The monsters froze in horror as their comrade grasped at the void that had been his head a moment ago, and Jin bought time to change tactics. Now his eyes glittered as brightly as the golems. He would break every one of them. And leaping to the next enemy, the young man proved he was telling the truth. His club flashed through the air like lightning. Parts of the monsters flew apart in the form of stone shards. There was noise and rumbling in the room. Jin didn't stop for a second, and the monsters were getting more and more injured. But the young man also noticed that even after his blows, they kept moving. And indeed, the golems, though crippled, were advancing and harassing him on all sides, persistently swinging their hammers with their surviving limbs. Jin was running out of patience. Such stubbornness only made him angry. If they didn't want to stop, he'd turn them to dust. The monster leader watched in horror. He had never encountered such a strong opponent. He was capable of destroying steel bodies. Immediately, his thoughts were cut short. It was Jin who jumped up from behind him and suddenly struck a crushing blow. The golem's body shattered into tiny fragments. Finally, he was able to stop. The remains of monsters mixed with cores crunched under his feet. A notification window appeared. He had won the trial of the Delafarm Hall. Jin breathed a sigh of relief. His mana was fully restored, and he himself would be given a reward. He could check it out as soon as he left the hall. He heard the bars on the door creak up again and was relieved to think that if it hadn't been for Hercules' call, he would have been in trouble. Well, it's time to get out of here, and he would do it with pleasure. He pushed the door open, but it wouldn't budge and remained closed. A chill ran down his spine. A new alert confirmed his hunch. He had successfully passed the test of the first hall and could proceed to the next. A door clanged behind him, and turning around, he noticed another entrance to another room. How many more of them were there? And yet, under the terms, he still had a choice. If he didn't want to participate in the next challenge, he could just leave this room. But then he could no longer return. The young man froze in thought. What was there to do? Now he realized he was in a typical challenge tower and wondered what he knew about this game mode. He knew that you had to go through the trials one by one until you reached the last floor with the boss, and each trial had its own reward. It sounded tempting to him, but there was one thing he shouldn't have risked. He remembered how hard the previous battle had been for him. He had barely passed the first trial with a black card, and here a much more difficult battle awaited him. His strength would barely be enough for 5 golems. He floundered. On the other hand, it could be his only chance. Besides, the reward should be directly proportional to the suffering he'd have to go through. And he decided in that case he would rely on the linking lottery. If he didn't get a diamond card or something better, then he just wouldn't go any further. The cards flashed before him one row after another. So far he had no luck. 9 times in a row he'd been dealt the usual tickets. This was his last chance. The 10th last card came to him from the guarantor. He hadn't had that kind of luck in a long time, but he knew what to do next to get the bigger cards. In these situations, as in normal games, you just had to pay a little bit of money, and he spent 5 character points to get 5 diamond cards. But then Ixia intervened. She turned to her master, reminding him that he had said he would continue until he ran out of mana. Jin grumbled unhappily. Pushing the fairy away with his hand, he reminded her that he had decided to give up if he didn't get at least a diamond card, and now he held 5 of them in his hand. Clutching the fairy tightly in his hand, he whispered ominously. Did he say something about mana and the familiar sparks appeared in his eyes? With 5 cards, he'd be lucky. And standing in the middle of the hall, he let the cards out of his hands, and they flashed around him. Jin smiled triumphantly. He knew his luck would not fail him this time. In the next minute, his eyes darkened with anger. Liu Shan had gotten plus 6 points to his level. Again, Jin clenched his fists in anger. His character, already knowing what anger could result from such a result, turned around and tried to explain to him again that it would serve Jin well. The guy tried to pull himself together. Liu Shan was right. Suddenly, Ixia called out to him, and following her gaze, he stared at one of the cards hanging in the air. She was the diamond card he'd started the whole gacha for. This ticket would definitely bring with it a strong personality with a lot of talent. Huang Jung Hansheng appeared in front of him. He couldn't believe that someone else would need help from such a decrepit old man, but he was willing to help. Jin even jumped for joy. He was already afraid that he had gotten some weak one, but this character with his characteristics surpassed all his expectations. There was no point in delaying. The second room was waiting for him, and the boy rushed into the room with all his legs feeling the joy of anticipation. He was confident in his abilities. He sprinted through the door and stopped in amazement. It was not the gloomy room of the castle, but a beautiful glade and forest in the distance. Suddenly, shadows fell over him, and he heard strange sounds in the sky. Looking up, Jin froze. There were dragons circling right above him. There were dozens of them. His character, on the contrary, rejoiced. What luck with his archery skills, no flying opponent would escape Jin's grasp. But the young man only smiled. The legendary sword Balmung was clutched in his hands. He apologized to Huang and explained that he had no plans to shoot anyone with his bow. There was no need. He could feel the dragon's blood flowing through the veins of his enemies, and his sword glistened with mana so brightly that even the sun paled in comparison. Jin swung and prepared to attack. In battle with dragon blood wielders, and his stats increased by a full 10 times. The young man jumped high and lowered his sword. The cries of defeated enemies could be heard. The dragons began to fall to the ground. Jin's character watched the battle with interest. Respect shone in the old warrior's eyes. To think that the young man had barely swung a ball but had managed to take down so many dragons. It was unbelievable. But the boy was pleased with himself. However, he was troubled by a feeling of uneasiness. This test was much easier than he had expected, and it was strange. He swung his sword once more. The enemies in the sky were almost gone. The ones that were still circling above him were wounded and moving from the last of their strength. After a while, the tired ones began to fall to the ground beneath the young man's feet. But if this was the whole ordeal, why was there no notification? Ixia cheered. Her master was so fast in destroying dragons as if he was fighting with small gnats. Ixia smiled modestly, flattered by the high praise. Only Huang felt sad. It seemed he was useless here. But the young man hastened to assure him that his success was a credit to the characteristics the warrior had lent him. Well, there was only one dragon left. It was larger than the others and aggressive towards Jin, but the boy was calm. One sword thrust. And he could go on to the next challenge, and so it was. But then Ixia spoke up, pointing at something in the distance. The young man looked up and was stunned. He was so caught up in his narcissism that he didn't notice how the remains of the dragons had piled up into a monster. It was the boss. His eyes glowed red, and he roared with such force that the young man could barely stand on his feet. But that didn't spoil his good mood. After all, when you think about it, the only enemy worthy of his legendary Balmont sword was a major dragon, and with his stance, he prepared to attack. When the enemy got closer, the guy suddenly jumped on him, waving his weapon at him, and in the next second, he struck a crushing blow without any doubt of success. However, he was disappointed. Balmont's sword, which had never known obstacles before, clanged against the monster's face without even a scratch. Jean saw that his blow did not do any damage to the monster. The dragon's head jerked and the boy rolled to the ground. He immediately jumped to his feet, but he was still dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Why doesn't the Balmong skill work? There was a real dragon in front of him. Huang assessed the situation and decided to explain. It was only a theory, but maybe the blade only reacted to dragon blood, not the creature itself. But what about facing a dragon without blood and flesh? That remains a mystery. The sword would have to recognize the dragon in him, but how? And Jin agreed. Now he had to figure out a way to defeat this monster. His eyes were growing more and more furious, and a heavy mana enveloped the entire clearing. The dragon roared as if exploding with anger and lunged at the young man. He stood there unable to move. It was useless to run away, and its attacks did not do any damage. Not for nothing did he think things were going too smoothly. But now he took out his bow and aimed a golden arrow straight at the dragon's heart. Let him attack now. The dragon was so close that its fierce breath knocked Jin off his feet. The bowstring sang under his fingers and the arrow flew at speed into the dragon. A moment later, the guy was standing next to the defeated monster and struggling to catch his breath. This time he had barely made it. His life hung in the balance. He gazed into the distance. If this went on, it would be not only difficult, but impossible to pass this test. His original plan had failed. He was about to unload Liu Bu from his mana recovery album and challenge the 3rd level, but his stats were still at the 2nd level. Reviewing his characteristics, he thought hard. What other way would he consider? Suddenly, the alert window lit up and he reached a value of 100 mana. Now he had a reward he hadn't even expected. And to Jean's amazement, he was given the category of camp, but he didn't know what that meant. The young man concentrated. The new stack listed 5 great generals as a special skill that he received for all his abilities. Now Jean was faced with a difficult task. It was an incredible award, but choosing only 5 people from so many was not easy for him. Of course he couldn't complain. Not even in his wildest fantasies could he have dreamed of such a combination. And yet, suddenly his gaze became sharp. This was what he was looking for. And hoping for the luck of his unfailing comrade Liu Shan, Jin turned to double booting. The combination of Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun. The disembodied person was unfamiliar to him. Why he was here? The new character looked belligerent and had a stern face, but was clearly not a general from the draft. Suddenly, Liu Shan flew over to him and his face was flaming. Pointing his finger at the new character, he clarified. Wasn't he Madai? Jin realized that they knew each other. Liu Shan confirmed his hunch. The person from the summoning was his former warlord and Ma Chao's younger cousin. The boy was stunned. He watched as the two finally rushed to embrace each other and didn't know whether to be happy or sad. His characters were firmly bound together. For each of them, their stats were increased and their character traits were enhanced. That pleased Jin. Then let the two of them go into battle together. The boy turned to the binding Gacha, and as usual his heart fluttered with excitement as the cards circled relentlessly over him. At last one separated. She began to fall slowly into Jin's arms and he shrieked triumphantly, "That's a good start. Let's go." And the young man found himself in the epicenter of the vortex. He appeared along with the summoned character Jin Songdo who appeared. However, the uploading didn't stop there. The summoning continued and Ma Chao Mengi was waiting ahead. As strong as they were, it didn't seem enough for Jin to challenge the third level. There were tough battles ahead of him, and there was no stopping him. The camp of the 5 great generals in history activated, and the guy additionally gained plus 15 to his stats. The epitome of the camp's best effect. At last, the hurricane around had subsided a little, and a card dropped into Jin's hands. It was a grant of special advantage. He looked at it perplexed, not knowing what to expect. The download ticket was confirmed, and another person, Guan Yu Yuncheng, appeared on the queue. Now he was probably ready to fend off any attack, and Jin moved forward. Soon enough, a strange sight appeared before his eyes. There were 2 kinds of dark and light birds fighting fiercely. The guy didn't know what to do. Looks like the third test was war. But which side should he take? Which of these creatures was the enemy, and which one was a comrade in arms? Suddenly, one of the light birds jumped up to him, and ignoring the young man's bewilderment, he reported, "General, we have encountered the enemy." It all made sense to Jin now. Apparently he was to lead their squad, and the best way to do that was to use his last draft ticket? There was no time to ponder. The Black Crows saw him and grouped together to attack again. They were approaching quickly and should have counterattacked. Jin took out his spear and rushed towards them. He swung his weapon and began to attack his enemies, but they were much more numerous. His blows were so powerful that in just one swing he threw away several monsters at once, and in a minute the field around him was covered with wounded opponents. Not only were Jin's allies watching the battle closely, but also his summoned personality Jin Chando of the 219th level. He shook his head approvingly. Seeing him on the battlefield, Liu Shan's eyes filled with tears. It was his uncle Guan and his nephew rushed to greet him. The bond with the allies was strengthened. Because of this, their abilities had also increased. The fierce warrior greeted his relative discreetly, but there was joy in his eyes too. Loaded characters were firmly connected. Jin's stats increased and the character's features were strengthened. The birds in his squad felt a surge of strength, but the opponents were clearly exhausted. Their morale had been shaken. In addition, they could clearly hear an unusual pulse coming from the enemies. Suddenly, there was a breakdown in their ranks and signs of confusion. And then the largest black raven appeared in front. It was their commander himself. As he surveyed the battlefield, he drew in a chestful of air and let out a battle cry. The ground around him shook with the power and fury of the creature. He was clearly determined to win. Black Raven trotted through the ranks of the enemy in search of their general. He was furious. Let him come out and show his strength in single combat. Jin's companions trembled. The boy appreciated the cry of the enemy captain. He realized that even with the increase in his abilities, their forces were unequal. The boss of the enemy race was level 246. The enemy boss was a level 246 enemy boss, and he had such a violent energy that even the old warrior behind Jin's back shuddered. But there was no retreat. The young man knew from the beginning that he was in for a very difficult challenge, so he decided to take up the challenge and called his war horse for help. When he reappeared on the battlefield, he twitched his ears nervously and flared his nostrils. The horse was used to the rumble of battle. Jin Chando rubbed his mane reassuringly. Seeing that Jin had used the summoning of his character's warhorse, the raven rushed towards him. The young man's spear glinted menacingly in the sun. The boy grabbed the green dragon's halberd, which greatly increased his stats in one-on-one combat. After a moment, their weapons clashed with a clang. The battle was so fierce that its witnesses could not make out anything for the first moment, for the dust was piled up around the rivals. But it was enough for him to throw a few blows to throw the enemy far away. The Black Raven could barely stand on his feet and looked surprised. The warbirds of Jin's unit cheered. Their general had demonstrated extraordinary power and took down the enemy commander in just a few hits. Their morale rose. The Black Raven was annoyed. A duel is the fairest way to determine the winner without using soldiers. But what strong allies these birds had. Meanwhile, Jin, sitting on his warhorse, decided to finish off his enemies and ordered the octagonal golden castle to deploy the battle order. The birds lined up in rows. After the general's victory, their communication was activated, and their morale and obedience skills were greatly enhanced. As if under hypnosis, they obeyed Jin's every word. They lined up in rows as if on parade and marched towards their enemies, who were astonished to see the glassy eyes of their opponents. And yet they were bracing themselves. No amount of cleverness could help them. But then Jin's thunderous voice sounded over the field, telling them to prepare for battle. The birds were to defend the camp and not to break formation, and those who heard the order rushed at the enemy without a second thought, stabbing him with their pikes and not retreating a step. The Black Crow commander saw this and lost his temper and shouted at Jin. It was despicable. According to the laws of war, the winner was determined in a battle of generals and only so, but the boy only grinned. After all, this was not their personal duel, but a war. It was not worth using everything possible against the established rules to win. And he rushed at the young man, waving his weapon in the air. Let him get out of here if he couldn't behave honorably. But Jin wasn't going to back down. The Black Raven was furious. His enemy was strong, but they would see how long he could successfully block the blows. Sooner or later, he would run out of steam and reveal himself. With these words, he rushed back into the attack. His eyes glittered with such fury that the young man lost his confidence in victory for a second. But he pulled himself together. That one moment's hesitation almost cost him his life. At the worst possible moment, the raven struck a sneaky blow, and Jin was only able to fend it off at the last moment. The birds from his squad were watching him despite the battle. When they saw that their commander had once again succeeded in blocking an enemy attack, they rejoiced. His success boosted their morale, and they struck their enemies with renewed vigor, eager to lay down their lives for their brave general. The Raven commander, seeing how the birds had cheered up, squeaked his beak. If this continued, his army would be annihilated. Something had to be done. He turned to Jin as the main reason for his defeat. Before he dealt with those wretched birds, he would destroy this man. His club glowed with a terrible aura, and the Raven swung at the young man, wanting to wipe him off the face of the earth at once. Jin shrieked in horror. He saw the Raven commander gathering mana from all over the battlefield to direct it at him. He turned to the summoned warlord to ask for help. Let him use the strongest of his techniques. And the man's glittering eyes agreed. Jin rushed into the fight and a white dragon flew in front of him. It was Qing Lun's signature decapitation strike. The ground trembled under the hooves of the young man's horse. But the Black Warrior wasn't going to give up either. There could only be one winner in this battle, and that would be him. Tongues of flame engulfed the creature and everything around it. In a moment, he turned into a firehawk that with a single flap of its wing incinerated everything within a few meters. Now the two creatures met. The ice dragon and the firehawk clashed in a fierce battle, and suddenly there was an explosion. Tongues of flame intertwined with ice jets, and everything went silent. When the smoke cleared a little, the Black Crow commander was standing unharmed and looking around. He was a little stunned and unable to move. In a moment, he realized that he was surrounded by enemies. Their sharp spears pointed at his chest. An awkward movement, and they were ready to destroy him. Jin appeared in the distance, riding his horse, and the Raven sighed doomfully. He had lost. He'd never thought he'd lose in a face-to-face battle, and seeing that there was nothing left to do, he admitted his defeat in public. There were shouts of joy all around. It was the birds' way of celebrating their victory. Jin had passed all the tests and his rewards had increased, and he had also gotten a steering wheel. And standing at the door to the tower, the boy was relieved. His whole body ached and he could barely catch his breath. But it was a great battle that he would have failed in, if not for the talents of the summoned individual. But Jin Chongdong's time was running out. Before he disappeared, he thanked the young man for his release and hoped to meet again. Jin opened his characteristics window with interest and looked at the updates. His level had increased. Liu Shan said that he was also leaving after his relative. He was about to disappear when the young man grabbed him by the edge of his clothes with a firm hand and in a stern voice ordered him to stay for a while. They had one more thing to do. The guy needed to get the reward of spinning the wheel, and it required Liu Shan's luck to do so. After all, the most coveted compartments on the wheel were the narrowest. He spun the wheel and froze in anticipation. He really wanted to get the War God skill, but the chance was too small. Finally, the wheel slowed down. But the boy was in for a disappointment. Skipping over the coveted division, she stopped at a 5. It was the call of a war horse, and Jin hesitated. This was not what he expected. The young man could use this skill while loading Louis Bu, thus gaining a sort of double summoning. He did the math in his mind. To summon Liu Bu needed 99 mana, and summoning a horse cost another 30. This was an option he couldn't afford. However, the camp with the special skill 5 Great General had recovered. Plus, Jin gained 30 points to all stats. And that was already not bad. But he still hadn't figured it out, so he pressed the button, wanting to familiarize himself with it. After all, the magnitude of these generals was still talked about to this day. While using one of the 5 great generals, information about it was added to the user's profile, and the skill did not expend mana at that point. Instead of it spent points of connection, they could be obtained by developing the skill of loading. The higher was the level of the loaded character, the better was the connection with him, and the more connection points you could get. The data was added to the user's profile, which meant that the abilities of the uploaded character became his. At this time, the Grandal was pacing in front of the castle gates, unable to find a place. The clock had long since struck 10 o'clock in the evening, but the young man had not appeared. What should he do? Suddenly the door opened and Jin appeared on the doorstep, alive and well. He was glad to see him, but angry too. He had no idea how worried he was. Nevertheless, he was happy. So Jin had successfully passed the first level tests, but the young man explained. He came out later because he was taking the last test. Grandel froze in place. This was absurd. Wasn't the last test a battle with the enemy commander Judan? And the young man calmly confirmed it. Pita clutched his head. It was delusional to pass such a test in a short time and get no reward. And then Jin finally remembered. He explained. The notice said he could get the reward from the superintendent, and the grandee ordered him to follow him. Everyone was waiting for them. Turning behind the castle, Jin found himself in a real celebration. He was greeted by a fanfare of lined-up knights, and everyone was chanting his name. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him from the crowd, and he turned around to see Tina with a satisfied look on her face. She had come to congratulate him on his victory. There were other contestants here as well, but with unhappy faces. Jean was relieved. He was sure some of them hadn't survived. But here his amazement reached its peak. The Troll King himself emerged from the crowd and chuckled at his amazement, unharmed. In fact, the place where the tests were conducted had the power to stop time. That's why everyone survived. If the participants had known this in advance, they would not have been able to go beyond. Now, the genie needs to get up on the pedestal and receive the blessing of the Holy Father. The young man walked up to the chief bird and bowed before him. All of existence spoke of Guy, and his story touched all living things, so their god decided to bestow titles upon him. A person was given the title of voice. It had an effect on the user's level growth. The chance of creating a skill associated with the title increased greatly. The young man was perplexed. He had never heard of such awards before. Was it something of a career change? He remembered his past as a player. He had seen something similar in games. When a user, for example, got a profession of a swordsman, he could also develop sword-related skills. Jean rose from his knees and turned to the bird. That was it, and the latter explained. It usually ends when the first-place winner gets his title. But today, the usual plan was a little different. It would take a little longer. And Jin froze as the air around him began to fill with a golden glow. A small vortex rose up around him. The Holy Power Hall's reward for the first level was in the form of the amount of experience needed to level up. The effect was permanent. He received the title of Voice Through Dimensions. He also received the skill of summoning an object from another dimension, with which the user exchanged promises. The reward for the third level was a prophecy answering the universe. The summoning skill was getting stronger. A young man could forcibly summon an object that was bound by a promise. The amount of mana decreased in direct proportion to the level of the summoned target. The young man was delighted. As difficult as it was for him, the reward was worth it. The holy bird raised its wings to the sky, and the 337th trial was over. The bird song sounded, which gave +3 mana sensitivity. As soon as Jin was free, he rushed out to look for Tinya and found her at the exit of the park. The wolf turned around in surprise at the call. What did the man need from him? The young man only wanted to clarify that they worked well together if she would like to be part of his team. And the Tinya nodded in agreement. She considered herself indebted to the boy. So they exchanged a promise, and now Jin could call upon the old wolf Tinya at any time. The young man couldn't resist squeezing his pet. The last test was extremely difficult, and the first thing he did when he returned to his normal life was to improve his physical fitness by training. He spent hours every day in the training room, and his agility grew every day. His shots at targets became more and more accurate. His skill increased. After he'd taken down another target, a tired Jin stopped to catch his breath. He was pleased with himself and had no plans to stop. Ixia was around as usual. But what bothered her was the frenzy with which Jin had been practicing. When he returned from the ordeal, there wasn't a day for him to rest. But the young man paid no attention to her complaints. What else could he do since his status had suddenly risen so much? He had to live up to it. His eyes sparkled merrily as he turned to the little fairy. To master such power, one must constantly improve one's skill through practice. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the training room, and Jin saw his friend in the reflection. They hadn't seen each other for days because Jin was busy. Without going inside so as not to disturb, Heshik shouted that the young man was expecting a guest, and Jin stopped in bewilderment, interrupting his training. It was strange. Something important had happened that his friend had come to look for him here. So he resolutely left the hall, changed his clothes, and set out to meet the intruder. When he crossed the threshold of the office, he realized that they were waiting for him. A girl sat next to Kang Heshachik, whom the young man didn't pay attention to at first. His mouth fell open in amazement, and as if through the water, he heard Kang introduce her, even though they already knew each other. It was the vice president of Redeemer, the world's largest non-governmental dungeon shear user service organization. She was also the world's only level 55 user, and the daughter of the current emperor of Yukinomiya. Her name was Kako. So why was she looking for a meeting with the genie? And the girl explained that she had heard that the Japanese government had asked him to join the expedition, but he had refused. She asked him to change his mind. In Japan, 5 users from the class were wiped out in one of the dungeons. But sweeps in another country were tedious for him. Keiko bowed her head. There was a man in the dungeon she wanted to save, and the only one who could help her was the young man in front of her. Jin was confused by her submissive look. He jumped up to the girl and asked her to stop bowing to him. He might want to help her, but how? Everyone was well aware that the dungeon that had already been cleaned up could not be accessed from the outside. So how did she propose to solve this problem? Kako's gaze immediately brightened with a flicker of hope. The girl had taken it upon herself to transport Jin to the dungeon without worrying about it. She was a dungeon cutter. This skill was capable of making a SS-class hunter out of a mere user. The girl could easily open dungeons. It was clear that the dungeon monsters had taken the users hostage, and everything froze in such a state. Jin shuddered. Had the creatures become so intelligent? She had planned to go to the dungeon herself, but changed her mind. Now it was impossible for her because the hostage was also a C-class user. A hunch flashed through the young man's mind, and Kako immediately confirmed it. Yes, it was the very president of the Savior's Saint SS class from France. Joan of Arc. She was badly wounded. She could no longer use her hands, but she was still needed on this earth. The girl folded her arms pleadingly. He had to help them. After all, if even CC class users couldn't handle the challenging dungeons, at least reach CC class. The genie's head was bursting with thoughts. He had a decision to make. The change had caused a greater inflation of power than he had realized, and only he could stop it. In the future, new dungeons more dangerous than this one would appear. No matter how hard he tried, and he had a dungeon limit that he could close with his own strength. But if this hunch was correct, sooner or later the rifts would become too many and the monsters would come out. The earth will be destroyed and mankind will end. He needed time to think. He bowed to the Kako and asked for some time, and she agreed, glad to have persuaded him to at least think about it. Walking down the corridors of the association, Jin could not come to his senses from everything he had heard. He chaotically went through all the options for the development of events, and all of them were not happy. So if the Earth really is going to be destroyed, then what about the information about the future from the info lottery? Then why didn't he get a warning about it? The princess's words were true, or he had misunderstood something. Jin mentally rushed from one decision to another as a hunch crossed his mind. Wait. He opened predictions. Since this is a user skill, he thought that there would naturally be information directly or indirectly related to himself. If he really did get it wrong, could it be that in the future the Earth will be destroyed, but only partially, excluding the area within his reach? Then he wouldn't have gotten the information from the destroyed areas right. Shocked by his guess, Jin froze, unable to digest it. The realization of the catastrophe came upon him slowly, and finally he realized what awaited the people around him and himself in the near future. Unable to bear it, he ran for his life and opened the door of his room to call out to Winnie, who was the only one who could make sense of the situation. She immediately appeared to him with her usual calm smile on her lips. As if at a social gathering, she bowed to him and greeted him primly. Jean approached swiftly. He hoped her arrival meant she was ready to answer questions, and Winnie confirmed it as promised on her last visit. Her voice became quiet and ingratiating. He had learned a great deal and raised his rank. Let him think carefully. After all, most of the world will disappear soon. Jin was petrified when he heard that. His worst guesses were confirmed, and he felt a small tremor in his knees. So it was true. In this world, he experienced one battle after another. It was difficult for him, but he overcame all the obstacles without complaining and became stronger than ever. Eventually, he was reborn into a being greater than mere man, and a future as extraordinary as his own life awaited him. But this time, Jin wasn't ready to hear about himself. Only one thought pounded in his head. Wasn't there anything that could have been done? The destruction of the world had to be prevented. The answer brought both relief and new anxieties. The destruction could be stopped, but it would be an ordeal unlike anything Jin had been through before. And Winnie couldn't recommend that path. She would, like the universe, have preferred that he move forward as before in the fast and safe way. But the young man could not treat the destruction of the Earth as a trifle. For Winnie, who had lived as a representative of the universe for a long time, the destruction of the Earth was no big deal. But Jin was only human despite his extraordinary abilities. Earth was his home, and he couldn't let it die even if he eventually became a god. Those he was friends with, those he cherished, and those he loved lived here beside him. Those he cared for and who tirelessly cared for him. How could he leave them? Of course, from Vinny's point of view, such relationships and the Earth in general meant no more than mere dust. But for him, it was the most important thing in his life. To understand and support each other without words, it warms your heart just to know that there are people thinking of you. That was the essence of human communication. His gaze became sharp. There was no more weakness or confusion in it. He had made a decision. Jean wanted to do everything he could to prevent disaster. Winnie shook her head since that was his intention. She promised to support the young man in whatever way she could, and the girl turned his attention to the new alerts. In them, Jean was blessed as he left the path of business and chose the path of asceticism. Instead of fearing alone, he chose to laugh with his loved ones. God's path had gotten longer, but maybe it would lead to an even better place. And Jean breathed a sigh of relief. If Winnie hadn't been there for him, there's no telling what he would have done. The girl smiled. She was always willing to do anything for him. The info lottery would give him the information he needed right now. A capsule fell into Genie's hands, and in his experience, it did not contain good news. The message said that he should reveal the truth about the dungeon in Japan. Clearance time. The castle on the 37th planet of the universe has been unlocked. A jump in experience metrics. The road to betterment was opened. Finally, leaning toward the young man, the girl whispered that she hoped his intention would come true. With these words, she vanished into thin air. An emergency meeting was in progress at Karma due to a revelation from him. A new discrepancy was reported. One of the participants clarified. The divergence had happened a couple times before, the guide explained. This time it was minor, but they were losing the future. There were surprised Kozlas all around. Then what was to be done? The hooded man continued, and his voice became solemn. He said that it was for the best that there had been a divergence, but that it would be good for the guild. From now on, the universe itself would help them. All they had to do was to continue their mission as always. No questions asked and no doubts in their hearts. His eyes turned to the two participants in the meeting. The bear and the butterfly would be traveling to Japan to test a technology they had been developing for a long time. If the testing is successful, Earth's resolution will accelerate. And he was right. The Fuji Rift was guarded by the military. It was off-limits to almost everyone, but Jean and Coco had permission. The girl cheered and thanked the young man tirelessly. When he finished, she would be sure to prepare a worthy reward for him personally. The three Jin, Kong, and Coco herself were to enter the dungeon portal, but before doing so, the young man decided to scan it with his research, even though it was too powerful. Jin saw the CCC class for the less than 10-person annihilation class. The monsters of the 7th Legion of the Demon Army were predicted to appear. In addition, because of the interference, the complexity of the dungeon was greatly increased by combining 2 or more dungeons. Jin shuddered. He had never seen anything like it. The best-case scenario was a complete cleanup of the dungeon. In the worst-case scenario, they should have helped the saint escape since she was the messiah that saved the earth. Kang suddenly turned to the girl. Earlier she said that because of the complexity, a maximum of 3 people could enter the dungeon. But would more people be able to leave the dungeon? She nodded affirmatively. If they were lucky enough to save Joan of Arc, she would be the one left in the dungeon. After all, Saint Beulah was much more important to the Earth. There was no more time to think, and Princess Coco boldly stepped toward the portal. She immediately felt the increased power of the dungeon. If this continues, no one will be able to get in. Jin, following her, suggested simply widening the rift, and seeing that the girl didn't understand what he meant, he showed her. It seems that since the process was already running, he just needed to add some strength, and with those words, he calmly grabbed the portal with his hands and made it wider. Since the last test, his strength had increased significantly, and those present gasped in surprise. It didn't seem to be a big deal to him. Princess Coco froze in amazement, and her usual mannerism was replaced by a mouth wide open in surprise. She had never seen anything like it in her life. Jin, too, was satisfied with his work, and the entrance was now open. The young man suggested that everyone come in as soon as possible, for the Holy One must have been waiting for them. They took a step forward and a second later teleported into a stone desert where the wind howled and the sun was hidden behind a cloud of dust in the sky. Jin looked around and noticed he couldn't see Kang. Where could he have gone? The girl turned around cautiously. Was it always like this after the dungeon opened? Although she had already used her skill many times, but this was the first time someone had gotten separated from her. She felt guilty, and the young man hurriedly calmed her down. They entered the dungeon together. He should be somewhere near A. With Canis level, he could reach the boss room, so they should have gone on their way. The princess explained that depending on the dungeon to reuse her skill, she usually needed a day or more to recover. Jin waved his head and wanted to say something as he heard the stomping of hooves behind him, and several riders appeared on the horizon, approaching rapidly. As they came closer, they stopped and stared at the newly arrived strangers, and it was true that their voices were filled with doubt mixed with surprise. The princess shrieked in horror, urging the young man to be careful. These monsters were too dangerous. The others continued to reason without paying attention to them. If they catch these others, can't get in. But one creature suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the girl. She reminded him of someone he couldn't remember. Without waiting for the memory to return to the monster, Jin suddenly leapt toward it and delivered a stunning blow with his halberd. The creature howled in pain. He fell to the ground with a thud, unconscious for a few moments from the impact. When he opened his eyes, the monster shrieked in terror. Jin was leaning over him, a sharp weapon glinting in his hand. But now it was aimed at his partner. It was a moment before the spear reached its target. Jin turned to the princess and continued as if nothing had happened. There was no need to worry about Kana. She couldn't find words for her surprise. Soon an army of armed monsters appeared from behind the hill. They approached quickly and shouted threats at the hunters. Jin was looking into the distance trying to estimate the number of reinforcements, and the princess's teeth chattered in terror. There were too many of them to begin with to escape, but the young man pushed her aside and drew his sword. Its point glistened. The monsters, though outnumbered, stopped hesitantly. Without waiting for the attack, Jin was the first to rush into the battle. His eyes glittered with rage, and as usual in such a situation, he wanted only one thing, to destroy the enemy. He sprinted into the first ranks of the enemy and began to scatter them by the dozens. Each of his blows was accompanied by the howls of pain of wounded and maimed monsters. There was panic in the enemy ranks, and it was understandable after all. Just one man had taken out a squad in minutes. The monsters crushed each other and began to retreat. Jin raged for a second without lowering his weapon. His sword easily cut even steel shields to pieces. No armor could save him from certain death. Princess Coco froze. Her hand clutched a short blade. She had heard of the young man's talent, and she knew he was strong, but she hadn't expected it to be this strong. The battle was over. They moved on and soon came to a tower surrounded by a high mound. This was the boss's room they were looking for. Here they had to fight the main monster, but doubts tormented the soul of the guy SS class dungeon. Could not be so easy. Something was wrong. Suddenly, a huge rock fell beside them, and they barely had time to bounce before they would have been crushed. Turning around, Jin froze. That explained everything. In front of them stood a monster of terrifying size. It was the boss captain himself. The 7th Legion Demon Army's boss captain level reached 199. The guy who had already regained consciousness thought for a second. The monster was somewhere between diamond and black level in terms of strength, but not invincible. But the picture that opened behind the boss made the young man shudder. It was Saint Joan of Arc chained and suspended on a cross. There was another rift next to it, and it was a dungeon within a dungeon. Now everything fell into place and Jin calmed down, so the dungeon was sus class. We need to finish this as quickly as possible. He turned to the skill of summoning a warhorse. He also summoned Tinya. Together, their strength would be enough to fight and win. The boss saw these preparations and howled with rage. So these pathetic people were planning to resist him. They'll regret their decision. He rushed towards them, and immediately a wolf with a grinning mouth jumped right at him. It was the fearless Tinya who was used to taking risks in battles with Jin, but this time she was unsuccessful. The boss was so strong that her teeth only slid across his skin like steel. She couldn't do much damage to him, but the chief monster had finally lost his patience. How dare that hat lunge at him? He grabbed the wolf by the scruff of the neck and threw it away with all his might. But even here, Tinya showed her character. Already in flight, she clung to the monster's arm with all her might, and this time the bite was painful. There was a long howl. Jin, who was just waiting for the right moment to get close to his boss, rushed to her aid. He spurred his horse and drew his weapon, pointing it at the enemy's chest. The monster, which was now receiving blows on one side and painful bites on the other, roared with rage. How dare they disturb him? With tremendous force, he ripped Tinya off his body and threw her to the side. He then turned to the young man with a roar. Well, now he would deal with those pesky flies. The wolf whimpered in pain and fell to the ground. His summoning time was up and he said goodbye to Jin and faded away. But the boy didn't pay much attention to it. His thoughts were occupied with his enemy. The boss finally lost his patience and lunged at his enemy with renewed vigor. Shards of stone flashed around him. His sword flashed and struck Jin's horse, cutting his body in half. However, the boy managed to jump off and remain unharmed. When the monster saw this, he roared with rage. Looking around, he looked for the young man who had appeared in the most unexpected place, and without letting the monster come to his senses, threw a spear into its chest. But even with his heart pierced, the boss continued to dodge, and Jin flew through and grabbed the handle of his weapon and pressed harder. With a terrible roar, the monster finally fell. The young man immediately rushed to the saint's aid. He saw that she was in a pitiful state. Let him wait just a little while longer, he would save her. The girl mumbled in response, obviously trying to communicate something to him. Oh yes. The gag had to be removed first, and the boy reached his hand to her mouth with all the care he could muster. But as soon as the saint could speak, she immediately shouted at him to dodge, and Jin froze as he heard the fire daggers whizzing toward him. Fortunately, his body's reactions were flawless. He turned at the last moment and bounced back against the wall, watching the steel stingers strike the stone with a clang. He untied Saint and looked away. The boy had hoped that this would be the end of the show, but he was wrong. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the princess who appeared from around the corner. He did not immediately notice that the girl was holding a sharp blade in her hands. Ixia squealed with indignation. Her whole gut was signaling lies and danger from the girl. There was an extremely bad energy coming from her. The princess laughed, and in her hand was the butterfly mask she had put on her face. In any case, once they got in here, half the plan was complete. Jin recoiled from her. Was she really a member of Karma? But she paid no attention to his gesture. It had to be admitted that the boy's strength was beyond imagination, but now he's exhausted. Can he now handle a monster that is many times stronger than that devil? With those words, she took out a blood ball. Jin froze as if hypnotized, staring at the sphere that shimmered and glowed with devilish energy. No one could stop it. The girl smiled happily. What was with this hero's face? Was he really scared? But the young man suddenly spoke calmly. He was just lucky once again. At that instant, the army of boss monsters rushed at him with a roar. But the young man had already regained his senses and calmly waited for their approach. He had a spear clutched in his hand. Beside Jin stood a saint who prayed incessantly for him, his soul in God's hands and his body given to the good of his country. The weapon shone in his hands. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light illuminated the surroundings, and the monsters began to fall to the ground, writhing with a terrifying howl. It was proclaimed a holy place. The group became untouchable. Holiness, purity, and goodness accompanied them. Bonuses were assigned for these talents, and the monsters could not bear the pain. Now behind Jean stood the heroine of the 100 Days' War, Joan of Arc herself, and the guy to his talents, having received her skills, felt invincible. And a planted member of Karma's guild posing as a princess rushed to the portal. She realized the operation was a failure and needed to escape first. However, after all she had done, Jin couldn't let her go this time, and the guild itself was beginning to bore him. Waving his flag, he rushed towards her. The girl bared her teeth in fury and gripped her daggers tighter. How dare this half-dead man obstruct her path? He would regret it now. And immediately she fired a dozen of her sharply honed steel stingers at Jin, but the boy easily fought them all off with movements elusive to the eye. While he was busy, the traitor from Karma jumped at him and brought another knife over his head. It seemed that this time he would not escape death. Suddenly, the banner of holiness that the young man was holding in his hands enveloped the girl and squeezed her tightly inside. Now she could not move and only cursed. The fabric wrapped around her body tighter and tighter, and she found it hard to breathe. Through the noise in her ears, she heard Jin mockingly ask her to sit quietly until he was done. Finally, Princess Coco's strength came to an end, no matter how much she resisted. Just a minute and a final sigh escaped her lips and she fell silent. Saint Joan of Arc, looking at her with pity, sighed. She was truly sorry that they had no other choice, and she began to pray for the lost soul. But the respite was short. The demons began to come to their senses and the saint and the genie prepared to fight. She was still weak, but she promised to add her own strength. Despite their fatigue, they were in a fighting mood. They supported each other and found the situation even funny. These two were real warriors. Jin said he had always admired her strength and courage. In honor of her, he decided to master the spear he used in battles. This embarrassed and pleased the girl. The monsters were close at hand. Their eyes glittered with a fierce light, saying that this time they had come to take down their enemies, no matter what it took. Seeing the monsters on the run, Joan of Arc lost her cool and clutched her weapon in her hands in terror. May God give her courage and not forsake her at this moment. And the miracle happened again. The pennant shone, and Jin waved the banner to the monsters. They realized who posed the greatest threat to them. The young man realized that all enemies within a certain range would attack him first, and the girl next to him would be relatively safe. But Joan of Arc did not plan to stand idly by. Using her powers, she looked up into the sky, and a dazzling cross shone over the army of monsters. They recognized it. It was the dazzling cross itself, and the monsters howled as they sensed their defeat. The shining sign descended on them from the sky, burning the monsters to the ground. Jin waved his weapon and quickly and deftly caught up with those who tried to escape. It would be no fun at all if anyone survived such a great battle. The monsters howled and squirmed. The boss's castle crackled and began to fall apart with a rumble, unable to withstand the level of holiness. Chaos swept over the demon army. There was no chance of escape. Even those who miraculously survived were nailed to the spot by the sacred light. They had no choice but to accept their doom. Jim, meanwhile, felt an unprecedented power, his mana reaching level 400. Maybe it was because Joan of Arc was a saint chosen by God, but even if he used a bunch of powerful skills, his strength didn't decrease. He looked at the girl gratefully. She was in a religious ecstasy. She sang in praise of God, and the demons grabbed their heads and rolled around on the ground howling. They felt unbearable pain and envied those who had died before. Unable to withstand the strain, their heads exploded right in front of the young man's eyes. The same one looked at the battlefield. They managed to win this deadly battle. When everything was quiet, he sighed contentedly. It had been an awesome battle. Despite the power and number of enemies, it had been smooth and easy. The saint was also pleased with the result, but their joy did not last long. Suddenly, an unusual portal appeared near them, and they felt a dark aura. As if mesmerized, Jeanne d'Arc could not move. It was as if she were entangled in a web of dark energy. Jean felt weak, too. He turned to the research skill to realize what evil they had to face this time in front of them was the captain of the 1st Legion Demon Army. Suddenly, the girl fell to her knees with a scream and clutching at her throat tried to grip the air convulsively. She wheezed, and Jin rushed to her aid with fright. Her lips turned blue from lack of oxygen. She couldn't breathe because of the demonic energy coming from the rift, and she was almost unconscious. Jean felt an incoming sticky fear looking at her condition. Jeanne d'Arc was strong, but she couldn't fight even without seeing her boss. His teeth chattered with fear. What the hell was going to come out of there, and how was he going to handle it without help? And the portal was getting stronger by the minute. Jin looked up at the sky and another blow was waiting for him. The proclamation of the holy place was paling right before his eyes. So Joan of Arc didn't have much time left. Something had to be done, but the only power here was his and the saints. And the girl still couldn't even move. She was clearly in a terrible state, and to begin with, it was necessary to test her strength. So Jin put a research skill on the saint. All of her talents were in place. A thought flashed through the boy's mind. All talents could be combined, and he started communicating between the abilities to perform forced synchronization. The young man knew how painful this process was, but even now the pain took him by surprise. He fell to his knees beside the girl and felt his soul leave his body. However, his consciousness remained unclouded, and he could see that Jeanne d'Arc was going through the same thing that was happening to him. But why was the holy light also emanating from her body? In a minute it was over, the conditions were met, and the user's class was upgraded. Now the communication between the talents began. The girl could breathe again. Jin only wanted to amend this process but didn't have time, and was knocked down by the powerful energy that consumed his body, and this time his consciousness. The girl finally took a few light breaths and was drawn back into the exchange process, and again the beams of energy pierced through her body. She screamed in terror. The young man clutched his head. This was trouble. Without the stabilization necklace, her body might not be able to withstand such a strain. What should he do? But suddenly he had to be distracted. A portal crackled behind him, and suddenly a silhouette appeared in it. The atmosphere around him seemed to heat up to a fever pitch. Jin turned around and grunted. The captain of the First Legion of the Demon Army, Haleth of Hellfire Haleth, was standing in front of him and smiling. The battle didn't seem like it would take a minute, but suddenly Jean Dark showed her strength again. She clenched her teeth and formed a holy shield to keep them safe. Seeing that she was alive and unharmed, the guy sighed with relief. She was lucky that her body was able to withstand the tremendous amount of stress due to her patience skill. And looking at how hard but persistent the girl was showing her strength, he thought that now he could calmly and painlessly get a talent of the 3rd level. He turned to the newly appeared enemy and examined him. Yeah? The question was whether he could make it to this point and stay alive. The demon captain felt the gaze and turned around. A delighted smile played on his lips. To distort a space and combine it with another is an unprecedented skill. There weren't many creatures in the universe capable of such a thing. So why did Jin come here? In the meantime, the guy was scanning his skills and abilities. He wanted to prepare before the battle, but the information shocked him. The demon had a level 299 like Hercules himself, but his enemy's mind was still on one thing. He wondered if there were more warriors like them in a world where 2 rifts had already occurred. He will destroy them all. And with those words, the demon used the skill of the 3rd eye and easily revealed all the information about Gina, with interest studying her. Luckily, he had a Gyishua medallion that acted as a defense and blocked the psychological effects on him. Otherwise, he would have gone insane. The demon smiled happily as he felt the young man's resistance. Never before in his entire existence had he faced an opponent of such caliber. Jin tensed up like a wild animal before it jumped. Maybe he should have attacked right away while his enemy was off guard and relaxed. He realized that the proclamation of the holy place had been cancelled, and he was left defenseless against the demon. He continued to mock, so he was facing the protector of peace. And seeing Jin's bewilderment, he went on as if nothing had happened. Then he had a proposition for the hunter, and the boy froze, waiting for what would follow. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a scream. A girl wearing a butterfly mask appeared behind them. Her eyes blazed with rage. How dare he humiliate her like that? She said that she would never forgive him, and that only his death could wash away the shame. Jin turned around and saw that the talisman on her chest was on fire. Suddenly, a beam of light burst out of the pendant and enveloped the demon. He was the first to be caught by the furious girl's hand and froze in surprise. With a fierce voice, the impostor enveloped him with energy beams and ordered him to destroy Jin, and smiled happily, anticipating vengeance. A smile played on the demon's lips, and as if hypnotized, he pulled out his demon sword, which lit up with flames to match his eyes. The young man froze in horror. It turned out that this girl had a monster control skill. What was he going to do now? He was sure he couldn't handle the demon. Meanwhile, the girl in the butterfly mask was triumphant. She was already anticipating the joy of the pain she would bring to Jin by someone else's hands. But suddenly everything changed. The demon suddenly turned to face her and swung his sword. Its tip curled like lightning in the dark air. The demon turned to her. Why was this little bug so noisy and dared to interrupt him? His voice became muffled and threatening. Let her go away from here. The air around the princess burst into flames. She rushed with all her might to escape, but it was too late. The flames engulfed her, and a terrifying scream finally burst from her bowels. The demon turned to Jin as if nothing had happened, and continued from where they had been interrupted. The young man stood aghast at what had happened before his eyes. The young man shifted his gaze to his enemy, but the latter smiled cordially at him. The hunter had proven his abilities, so he had a serious offer for him. He had 2 options to choose from. The first was to become captain of the 7th Legion of the Demon Army, to get a new title and change the history of Earth. Or else. A sphere of flame appeared in his hands. The demon came close to Jin so that he could feel the heat of the fire, or die here by his hand. But he wasn't going to give up. He had one more option. The demon shrieked happily. He loved unexpected thoughts and hoped the young man would share them with him. And Jin took the agreement scroll in his hands and tore it open. Or the captain of the first squad of the demon army, Khalid, would die here by his own hand. The monster laughed and swung his sword over his head. His laughter echoed terribly. If Jin was stubborn, things would get more interesting. The saint who had been closely following the development of this battle immediately prayerfully folded her hands and addressed the aria of baptism of fire. And 2 strong warriors, Jin and Khalid, clashed in battle. Their weapons flashed through the air, causing sparks and steel to gnash as they clashed. Their movements were getting faster and faster, and Jin was losing agility to the demon. Jin grinned derisively at the demon. Why was the boy so out of breath? They were just getting started. But ego played a cruel trick on Khalid. Relaxed, he opened up, and Jin took advantage of it. Let him taste his own attribute now. But that lunge only made the demon laugh. The young man was so naive that he thought he could hit the demon commander himself. Jin cast a research skill and realized that Khalid had an inferno cloak that reduced physical and magical damage and blocked wholly direct and accelerated attacks. The young man gritted his teeth in anger. That is, the holy power would not help him in this situation, no matter how hard he tried. But what to do? And while he was thinking for a second, the demon took advantage of that and threw a punch that sent Jin flying off to the side and crying out in pain. Khalid only smiled. If the boy had anything else hidden, let him show it now before he closed his eyes forever. He thought for a second and then rushed back into the fight. It was not in his nature to give up. He was going to defend himself and the saint to his last breath. The demon was ready. He smiled mockingly again, but immediately grew serious under the barrage of blows. This time the attack was so strong that he had to retreat a step. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, but Jin only shrugged his shoulders. He was able to ignore his opponent's magical defense, so he was able to strike. The battle continued with renewed vigor, but now in complete silence. The demon's eyes lit up with genuine interest. This young man was highly unusual. Finally, Jin, realizing that his strength is not enough for a long fight, decided to end it with a single blow and turned to the special skill 5 Great Generals. He had used up the last communication point, but he had obtained the Diamond Chijan Fei Yeti ability. Jin's spirits were high. With these allies, he had a chance to win. Joan of Arc was also cheered up. She felt an unprecedented surge of strength, even though just a moment ago she could barely stand on her feet. Khalid immediately felt how the young man's aura changed and stared at him in surprise. How did the boy suddenly have so much strength? Jin was sure he would win. He raised his spear above his head and his eyes glittered with light, only forward. He carried the light, which meant he had the truth on his side. He jumped high and pointed the spearhead straight at the demon. The demon was mesmerized by his powerful movements and froze, unable to move. Behind him was the holy power of Joan of Arc's spear from Celtic mythology and the ancient Chinese art of spear wielding. This is how the Earth's greatest blow came to be. But that wasn't enough to dethrone the commander of the first demon squad, and Jin also used the tiger's crushing attack. The demon didn't stand a chance. The action time was over and the special skill was deactivated. Jin tried to catch his breath. He only had 30 seconds, but he made it. The young man turned around and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, thanks to the barrier, the saint was also fine. Although she was exhausted, she was still alive, and that was the most important thing. But after assessing her condition, the young man realized that the remaining download time should be spent on her treatment. He still had the strength to do so. He raised his palms and they glowed. Joan of Arc was in agony and needed to be healed as soon as possible. He held out his hands to her, and at the same moment, he cried out in despair. His palms met the palms of the demon who stood before him, alive and unharmed with a mocking smile. Jin felt hopeless. Khalid seemed to feed off his sense of terror and stretched with pleasure. Cool, really. He liked to do that sort of thing to newcomers. But I never imagined that one day I would be destroyed in such a beautiful place. And with those words, his steel hand came down around Jin's neck. Ignoring the young man's wheezing, he rolled his eyes dreamily. For nearly 1,000 years, no one had been able to defeat him. Well, something was wrong. He stared into Jin's blackened face. Why the man was weak again? Only one thought pounded in the young man's head. This was the worst outcome of his life. The difference in strength was too great. Was it worth it for him to try again? The demon was joking. His strength was like a balloon inflating and deflating. And Jin, who had been easily plucked off the ground by the demon, turned to the holy fire. He was fainting when he saw the rays of light coming from the ground. Khalid turned around in bewilderment, not realizing what had happened. Though his sword was at the ready, he lowered it in surprise. Before him stood the saintly Joan of Arc, her eyes blazing with righteous fire. She would destroy evil even if she had to use up all her mana to do it. The moment when the demon was distracted from looking at the saint was enough for Jin. He raised his spear and swung it over his enemy's head, almost losing consciousness. His blow was powerful. Khalid's head swayed to the side, but his voice was still mocking. Let him take it easy, the boy couldn't hurt him anyway. And in spite of the seriousness of his position, Jin's eyes sparkled with amusement. No kidding, he brought his spear down again, and again the demon managed to dodge. But when the demon's triumph seemed certain, the young man reached out and yanked off something invisible to the eye. And Khalid opened his eyes wide. The Cloak of Inferno. So this guy had him wrapped around his finger and had targeted his cloak from the start, which protected him safely from any outside influence. And now that he was almost defenseless against it, the young man called out again to the holy fire, and Jeanne d'Arc supported him. And once more, a dazzling light surrounded them. It burned the demon and scorched its eyes. It felt helpless and furious. But did they think he wouldn't have the strength to break Jin's neck? But the young man was unstoppable. If Khalid wanted to break his bones so badly, he should have done it while he had the strength. Now it was too late. He could feel the demon's grip growing weaker by the second. By now, they both knew. He'd lost, and this time for real. Today, luck was on the young man's side. Turning around, he called up the combination Gacha. The lottery wheel appeared, and the arrow pointed to the smallest section. Proclamation of the Holy Place. These words were Khalid's sentence. The heavens opened above them, and a choir sang, a final song in honor of the demon. And again rose Joan of Arc and turned her holy wrath against the demon's skills of holiness, of purity, of goodness were greatly enhanced. A glowing cross appeared in front of her, and she pointed it at Khalid. He was left without the protection of his cloak, and screamed in terror. He could barely stand on his feet. Still, out of the last of his strength, the demon turned his gaze to the young man. What was his name? And Jin didn't hesitate to identify himself. He had nothing to fear. He had no plans to run away. Khalid gritted his teeth. He would remember him for centuries. He dared not go to heaven until they met again, and they would. Jin didn't listen to the threats and swung his spear one last time. But this time, the demon, showing marvelous agility, bounced away and the weapon didn't hit him. The young man stood exhausted and could not get his spear off the ground. Finally, the alerts came up. His level had been raised. That meant the battle had been won. Everything went black before his eyes and consciousness left him. The next moment, a familiar female voice pulled him out of the darkness. "Mr. Jin, you're all right." Jin opened his eyes with difficulty and squeezed his eyes shut again at the bright light. Was it really a saint standing in front of him? He grimaced as he tried to come to his senses. Suddenly, the picture in front of him changed. He saw Kana, and the boy's eyes shone with joy. His voice, loud and happy, echoed in his temples. It took a few more minutes for his consciousness to finally clear. Finally, he asked for help to get up and his friend rushed to his aid. He was about to thank Khan for taking care of him, but Heshchik's brother shook his head. It was a shame that he could do nothing more to help his friend. After all, Jin was basically the only one doing all the hard work while he was just hanging around the dungeon looking for a way out. There was another thing that made him angry. Remembering the imposter Princess Coco, he clenched his fists. She had them all wrapped around her finger. He'd never thought she'd turn out to be a traitor. Jin turned his head and was surprised to note that he was still in Japan. He turned to Kan again. What did the authorities say about what had happened? There's been a big commotion. The only SS class user missing. Her identity was kept secret by the public announcement that she was Pala in combat. Some radical groups insisted on a conspiracy theory. Allegedly, the association wanted to monopolize the dungeon bounty, so they destroyed the princess. But all was quieted when the saint swore on her honor that it was not so. This was the only thing that could calm the crowd, and everyone went home. Snippets of what had happened came back to Jean's memory, and he asked about Joan of Arc's condition. Khan explained that she was in worse health than the boy himself. She was most likely brutally tortured while she was held hostage, but now the doctor said her broken body had suddenly fully recovered. There were other strange circumstances as well. Now that the saint had gone through such hardships, she felt even stronger. There was no explanation. Jin grimaced at the pain in his body, and Kang decided that that was enough for today. The young man needed a good rest. They would see each other later and could talk, but left alone, the boy did not go to bed. He summoned Ixia, who came at once. He had a question about Kana. He could trust no one now. However, the little fairy hurriedly reassured him. She sensed no lie in his words. And Jin felt incredibly relieved. He really liked this hunter, and he was worried that Hang Jun might end up on the same side as Princess Kakaya. Luckily, that didn't happen. The fight this time was indeed dangerous, and Jin remembered that everything he had been through shuddered. He'd been careless and almost paid for it with his life. From now on, he'll wait to be notified when he's upgraded, but he had no idea that it was possible to enhance other people's talents through communication. So it was possible to reinforce the others, and he remembered his faithful comrades, whom he had wanted to take with him into battle more than once, but had been afraid to risk it. Ixia raised her voice. But the saint was able to endure thanks to her talent for patience, whether the other hunters could handle such body-damaging effects. And Jean reflected. Indeed, even Joan of Arc, despite her talents, could barely survive their communication and talent exchange. What to say about the others? The guy was frustrated, so not to mention the reinforcement and learning he wouldn't be able to use properly. He even grabbed his head in frustration. But suddenly a familiar voice broke him from his unpleasant musings. It looked like he could be helped with that, and Jin shuddered in surprise. It was Winnie, and her eyes shone with joy. Jeannie did a great job. She would add an on and off function to synchronize talents when communicating. Khalid's rank was higher than anyone Jin had ever met, and Winnie knew there was no way a character like that should have ever appeared on Earth. The boy thought about it. Of course, the demon of the first squad was incredibly strong, but still he thought that the tribal leader in the Castle of Trials was stronger. Khalid wasn't in his basic alternate body. It was a high-ranked being, and entering a lower-ranked universe was penalized. It greatly reduced his abilities. Jin shuddered as if from the cold. So this was an alternate body. God, what he really looked like. And such a creature infiltrated the Earth, so the universe cared about balance. Winnie, seeing the guy's attitude, tried to soften him up. The situation was an exception, but why did he have to deal with such exceptions all the time? And the girl explained that the young man was influenced by the forces of the universe. And since he prevented the crisis, now he will receive his reward. Hearing this, the boy immediately distracted himself from his negative thoughts and clapped his hands like a child. The experience point lock was removed from the earth, and suddenly the whole room shook like an earthquake. Jin grabbed the bed and screamed in terror. Vinny calmly explained after his victory over Khalid, the universe was confused for a moment. That was why a special decision had been made. The earth had become strong enough to withstand the third erosion. Mount Fuji's territory is connected to other dimensions. In other words, it meant one thing. Mount Fuji has become a place with permanent rifts, as if acting as a door to parallel universes with monsters and other creatures. Jane opened his mouth in horror. What it meant. He had done such a difficult job and risked his life not to save the Earth, but to start an even bigger problem. But Winnie reassured him this confusion of the universe was temporary, so soon she would realize that erosion was still beyond the Earth's power. To help balance things out, Winnie's added a curtain, something like a dome that will keep the monsters safe and prevent them from spreading on the ground. No matter how strong a creature from the rift is, it will not be able to cross the barrier, but users from Earth will be able to enter the rifts with no problem. In the beginning, the monsters that will appear on Mount Fuji will be weak and undeveloped, a perfect target for hunters who are just starting out. The young man listened to Vinny's every word in amazement and could not believe what was happening. It was beyond his comprehension. Suddenly, a happy thought flashed through his mind. So, this rift can be seen as a training ground where monsters constantly appear, and each time with a new level of difficulty. Winnie's voice broke him from his musings. Jin was the guardian of this place, and a sphere with a small Mount Fuji inside it appeared in her hands. She handed the glass ball into the young man's hands, and he took it carefully and stared at it with interest. What it was, he could not understand it. The girl explained. It was the master key to control the training ground. If you put mana into it, you can do anything. Disable the curtain, or block the rift. After finally realizing what magnificent gift he had received, Jin shrieked with happiness. Crazy, this reward was of an unbelievable level. He was ready to dance on the spot. Now he could, for example, manage the hunting grounds just like in the game and charge the hunters for it. By the way, if he doesn't control it, the barrier will hold forever. But Winnie explained that if the universe decides the Earth is ready for erosion, the barrier will disappear on its own. Of course, it could also be taken out by hunters with a high level of magic, but there were no such hunters on Earth yet, so there was no need to worry about that. Jean smiled happily and thanked Winnie. He sincerely thought he could use her gift and promised to treat him with the care he deserved. The door to the office opened and an employee of the Ministry of Military Defense appeared on the threshold. He tried to catch his breath. Fear flickered in his eyes. Jin immediately realized that something out of the ordinary had happened. The minister stood up from his desk. What had happened and why his secretary was dressed like that? And he said in a trembling voice that a rift of unprecedented magnitude had just appeared on Mount Fuji. But the most interesting part was something else. They couldn't determine the cause, but the monsters couldn't get out of the rift because of the translucent wall that was like a barrier enveloping the entire mountain. He had already ordered the armed forces to go to the portal site. But what to do next? The Prime Minister thought for a moment. These events were clearly connected. More recently, several dungeons have already appeared on Mount Fuji, so the hunters who were protecting it must know something. So he gave the order. Bring Korean user Jin to the ministry immediately. The secretary rushed to carry out the order. The young man admired his gift without suspecting. A monster of unprecedented size was hitting the barrier with a club with fury. The blows were so powerful that the whole place shook, but the shield protected the land from the invasion. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the transparent step and began to spread across the dome in front of the stunned people. The Japanese authorities screamed in horror. But Jean was in control, so he calmed them down and asked them to take a step back. He reached into his bag and pulled out the balloon Winnie had given him. The crack in his eye began to heal, and in a moment the barrier regained its integrity. The monster stopped in bewilderment, not knowing how to deal with the obstacle. The young man turned around and smugly explained how the authorities could see. After clearing the dungeon, he had a barrier control skill. The minister wiped his forehead with his handkerchief. They couldn't just leave the monsters alone. Was there any way to get the hunters inside to deal with them? But the young man shook his head negatively. Only a few people, including himself, could go inside. It was impossible to open the additional doors while inside. Of course it was a lie, but then again, he wasn't about to share such a goldmine with others. It was up to him as the owner to have fun there first. The monster continued to rage. The young man watched him thoughtfully. The monster continued to rage, and the young man watched him thoughtfully. Well, don't let the Japanese authorities worry. He's taking responsibility for the barrier and will not allow the monsters to come out under any circumstances. Already getting into the car, the minister heaved a sigh of relief. He had promised the genie to spare no support for the defense of Japan, and the young man had promised it to him. A friend heard an unfamiliar voice from the driver's seat. How can you put the fate of the country in the hands of a foreigner and a Korean? You can't trust them. The minister looked at the speaker in surprise. He knew all his employees by sight, but this was the first time he had seen him. Although there was reason in the words, it could not be disputed. And he went on without opposition. What if there was another way to control the barrier? And now the minister was as if mesmerized by his every word. A country should be run by the people of that country. It would be strange if Mount Fuji were run by a Korean. This must be corrected immediately. He turned to the driver. He was thinking clearly and asked his name, but he acted strangely. He took a mask from the glove compartment and put it on his face before turning around. Turning to the minister, he glittered with eyes full of rage. Let him call him Bear. That's what his comrades in the guild called him, and laughed terribly. Jin finally picked a day when he was fully recovered and free and decided to go scouting. He stretched happily, anticipating a new battle. As he stepped outside the barrier, he immediately ran into an orc and stopped in surprise. It was the same monster he'd seen before when he'd come with the Japanese. The young man greeted him cheerfully, thanking him for making the government so frightened, and the matter go smoothly. He immediately bounced away from the furious creature. It only took one blow for the orc to fall on his back with a muffled growl, unable to get up. The young man's mood improved even more. He's definitely gotten stronger. He took down an orc with one punch that even an S-class would have a hard time fighting, and he got a +1 to his mana and reflexes. He was thinking so much that he didn't see a huge rock coming at him, whistling through the air. His head was in incredible danger. At the last moment, when it seemed that nothing could save Jin, the sword sliced the stone in half with a light stroke, but the young man remained unharmed. His strength surprised him. A crackling sound came from the forest, and an orc came into the clearing. He moved slowly as if realizing that his victim would not escape him. But Jin had a grudge against this kind of creature. It was because of people like him that the young man had suffered so much at the academy. So he jumped up and took the orc down with one punch. He roared and fell to the ground. Jin straightened up and smiled. That was a good shot, and it raised his level. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching again. After a moment, more monsters appeared, and Jin was glad once more. It was a great place for him to own. This was the kind of training field one could dream of. But then he realized from the sounds that more and more monsters were gathering around him, glaring at him from the forest, and his joy waned a little. There were too many of them. However, the young man was not a novice either. He was not going to run away. He got into position and prepared for battle. A howl was heard, and the monsters began to attack as if on cue. They belonged to different tribes. Some of them he had met before, others he had seen for the first time. They were all united in their desire to destroy the stranger. The fight didn't last long. After a few minutes of wiping the sweat from his forehead, Jem sat down on a rock. Experience and weapon points were pouring off the monsters. And while his constant companion Ixia was devouring the remnants of enemies one by one, the guy decided that he had hunted enough, and now it was time to reconnoiter. He needed a helper for that, and he summoned a Tinia who immediately appeared in front of him. The wolf looked at the place of summoning with interest and nodded understandingly. It was clear it had begun to appear in Jin's world as well. And the young man interjected with interest. Had something like that appeared in her world? Tinia confirmed it. If you leave the rift, more and more powerful monsters will appear here, so it's important to clean up the spot as soon as it appeared. In each rift was a hidden space called the core of the stain. If you closed it by destroying the aliens, the stain would disappear immediately. But there was a problem. The core was always hidden, and finding it wasn't easy. But she could do it. Jin shrieked with joy as he knew she had no equal. The wolf looked at the young man carefully and nodded his head in agreement. All right, he would lend him his power. Suddenly his body glowed with a soft bluish light. And then the beast's body began to double and triple. He turned to cloning, and in a minute there were 100 wolves in front of the genie ready to help him. The young man couldn't resist stroking one of them until Tinia growled in annoyance. Let him leave the wolf alone. This wasn't a lapdog. He was distracting the beast. Suddenly one of the beasts raised its muzzle and howled. The rest of the pack followed. It meant that they had found the place where the core was hidden. The wolves rushed toward the forest, and Jin, not having such speed, could barely keep up with them. The wolves were rushing toward the forest, and Jin, who had no such speed, could barely keep up with them. After a few minutes of galloping, they finally stopped, and the young man peered cautiously out from behind a tree. There was a portal in front of him, clearly guarded by monsters. Tinia was alarmed that the guards were few. The young man must defeat them all to close the place. The boy wondered if perhaps it was about the master key. So he suggested focusing on finding and destroying the monster that would appear first. The wolf warned that the creature might be strong. Besides, she had one request. Her voice and look became ingratiating, and Jin listened in surprise. What could she possibly want with him? And she explained. She wanted to settle here if Jin was okay with it. In the world where she lived, the war was over, so there was no need for guards. The young man thought about it. He would have been happy to, but he was afraid that people would go crazy with fear at the sight of such a huge wolf. Tinia just wouldn't fit in here. But the wolf had already thought of everything and had a way out of this situation. Without explaining for a long time, he decided to demonstrate it, and his body lit up with light again. The next second, instead of a huge beast, a cute fluffy puppy with huge eyes and a wet nose appeared in front of the genie, and the guy couldn't stand it. He rushed over to Tinia and grabbed her in his arms and started squeezing her. She was so cute, and she wouldn't stop being a wolf even in the guise of a puppy, and she growled and lashed out. Jean's irritated voice could be heard in the middle of the clearing. Come on now. He grabbed the map and angrily tossed it aside. It was all wrong again. Tinia yawned. She thought they would stay on Fuji until they finished hunting. What on earth had Jin been up to since they'd gotten here? His behavior was strange. The young man explained. To increase the likelihood of certain discounts falling out, he needed to be with a place directly related to the character. They had come here because there was a statue of the man whose skills he wanted so badly to get for himself. But Tinia smiled mockingly. Did Jean really think he'd get the right combination if he screamed for hours? And the boy clenched his teeth. Luck wasn't as simple a thing as it seemed. But Tinia was determined to mock. Well, if Jin is so determined, she'll concentrate too. And puffing up her already fat cheeks, she rolled her eyes. A new batch of cards swirled around the young man and his eyes lit up with excitement. He was going to be lucky this time. He could feel it. Come on, come here. But in the next second, he recoiled in surprise. A strange creature with a ram's head stood in front of him, looking around mindlessly. Jin exploded. That strange type showed up here because of Tinia. Let him sit there and just watch without doing anything. She was no help to him here. He knew that he could not cope without Liu Shan's luck. With these words, he called out to his comrade. He greeted the young man and advised him to leave the rest to him. Tinya furrowed her eyebrows. Liu Shan was inaccessible to her, and it seemed like Jin was talking to himself. This frightened her. But he didn't pay attention to her hesitation. He started the combination Gacha again and looked hopefully into the swirl of cards. The foliage around him swirled like a whirlwind, and he turned around. Before him stood the one he had so eagerly summoned. The island of Gongryu-ji-im, home to the most famous martial arts school, Ganryu. The man turned around and smiled happily. He missed this place where he smashed the heads of the Ganryu guys. It was the 290-level Miyamoto Musashi himself. It was the most famous Japanese ronin with outstanding sword skills. And Jin praised the heavens. It was worth it. He got the best samurai in Japan. He joyfully rushed towards the summoned person. He wanted to become as strong as Miyamoto, but the latter only smiled indulgently at this approach. 1,000 days of practice was called Dan, 10,000 ren. Some were already born with talent. Some were born with talent, while others without it could only follow the path of Dan ren. He ordered Jin to draw his sword to show him in practice what he meant, and the young man readily drew his weapon in anticipation of the unusual experience. A little whether Miyamoto gave his verdict. The kid was really talented. Yes, and he absorbed knowledge very quickly. And Jin bowed to him gratefully. The samurai looked around the area dreamily. The world was full of Ikai. It was a shame he couldn't fight himself. Suddenly, he turned his eyes to Jin. When the boy is at Mount Fuji again, be sure to call him. And before he disappeared into thin air, he promised to give him something to help him. When the samurai disappeared, Jin looked at his stats. He had added the skill of Nitin or Ryu swordsmanship technique with 2 swords founded by Miyamoto. Jin stretched blissfully. Wasn't it worth coming here? Now it was time to return to Fuji, and the Tinya was happy to support this initiative. Jin saw the alert. He had collected 10 Diamond-class characters. The evolution category had been opened. He could now load a high-level character. If he deleted 3 Gold-class characters, he got a random Diamond-class character. And if he deleted a Diamond, he got a random Black-class character. If it were an ordinary game, evolution would require a lot of resources. But the universe was on a gigantic scale, so it was a 100% success. An interesting thought occurred to him. So he could just use up heroes for the sake of evolution, swapping them one for another and jumping through levels. When special characters are picked up in the album, the camp is activated. But if they are used as material for evolution, the camp effect will disappear. As long as the camp was not activated, it was impossible to check which heroes were in which camp. It was extremely risky to use evolutions in such a situation. Jin made a decision. To begin with, he should have recruited as many characters as possible. Eventually, with the help of mana, he would be able to gather the entire Black class. At that moment, the phone in his pocket vibrated and rang, and Jin had to reluctantly break away from his musings and pick up the phone. It was Heschik. He landed with Seiyun and decided to report that they were already in Japan. Now he waited for further instructions. Since Jin hadn't explained anything on the phone, the young man was glad to hear his friend. He missed his sister too. So he set a place and time and decided to go there to wait for them. By the way, he decided to check on the progress of the guild, and Heschik assured me that the registration was already completed. But will there be a free pass for them? He had another question. He noticed that there were 4 people registered in the guild. It was the 3 of them. But who was the 4th? And the young man explained that he had hired someone, primarily for office work. The guy promised to introduce everyone as soon as they got back to Korea, and his friend decided not to ask about anything else. Jin looked at the time as if after a dream. He too had to hurry to Mount Fuji, and Tinya wagged her tail in joy. As he approached the barrier, the young man was in for an unpleasant surprise. A deputy with a guard was waiting for him, and his face was too kind. It made an unpleasant impression. As soon as he saw the young man, he rushed to meet him. He was well aware of how hard Jin had worked for the safety of Japan, but people were worried about the current situation. He stepped closer and gently touched the young man. Would he mind if the deputy went behind the barrier too? And his eyes glittered with a strange gleam. Of course he'll be perfectly safe around Jin, but just to be on the safe side, he'll have a bodyguard with him. And he pointed to the big guy next to him. He had a point. If he went behind the barrier himself, he would show everyone that it was safe and reassure people. Still, Jin apologized to him. Suddenly, he stopped talking. Ixia, invisible to the others, gesticulated and whispered in his ear with a look of indignation. The young man smiled gloatingly. He abruptly changed his mind, and now he didn't plan to refuse. With these words, he went straight to the barrier, inviting the guests to follow him. Taking the key in his hand, he opened a portal in the barrier and pointed to it as if it were an open door. Let them go inside if they wanted to. The deputy, along with the guard, stepped over the threshold with every precaution and cowered fearfully. He was worried, but there didn't seem to be many monsters here. Jin pretended to be a simpleton and turned to the deputy. Wouldn't it be easier to calm the people by showing them how easy it is to subdue monsters here? He nodded his head in agreement. But there was one problem. The young man didn't see any cameras. How on earth did they plan to film everything that was going on? And Mr. Deputy blinked confusedly. He nervously tried to think of an excuse, but no explanation came to his mind. Suddenly, his bodyguard helped him out. In a cold tone, he asked Jean not to worry. It was being recorded on the dungeon camera, and the deputy breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, that's exactly what happened. The young man smiled slyly as if he had expected such an answer. That's right. It was good that they had prepared in advance. Still, the problem remained. Because unfortunately, due to the magnetic field, devices like the dungeon camera didn't work here, and he returned the bodyguard's gaze full of steel. But on the other hand, wouldn't it be enough if Mr. Deputy simply told what he had seen in person? He was getting closer and closer to the official. Jin continued to smile complacently. What now? He planned to use the skill to find the monsters, and the deputy and the guard froze in anticipation. With these words, the young man called upon his truth room summoning ability, and an invisible energy field enveloped everyone present. Jaina looked around and smiled happily, rubbing her hands together. New visitors. Her favorite act of bringing people out into the open was about to begin. Jin walked closer to the deputy and asked his question. Was he in league with the Karma Guild? The deputy looked at the young man with a look of horror and fear in his eyes. And then he opened his mouth and exclaimed indignantly, what was the guy talking about? How dare he suspect him? His sword wouldn't waver if he had to go up against Karma, so this man was just being used for his position. And in answer to the deputy's mute question, Jin explained, in truth, he was using a different skill. It wasn't really about finding monsters, rather it was an opportunity to determine whether the person he was talking to was lying or not. And he turned to the bodyguard. And for that matter, he had nothing to do with the Karma Guild either. He stared at the guard, waiting for him to repeat his words. But the man was expectantly silent. Jaina didn't let him get a word in edgewise. It was a shame Jin couldn't read minds, or he would have heard the terrible whisper. If he didn't say anything in 3 seconds, he would have to be subdued. The countdown began and the bodyguard held out his hands, pentagrams glowing. At the same moment, the deputy grabbed his head with a terrible scream and his eyes lost their human expression. A red light burst out of them. Jin watched in horror as the man turned into a beast. His mouth curved into a hideous grin and his fingers curved into hooks. Growling, he lunged toward the boy. The young man remembered how this had happened to the captain of the Sangha team. He grabbed his spear and was ready to attack the creature. Before he could take a couple of steps, his bodyguard flew up behind him. He was holding a sakura, which he swung at his master. Jin, as if awake, rushed to his side and threw his spear at Mr. Deputy. A fierce fight ensued between them. The young man's eyes blazed with anger. So this traitor had targeted the MP from the beginning, and was pretending to get into the perimeter protected by the barrier. The bodyguard's gaze flashed steel again. He didn't care whether the pig in the suit took his soul to God or not. But Jean was a different matter. If after the Kako princess, the incumbent MP gets involved with the young man, how many people in Japan will listen to his excuses and how many will believe him? He turned and stared at the deputy again and a long scream escaped from the man's mouth. Red energy beams pierced his body. He clutched at his throat trying to take a breath, and the only question that plagued him was why he felt such overwhelming pain. His eyes popped out of their orbits. The bodyguard smirked happily. He had placed a self-destruct tag on this animal's body and now enjoyed watching it suffer. Then his gaze settled on the young man. He would destroy him too along with the deputy, and Jin felt a suffocating energy like tentacles enveloping him. The guy put a research skill on the deputy, and once again we note that the scum remain like that until the very end. They can't change for the better. In just a few seconds, he was able to recognize the mark and apply the deactivation. And the authority figure was immediately relieved. The bodyguard howled in horror at how this was possible. He knew for a fact that the power of the mark's influence was too strong. It had been given to him from him. Jin lunged at him, swinging his weapon, and the clang of steel rang out across the clearing. His blow was so powerful that the sword in the traitor's hands broke in half. The youth's eyes glowed with rage. These guys didn't even try to find a way for humans to survive. And eventually, the guild Karma began to tire of him. Perhaps we should have found their base and leveled them. They've done enough damage and pain to mankind that they should be punished. He will be their judge. The young man would catch them all without missing a single cockroach. Saying that, his eyes grew darker and darker with restrained anger. At the same time, the bodyguard trembled. He clearly realized that he could not do anything to his opponent with his own strength. He was too dangerous. His teeth clenched in fear, but suddenly his eyes clouded. Even if he had to burn his body to the ground, he had to sacrifice himself for the great cause, and he had to take Jin with him to the grave. His appearance changed. He turned from a man into a monster and lunged at the young man with fury. He will die, but with the enemy of the Karma Guild as he should. But before he could take a few steps, he was overtaken by Tinya, who had transformed into the familiar image of a wolf. Her grinning teeth closed around the traitor's neck. At first, Karma's subordinate didn't realize what had happened, but suddenly he felt a searing pain and screamed in terror. His minutes were numbered. Despite his screams, the Tinya did not let go of him and continued to rub him until he finally fell silent. Then she swung around and tossed him far away. As he flew upward, his already breathless body suddenly exploded with a deafening bang, and the ground shook under Jin and the wolf's feet. It was too much. The young man shifted his eyebrows sternly. He would find each of them and deal with them properly. They will not escape punishment this time. The guild was having another emergency meeting, and one of the chairmen was looking over the glowing stones in his hands. And suddenly he reached his verdict. It was a failure. An indignant whisper was heard from the Karma members. They had put so much effort into Mount Fuji. There's no way to remove the barrier, but there's advanced magic there. It was not known on Earth how to fight it, what to do. The butterfly had already died who would now control the rescuer. The murmurs grew louder and louder. But suddenly the leader silently appeared on the pedestal and his thunderous voice echoed through the hall. Enough. And all were silent at once. For fear of incurring his wrath, the hooded man waited for silence and continued. The barrier and the butterfly were important, but much more important was Jin's existence. All their failures were tied to him. Therefore, only one thing was important to them at the moment. They had to form a powerful opposition to him by all means. By all means. By all means. The young man was the greatest enemy of karma that was once foreseen. But he who is able to foresee everything is not able to diminish. If he really was their enemy, there was nothing they could do about it on their own. They should have stopped tracking the genie so he couldn't track them. So until he came back, they had to avoid Jin at all costs. Only then would they have a chance to destroy him when the time came. Haishchik used his shield to lunge at the monster, throwing it aside and then running up to finish it off. The blood rushed through his veins. His eyes shone with delight and his voice rang with excitement. What a great place Jin had found. It was perfect for practicing and enhancing his abilities. He turned to the genie. Have him look at his level. But the genie just rolled his eyes that he could level up by killing just one monster. Haishchik was in too much of a hurry. But the excitement in his friend's eyes didn't fade. It was good that there was such a cool skill and now there was no need to go to the Awakener to check the level. Jin rolled his eyes again. He was about to lecture his comrade on how much mana was consumed when using this skill as he was suddenly called out by Tinya's angry voice. She had reverted back into the image of a cute puppy and was now suffering terribly from the squeezing from Seiyun, who never let her out of her arms the whole time. Have Jin calm her sister down now and get her to let her go. Otherwise she'll go back to being a beast and then she'll show how dangerous it can be to pet her. However, the girl took out a beef jerky from her pocket and Tinya, despite her rage, could not resist the temptation. Jean smiled happily. How nice it was to see them finally getting along. But Tinya's eyes glittered furiously, promising to remind him of the humiliation. Suddenly, Jane received a notification he had reached level 99, and to further raise it, he needed to accomplish a special feat. So he left his friends and went in search of monsters. And in order not to wander through the forest without a goal and not to waste time, he used info lottery. After a moment, a green capsule fell into his hands and he looked into it with interest. The message said that he should turn his head and look to the left. And before he realized what was happening, he heard a familiar voice. It was Winnie, and for the first minute he couldn't help his disappointment. Wouldn't it have been easier to show up in the first place? But the girl calmly explained that she needed a place where they could talk alone. Since she had come in person, Jin began to worry what was it this time. She would transport him to another world to pass some test. But she shook her head negatively. This time the task needed to be done on the ground. In this challenge, the genin needed to suppress one of the great yukai. The young man raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. What kind of creatures were they, like monsters? Winnie began to tell us. Unlike the spawn of other worlds, these were born on Earth. Most of them disappeared naturally as science developed and humans settled the Earth. But some survived to this day and were harmless. But there were others, and their power was too great to be dangerous. They could not be destroyed, only sealed to keep them under control. One of these creatures the genie will have to defeat. The Yekai have been sealed all over the world, including in various countries. For example, here in Japan and also in Korea. He could choose anyone to perform the test, but personally, Winnie would recommend the Korean. His seal had just recently weakened, and the universe was alarmed. Jin happily stretched his arms when he would waste no more time and set off right away. He was just in need of a feat to level up. But he was Fuji's caretaker. What would happen to her while he was gone? The girl offered to give the key to the people who were with him so they could hunt. The young man happily jumped at the idea, and the girl reminded him that the user who takes the master key must pour his mana into it to register. The great Ikai that James will meet this time is not weaker than Khalid. The guy must be careful. With those words, she vanished into thin air. A terrible rumbling and people's screams could be heard in the area of the East Korean mountains. They had to stop it by all means. Otherwise, disaster would strike. Several warriors were struggling to hold back the door, which was about to come off its hinges. Their task was to stop the monster from getting out and causing trouble. The head of the family ran up to the scene of the disaster, her eyes wide with fear and anxiety. What was happening? Why had the seal suddenly loosened? And she was informed of the dreadful news. There was an intruder near where the Ikai was sealed. He not only took the lives of the guards, but also broke the seal before he could be driven away. The door cracked under the monster's mighty blows, and the warriors could no longer hold it. The head of the family clutched her head in horror at what awaited her people. Suddenly, there was a shout from the men, and half of the doorframe shattered into splinters, and the warriors were knocked backwards by the impact. Even the bravest felt fear. The creature's fearsome eye appeared in the wide slit, and a muffled roar was heard. It was fierce. The Yukai clearly wanted revenge for hundreds of years of imprisonment. Ryu Sen stood behind her mistress. Her voice trembled treacherously. Since when was this monster here? What was this even? Thoughts were jumbled in her head. and the head of the family spoke quietly without turning around. Did Ru-sen know anything about the pulsagari? She had heard of it for the first time and shook her head in the negative. It was a monster with the face of an elephant and the body of a hippopotamus known as a metal eater. His strength was so great that there was no man who could handle him. At that moment, the monster's huge paw finally kicked the door open. Huge blocks of rocks came down from the mountains. Ryu-sen rushed to the lady, trying to protect her from the rocks. And yet she did not understand why such a dangerous creature was not destroyed but imprisoned. And Madame's answer shocked her. It turned out that this yukai was immortal. The head of the clan hopelessly hung her head. This situation was hopeless. Her people and herself must prepare to perish. Only a miracle could save them. 1,000 years ago, their ancestors borrowed power from the Korean peninsula to create a pulsagar seal and an East Korean city away from humans. But the problem was that the sealed yukai kept drawing energy from the seal and was growing stronger every day. Now its power was at its peak, and now he was a monster that could be called the Great Ekai, for he was the strongest on Earth and no one could cope with him. Suddenly her musings were interrupted. The warriors informed the head of the clan that the amulets were gone. At this rate, in a day or two, the seal would be completely broken. Ryu-sen suggested calling in the troops, but the lady sadly shook her head. When the seal is completely broken, it will only lead to more casualties. When a ferocious monster that has starved for millennia breaks free, it will definitely lead to disaster. Millions of people will die. What should they do? But suddenly the expression of despair on the girl's face was replaced first by surprise and then by a joyful smile. She recognized that a dear guest had come to the foot of the mountain. He was not just a man, but the only one who could solve the current situation. And there was hope in her eyes. For the first time in a while, she breathed a sigh of relief. Ryu-sen waited for an explanation, but Madame only smiled. It wouldn't be long before she would realize it herself. At the same time, Jin was approaching the foot of the mountain and stopped to admire the view of his beloved Korea. A great battle awaited him, and his mind was spinning. I wonder how strong the great yokai was and whether he would have enough strength to win this time. Once again, the fate of all mankind was at stake. He was in a hurry because he realized that time was short, so he soon found himself in front of the door with the seals. All he had to do now was to defeat the great yokai. Behind him stood the head of the family. It seemed to her that the young man didn't quite understand who he was dealing with. After all, they didn't even know what kind of monster the Pulgasari had been reborn into. The girl handed him a piece of paper with "Mysterious" written on it. If things go wrong, let him put this amulet around the monster's neck and run. Then he would seal it for at least 100 years. And the young man smiled to cheer her up. Let her rely on him. He will not disappoint her and her people. With those words, Jin boldly swung the door open and stepped inside. He had to cross the portal to get to the Ekai. And now he was inside. A creature of unimaginable size stood before him in the shape of an elephant. Its eyes blazed with the fire of rage and its mouth roared. Jin looked around. How bulky this yokai was, he couldn't do without help, so he summoned a level 222 Luke. Now he had the character's talents at his disposal as well. When he saw the enemy, the yokai roared. He had waited so long and had built up so much anger that now he didn't want to wait a second. He lunged forward with a forceful rush, his sharp needles outstretched. He realized that he could only cope with such a creature by climbing on its back. Otherwise, he would die under the elephant's feet. Waiting for the monster to get as close to him as possible, he jumped high above it and did a somersault in the air. His sword was at the ready and he swung. When he was above the Ikai's head, he struck the monster hard and it roared. But its hide was so tough that the sword only scratched it slightly. Then he snatched the azure sword that allowed him to arbitrarily ignore his opponent's defenses. The weapon glowed with blue flames in his hands. Continuing to stand on the elephant's back even though it tried to throw him off, Jin swung around and hit the monster again. There was a grinding sound. Once again, only a scratch appeared on his hide. But the boy was not discouraged. He had heard that the yokai was weak in the face of fire. Jin picked up the red stones in his hands. Smiling, he said that he had something special in store for him, and threw the rubies right at the monster, wishing it to enjoy the rest, and immediately jumped back. The flames that exploded on the Ikai, however, caught him as well. There was a pop, and the vault shuddered as if from an explosion. It was a real fire. And it worked. The beast roared and stood on its hind legs, seemingly out of control with terror. Jin drew his sword, aiming from his back to his heart. However, the mad monster suddenly rushed to the side and caught the wall, causing rocks to fall. The young man was unable to hold himself up and fell down. Yokai was quite agile for his size and had to fly from a great height, but Jin deftly somersaulted through the air and landed on his feet. Before he could recover from his fall, the monster struck again. The monster struck him again, and again he bounced back and held his ground, though it was not easy. This time, he didn't wait for another attack and rushed in himself. His sword glittered as brightly as his eyes. Jin lost all patience. When he saw that the stubborn enemy would not give up, he roared furiously and shook his head. His sharp tusks clawed at the wall and huge stones fell to the floor. The boy realized that the monster was keeping its distance because of its size and wouldn't let him get any closer. He tried to get closer to the monster by smashing the flying blocks with his sword. Jin thought that if he had magic with restraint and fire element, it would be much easier. However, a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. There was always a way out, and he turned to the double summoning skill, choosing Liu Shan as his second character. He immediately appeared in front of his master. Having a spare moment, the young man inquired as far as he remembered Liu Shan had an evolutionary skill. And the man interjected. The young man was referring to the luck credit. Jean confirmed his hunch. It was time to test its effectiveness, and Liu Shan enthusiastically supported the idea. What a long time he had waited for this. The guy felt his body fill with power, but for that he paid 10 status points. It was a shame, but for the result, sacrifices were inevitable. He chose a combination skill. He needed the right personality, so he chose Arthur Pendragon and Lancelot Liu Lac. They could save the situation. More support was needed, and when it came to magic, there was only one person left. This time he chose the diamond card, and the summoned person appeared before him. It was Merlin himself who, once in the real world, looked around with interest. Oh, quite an interesting situation he'd found himself in this time. Oh well. Suddenly his gaze fell on Lancelot, and he greeted him. It had been a long time since they had seen each other. The characters were now tightly bound, and Jin was getting bonuses for their talents. But there was no time to waste on idle chatter. Yokai, who had already regained his senses, rushed back into the battle. The ground trembled beneath his feet. This time the young man was ready. Merlin only glimpsed a glimpse of the monster, so this immortal creature was insignificant in front of the fire. Then first they needed to stop its swift movements. And with a wave of his staff, he caused the ancient confusion. Now ropes made of the energy itself were twisting through the cave. Like vines, they began to wrap around everything. After a few seconds, the yokai was immobilized and only roared, trying to get out of the unexpected trap. Now, Jin needed to use the most powerful technique possible. The boy leapt toward his opponent and brought his sword above his head. His blade glowed so brightly that it was as if the sun had risen within these gloomy walls. Along with Lancelot, Jin cried out, "Drondith!" and rushed into the attack, swinging his sword and feeling the unprecedented power from his every movement. Merlin was also on the alert. When the young man got close enough to the Ekai, he invoked the spell of celestial flame, and everything around him burst into flames. The shackled monster, receiving powerful blows from Jin, caught fire. The restraints held it firmly in place, giving it no chance to escape the fiery trap, and yet he remained on his feet. Seeing that his opponent's strength was running out, Jin decided to deliver another devastating blow, and once again he threw himself into the fight. A few swings of the sword, and it was over. Yokai roared one last time, finally staggered back and fell to the ground with a terrible thud, this time for good. Jin still kept his sword drawn and watched his agony. Suddenly, he began to receive alerts. His level had been raised. That meant the battle had been won. All the while, the head of the family and the faithful Ryu Sen stood at the door. They listened to the noise and only hoped that the genie would be all right. At last, it grew quieter, and a moment later, the silhouette of a young man appeared in the doorway. He staggered toward them. It was Jin, alive and well. The girls shrieked with joy. Thank God he was alive now. For the next 100 years, all will be quiet since Pulgasari was sealed again. The boy smiled. He guaranteed that the yokai would no longer bring them harm, for it had been destroyed. He held out the monster's eye as proof. It was the essence grade of the field mythical. The clan head took it in her hands and couldn't believe what was happening. But how could this young man be able to handle it on his own? Jean was interested in something else. There was a craftsman who could work that eye for him, and the girls looked at each other. They didn't know of a man who could do such a thing. Then he thought of the dwarves. They were the only ones who could do the job. He still needed armor to fight tough enemies. So he decided to ask the head of the family if she knew anything more about the great yokai, but she only shrugged her shoulders. They were no longer in Korea now. The closest place to find such monsters was Japan. Perhaps the young girl had already heard of a Japanese ikai named Yamata no Orochi. It was a huge, vile snake with dozens of heads on one body, better known as an arati. It spent a millennium imprisoned and blazing with rage. Jin grinned. A creature like this was the perfect material for his next armor. Then it was time to finish up here and hit the road. But before he left, the head of the family wanted to give him a proper reward. A servant appeared behind her holding a chest. It contained the heart of a fire goblin that was used to suppress the Pulgasari with flame energy. They were no longer able to process it themselves. So they hoped that Jin would find a useful use for it. And the boy clutched the stone in his hands and bowed gratefully to the girl. It was truly a royal gift. The time of the call was ending and the young man's characters bid him a heartfelt farewell. They were glad that they had been able to help and hoped to meet again. Now, a whole 2 wheels of luck appeared in front of the young man as a reward for winning a battle of increased difficulty. He called out to Liu Shan. Jin spun the wheel and the arrow jumped and finally stopped at the 5th bay. Thus he acquired the skill of analyzing the battlefield. The guy froze in bewilderment. Liu Shan frowned, but the young man calmed him down. This wasn't a bad skill either, especially since there was still one more attempt left. So he spun the wheel again. After a moment when it stopped, Jin and Liu Shan froze. They had obtained the 2nd level beauty skill, and what to do with it, The couple definitely didn't know. After all this happened, Jin went home and changed his clothes and went straight to business. He came to a place better than any other for making things. But no sooner had he walked a few steps than the air around him became dense and Winnie appeared in front of him, greeting him. She'd been waiting. The boy didn't show much joy. Their meetings had become too frequent, and most of them were connected with something dangerous and difficult for him. But the girl continued to smile happily. The young man had become even stronger, and for the first time she felt proud since she had her own ego. And as always, she didn't just show up. The mysteriously smiling Winnie had with her a reward that matched the test, and she clapped her hands. The cards flashed around Jin, and the young man's skeptical mood immediately left him. He looked forward to what he would get this time. Suddenly, there was an alert. The white tickets were unlocked, and one of the cards came off the vortex and dropped down. It was a trial version of the summoning ticket. Now he could summon the higher beings they called gods. Jin whistled happily, but waited patiently for him to continue. He knew Vinny's manner. And he wasn't wrong. The girl continued. There was something else. Another card appeared in front of the young man. It was an extra ticket, and it too was now unlocked for him. Jin stared perplexedly at the new ticket. What was it? Winnie began to explain. These tickets were radically different from the existing system. If you summoned a character with an exclusive rank, you could get a lot of feints. Although the chances were very low, these cards were special after all. But Jin was still skeptical. What was so special about them that they were even called gods? But a girl's time in this world was up. It began to dissipate into the air, but before it finally disappeared, she gave him a sly squint. If he was so curious, let him play the lottery. Left alone, Jin scratched his head. Would he be able to draw at least one character with such low odds? He had big doubts about it. He finally decided that it was pointless to worry, but it was worth the risk. And with the spoils of the last battle laid out before him, he turned around resolutely. Combination lottery. The cards flashed in the familiar whirlwind. His targets were the dwarves Mikhail and Jis, the only ones who could handle the monster's eye. Luck did not fail him. An inscription appeared in the alert window. The combination was possible, and the guy shrieked triumphantly. He wouldn't be able to do that, especially since Liu Shan was nearby with his good fortune and his mood was belligerent. Let the young man not lose confidence and only go forward. But suddenly, everything seemed to be cut short. So often fortune played tricks on him. Jin's status lost 10 units, and he fell to the floor in frustration. He finally pulled himself together. He shouldn't have bragged about last week's lottery. He had to pull himself together and start again, but calmly. And he took the lotus posture and put his thoughts in order. The mental anguish disappeared. Happiness came in the absence of desires. Liu Shan watched his manipulations. Gacha whirled again, but this time the young man was full of humility. His eyes were calm. What could be done? He would take any option for granted. And this technique did not fail him. After a moment, the white cards separated from the rest of the vortex and began to fall into his hands. Jin couldn't stand it and clenched his fists in joy. But in the next instant, the guy stared perplexedly at the summoned person. It was a level 337 Dengu, but he wasn't familiar to Jin. All the characters were coming to him from the real universe. But Dengu paid no attention to his musings. He stared at the Ekai's eye. It was an interesting little thing. It was still alive, just weakened, and had a mineral property. And Jin sighed disappointedly, so the eye was unprocessable. But Dengu smiled happily. Let the man think that he was just lucky with other dwarves, it would be harder, but he was a harmony dwarf and would be able to do it. Without further ado, he ordered her to grab the hammer and get to work. With these words, he went to the anvil and the young woman followed him without complaint. An hour later, it was finished. Jin, exhausted from the work and the heat of the anvil, stared in admiration at the work of their hands. They had forged him a new armor. The level of the new ammunition reached mythical levels. It was immune to fire and dealt additional damage with metal and fire attack. It was a shame they hadn't finished the job, but at least they'd shaped the armor. Hearing that, Jin whistled. That wasn't all it could do, Dengu explained. Now the guy needed to find two similar materials, and the dwarf would get wind of it from his world and come to finish what he couldn't do today. The young man shrieked happily. Then there was no need to procrastinate. He would go to Japan right now for an Orochi. He was rewarded with a mana boost. Suddenly, he had to stop and think. Two wheels reappeared in front of him. Wasn't there 2 awards on a white ticket? Now he would know. However, the next notification set the stage. He could only choose one of 2 rewards, the Harmony talent or the Ignore compatibility skill. Liu Shan smiled happily as he turned to his master. Did the young man not wish to choose Harmony? After all, the word itself fit the entire universe beautifully. Ixia was against it. It wasn't worth choosing a talent just because Liu Shan didn't know how to use skills. Let Jin choose to ignore compatibility this time. And the guy was in agreement with his little fairy this time. He confidently clicked Ignore compatibility, and Liu Shan angrily clenched his hands into a fist. He immediately fell to the floor, coughing and showing that he was choking. But Jin didn't give in to the manipulation. He thought it was selfish and ridiculous. The next day, Jin had been standing at the foot of Mount Fuji since morning. His friends appreciated the new armor. After all, he hadn't gone to Korea for nothing. Jin scrutinized what they were doing. Their skills had improved too. But Heshik shook his head modestly. They were still far ahead of him. Liu Shan, on the other hand, could barely hold back his tears. The steady work of his talent guide was complete. This meant that he could no longer help his master in battle. At that moment, a monster suddenly jumped out of the bushes, snarling viciously. It came toward them so quietly that Jin didn't realize it was there. Seiyun was the first to react. With a warning shout, she rushed to Jin's aid, and the young man's communication overrode the effect of the leadership talent. The guy froze on the spot in bewilderment, unable to repel the attack. Overlapped. The allies' abilities increased, and it was as if he was watching from the sidelines. His sister, meanwhile, fended off the monster's blow and counterattacked. The monster howled in pain and flew away from her leg. Seiyun herself, surprised at her own strength, froze in place, silently watching the wisps that a second ago had been a terrifying and powerful monster. Jin appreciated Liu Shan's skill and quietly leaned towards him and said that he would be glad to see them cooperate further, but the latter only frowned contemptuously. The young man turned to his friends. They'd done a great job today, and now he planned to look around. They needed to go deeper, and so they went their separate ways. As soon as they disappeared around the corner, Tinya immediately assumed her usual wolf form, and Jin turned to her with a request. He needed help. If she could find a creature that emitted an energy similar to that of his armor. She came closer and sniffed the new armor. A brief affirmative nod followed. She sensed the creature was somewhere nearby. Without further explanation, she ordered it to follow her. Finally, after a long run, the wolf stopped and the boy followed him. They stood near the cave, and Tinya could feel the proximity of the one they were looking for. Making her way through the thickets and seals, she nodded her head briefly. The monster dwelt here, and Jin drew his halberd, ready to do battle with the powerful creature. In the middle of the cave stood a stone vat covered with seals. It gave off an aura so frightening that Jin shuddered. He literally couldn't breathe. Tinya stepped closer. Considering how much damage there was here, she wouldn't be surprised if the seal finally broke at any moment. But Jin had another idea. Let the wolf let the one who could stop the process go ahead. Drawing his spear, the young man took aim. He had one chance. In the next instant, he threw the spear with all his might, and it whistled through the air and flew forward, hitting the target in the middle of the stone jug. The creature inside, who was sleeping before, opened its eyes wide and sighed. Finally, the fearsome look was filled with rage and vengeance. A demonic aura began to seep out of the hole created by the spear. The walls of the cave shook, and Jin turned around in bewilderment. That it was an earthquake. The jug presented over the pedestal on which the millennium stood. Large stones sprinkled, and Tinya yanked the young man. The cave was about to collapse. We had to leave, and Jin realized she was right. There was no time left, so they rushed out of the cave with all their might, hearing the cobblestones falling behind them. As they ran away to a safe distance, they stared at the mountain in horror. It trembled, and a terrible rumbling sound came from its depths. It sounded like a volcanic eruption. Finally, a fearsome monster with the body of a snake emerged from the throat. But its size was astonishing. Its scales glistened menacingly in the sunlight. Jin froze in horror as the snake slid down the slope. The monster had 8 heads, and its eyes were full of hatred that promised nothing good. The beast was far larger than he had imagined, even in his worst thoughts, and it was clearly rejoicing. At last the seal was broken. The humans had dared to lock him in a narrow jar for 1,000 years. Now there was no mercy for them. He would destroy them all without leaving a bone behind. But Jin had finally come to his senses. He knew what a difficult task he was facing when he came here, so he boldly approached the monster. He's the one who won't crawl out of here alive. The serpent squinted his eyes. So he's the culprit behind all this. He must have wanted something if he'd broken the seal and let him speak. The serpent knew all the weaknesses of men. Money is the power of the land. Make him swear to serve the monster faithfully and break the barrier. Then the whole world will be at his feet. Hearing this offer, the young man was even confused. He didn't need any of the above. He had come for something else. But since the monster asked him, he wanted the Nadon. It was a crystal created by storing energy in the bodies of animals that lived for hundreds to thousands of years and became spirits. And ignoring the snake's bewildered silence, he continued. Bones or scales would also suit him, or you could replace it with venom glands. At this point, the monster finally lost its temper and a vicious growl erupted from its many jaws. How dare the arrogant little man? The snake's body heaved and the air was filled with the crackling of scales. A terrifying aura filled every inch of the island. The monster would begin by punishing the insolent man. Jin, seeing the fury of the serpent, did not wait for the attack and rushed to the attack. He drew his spear and its point glistened in the sunlight. The monster opened its jaws and lunged toward him. Its hot breath touched the boy's face and he shivered, but continued to move bravely. One of the heads approached him, ready to strike a decisive blow, but Jin's weapon was at the ready. He swung his hand lightly and the blade severed the head. He jumped up and drew his sword and used the Moon River sword technique. His movements were so swift that the serpent was not expecting such a confrontation. How could some little human possess such skills? For a moment, the monster even wondered if the man in front of him was human. Maybe he'd been tricked. Jin only grinned. Hadn't that snake's head already caught the difference between him and the monster? His eyes flashed with amusement, and the monster lost its temper. How dare this boy defy him, the king of monsters? And with a fierce rage, he attacked again, releasing jets of deadly venom from his fangs. The poisonous liquid washed over the young man from head to toe, and he froze, waiting for the agony that would follow. But moment after moment passed and nothing happened. And he remembered that he was completely immune to any poison. A smile of relief touched his lips. He told the snake about the difference in their strengths. Seeing him unharmed, the monster howled, but there was no end to his failures. In the next instant, energy chains began to envelop his powerful body. Jin watched it. It was the best trap made with Dream Cho technology. Maybe now the snake realized the guy lured him here for a reason. However, the monster did not plan to give up. He was actively breaking the chains with his head, and the chains were cracking under his steel fangs. A little more and he would be free. But Jin didn't waste any time either. He jumped up and used a dragon technique that could also detect the weak dragon blood of the enemy. He struck with all his might and his sword sank into one of the serpent's heads. Jin saw the alert and grinned happily. All his abilities were doubled. There was no stopping now, and cutting through the monster's body with his sharp blade, he ran straight to its heart. That's where his life and power were stored. When the monster realized what the guy was up to, it grouped itself together, and suddenly Jin felt like he was losing ground under his feet. The cunning monster split into several kites. The young man was now surrounded by several opponents who opened their jaws to try to reach him and destroy him. Jin fought back with his sword as best he could. He jumped high, eluding the serpent's attempts to crush him with the rings of his body. His sword slashed the enemy relentlessly, but the wounds were insignificant. They didn't do much damage no matter how hard he tried. The young man could feel himself getting exhausted. He couldn't do without help now. The monster was clearly growing stronger. Jin had a terrible thought. Could it be that his sealed power was returning? Then he didn't have time. It was necessary to finish him off as soon as possible, so he summoned the faithful Liu Shan. He needed his luck now, and he tensed up, eager to help his master. The serpent stared at the whirlwind of cards in front of his eyes as if enchanted. Suddenly an unfamiliar voice was heard. The mythical beast had risen. It was the summoned personality of Abe no Seimei, a spellcaster of level 299. And by standing behind Jin, he promised to help him destroy the monster. Seeing the reinforcements, the serpent howled. It will tear them both apart. And with those words, all 8 heads came at the young man, who clutched his sword tighter. But in the next second, the unexpected happened. Suddenly from the ground, the snake was tightly wrapped around the roots of the plants and completely immobilized it no matter how it tried to escape. The trees stood before him. They moved and covered the young man tightly, protecting him from the serpent's fury. The serpent was furious. But thanks to the caster, all living things were now against him. And no matter how angry he was, the trees were coming at him, wrapping their roots tighter around the monster. And he resorted to poison again. The powerful jets of bright green color burst from its mouth and poured down on Jin's defenders, covering them from top to toe. Not immune, they fell. But there were a lot of trees in the forest, and the Green Army, even though it suffered losses, did not stop. The dead plants were followed by the next. The serpent wriggled in a frenzy, grabbing and biting the attackers one by one, but his strength was running out. The enemy, though not too strong, was numerous. Abe no Seimei turned to Jin. The preparations were complete, they could begin. And the man smiled. Now they would see what the caster was capable of. He raised his hands to the sky and with a loud voice called for a fiery rain. He raised his hands to the sky and called in a loud voice for a fiery rain. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not avoid the burns. Soon his whole body was a big fire, and he was only making it hotter by thrashing and howling. The caster sighed sadly. It was a pity he didn't have any talismans with him, so he would be able to hold him for a while, but he would have to find a way to attack him. Jin hesitated for a moment. The enemy was strong. Maybe it was time to use Chang Gongchen's black calling card summoning ticket. Otherwise, he simply couldn't win. A whirlwind rose around him, and leaves caught by the wind swept around the young man. He heard a voice. Let the child who hears other people's voices come closer. The boy looked around. Who was calling him and where he should go? And the unknown voice repeated, This way, child. Jin stood in front of the forest and looked into the thicket. He was distracted from his musings by Ixia. He had to keep going. And the young man grabbed his fan, this time swinging it open and pointing it at the monster. Butterflies flickered in the air. Every minute, they grew more and more and sat on the snake's body, covering it almost completely. But the monster didn't notice it. The rage in his eyes. Geishin's blessing was activated, and it hindered the serpent's search skill. As he whirled his head around, Jin easily disappeared from sight. He followed the voice, which eventually led him to a cave and called him inside. The young man carefully peered into it, but because of the darkness, he didn't see anything at first. But as soon as his eyes adjusted and began to see again, he was stunned by what he saw. Inside was a statue that spoke to him. Her name was Susano. Jin hesitantly stumbled in place. He didn't know what to do. Ixia stared at the vision with her eyes wide open, unable to say a word. Suddenly, the statue split in two, and a sword shining with pure light appeared inside. The voice spoke again. Let the young man seal the Arati with this weapon. His magical power offset the power of the serpent. Clutching his sword, Jin thought for a moment. If he combined it with his spellcaster skills, he could seal the serpent forever again. But suddenly, he interrupted himself. No, there was a spark of amusement in his gaze. That sword could have been used for a better purpose. And he ran. The blinded serpent was still turning its head in all directions, trying to find its enemy, the insolent boy. The trees were bugging him like flies. Tinya stayed to keep an eye on Orochi to make sure he didn't get out of control. When she saw the young man, she asked if it was necessary to stall. The monster had almost wiped out all life around it, but Jin waved his hand reassuringly at the wolf and ran closer to the beast, calling for its attention, and it turned furiously at the sound of his voice. So he didn't run away, so he was brave enough, but what about his strength? Would it be enough to take on this mighty serpent? Abe no Seimei saw what Jin was planning to do and warned him. Did he really want to destroy the Orochi with that sword alone? It was too dangerous. But the young man was well aware of what he was doing. If the catalyst was perfect, it was practically the same as the ticket, which meant it should work. As if in confirmation of his words, the weapon shone in his hands, and the boy without a second thought turned to the double call of enduring fate. And at the same moment, a Susanoo with a level of 599 appeared in front of him. The serpent could not recover from the horror when he saw his opponent, but he just grinned. How absurd the situations in life were sometimes. When he heard that taunt, the world around him turned purple, and he lunged at Jin without remembering himself. He drew his sword and easily deflected the blow, and the monster staggered back a bit. The caster didn't waste any time either. He turned to his grip, and the serpent became as if imprisoned in his body. Its movements became sluggish and slow from fast and agile. He could only howl angrily in helplessness. Jin smiled satisfied. Now the Orochi wouldn't be able to split up and run away, and he drew the sword he had received in the cave. It was time for the final battle. Now he would relieve him of his indignation. And jumping up, the young man found himself right next to one of the monster's heads. His sword gleamed in the air and struck the serpent in the snout. But surprisingly, the blade slid across the scales and didn't even wound the monster. Orochi laughed. Did the fool think he had been inactive during his imprisonment? Susanoo's power no longer worked on the serpent. He had long since become resistant to it. With those words, he lunged at Jin, performing the bloody dance of the cursing spirit. The summoned figure standing behind Jin spread his hands apart. It looked like the situation had reached a stalemate, but the young man did not lose his presence of mind and was ready to fight onward. Without turning around, he turned to Susanoo. Whether the man trusted him? And the character nodded his head in the affirmative without a second thought. Of course he did. Then let him give the genie his power and he swears he'll hit the bullseye. The genie's eyes glittered like the sword he held in his hands. Once again, without a second's hesitation, Susanoo held out his hand to him, the orb glowing in the palm of his hand. It was the center of all his power, skills, and talents. Meanwhile, the serpent was already anticipating the defeat of his enemies without hearing their conversation. They didn't even have anything to answer him. Now they would pay for their disrespect with their lives. All 8 heads were fiercely pointing straight at Jin. It seemed that the outcome of the battle was a foregone conclusion. The young man showed no signs of fear or uncertainty. When the serpent was very close, the young man drew his sword and slashed with the blade. The movement was so quick and light that the monster didn't immediately realize what had happened. He used the skill of ignoring compatibility, which allowed him to completely negate the opponent's resistance, and the heads flew off the body in an instant. The still living serpent could only unclench its jaws, but its strength was quickly leaving its body. He was still struggling and could not accept his defeat at the hands of the man. Before the fire in his eyes faded forever, he said it was impossible. Jin, meanwhile, began receiving alerts. His level had been raised and the fight won. There was a rumble in the sky. It was a helicopter with journalists on board. The camera took a close-up shot of the new hero. It was sensational news. A giant monster that caused an earthquake in the vicinity of Fuji and terrified all of Japan was defeated by the genie Jongdo from the Republic of Korea. A real celebration began in the streets. People ran out hugging, cheering, and chanting the name of their savior. They were witnessing a historic event, the birth of the world's first SSS-class hunter. And Jin, looking around him, was both pleased and a little perplexed. He didn't expect such honors and was embarrassed. He was greeted by journalists. Everyone wanted an exclusive interview. Is it true that he's now going to live in Japan? What it felt like to have such power. But Jin was annoyed by such speculation, and while Heshik struggled to hold back the crowd, he and Seun tried to escape. But anger got the better of them. The young man turned around and, without hiding his irritation, asked everyone to leave. He reminded them they were still busy slaying the remaining monsters on Fuji, but every word he spoke caused a new surge of excitement in the people, so he was loyal to his friend no matter where he was. More airplanes were heard. Jin promised himself that he would remain silent from now on. Seun, on the other hand, was really happy for her brother. He was now a world celebrity. Left alone, the young man summarized. The hunt was over for the day, and it was time for them to return home to Korea. Heshik sighed sadly. They were having so much fun. But Jin wasn't inclined to joke. The rate of leveling up was not as fast as it used to be, so there would be plenty of work for them in Korea. And leaving them to finish off the monsters, he went for a walk and explored the mountain. The boys were in charge of the hunt while he was going to explore the neighborhood. Pretty soon a huge cave opened up in front of her in Ixia, which caused the boy to marvel. The little fairy noticed that she could feel the energy here. They looked around, and then Ixia shrieked with delight, pointing Jin to a deeper part of the cave. He looked closer and saw a chest of some kind. The young man immediately walked boldly over to his find and opened the lid. He immediately felt a flow of positive mana. There was nothing to be afraid of. Inside the box were swords and a scroll. The young man felt he had a clue, but he couldn't believe his luck. He reached for the paper and unfolded it. It was the confirmation of the 5-ring skill. Now he could give his attacks the properties of water, wind, earth, wind, and fire. That's why Musashi asked to be summoned when Jin went to Mount Fuji. In any case, it was good that he realized how important attribute damage was. Well, here was where his business ended for now. And turning to Ixia, he flashed his eyes merrily. It was time to go back to Korea. But the fairy's face was pale. She wasn't feeling well after eating all the arati herself. Now she needed time to digest the food. And Jin marveled at her veracity. He remembered he had an important job waiting for him when he got back. Since he'd managed to gather all the materials he needed, claws, venom eyes, and the body of a snake, his battles were becoming more and more dangerous. So it was time to get serious about strengthening the items. And Ixia, who was concerned for his safety, nodded in agreement. Upon reaching home, the guy laid out his prey and applied the research skill. The pupils and fangs about the mouth were at mythical levels. So were the poison glands. The tail, on the other hand, was clearly weaker. Hearing this, Ixia, having just recovered from her heavy lunch, immediately appeared beside him. She could eat it if it was of no use to Jin. But the man only smiled. The tail was a real treasure. According to Japanese mythology, that's where the treasure was hidden. And with a knife, he cut open part of the serpent. Jin began to dig diligently inside, even though it wasn't the most pleasant of jobs. His face was serious and focused, but suddenly his eyes brightened. Bingo. In his hands glittered the famous sword of a rote bone and scales, tempered with magic power for millennia. It was capable of destroying even a god. Suddenly, a crackling sound was heard behind him, and Jin turned around and was surprised to see a blob of energy that was growing larger and larger right before his eyes. A moment later, it turned into a portal. It was a new dungeon. The young man looked at it with interest through exploration. The dungeon of the dwarves' treasure. Without a second thought, he stepped inside and into the stone corridor. But after a couple of hours, his fervor waned. He wandered for so long, but the path didn't change. Moreover, this time it took him a lot of effort to get out of the dead end. He looked around, realizing he'd overlooked something, and his hunch was immediately confirmed. He looked closer and saw that there was a barely visible door in front of him, which he had already passed by without noticing. It was strange that he hadn't felt the powerful energy emanating from her before. Jin touched the wall, trying to find some kind of lock, but it was solid. Well, then there was only one thing left to do. The thickness of the wall was enormous, whether he could break it down, so the guy clenched his palm into a fist and swung. But he didn't have time to strike. A voice came from behind the wall telling him to stop, and before his eyes, a discernible door formed in the wall. The door swung open with a crash, and a furious dwarf familiar to Gin appeared on the threshold. Why is he trying to break down an ordinary door? The young man smiled walking inside. He was pleased with Jis, but the man continued to grumble. They were doing fine until he tried to destroy their house. However, the young man paid no attention to his words, especially since he was warmly welcomed inside by the other dwarves. Welcome, human. They immediately sat him on a chair and tried to serve him drinks. But Jin did not yet know what to expect from these creatures and sat tensely, as if glued to the chair. After a couple minutes of sipping cider, however, he relaxed. The atmosphere was friendly. It seemed that this time it was completely different. The dwarves, rubbing their hands together, almost immediately got down to business. They were the ones who had found him. So all chatter aside, let him empty his pockets of materials. Jin held the mug with one hand and opened the artifact window with the other, and began to take out and throw on the table everything he had managed to get in the previous fights. There were whispers of surprise and admiration. Look at this object, about 5,000 years old, and the sword has divine power. It even had poison in it. Jin calmly observed them. Judging from the reaction of these creatures, he had done everything right. So what? Would they have the experience to give the guy what he wanted? But Jis quickly brought him back down to earth. He had to pass the test. The dwarves were eager to work too, but there wasn't much choice. It was all the fault of the Gyas. The young man gritted his teeth. What was it this time? A game or a fight? It had happened before, and the dwarves had said that fighting would not be a test until 1,000 years from now. The boy's eyes shone with an unkind glint, and he stood up from the table. So, how's it going? How long will he have to wait? The dwarves stood up too, sensing the man's strength and power. One of them lit up with the same fire as Jin. He would swing at that level. It had been a long time since he'd faced a worthy opponent. But his fervor was quickly quenched. Jim reminded him of his past defeat. They'd spent so much time practicing for revenge. Now it would be foolish not to take the chance. Decisively shifting his eyebrows, he ordered in a stern voice that everyone follow him. This test would also be a game. He led Jin into the room he already knew. Taking the joystick in his hands, the boy looked around surreptitiously. I wondered if they had really been practicing all this time to improve their skills in the game and get revenge. Well, if that's the case, they wasted their time. It was all for nothing. And Jin activated the third-level talent game. All his abilities tripled. The game had begun, and his finger movements were so fast that the average eye couldn't even catch them. The joystick in his hands was hot and almost flaming. Already after the first round, Jiz realized his mistake. How could this man react and move so fast? It was simply unexplainable. His warrior spirit was finally broken. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even land a single blow in the entire game. It was a total and undeniable loss. Jin even felt sorry for him, but for nothing. The dwarves, realizing they couldn't get even, boiled with anger and lunged at him. Don't let him look down on them. The game started again and the characters flashed on the screen. Sometimes it seemed to the dwarves that they were almost close to the boy and were about to strike. But the next round of play made these strong and brave creatures almost weep with bitterness for what they had endured this suffering. Even together, they could not defeat him. At last, Jis, who had lost all his cheerfulness and seemed to have aged a couple hundred years, exhaled. His take, and they would fulfill the young man's request for what he wanted. Jin, though feeling sorry for them, got straight to the point. He held out his bracelet in the palm of his hand. Would they be able to improve the king of weapons using armor or dual swords? Jace thought for a moment. Since the guy was up, he could probably handle this level of equipment. If he understood correctly, not all of the materials would be needed for improvement. And Jin nodded in agreement. He held out the armor to the dwarves. Let them use it as a fortification. They whistled at it as they looked at it. The crowd of dwarves were ready to rush into the workshop as one of them stopped and scrutinized the armor. Was it really? Seeing his confusion, Jin came closer to him, and the man barely holding the heavy equipment explained. It was the first time he'd ever touched it. But he had a sense of harmonic magic that only he could handle. It was a shame, but it was clearly stronger than his power. It was as if he had done it himself, but from the future. And to the dwarf's surprise, Jin confirmed it was him. The young man had recently summoned him from the real universe, and they had made the armor together. The dwarves were stunned when they heard that. There was such an oppressive silence in the room that Jin felt uncomfortable. What he'd said, why they had such a reaction. And suddenly it was like a bomb exploded in the room that what he said called from the real universe. If he could do that, then maybe their wish will come true. Mikhail finally calmed down and explained. He had indeed seen the young man's future when he created the King of Arms, but he didn't even realize that it was reality itself. Jis pushed the crowd apart and approached Jin. His eyes were burning. They had a problem to solve, and he was the only one who could do it. Would he be able to summon them into the real universe? They couldn't tell him the real reason because of the high S, but the young man was rewarded handsomely. The dwarves' hands reached for the boy. They tugged at him and kept begging him to call on them. Just once. There would be no limit to their gratitude. Jin was confused. He tried to explain that it required too much mana. His limit was 3 times. He really doubted he could do it. But he wasn't allowed to finish. One of the dwarves slammed a chest against the table and opened it. A row of elixir bottles stood before his eyes. Grabbing one of them, Jis explained they were elven tears that immediately restored mana. Such wealth could not be bought for a fortune. And it'll all go to the genie if he sends them back to reality. They had luck-enhancing equipment. Let him use the skills and they'll provide the materials. Jin was mesmerized by the prospect, so he agreed. It was worth a try once. He had to choose a helper without whom he couldn't do it. And in front of the hushed dwarves, he turned to the lottery. The cards flashed before him and a notification window opened with a choice of observer mode. Since he had a chance to use such a favor, he pressed the accept button without thinking. He wondered what would happen next. The dwarves were talking quietly among themselves as they watched him. They could hardly believe that this thing near the genie could actually summon them to the real universe. Their thoughts were interrupted by a young man's voice. So it's time to place your bets. And seeing the bewilderment on the faces of his companions, he explained how it worked. The desired results can only be achieved with white tickets, but if he got business cards of other colors, it could be considered a failure. The dwarves clenched their fists and wished him luck with all their hearts. And Jin pressed the button. They were starting. The air around them vibrated and seemed to heat up. Second after second passed, and the dwarves kept their eyes on the lottery, first whispering and then louder and louder, begging the machine to throw them a lucky ticket. Their nerves were jangling, but luck was not on their side today. Jin had used several vials of elf tears, but the white cards didn't come out. Patience was running out. One of the dwarves grumbled. Why were humans so unlucky? He was immediately silenced for daring to doubt their savior. Jiz carefully approached the young man, whether he had a more effective way. Not that he doubted, just thought that maybe it was time to go the other way as well. Jin thought about it. There was a skill that instantly increased luck, but if he used it, he would lose his status forever. He didn't want to abuse it. But the dwarves had come to life again. They were active creatures. I should have said so sooner. And Jim turned around and ordered all the elixir to be dragged from the warehouse. The boy was handed a bottle of status-enhancing elixir in one go. One such bottle was so valuable that it could buy an entire castle. Some of the dwarves began to hesitate, and if the young man uses up all the elixir and nothing happens. But Jin, who already wanted to help his comrades improve his strength, began to persuade them. Let them imagine that they were digging a tunnel in search of treasure. They have done a lot of work and they feel completely exhausted, so they decide to leave everything as it is and go back. But those who had surrendered would never know that they were only one step away from their goal. The dwarves, as if mesmerized, caught the boy's every word and nodded. He continued. Those who persevered succeeded in reaching the treasure. The rest were left with nothing. Exhausted and angry, it was always worth it to keep working. Seeing that the story had made a lasting impression on the dwarves, the young man continued. Were they going to give up the treasure that was just a stone's throw away from them? This speech caused a storm of applause among the dwarves. They felt faith again and raised their hands in the air. No, they will not give up and will trust the man to the end. Jin grabbed the bottle of elixir and, hearing the encouragement, began to drink it greedily. He had an ulterior motive. He couldn't miss the chance to enjoy the lottery. He now proclaimed the start of a new lottery with a determined look. Although his ability was minus 10 points, his luck had doubled. The dwarves tensed again. Some prayed to the gods, some asked the universe for help. They saw that the young man had 3 choices in a row. Their chances of luck increased. The cards flashed. The selection of combinations began, but one card separated from the rest. There was a disappointed sigh from the crowd. The black card. It's the end. And yet there was still a chance. There was a strong feeling that it would still work. The dwarves did not give up hope in spite of the failure. A new jacket and a new whirlwind flashed before my eyes. Another ticket separated from the others, and again it was black. Sobs were heard among the dwarves. There was only one chance left. Jin sacrificed another 10 abilities, and once again his luck doubled. Despite the atmosphere of despondency, his eyes glittered. Before he started the lottery one last time, he turned to the hapless dwarves, trying to cheer them up. Let them trust him, he was a lucky man. One last spin, and the lottery flashed again with 1,000 combinations. Jin stared at the center of the lottery. Something told him that everything was going to be all right. The dwarves clenched their fists as well. Their fate was being decided. Suddenly, the room grew quiet and an uncertain voice said, "Look." The dwarves couldn't believe their eyes. A white card fell quietly to the floor, separated from the rest of the deck. The ticket they'd been waiting all day for and had despaired of seeing. The long-awaited one. Suddenly, it was as if a bomb had exploded in the room, and the dwarves screamed at the top of their lungs. They were lucky at last. Jin stood in the midst of the couture and savored their joy. Needing to find out who the young man had summoned, they took a closer look at the character. It was the Lord of all minerals, Lily Bright. Jin rubbed his forehead in bewilderment when he saw it. Her voice sounded disappointed. She couldn't believe that those who refused duty and defied the truth used such simplistic methods. The young man's astonishment grew even more as the dwarves threw themselves to their knees. Turning to the goddess, they lamented that they had committed a mortal sin, so they knew each other. The goddess continued to lecture them, and Jin rolled his eyes indignantly. The goddess continued to lecture them, and Jin rolled his eyes indignantly. What a mess. The dwarves listened to her every word, showing their guilt. Jin noticed that they seemed to have aged 100 years. At last it was quiet. Jin realized that the goddess was gone. Giz approached him with his head down. Now he dared not raise his eyes for fear of meeting his mistress's angry gaze. His voice trembled. As their goddess had said, this was a task they had to accomplish on their own, without the help of Jin or anyone else. But they appreciated the young man's labor. In exchange, the dwarves offered to take a few items from the offering room. They would also be able to improve his armor and king of weapons for now. It was a generous gift, and the young man did not refuse. He rushed inside and stood looking around in amazement. There were real riches all around, but he was not interested in money and gold. He was not interested in money or gold, but he noticed a small pedestal with a bottle of elven tears on it. He was ready to take her as suddenly a heavy hand came down on his shoulder. It was Giz with burning eyes begging him for another spin. Turns out he was a gambler. The Hunters Association was crowded with people who saw Jin and got excited. The guy had been on TV a lot lately and his popularity was growing. He was in the company of loyal friends Heshik and Seyun, and today he listened to the whispers around him with pleasure. Hunter Sis-Class Jin Chondo. He liked the way it sounded. Suddenly, one man in the crowd separated himself from the others and held out a piece of paper to him. He was an ardent fan of his, couldn't be Jin to sign an autograph for him. As if on cue, the others swarmed over him. Compliments on his beauty and strength were heard from everywhere. Girls were begging for at least one picture. While signing autographs and taking pictures, Jin could hear Heshik's taunts and the workers' attempts to encourage people to be quiet within the association. At last he was called in. He had come for the purpose of association and could now enter, and the young man was relieved to take advantage of the situation and hide from the crowd. Seyun and Heshik were surprised to see him in the office. Jin hadn't told them who else he'd invited to his team, and they were pleasantly surprised. They were cheerfully greeted by Chong, the former commander of the Justice Guild. He shook hands firmly with the genie, and the paperwork was completed with his signature. The young man turned around and explained that from now on, Chong would be in charge of running their guild. He had recently asked him for help, and he readily agreed. The raptor gladly shook his hand. He had heard a lot about Chona and was happy to cooperate. Seyun also gave a warm welcome to her first mentor. Jin was handed the contract and informed. All that remained was to come up with a name for the new guild. Did he have any options? And the boy thought hard and then laughed. In all this mess, he still hadn't decided on the most important thing, the name of the team. Maybe one of his friends had an idea. Seyun answered the call. She resolutely took a pen and scribbled something on the paperwork. Then she smiled happily and stepped away from the table, allowing everyone to see the name of the guild. CCC. That's the name of their team in honor of Jean. It seemed a little blatant at first, but then everyone voted unanimously in favor. It settled. They spent the rest of the evening celebrating and occasionally raising their glasses to the prosperity of the new guild and their new leader, and Jin couldn't be happier. He thanked everyone for their trust and hoped for their continued support. And now, to strengthen their bond, he decided to finally tell the boys about his skills. About half an hour of talent demonstration passed. His comrades couldn't contain their gasps of surprise. Of course they knew he was strong before, but not this strong. The cue reached the info gacha and everyone froze with interest and disbelief looking at the device. No one had seen anything like this before and did not know how this thing worked. Genie explained. This skill gave information about the future. He could sniff out even a winning lottery number, not to mention something more serious. This information caused a flurry of excitement. Heshik and Chan were like boys begging Jin to make a jacket and show them how it worked, and he agreed without a second thought. The lottery started and suddenly a capsule fell out, ready to appear in front of them. Jin froze in a bad feeling. His light and cheerful disposition was gone, and it was as if the cats were scratching at his soul. The capsule was white. He'd never seen one like it before. An alert appeared, and he was horrified to read the following words. The universe is beginning to follow the Earth. The decay of the Earth's crust is accelerating. The universe is changing. It was government information about the invasion that began its original miracle and chose a new path. In 10 days, a new story would begin. Land experience points will disappear and the third decay will begin. A new dungeon will appear. The guys who couldn't see the messages laughingly asked what Jin was staring at, but the look on his face worried them. The guy explained, in the coming days, everyone should focus on raising their level. The third cataclysm must occur. Jin stood before the new test and checked that everything was in order with the ammunition. The armor was powerful and the weapons were sharp and light. He felt a surge of strength. He was now fully prepared. He could use paired weapons and defenses to deal extra damage with attack immunity to fire. He stood boldly in front of the new chancel portal. It was nicknamed for the negative forces that oppressed, exhausted, and destroyed people's energy. Chan shuddered as he came within range of the force. He was an experienced warrior, but he had never encountered something like this before. It was as if the portal would explode as soon as the dungeon was created. The young man hovered over the portal to investigate. Unpleasant surprise, it turned out that only one person could enter here, so he would have to go himself. Seyun felt fear for her brother. Was he sure of his decision? Maybe it would be better to observe the situation and find another option. But there was no other way out, and everyone present knew it. More than one city would fall after the dungeon exploded. People would suffer. They couldn't let that happen. And before entering the portal, Jin turned around and smiled, determined to cheer up those around him. Let them trust him. He would be back safe and sound soon. With these words, he took a step forward and his silhouette dissolved in a ray of powerful energy. His friends were watching with fear and anxiety. Jin had lost his footing as soon as he entered the dungeon and realized that he was flying again. It was becoming a habit. There was an army of enemies beneath him. The monsters stood in rows as if waiting for him to appear, their sharp spikes glistening brightly. The eyes of the monsters burned with flames. There were countless of them. At last, one of the commanders noticed a young man flying in the sky and pointed him out to the others. This was the enemy they had been patiently waiting for. And Jin saw that he had been spotted and realized that he was in trouble if he didn't prepare to attack. He drew his sword in flight and swung it over his head. His weapon was so powerful that just by approaching the ground, the guy was able to scatter several dozen monsters with one blow and clear a space for himself. He deftly somersaulted in the air and landed on his feet, watching his opponents carefully. They were frozen in terror, not expecting such resistance. Jin looked around and couldn't hold back a gasp of surprise. As far as he could see, there were rows of armored monsters in front of him. How many of them were there? At last the monsters came to their senses and moved on the named guest. However strong they were so numerous that they had no doubt of victory. Jin took out his halberd and boldly rushed towards them and crashed into their ranks with all his might, causing terror and confusion among the monsters. There was a howl. His weapon did not stop for a second. and with every swing of his weapon, the monsters flew away like balls in dozens. Their morale had completely collapsed. The commanders, seeing that the formation was broken and the troops were ready to flee without a second thought, began to give orders. Everyone stays where they are and they have to destroy the enemy. After scattering the monsters, Jin took a moment to take a break and assess the situation, but what he saw did not please him. There seemed to be no end to the monsters. Although I shouldn't have been surprised, he had originally thought it would be a tough fight since it was a SS-class dungeon. He had to deal with all of them at once. The first thing to do was to figure out the boss and defeat him. It was the only way to clear the dungeon and get out of here alive. A noise was to be made, so he turned to the gacha and the strange lottery equipment appeared behind him. In the information window, the young man selected Random Progress. We need to place the materials to progress. In just a second, the lottery language showed 3 diamond cards at once. This was the kind of luck he couldn't count on. In addition, as a reward for making random progress, the genie would get the highest level character. And he couldn't contain his joy. The monsters crowded together and watched in bewilderment. They suspected that more bad luck would befall them, but they had no idea of the magnitude. At that moment, a golden halberd gleamed in their enemies' hands, and Jin suddenly lightning quickly approached one of the monsters and delivered a crushing blow. It was so strong that the field around him shook as if it had been blown up by a bomb, and for a moment it glowed with a blinding radiance. The monster standing nearby twisted nervously. Behind the Jin stood a new character and smiled happily. His master would have fainted at such a sight. It was Richard the Lionheart himself. It's their duty to return lost lambs to their owners, and soon those lambs would arrive. With that, Jin swung his weapon once more and his enemies shrieked in terror. The piles of defeated enemies around Jin were growing and already towered over him. But the boy did not stop. His halberd did not lower for a moment. Finally, what he had been waiting for all this time happened. There was a rumbling sound and a new creature approached the battle site. Jin grinned. He showed up too late. It was the temporary commander of the 5th Corps of the Demon Army, Ramon. He looked around after assessing the strength and power of his opponent. The young man also wasted no time in using his research skill and realized that he was strong. But even so, he still had a chance to win. Ramon turned to the guy. Was he the man who was the guardian of this universe? But Jin didn't answer and rushed to the attack. They had nothing to talk about. But the demon deftly deflected all the blows and grinned. He still had a question. Since Jin wasn't a guardian, maybe he wished to join the demon world. With his skills, he could become its direct servant. It was an honor for everyone. But the young man grinned. He didn't think of submitting to someone weaker than himself. Let him defeat him, and if he lost, he would join the demons. Ramon's eyes glittered, and Jin had a good grasp on the nature of their world. After all, no demon would ever turn down a duel. No one but himself. Jin was surprised to hear this, and even lowered his weapon for a second. Seeing his confusion, Ramon explained. It was a war. And pointing to the army behind him, he continued, why would he take risks with such overwhelming power? After all, the demon world was behind him, and it was militating against Jin. He didn't stand a chance with that. Ramon grinned. He himself was cold-blooded. He thought it was silly for a commander-in-chief to lead an attack or fight a battle in war. Hearing these words, Richard behind Jin's back could not stand it was all nonsense. As a commander, he should take the initiative and raise the morale of the soldiers. So this demon was just a coward. And offended, Ramon raised his sword, and pointing at the young man ordered the army to attack and destroy him. The monsters rushed into battle. Jin waited quietly for them to come closer. A slight smile played on his lips. Well then, things would turn out to be a lot more complicated. For them. And as soon as the monsters approached enough, the ground around the young man shone with divine light. The demons stopped, gripped by a terrible premonition. And they weren't wrong. The guy used the Crusader summoning skill. And in the next moment, the army of light knights lined up in front of the demons. A shrine using the talent of holiness and kindness was proclaimed. Dazzling light began to cover the monsters' eyes, and they could no longer move. And as confusion visited their hitherto slender ranks, Jin seized the opportunity, and with a thunderous voice ordered his knights to go on the attack. And those who obeyed the command began to attack, crushing all the demons they could find. Howls of horror rang out over the battlefield. The bodies of the monsters fell to the ground. Jin saddled his trusty steed and surveyed the battlefield. It was his time. He spurred his horse's flanks and rode into battle as fast as he could. He activated the speed skill, his characteristics doubled. The weapon glowed as brightly as his gaze. The ground beneath the horse's hooves shook from the power of the rider. With all his might, he crashed into the ranks of demons, and his halberd began to drag and throw away the enemies by the dozens. And they flew aside, unable to get up. The fighting spirit of the knights who saw the courage of the commander increased, and they rushed at the enemies with renewed vigor. Under their onslaught, they staggered and began to retreat. Jin had the edge of his eye to observe what was happening, and in an instant realized the advantage of the position. Activating the manual, he ordered the triangle with him in the center to be broken. When the knights heard the order, they rushed to fulfill it. In a moment, the army stood in front of the demons with clear and even rows, and in front of them sat Jin on his horse. His eyes lit up with rage, and using the deafening roar of a tiger, he roared across the field. Let everyone follow him. No one retreats. The mere sight of him inspired terror in the demons, and they, as if hypnotized, stopped and could not take their eyes off him, waiting for his imminent death. Jin did not pay attention to their numbers, but killed them in packs. Some with weapons, others simply trampled them with the hooves of his trusty steed. Resistance to him and his army was futile, and the few brave men who still tried to resist were immediately rebuffed. But the young man had other surprises in store. He applied the skill poison Ority, and green poison liquid flooded the battlefield, leaving demons no chance. When it hit their bodies' eyes, it caused such searing pain that in a second the air rang with the monster's screams. They tore at their flesh trying to get rid of the pain. But that wasn't enough. It was necessary to crush their will completely. So Jin and his army actively exterminated those who were still on their feet. Ramon was watching the demon beating closely. The commander of one of the squads came to consult. What should they do since their army was almost defeated? He sighed sadly. The invasion hadn't even started yet and the troops had already been wounded. He couldn't hear anything from here. He got up from his seat. No, he still didn't plan to stop the violent guy. Ramon wasn't going to go in there by himself, but he had a cunning plan, and jumping up to the place of a small elevation, the chief demon took out his bow and took aim. The fiery arrow was aimed at the chest of his main enemy. He stood still for a second as if thinking, then released the bowstring and the arrow whistled with speed toward the battle. Ramon squinted at it. A second later, she was in the middle of a cluster of troops that included a mixture of demons and knights. There was a deafening explosion, and the enemies flew up. The squad leader whistled approvingly. Right on the bullseye. But Ramon wasn't interested in his empty flattery. He was watching the flickering figures in the distance. And suddenly, when the smoke cleared a little, a huge horse on which Jin was riding sprang out of the hillside, and Ramon furrowed his brow, so he didn't hit it after all. However, having evaluated his enemy at face value, he already realized that it would not be possible to destroy him with a single blow. Well, the bow glittered in his hands again. This time, several fire arrows were aimed at Jin, who had already noticed where the main threat was coming from, and rushed towards his pursuer. The young man put his sword in front of him and easily deflected all the arrows without slowing down the frantic gallop of his stallion for a second. Ramon was amazed at what he saw, how a simple man could block his arrows with a simple shield, but since he was so brave, let him try to break through his shields. However, Jin, approaching the ranks of his demon commander's guards, suddenly yanked the reins, and his horse jumped easily over a living fence of pikes. The boy snatched up the halberd on the fly and gripped it tightly with both hands. He prepared to deliver a fatal blow, considering the strength of his opponent. But Ramon was not idle. He drew his huge sword and pointed it straight at the flying enemy. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Let him come closer. After a moment, they collided and an explosion erupted at the point where their weapons made contact. The horses of the knights following their commander reeled in terror. Ramon deftly evaded Jin's direct attack, and at one point almost struck back, but the young man managed to bounce back and avoid injury. Their battle drew the attention of everyone from demons to knights. One of Ramon's minions noticed that a man was swinging a sword near the corps commander. He ordered his squad to rush to the aid of the corps commander. The brave crusaders rushed in front of them. They would not let their leader get in the way. Now the battle between the two commanders, dark and light, was in the middle of the battlefield, and the knights formed a circle to keep out the enemy who tried to help Ramon. Jin threw another powerful punch and the demon fought it off, but he was losing patience. Since the boy was so in favor of honesty in battle, let him get off his horse. And with a powerful blow, he sword-knocked the hooves of the animal, and it did not hold on. The place fell on its side, pulling its rider with it. Ramon jumped at the young man, trying to catch him off guard before he recovered from the blow. But Jin blocked his blow, and his eyes widened in surprise. The demon had paired swords. It confirmed his guess his weapons were treasures from the demon world that at any moment could turn into a spear or a bow. So Jin wasn't the only one with secrets of his own, and their blades clashed again with a clinking sound. The boy grinned, and this he called the treasure of the demon world. Jin pushed Ramon away from him and he rolled across the ground, barely able to keep his feet. Now it was the young man's turn to show what he had. He activated his paired swords and their blades glittered and shimmered with mana. He smiled mockingly. Not once in his life had he ever seen real gold. Jin's attack speed increased significantly, and in addition, he activated the 5-ring skill with the granting of fire attributes. The demon gasped in surprise. The young man's movements were too fast even for his eye. It turned out that humans changed with the change of weapons, too. It was an unpleasant discovery, but it was not his habit to give up. He, too, had power. So Ramon jumped high and pointed his weapon toward Jin and attacked. The guy's armor flamed up. He was now using the Immortal Rupture skill and could deal damage with fire attribute attack. Fire burst out and enveloped Ramon. The demon tried to fight back, but it was useless. Every movement only fueled the fire even more. The monsters watched their commander convulsing. Yet the Legion commander was not one to give up easily. His pride was hurt by the way the insolent human treated him, and the demon rushed to the attack. Jin, seeing that he did not want to calm down, rushed towards him using the Swallow Pirouette skill. His movements became light as if he was dancing, and Ramon was horrified to see that his enemy's weapon had changed shape again. It was now a long sword with which Jin could reach his opponent. He didn't need to get too close for that. The young man swung it around, evading the demon's counterattack and wounding it several times. But they weren't significant and only made Ramon even angrier. These thrusts only added slits to his chainmail, but Gin would never be able to handle him on his own. The boy smiled indulgently. He'd heard that monsters weren't sharp, but hadn't Demon gotten it yet. Let him turn around and see where he stands. And Ramon looked up in frozen horror. The light was bright and clear, the likes of which had never been seen in the places where he had appeared and existed for millennia. It was the opening of the sanctuary. The rays first warming him began to burn holes in him. This time his lats could not save the demon. He howled in pain and helplessness. Jin, seeing his opponent's condition, grabbed the Sakura that was glowing just as brightly. Now it was finally time to finish him off for good. He jumped high over the demon, who could no longer resist, and brought his weapon over his head. Ramon was so exhausted he couldn't even lift his sword. And yet, from the last of his strength, almost losing consciousness, he raised his weapon with a roar and put up a block. Jin's axe clanged against the hilt of the demon's sword. This resistance made the boy even more angry. His eyes were filled with insidious sparks. Ramon would have to suffer even more if he did, but it was his choice. He used the axe art skill and gave his opponent a devastating blow, and he flew far to the side, letting his sword out of his weak hands. Now the genie had a sharp spear in his hand, which he pointed at the chest of his enemy. Let Ramon say goodbye to his life, for his time is numbered. The demon struggled to open his eyes after the last blow, realizing the danger he was in. He saw Jin run up and throw the spear. It was the end. There was a deafening explosion and columns of dust rose above the mountains. King Richard smiled contentedly. There wouldn't be a bone left of demon after that. But Jin continued to stare uncertainly into the distance. The level-up window didn't appear, and suddenly he saw a silhouette in the distance. It was Ramon. He survived. Ixia trembled on the young man's shoulder. Gritting her teeth in fear, she informed her master of her suspicions. She sensed that something was wrong here. The wind was still kicking up dust, and it was hard to make out what was happening. Two fiery, beast-like eyes flashed nearby and moved toward Jin. It was Ramon, but in a new body and appearance, and he had wings on his back, and behind him were wings. The young man pointed his research skill at him, wanting to see what kind of form was in front of him. But even so, he could feel the incredibly powerful aura that was knocking him off his feet. It was. The demon had resorted to essence, and its level now reached 300,000. The young man clutched his head. No one in this universe could handle such power. Ramon's voice shook with rage. He had to expend the essence that was sealed in the spirit vein. And for whom? Some boy. He raised his hand and a blob of energy flared up beside him. The stars themselves seemed to shimmer in it. Jin froze, not knowing what to expect in the next minute. However, the demon commander behaved inexplicably. Turning to his army, he ordered everyone to retreat. Jin couldn't believe his eyes. But before Ramon left, he turned around. Jin had won that way, and he himself had lost because he had used the devil's essence to save himself. But let the guy has no doubt they will meet again during the next invasion, and then he will not get off so easily. He will answer for everything that happened. Hearing those words, Jin couldn't hold back a cry of horror. What? Another invasion. He wouldn't be able to survive a fight like this again. Not again. Ramon continued. The demon world never lets its prey out of its sight. Jin Chando's skills were worthy of attention from Khaled-sama. The young man shuddered. They had met Khaled before, and the memory of it made him uneasy. He knew there was a connection, and that these events were connected. His fist clenched on the axe handle, since the demons had no plans to retreat, and he rushed into the thick of their enemies, slashing at them with powerful blows. Ramon turned around in a rage. But Jin had a strong character, and he made a decision. Since they wanted to return, it was logical to reduce the number of heads right now. The demon roared. The boy was more stubborn than one might expect. Ramon jumped toward him, ready to deliver a crushing blow. He also turned to his army. Let them retreat while he holds the enemy. His warriors, however, hesitated. How could they abandon their general in this hour of need? Jin, seeing the enemy of unprecedented power coming at him, drew back in horror. He held his weapon out in front of him as he shielded himself from the blow, expecting the pain to be unbelievable. However, thanks to the research, the guy perked up at the last second. Numerical superiority had to be considered. A notification window appeared in front of him. In exchange for ignoring the rules of measurement and discovering the essence, a containment mode of the universe was imposed. If you stopped it from opening, the body would continue to collapse. Jin smiled happily. Great, it had been worth it. There was definitely an end in sight for them now, and he straightened to his full height. Fear no longer lived in his heart. Ramon was very close. The air vibrated under the movements of his powerful body. Suddenly, however, the voice of one of his commanders was heard. "Sir, step back." Then he threw an energy ball in the direction of the young man. He stood near the portal and said that everyone had retreated. It was worth hurrying, for the gate would be closing soon. The commander-in-chief rushed toward the portal, barely containing his anger. This man had yet to pay for his humiliation, and he would pay dearly, he promised Ramon. Jin heard his last words and drew his sword over his head. "Where's that demon going? Let him stay, especially if he had something to say." Almost entering the rift, the demon felt a rather sensitive blow on his back. It was as if he'd been burned with a whip. He growled again. But he managed to jump into the portal at the last moment, and Jin was left standing in the middle of the desert in a puff of dust. His gaze was displeased. The enemy had escaped after all. But there was a faithful Ixia at his side. She reassured the young man. She managed to memorize the coordinates, and if he wanted, they could open the gate at any time. Jin could only marvel at her abilities. They were growing every day, and the boy decided to come back here again. But later, now he had to prepare for the meeting. After all, the demon had tremendous power, but that wouldn't save him. In time, Jin would destroy him. Now time was up and he headed for the portal a moment later, appearing in front of his anxious friends. Just as promised, safe and sound. They rushed towards him, groping and examining him, seeing if he was hurt. It was urgent to go to the hospital for a full examination. Jin smiled embarrassedly. Why were they reacting as if they hadn't seen each other for days? He felt fine and didn't need medical attention. However, his friends explained that he had been gone for 5 days and Jin shrieked in surprise. It turned out that there were places among the dungeons with a temporary break from reality. Fearful of his fears, he rushed to Cho and shook him by the shoulders. Something had happened while he was away, and the man began leisurely to break the news. Immediately after Jin left, a dungeon appeared. Since there were many casualties during the second cataclysm, everyone approached it with caution now. Hunters mop up dungeons with a high survival rate. Hearing that, the young man breathed a sigh of relief. It was unlikely that these were the kind of dungeons he'd been through. The hunters who had traveled to the new rifts said that the monsters moved in a regular pattern, like an army. Some mentioned monsters that looked like demons. Heshik added. A place called The Spot, which they used as a hunting ground, did not cause disturbances as the same appeared in England. At first, all was quiet about the search for the former man. Then the government said they would handle it themselves and they were sent away. Jin pondered for a moment. In the early stages of the Spot's creation, weak monsters would appear and it was like a gold mine. But as time went on, the monsters became stronger. Now, if the negligence of the leadership caused them to flee to the cities, there would be an irreparable tragedy. Well, if they didn't ask for help, there was nothing the young man could do. Later, Jin finally reached the apartment he had just moved into and had not yet had time to unpack. He sat down on the couch and stretched out his legs with pleasure. He thought lazily that he had a lot of work to do here. I wish someone would help him. Suddenly, Winnie's face appeared before his eyes. She could help. He jumped on the spot in surprise. Why did she always appear so suddenly? But the girl ignored his grumbling and congratulated him on his victory. She explained that she understood how tired he was and that seeing him frowning was just to make him laugh. She promised to come through the door like a normal person from now on. Jin had a backlog of questions that Winnie promised to answer before giving out the reward. He summoned a character named Richard and fought demons in a battle. Everything was going as usual until he heard the words of one monster. Seeing his power, he whispered that it was the impossible power in the world, where the third erosion had occurred. It was a phrase he remembered, and it brought up an interesting thought. I wondered if the people of the past were so much stronger than the people of today. Winnie smiled. That was an interesting question. The ground level didn't go down compared to the past because of the difference between the real universe and its copies. The character Jin was summoning was realized based on information from the real universe. Jin frowned, trying to understand, but it was hard for him to understand. Then she took out a projector for an example and turned it on. Let her pretend for convenience that the picture inside this device was the real universe. Then her reflection on the wall was a copy of the universe in which Jin lived. The distance between them was great, beyond the notion of space and time. Only after traveling the distance could the real universe create a copy. But Jin couldn't figure it out. Why the universe would even need a copy? Winnie continued. Perhaps the young man can't see it, but there were dust particles flying in the air. If you apply the ad to the universe, even such fine dust becomes variable. The real universe used its copy to observe it from the outside and trace all the changes that were taking place. A small opportunity arising from this change. A miracle blossoming out of that possibility. For example, to recreate a miracle like Jin himself. The biggest difference between the two universes was the natural concentration of mana. It was lower in the copy universe. That's why the characters were stronger. Therefore, the second and third erosion determined the amount of mana that the new creatures possessed. As the erosion increased, monsters appeared in the dungeon. Jin jumped up on the spot. If everything is as Venny said, isn't their Earth at the current moment supposed to be collapsing slower than the real Earth? Then what about the information from the lottery? And Winnie said Vale's name, an entity about which there was no information. It was she who caused the initial erosion of the Earth. Why he accelerated the erosion, and for what purpose, there were no answers to these questions. Nothing was known about how the first gates were created. They only had information that the creature contained the miracle of the beginning, and Jin could not believe that there was something unknown to the universe itself. Winnie had promised that she would try to find out more, so the genie didn't have to worry about him. By the way, did he remember the coordinates of the demon world this time? The boy confirmed this and said that he planned to prepare for their meeting. If so, and the girl smiled, perhaps now was the right moment. The forces between universes with large differences in level are limited. However, the demon world broke the rules and started the invasion, so now they are having a hard time. Jean even jumped up from the couch with excitement. Then he should have attacked them immediately. And after thanking Vinny, he began to think of where to begin his preparations. But the girl smiled cheerfully again. If Jin hadn't forgotten something important, and the boy seemed to come back from his thoughts. Definitely his awards. Venny even clapped her hands. She too had forgotten about time with the conversation. Was that the power of communication? But the boy immediately became serious. This time he had an idea. Would the girl be able to combine unused skills to strengthen them, or come up with a use for them? And she happily endorsed the idea anything is possible. He had the skill to combine, but a refund, when he didn't explain what kind of system it was that turned unused skills into guaranteed tickets. It was worth noting that the higher the skill level was, the greater the chance of acquiring a high-level ticket. The boy was happy. This was a real stroke of luck, but immediately his expression changed. He wouldn't do that. It was dangerous to use a combination of skills. But the lottery wouldn't leave him alone at all. He saw a new information window with the promise of an increased likelihood of getting a black ticket when using a skill return and sighed doomfully. And yet it wasn't enough. He stayed put until he saw that he had been assigned one extra ticket when using the skill. Standing in the middle of the glade in his full uniform, Jin laughed and couldn't stop laughing. He was filled with an inner joy. The faithful Ixia was beside him and was also happy to see his master's good mood. What had cheered him up so much? And the boy reached into his pocket to show him. In his hands appeared 2 black tickets that he had received in the skill exchange. He had never had such luck before, and he felt like he had been chosen by fate. Of course, at first he could only get one, but through his shrewdness and persistence, he managed to get both. Ixia clapped her hands. And now, standing next to the flag emblazoned with the crest of their new guild, he was jubilant. He had succeeded in advancing the plan to invade the demon world as he had planned. Standing in front of the gate, he ordered Ixia to open the door without a shadow of hesitation, and the little fairy rushed to fulfill his request. A droplet of flame appeared in her small hands, which after a moment turned into a storm. Ixia directed the energy to the location at the coordinates. There was an explosion and everything was ready. Jin checked his ammunition and clutched his spear tightly and stepped forward boldly. Now hold on, demons. You'll be held accountable. The boy stepped into the new portal and after a moment of confusion began to turn around. Where did he find himself? His hands gripped the bars. He seemed to be in prison. As far as the eye could see, there was a dark, damp corridor with cameras. There was such a ringing silence that I could hear water dripping somewhere far away. Jin looked around again, unable to hide his disappointment. He thought he was going to be greeted by red sky or hellfire, but he was in an ordinary prison like a criminal. There was no idea how to get out of here, no matter how hard he tried to think of something. In such a situation, nothing was more important than information, and he turned to the infoloteria. Gacha spun, and a moment later, a green capsule fell out onto the damp floor of the dungeon. The information in it said that this place had been colonized by demons. Jian needs to free the Scala. Compensation will be assigned as the achievement for damage to the demon world. Achievement points can be exchanged for rewards later. The colonized inhabitants of Scala now had an antipathy towards the demon world. Jin had the opportunity to cooperate with the inhabitants and build friendships. Upon reading this message, Jin shrieked happily, easy peasy. In other words, he could meddle as much as he liked. He liked that kind of thing. So the first thing to do was to get out of this prison. He grabbed his spear and moved a safe distance away from the bars, examining them closely. But his plans were not to be. He hadn't quite decided where to strike when an explosion sounded in the corridor, and he carefully peeked out of his dungeon. A group of people appeared from the ruined wall. The girl in front was clearly their leader giving out orders. Right now, they needed to focus on finding His Majesty. The men stood in a circle with their spades out and prepared for defense. They had come to drive out the cursed demons and finally be free from their oppression. Jin grinned happily as he watched the scene. So these were the natives. Now he didn't have to waste time searching for them. They had come to him. The men's battle cries did not last long, however. Heavy footsteps were heard at the end of the corridor. They were demons, and they were not happy. The weaklings had come again. The natives tensed with fear, but they didn't move. Let the demons attack for all they care. They won't leave until they find His Majesty. The monsters gripped the heavy weapons tighter in their hands, but there was disappointment in their eyes and voices. Mr. Kelsad had forbidden them to destroy all humans. The demon sighed once more as he watched the weaklings shaking in terror, their weapons out in front of him. How much more satisfying it would be to destroy them all in one fell swoop. However, Jin's mocking voice suddenly sounded. That would be difficult, and the monster shuddered. He hadn't expected there to be anyone else in the dungeon but them. What kind of prisoner dares to interfere in the conversation? Now he will teach him a lesson. And the demon was on his way to the cell when he saw the young man cut the bars with a light movement. And at the same time, he wounded the monsters who had not had time to move away from the surprise. The young man calmly walked out of his cell and looked around. People crowded around him. They looked at the alien with interest, marveling at his strength and weapons. He was able to cut through solid bars in one fell swoop, and he could handle 2 demons as well. They wanted to know who he was, and Jin wondered. It would probably be strange if he told the truth that he had come from another world to save them. So he lied. He had fainted when he woke up and was in jail, just about to escape. People met his story with wary silence. But suddenly they fell on their knees before him and begged. They could not do without Mr. Chando's mighty power. Could he lend it to them? One of them explained. They were a resistance group opposed to the demon world and in favor of Skyla's independence. They were willing to pay for Jin's generosity. The young man walked over and held out his hands to them. He understood as well as anyone the anger and sadness they felt, for his ancestors had suffered the same, so he could not leave them in distress. Now, under these strange circumstances, he swore that he would be their support and would not leave until he saw them free. The natives of Skyla jumped up from their knees and shouted joyfully, chanting Jin's name. He was their hero who had come down from heaven to save them. But suddenly the joy of their acquaintance was interrupted. Heavy footsteps were heard again in the corridor, and a rough voice called out to them. It was the demon reinforcements. Upon seeing the rebels, the monster commander called out his squad and ordered them all destroyed. His anger rose when he saw his soldiers lying breathless. Jin received a new notification. He was promised 50 points for destroying the demon prison. Not bad considering the monster's head was only worth 1. Now he was facing a whole squad of fierce monsters. Destroying all of them within 1 hour would give him extra points as a bonus. Jin shrieked happily. He was happy with that. He drew his sword, which lit up the dungeon with its glow, and attacked the demons. He swung his weapon without approaching them, and it whistled through the distance between them and hit the target, striking several enemies at once. The monsters howled and backed away. Their commander ordered them in a thunderous voice not to break formation and to attack. The young man grinned and drew his spear. Something's wrong. Seeing the new danger, the demons pushed by the commander once again stopped in indecision. A throwing spear? They can't even get near it. They needed to cover the distance and get to the man by any means necessary. Only in close combat would they have an advantage. But the young man didn't wait for that. He ran up to them and shattered their dreams of the predominance of numbers. In his hand was already clasped a sword, which he wielded deftly. More and more enemies were being defeated. The rebels couldn't move in surprise, and he clearly didn't need any help. It was hard to believe that he could take out several monsters with a single blow. Finally, the squad leader lost all patience. Armed with mace and whip, he lunged at Jin. His eyes glittered with rage. How dare this little man? He swung at the young man, ready to send him to the underworld, but a new blow knocked him to the ground. An alert window popped up. The warden had been eliminated. The rebels sighed. Just a moment ago, they had thought they were in a hopeless situation, but now hope flickered in their souls. With such an ally, the release of Skyla became possible. Jin turned to them as if nothing had happened and offered to go in search of his majesty. Leaving the building, the young man did not forget to destroy it. The explosion shattered the prison into rubble. He sighed. This was too easy a task for him. Doubt settled in his mind. It was strange that such a fortress with prisoners so dangerous to demons was so poorly guarded, and the guards were so weak. His musings were interrupted. As he approached and waved his arms, the rebels called out to him. They had good news for him and were in a hurry to share it. Thanks to Jin, they managed to get all the hostages out, and though they were weak and almost broken in spirit, they were still alive. There was some bad news. His Majesty was not among the prisoners. Looks like he was misinformed, or the demons, fearing a relapse, had time to move him elsewhere. Jin thought for a moment. He had to familiarize himself with the enemy's layout before he started searching, so he ordered a temporary return to the shelter. As he got closer to the rebel wagons, he shrieked in surprise. How interesting it seemed that in this world they used the cutest rhinoceroses to haul the carts. At last, comfortably seated in the wagon, they set off to the cheers of the rebels. Today they were having a celebration in honor of a new soldier in their army. They chatted merrily and no one noticed the danger looming over them. A spider on the back of one of the inhabitants, exuding a negative aura, went unnoticed. Meanwhile, in the Monster Palace, the king was being reported to. The tracking bug was installed and turned on the location transmitted to them in real time. The humans dared to stab us in the back when Mr. Kelsat pardoned them. Now we must send the whole army to their hideout to destroy all life on Earth. Sitting in the wagon, Jin looked around with all his eyes. Finally, he spotted the canyon ahead, their final destination. A rebel came up to him to explain. This deep canyon became a fortress for them that the demons could not find, and the young man couldn't agree more. Indeed, such a place was not easy to find. A moment later, an incredible view opened up before them. The rocks parted, and Jin saw a real big city in the mountain. One of the rebels ran up to the elder who had greeted them and reported. Thanks to the new warrior, they were able to free all the prisoners, but they didn't find his majesty. It seemed like good news that should make him happy. But as soon as the rebel mentioned Jin, he immediately stepped on his eyebrows and interrupted him. They were just fools. How many times he said that rash decisions lead to disaster? He only survived because he was lucky enough to meet the right man. Let him use his brain more often and take care of himself. But the rebel stood his ground. Didn't the old man understand the humiliation his majesty was going through? Jin heard the whole conversation and he didn't like it. There was an obvious rift in the ranks of the villagers. The elders urged caution, and the young wanted to fight. However, he was never able to find out the details. One of the inhabitants flew into the room where the conversation was taking place, and fear was written on his face. The enemies were coming. The sentries saw an army of demons from afar. Their numbers were impossible to determine, but the monsters filled the entire desert. Their eyes were full of rage. When he heard this, the elder fell to the floor in horror and covered his face sorrowfully. The situation seemed hopeless to him. He had waited for this for so long. The monsters had set a trap for them. Now they knew their location and came to destroy them all at once. The town was doomed, along with its inhabitants. The demons would spare no one, women or children. Jin flashed his eyes angrily. That's why there were so few of them in the prison fortress. They had tried to lead him around and would regret it now. Turning to the elder who was giving the order to start the evacuation, Jin calmly said, "There was no need to leave the walls of the city." His spear glinted in his hands. He jumped on the ledge ready to jump off and go towards the enemy. They tried to stop him. It was too dangerous to run away. But Jin did not listen to his entreaties and jumped down from the wall and ran without further ado. The rebels froze in place in terror, unable to say a word. Finally, one of them came to his senses and rushed to the window, but he was in for another surprise. Their benefactor was already far away on a horse from nowhere. He activated the race skill and doubled the performance of his vehicle. The speed became prohibitive. The air whistled in his ears. The demons saw him from a distance and laughed, pointing their fingers at him. What was that? The man's doing acrobatics to scare them. Their leader came forward and grinned maliciously. It seems that there are still wars left in the fortress, and they want to buy time so that those who are left can escape. But they wouldn't have it any other way. And turning to the army, he ordered the attack. And the demons heard the command and rushed with all possible speed to the approach to the city. The first of them approached Jin, gripped his axe tightly, and mockingly shouted at him to get ready. The first of them approached Jin with his axe and mockingly shouted to him to prepare. But the young man paid no attention to the monster's taunts. The diamond ticket was clutched in his hands. It was finally time to use it. He would get close to the demons and they were rubbing their hands together happily as suddenly something flashed in the air. It was like lightning, and the enemies started falling off the rhinos. The leader froze in place with a grin on his lips. He had just seen two of his best warriors lose their heads in a second. What the hell was that? Jin didn't pay attention to the reaction of the monsters and took out his spear and looked around. The monsters were countless, but this wasn't his first time fighting in such conditions, and directing his battle stallion right into the thick of the enemies, he thunderously called out a character to help him, Zhang Liao, and the skill Azure Dragon. The summoned personality was once a man of all-encompassing fear. He was one of the strongest generals of the Wei dynasty. He had once stopped an army of 100,000 with only 800 soldiers, and now this legendary figure was standing behind Jin's back. He was ready to showcase all his talents. The demons scrutinized him closely and sensed that he was different. He was very different from the warriors they had destroyed before. Ramon appeared behind the demon commander. If he did well, then his skills would be recognized, and he could apply for the position he'd dreamed of. It was too tempting an offer, and the commander immediately turned toward Jin. This man would be the victim of his success, and with these words, he rushed into battle. But before he could even get close to the guy, he saw the blade of his sword flashing and felt a searing pain. He was still in the saddle, but his life was already leaving him. So the supreme demon was eliminated and Jin didn't even turn around and headed onward. His character followed him at his heels. Together they were invincible, and yet the demons did not give up. Having lost their general, they became enraged and rushed at the young man, trying to take him in a ring. They demanded vengeance. From different directions they rushed toward Jin's stallion and the latter snatched up his unfailing spear. They had a chance to escape. Now he would spare none of them. He smiled wickedly. To him they seemed but moths that flew mindlessly to the fire, and he spurred his horse. They will all remain in this land. Finally, the last strike decided the outcome of this battle. A 7-star divine attack. He swung his spear and the demons scattered in different directions, howling in pain.